once desiring to wash his hands of the gold basin and having successfully reached the shore at the age of 60. Master Ma met his untimely end on New Year's Eve, struck down by a pickaxe at the old Lord Wang's grave. After 15 years of antiquities dealing and 28 years of tomb raiding, his decades-long career vanished into thin air. But no, he lived again. He found himself in a cow shed a few miles away. He had transmigrated, reborn, possessed. Alas, he found himself in the body of a fool. Yet this fool's physique was robust, as sturdy as a wolf dog. Chapter 1. Bidding farewell to the old and welcoming the new. With a resounding bang, the festivities began. Even before midnight, the first firecracker erupted, heralding the new year with a thunderous cheer that resonated across the land. Damn, why are these country folks so inconsiderate? It's still a few minutes shy of midnight. Why the rush to set off fireworks? In the wintry wilderness, Ma Dongsheng cast a glance at the dazzling sky, cursing softly. After voicing his displeasure, he turned to the walkie-talkie and bellowed, "Fire the cannon." Boom! A dull explosion reverberated beneath his feet. The vast field stirred only slightly, a wisp of smoke rising. Yet, the acrid scent of gunpowder lingered in the air. At this moment of transition, the smell of gunpowder attracted no attention. Wow. A few voices in the darkness expressed their admiration. Master Ma is impressive. The dosage of gunpowder is simply exquisite. Though Ma Dongsheng had heard such praises countless times over the decades, he never grew weary of them. With a faint smile, he tucked the detonator into his pocket and approached the cave entrance. Extending his hand inside, he switched on his flashlight, surveying the freshly blasted tunnel with satisfaction. Here, you're up top, I'm going down. Huh? Master, why must you go down yourself? Quit the chatter. Keep watch up there. This will be the last tomb I ever open. I must do it with my own hands. As he spoke, Ma Dongsheng donned a gas mask and secured his tool belt around his waist. He gently descended. The tunnel had already been expertly crafted by Ma Dongsheng himself. It sloped downwards, perfectly Sophian exemplary tomb raiding passage. However, the final layer of the tomb's ceiling, reinforced with glutinous rice paste, necessitated the use of explosives for expedience. The gunpowder was just right. Only a fist-sized hole was created in the tomb's ceiling. Dongsheng drew a hammer and shovel from his tool bag, intending to enlarge the hole to allow for easy passage. Opening the tomb's ceiling required high skill. A single misstep could lead to the entire structure collapsing. Yet, with countless tombs under his belt, this was one of Ma Dongsheng's specialties. Within minutes, he had skillfully widened the passage. As soon as he emerged, a voice from the darkness inquired, "Master Ma, how is it?" "Clear. Prepare to switch air 10 minutes, then descend to retrieve the goods." As Ma Dongsheng spoke, he lifted his gas mask, but as he did, a dark iron pickaxe appeared before him. Damn. Who's that? The pick almost poked my nose. Master Ma, Happy New Year. At that moment, the pickaxe swung violently, crashing down onto Ma Dongsheng's head. His brain splattered. Ma Dongsheng was dead. In the cacophony of New Year's firecrackers, the beloved and loathed Master Ma had met his end. Yet amidst the celebratory din, he awakened once more. It felt as though he had merely experienced a nightmare. Ma Dongsheng jolted awake. However, he discovered he was not beside the great dirt mound in the wilderness. Instead, he emerged from a tangle of weeds, surrounded by darkness. A pungent odor of cow dung assaulted his senses. Even amidst the bang 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 of firecrackers, he felt a throbbing headache. Yet upon touching his head, he found it intact. Where the hell am I? How did I die suddenly? A dull animal sound resonated from the darkness. What? Using the flickering lights outside, he began to discern his surroundings. Why? Am I in a cow shed? As he stood up, he startled himself. What the hell? Why am I so tall? Ma Dongsheng stood at a modest height of 1.68 meters, slender in build. Thus, he had been lured into the tomb raiding profession by a local fortune teller in his 30s. But now, he stood a full 1.80 meters tall. He glanced around, stomping his foot, realizing something was amiss. Ma Dongsheng hurriedly bolted from the cow shed. Outside, the vibrant fireworks illuminated him, leaving him in utter bewilderment that a filthy cotton jacket, cotton pants, the stuffing had burst forth. Tightly wrapped around him, they were clearly several sizes too small, especially the pant legs, which hung absurdly high. His cotton shoes were also full of holes. What the hell? How did it come to this? He touched his face and found something even more unsettling. Where's my scar? This hand? This face? Not mine. Ma Dongsheng shouted, but the pain in his head intensified. Amidst the throbbing, fragmented memories of another person began to surface in his mind. Yet these memories were disjointed, like scattered shards that I ate dumplings from Songyang for dinner. Ma Dongsheng mumbled unconsciously, suddenly exclaiming, Am I no longer Ma Dongsheng? Who am I, fool? Fool! Am I a fool? The fragmented memories hazily revealed that those around him referred to him as Er Shotzi. Ma Dongsheng no, the fool. Stunned and rooted in place, he gradually came to an unbelievable conclusion that I, Ma Dongsheng, am dead. Killed by a pickaxe. But I have transmigrated into the body of a fool. Hiss. So where am I? Have I time traveled? Realizing he had indeed transmigrated into another person's body, Ma Dongsheng turned and ran that he needed to ascertain the time. The place. He dashed from the cow shed towards the densely lit area, running for several dozen meters when it suddenly dawned on him that Gu family village. Gu family village was the closest settlement to the Grand Tomb he had attempted to rob before his demise. In the 3 months prior, he had scouted the area at least 10 times at night. What year is it now? Has it gone backward or forward? Ma Dongsheng muttered as he ran. He charged straight into the first house at the village's edge. Lights illuminated the interior, and the sound of a television filled the air. Dear friends, the clock is about to strike midnight, and we extend heartfelt wishes for a prosperous new year to our great nation. The clock is about to strike midnight. Are you ready? Let's count down together. 10, 9, 8. That Spring Festival? Or New Year's Eve? What year is this? Have I time traveled to the past or to the future? Ma Dongsheng's heart raced with urgency. 2-1. Happy New Year. Greetings. Year of the Snake. Ithu. Wishing our country. Upon hearing this, Ma Dongsheng couldn't help but exclaim, Year of the Snake. Isu. New Year's Eve. Just now. Time hasn't changed. I just died and woke up in another person's body. Damn it. Huang Ergu and the others are still tomb raiding? Is there still hope for me? Chapter 2. Eavesdropping. Ma Dongsheng suddenly leaped up in excitement, knocking an empty flower pot off the windowsill with a clatter. He realized he was momentarily unaccustomed to controlling this foolish new body. After all, compared to the frail form he had just moments ago, this physique was significantly more robust and imposing. Who is out there? Who is outside? A man's voice boomed from within the room. Instinctively, Ma Dongsheng felt an urge to flee. This impulse, however, was not his own. It was a remnant of the original owner's Na'vi spirit. It was the village chief, the most nefarious scoundrel in existence. Fragments of the foolish one's consciousness flashed through his mind, conjuring vivid, terrifying memories. The foolish spirit yearned to escape. Yet Ma Dongsheng's resolute will grounded him in place. Who was Ma Dongsheng? He was none other than the illustrious Ma Wangye, a prominent figure in the domestic antique scene and the tomb-robbing underworld, renowned by all. At the tender age of 13, he left school to accompany an antiquities dealer, traversing the countryside to learn the art of creating counterfeit relics. By 28, he had spent 3 years under his master's tutelage to replicate a significant artifact, only to be exposed as a fraud 6 months later by a buyer in Hong Kong. His master was tragically killed right at his doorstep, leaving Ma Dongsheng no choice but to work as a mere clerk in a Jining antique shop. At 33, he ventured into the tomb-robbing trade alongside a local dealer, not realizing it would consume the next 26 years of his life, during which he plundered countless graves. By 59, he had successfully laundered his reputation, establishing the largest antique market in the eastern region, generating over 60 million in annual rent. He had intended to retire at 60, finally stepping away from his tumultuous past to become a landlord. Yet, he scarcely enjoyed this new role for a year before he met his demise, struck down by a partner he had worked with for decades during the last great excavation of his life. So, the village chief was merely an inconsequential figure in the eyes of Ma Wangye. Was there any need for him to flee? Absolutely not. Hey, where are you going? There are people outside. A woman's voice echoed from within the room. Could this be the female director? Fragments of the foolish one's memories flickered through his mind. What's happening? In Gujiazhuang, who would dare to voice dissent? Hurry up. I've already taken off my pants. Hey, why are you so impatient? Let me take a look. It would be inappropriate if this got out. Inappropriate, my foot. The fact that we're together is common knowledge. Damn it, I might as well kill him. Go ahead. Then, with a rustle, a corner of the curtain was pulled aside, revealing a woman's face. To be frank, she wasn't too unattractive, at least in the countryside. She was quite appealing. Ma Dongsheng mused. Was this the female director? Was she engaging in an illicit affair with the village chief? If his memory served him correctly, this house at the village's edge belonged to the village committee. Suddenly, the woman inside the window laughed. What's so funny? It's Airshaw. With a swift motion, the curtain was drawn completely, unveiling the greasy face of a middle-aged man, his mouth a grim display of decayed teeth. Them eat tea. Why on earth did you come to eavesdrop? Ma Dongsheng initially frowned, but upon seeing his own reflection in the glass, he paused. He was momentarily taken aback, gazing at the disheveled hair concealing a youthful, innocent face that bore a hint of foolishness, and he couldn't help but smile. The man in the room, upon witnessing the fool's grin, also broke into laughter. "You dimwit, do you wish to learn? Why don't you come in and let your sister Song teach you?" Before he could finish, he was interrupted by a punch from the woman in charge nearby. "Are you out of your mind? If this gets out, I swear." The fool, oblivious, knew nothing. Ma Dongxing couldn't help but scrutinize the woman in charge. To his surprise, she was quite voluptuous. Noticing the fool's gaze on her, the man in the room chuckled heartily. "Hey, look, the silly kid is actually looking at you. He can't possibly. Get lost," the woman in charge bellowed. Unexpectedly, the village chief slapped her across the face. "Who are you telling to get lost? Are you feeling bold? I was joking. Why can't you take a joke? You think you can jest with me in front of outsiders? Just because you've gained a bit of weight doesn't mean I am at your beck and call. There are plenty of village wives lining up to be with me. But isn't he a fool? I thought, even in front of a pig, you ought to show some respect. If you can't fulfill your duties as the woman in charge, then step aside." I understand." Ma Dongsheng stood astonished at this sudden turn of events. He realized how much authority the village chief wielded. The chief intended to reprimand the woman further. But Ma Dongsheng had no time to watch the spectacle. "Someone is robbing graves," he shouted. "Huh?" The village chief turned to look at the fool outside. "Robbing graves? Get lost. Do we have any graves here, you fool?" "No, the old prince's tomb." Upon hearing this, Ma Dongxing suddenly recalled something. A few days prior, Lauer had informed him that the local power brokers had been dealt with, and an emergency plan had been set in place as per his instructions. Could this power broker be the village chief in the room? Initially, Ma Dongsheng intended to have the chief summon people to apprehend Lao Er and his gang, considering they were dangerous individuals armed with firearms. It was far too perilous for a fool to pursue them. However, observing the village chief's demeanor now, Ma Dongsheng realized no one could aid him. Without further ado, he turned and sprinted away. Laughter echoed behind him. "Look at that, he is obedient. Learn from him. Chief, don't you find it odd? How can this fool speak so clearly? Half an hour isn't enough. You're quite impressive." Ma Dongsheng listened to the fading banter behind him, leaving only the sound of rushing wind and firecrackers in the sky. He headed towards the wilderness outside the village. The old prince's tomb, this grand mausoleum, which Ma Dongsheng had visited 7 or 8 years ago, had remained untouched due to its proximity to the village. Now, he had chosen this very tomb as his final endeavor, only to find himself not taken away by handcuffs, but rather by his own people with a pickaxe. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became, and his pace quickened. In relation to this terrain, he possessed an innate understanding. It is likely that this fool had been wandering aimlessly in this wilderness all day long. Moreover, Ma Dongsheng discovered that he could run with a lightness in his step, without the slightest hint of breathlessness. Such physical prowess was certainly not something one would expect from a 60-year-old man. Youth is truly a blessing. Ma Dongsheng couldn't help but exclaim. Yet, he felt a twinge of conflict. If he were to enjoy this youthful body, should he still endeavor to rescue that 60-year-old man? If he chose not to save him, he would merely be a fool. All the wealth and resources painstakingly amassed over the decades would be squandered. To save or not to save. Chapter 3. The Reckless. The question of rescue was beyond Ma Dongxing's purview. He was acutely aware that he now faced 5 desperate grave robbers. These were indeed reckless individuals. Furthermore, this time, they had selected only the most skilled within the profession to raid the tomb of the late prince. However, Ma Dongxing was not without his opportunities. After all, he was thoroughly acquainted with every detail of the scene. As he approached the large earthen mound in the wilderness, Ma Dongsheng deliberately crouched and veered in another direction. There were lookouts along the path. He intended to approach the lookout from behind and swiftly neutralize him with a brick. As the thought of dealing with the lookout crossed his mind, he instinctively conjured several methods of attack. Ma Dongxing was surprised to find that this fool seemed quite adept at fighting. Strangely, before he could draw near, the lookout suddenly turned and fled. Ma Dongsheng had no choice but to follow him at a distance, clutching the brick tightly in his hand. He quietly maneuvered to the downwind side and lay low. "Second master, why don't you let me keep watch? What a load of nonsense." On this New Year's Eve, with the sound of cannon fire echoing, who would come to this desolate graveyard? And what a Master Ma? Dead. What? What do you mean dead? If Master Ma is dead, then all the spoils belong to us. But Master Ma, the lookout couldn't help but turn on his flashlight to illuminate the corpse on the ground. "Turn it off. What the hell are you doing? Are you trying to get us killed?" "No, this is Ma. Ma Dongsheng looked at his own body not far away, a pickaxe embedded in his skull, rendering his head unrecognizable. His heart sank in an instant. What was the point of saving anyone now? Although Ma Dongsheng felt a chill within, another fire ignited in him. He couldn't help but curse inwardly. Damn you, Huang Ergu. I've treated you well. It was I who helped you with the down payment for your house when you got married, and now you stab me in the back. I am a fair person, unlike Ma Dongsheng, who monopolizes the spoils. I believe in fairness. Everyone shares equally. How about that? In the darkness, the other four men gazed at the lookout who had just returned. The lookout paused for a moment, then nodded. All right, that has settled then. The path below has been cleared, and the air has been exchanged. Everyone descend. What? Are we leaving no one above? Who should we leave? Huang's question momentarily silenced everyone. Ma Dongsheng couldn't help but smirk inwardly. Excellent. The audacity to aspire to become a grave robber. It is often said that tomb raiders are either fathers and sons or brothers. This notion is deeply rooted in traditional lore. However, the contemporary era has long since evolved from such rigid conventions. Today, the pursuit of tomb raiding demands swiftness, precision, and ferocity. The days when a single grave could be plundered over the course of several months or even years are virtually inconceivable in modern times. The presence of numerous individuals easily leads to exposure, yet having too few is equally unfeasible. A standard team typically comprises 4 to 6 members. Thus, it is challenging to assemble a genuine group of 4 fathers or 6 brothers. Consequently, mutual trust or mutual restraint becomes imperative. Ma Dongsheng opts for the latter approach. Each time he assembles a team, it is done randomly and impromptu, with no prior knowledge among the members. They only discover their companions upon arrival at the site. This lack of preparation necessitates a constant vigilance towards one another. However, of utmost importance is that Ma Dongsheng, in principle, refrains from descending into the tomb unless absolutely unavoidable. He supervises from above, ensuring that no one dares to betray him. Nevertheless, he ultimately faltered at the last grand tomb of his life. Now, with Ma Dongsheng gone, none of these 5 individuals trust the others. Thus, they must descend together. But who goes first? It matters not. Huang Ergu surprisingly devised a clever plan. Each individual discarded their tools above, then tied a rope together, forming a knot, and descended in unison. Observing these 5 individuals sliding into the tomb like candied hawthorns, Ma Dongsheng suddenly sprang into action. He rushed over and grabbed the last person who had entered the tomb. To his astonishment, it was none other than Wangye. The latter had already slipped into the hole, with only his head remaining above ground. Consequently, Ma Dongsheng seized him by the hair. This sudden act nearly scared Wangye to death. Who? He shouted recklessly. Upon raising his head, he was met with a grimy face adorned with a foolish grin. Wangye paused for a moment, recalling who this person was. Yi, why can't you come down? He exclaimed. No, Yi, you wouldn't. Don't shout. There's someone above. Wangye yelled downwards. Then he looked back at the fool, suddenly realizing who he was. Oh, isn't this Gu, the handsome lad from Gu family village? Ha, let go quickly, I'll give you some candy. Ma Dongsheng merely smiled, choosing not to respond. However, unbeknownst to him, this smile appeared quite foolish to others. Handsome lad, can we not play anymore? I have something delicious for you. As Wangye spoke, he stealthily pressed his hands against the tunnel wall, slowly extending them outward. The tunnel was narrow, making it difficult for him to swiftly pull his hands out. Yet, when his hands finally emerged, he suddenly swung a punch at the fool. But who's Ma Dongsheng? He is a cunning individual who had anticipated Wangye's move. As Wangye threw his punch, Ma Dongsheng met it head-on with a brick. A crack echoed as bone shattered. This unexpected force startled Ma Dongsheng. He had not anticipated such strength from Wangye. The physique of this fool is truly remarkable. Wangye let out a pain cry. However, he was no coward. Those who delve into tombs are always risk-takers. Moreover, having associated with Ma Dongsheng for so many years, he must possess a certain ferocity. Thus, his other hand swiftly retaliated. This time, he was not empty-handed. A dagger had mysteriously appeared in his grasp. Yet, all of this was anticipated by Ma Dongsheng. With a swift motion, he struck first, smashing a brick down onto Wangye's wrist. A sharp crack echoed, followed by another anguished scream. The dagger clattered to the ground. Ma Dongsheng discarded the brick and deftly retrieved the dagger. Did we not agree to lay our weapons upon ground? Where did you procure this knife? Who exactly are you? Are you not the fool from Gu family village? Do you have the right to interrogate me? As Ma Dongsheng spoke, he casually severed half of Wangye's ear with a single stroke. Second Master, what is happening up there? What is the situation? The voices below erupted in concern. Unfazed by their inquiries, Ma Dongsheng clutched Wangye, forcefully pressing his head against the opening of the tomb. Why did you betray Master Ma? What is your relationship with Master Ma? Without awaiting a second response, Ma Dongsheng swiftly sliced off the other ear. I can't speak for Master Maui. We have no other reason. Is there not a deeper motive? A treacherous betrayal? What other reason could there be? In truth, it is your Master Ma's lack of righteousness that has led us to this point. Damn it, have I not treated you well? Am I truly without honor? Wangye, bewildered, exclaimed, who are you really? Your mother's wretch, Ma Dongsheng retorted, plunging the dagger deeply into Wangye's face. A scream erupted, it wasn't me. Before Wangye could finish his sentence, Ma Dongsheng forcefully shoved him into the tomb. Chapter 4. Ma Dongsheng was dead. With a resounding crash, 5 individuals tumbled down. However, Ma Dongsheng immediately regretted his actions. Wangye's earlier statement of it wasn't me sparked a lingering suspicion regarding his demise. Below, chaos ensued. Ignoring the commotion, Ma Dongsheng turned to inspect the lifeless body with the pickaxe embedded in its head, reaching out to touch it. He couldn't help but shake his head in despair. Alas, how tragic for one who has led such a tumultuous life to perish in such a humiliating manner. It appears that those who engage in tomb raiding seldom meet favorable ends. As he lamented, Ma Dongsheng picked up several daggers and firearms from the ground. Tossing them into the tomb, he then crouched at the entrance, proclaiming, of the 5 of you, only one shall emerge from this tomb within 5 minutes, or provide me with the answers I seek. What the hell are you? Do you have any idea who we are? We are followers of the King of Horses. The mention of the King of Horses elicited a laugh from Ma Dongsheng as he yanked the pickaxe from the head of the corpse, casting it onto the grave. He then searched his own lifeless body. Within the pockets, he discovered over 20,000 in cash. His customary practice when undertaking work was to carry only cash. However, after rummaging for some time, he found nothing. Damn it! So swiftly, the cash on my person has been pilfered. Without a doubt, it must have been Huang Ergu who committed this theft. This scoundrel has dabbled in the illicit trade of thievery for years, and his habits are far from commendable. Damn it! I had intended to use that 20,000 to escape this cursed place. After cursing, Ma Dongsheng hoisted his own lifeless body, for there was nothing else of value left to take. When he ventured out for business, he only carried tools and cash, never anything else, especially not identification. Casually, he unfastened the tool belt from the corpse's waist and proceeded to shove the body into the hole, pushing it down with force. With a thud, the body hit the ground. Who do you think you are, the King of Horses? Damn it, who are you? There are 4 minutes left. Speak. Who's above? Brothers. Let's share the wealth. We could divide it equally. There's no need. Tell me, who caused the death of the King of Horses? It was the second master, Wangye. But who instigated Wangye? Second master, awaken. Who caused the demise of the King of Horses? Voices erupted from below. 3 minutes remain. Give me answers, or I shall seal the entrance. After stating this, Ma Dongsheng seized a nearby exhaust fan. He inserted the pipe into the opening and activated the fan. What the hell? Why is the fan on? What is he planning? Second master, don't die. Who caused the death of the King of Horses? 2.5 minutes left. Ma Dongsheng shouted again and simultaneously grabbed a shovel. He began to fill the hole with earth, one shovelful after another. Surprisingly, the body was quite robust. Each shovel yielded a hefty clump of soil. Up there, my lord. Whatever you desire, we shall provide. Just spare our lives. I demand answers. We don't know. Wangye is out of breath. Then only one must emerge. 2 minutes remaining. Ma Dongsheng frantically continued to fill the hole with soil. What to do? Call the police. You fool. Turn yourself in? No. The one above is a madman. He intends to bury us alive and... Bang! Before he could finish speaking, the sound of a shotgun echoed from beneath. Rabbit Master you. Bang! Another gunshot rang out. Damn it. I will end you. Ma Dongsheng was oblivious to the situation below. However, upon hearing the gunfire, he carelessly tossed the hemp rope hanging in the hole downwards. Hey, let us not shoot. We've even discarded the rescue rope. This man is untrustworthy. Hey, you madman above, you lack honor. Quickly call the police. Ma Dongsheng remained silent, continuing to shovel earth into the hole. No, the phone down there has no signal. Check your phone immediately. No signal can still be used to call the police. That 1T work. It's unreachable. In just 2 minutes, the hole was filled to the brim. The voices from below gradually faded away. Ma Dongsheng then casually removed the pipe from the exhaust fan and began to jab a steel rod into the freshly filled hole vigorously, continuing this repetitive motion. Ensure that no possibility remains for anyone to emerge. If one is to engage in nefarious acts, let it be done decisively. This is the wisdom gleaned from Ma Dongxing's previous life experiences. The earth surrounding the theft's entrance has been thoroughly compacted by him. Yet that is not all. He has also displaced a large stone to seal the entrance securely. Finally, he excavated a substantial pit nearby, burying all the equipment within it, erasing every trace. Ma Dongxing instinctively raised his gaze to the sky, where the New Year's fireworks continued to sparkle. Damn it! After decades of struggle, I have ended up a fool. Gazing at the twinkling fireworks, a thought crossed his mind. What should he do next? Return home? Ma Dongxing is dead. Ma Dongxing is dead. He reminded himself repeatedly that he was no longer alive. From this moment forth, I shall embody this fool. The wealth of the great city is now of no concern to me. Alas, if only I had buried some gold or antiques somewhere. If only I had known. I could have excavated them now. A long sigh escaped him. He suddenly realized he did not even know his own name. The fragmented memories of this body revealed only that those around him referred to him as the fool or Gu'er the fool. Could it be that I am called Gu'er? That name indeed sounds foolish. Ma Dongxing felt momentarily lost, uncertain of where to go now. However, before he could ponder further, a chill enveloped him. He felt the cold seeping through him and instinctively began to run towards Gu family village. Initially, his intention was to head towards the cattle shed, but he quickly dismissed that thought. Instead, he hurried towards the village committee office. Upon reaching the office, the lights within still glowed brightly. He pressed his ear against the door, but no sounds emerged from within. Taking a few steps forward, he gently knocked twice. Silence prevailed. Pushing the door revealed it to be locked. Nevertheless, this posed little challenge. Ma Dongxing retrieved a small tool for his belt, inserting it into the lock and deftly opening it in a matter of moments. The lock was, after all, exceedingly simple. This tool belt was the sole item he had salvaged from the tomb site. It contained his most cherished tools, crafted over decades of experience. This set comprised 32 pieces. Compact, yet remarkably functional. It was a versatile toolkit designed for restoration, self-defense, and various other applications. He had seldom revealed this toolkit to others. Upon entering the room, warmth enveloped him. The heated Kong inside radiated a cozy warmth. Ma Dongxing poured himself a cup of hot water, sipping it as he meticulously surveyed the village committee office. Chapter 5. What to do when daylight arrives. Ma Dongxing had initially intended to find a change of clothes in the village committee office. His garments were tattered, filthy, and, crucially, far too small. Walking while dressed in such a manner was particularly uncomfortable, akin to being bound by numerous ropes. He could hardly fathom how that foolish individual had previously endured such a predicament. However, to his dismay, this was merely the village committee, and he was unable to find any clothing. Yet he stumbled upon something of value, a half-open pack of cigarettes, specifically Golden Leaf and Soft Heaven Leaf. This was likely left behind by the village chief moments ago. Ma Dongxing picked up a cigarette, extracting one, and was astonished at the revelation that a mere village chief could afford such luxurious tobacco. This brand was priced at 100 yuan per pack. In his previous life, despite amassing a fortune exceeding 100 million, he seldom indulged in such high-priced cigarettes. He preferred to smoke Old Lotus, which cost only 45 yuan a pack. It was unexpected that a village chief had the audacity to smoke such premium cigarettes. As he spoke, Ma Dongxing located a lighter on the desk and lit a golden leaf for himself. He inhaled deeply, intending to savor the smoke, but coughed it out instead. Coughing violently, tears streamed down his face. Had that fool never smoked before? Reluctantly, he satisfied his craving by taking a puff and slowly exhaling, unable to swallow it. He settled himself onto the heated bed in the inner room. The atmosphere there was tainted with the scent of post-coital intimacy, far more repugnant than the stench of cow dung that clung to him. However, he had no choice but to make do and recline somewhat. As he smoked, Ma Dongxing contemplated his circumstances. What would he do when dawn broke? Return to Jinling. He had spent nearly half of his 60 years in that city, where his home and network of connections resided. Nonetheless, pondering this was futile, for that was his past life. Currently, he was a fool, and no amount of resources would pertain to him anymore. Certainly, it would be preferable to start in Jinling and then venture elsewhere. Although accessing his financial resources was no longer an option, acquiring an antique was still feasible. Throughout his life, Ma Dongxing had dealt with antiques, yet had hardly any in his personal collection. He had a habit of swiftly parting with any antique he handled, ensuring it bore no connection to himself. Consequently, despite having dealt with countless antiques over the decades, his home contained no collections. There was no space for a repository, save for a large safe that housed a brocade box. Within this box lay the sole remaining piece from his previous life, a collection known to scarcely anyone. Its value was of little importance. It had been entrusted to him by his master on his deathbed, who emphasized its significance and instructed him never to sell it. Thus, he had kept it hidden. During his most destitute times over the past few decades, he had contemplated selling that item, but ultimately refrained. Yet, after gazing upon it for years, he had failed to discern its importance. Rationality informed him that the likelihood of its value was nearly non-existent. Upon his demise, all his assets would automatically transfer to his wife and son. However, thoughts of his son did not cause him much concern. The situation had incensed Ma Dongsheng to the point of contemplating severing his paternal ties. However, the contemporary youth remained impervious to such threats. His son, unfazed, declared that if Ma wished to cut off their relationship, he was free to do so. As he was in Japan, should Ma choose to visit, he would be welcomed. But if not, it mattered little. Besides the concern of emigration, Ma Dongsheng harbored no worries regarding his son. After all, the child had grown. There was little use in fretting. Rather, it was his wife, not his first but the second he had married after achieving success, who caused him anxiety. This youthful and strikingly beautiful woman, in her early 30s, seemed preoccupied with dressing extravagantly and socializing over coffee. Her workout attire left little to the imagination, as she appeared more interested in posing for photographs than engaging in actual exercise. Ma had once visited the gym, observing the plethora of muscular young men, and realized that most attendees were not there to work out, but to flirt. Thus, he resolutely forbade his wife from going to the gym, opting instead to construct a fitness space within their grand villa, fully equipped for her to do as she pleased. However, now that Ma Dongsheng had passed away, he could no longer prevent his young wife from pursuing her fitness endeavors. This thought elicited a deep sigh from him. Alas. He pondered who might benefit from the company of his alluring and wealthy young spouse. After finishing a cigarette, he lit another, now feeling like a fool, devoid of any knowledge of his own identity and lacking any form of identification. Without such documents, he was stripped of his identity. In today's society, lacking a formal identity rendered one nearly immobile. Even the prospect of a resurgence seemed far-fetched. Merely leaving the village for Jinling posed significant challenges. Thus, securing a legitimate identity became his foremost priority. However, even after ruminating, he found no memories from the fool's past that could shed light on his identity. Hence, the immediate task at hand was to establish his identity. In this rural setting, the village chief wielded considerable influence. To acquire an identification card, he would likely need a certification from the village. Consequently, he sprang from the bed and began sweeping away the cigarette butts from the floor, ensuring any trace of his presence was erased. It was not the time to offend the village chief. Ma Dongsheng lingered at the village committee until dawn, before finally pouring some hot water to wash his face and hands. Standing at the entrance of the cattle shed, he grimaced at the sight of the dumb. Even a fool should not be made to sleep in such a place during winter. He refrained from entering the shed again, instead retracing his steps back into the village. As he strolled along the outskirts, he felt a surge of apprehension upon spotting the largest courtyard in the village, instinctively aware it belonged to the village chief. Yet, upon seeing a dilapidated, small courtyard, a sense of joy welled within him. Memory revealed it to be the home of Song Yang, his closest friend from Gujiazhuang. Ma Dongsheng approached Song Yang's residence, standing at a distance to await the opening of the gate. Memory reminded Ma Dongsheng that he often stood at a distance, waiting for Gu Songyang to open the door, anticipating a bowl of food. Chapter 6. Happy New Year, Gu Songyang. Memory told Ma Dongsheng that he was the kindest person to the village fool. Songyang was a rare college student in the village, and Gu rarely saw him. Just last night, he had treated him to a generous bowl of dumplings. On the first day of the new year, everyone rose early. Gu Songyang also got up at dawn to open the door. From afar, he spotted the fool standing under the persimmon tree, dozens of meters away. "Hey, uncle, why are you up so early?" Upon hearing Gu Songyang call him, Ma Dongsheng immediately ran over with a cheerful demeanor. "Songyang, Happy New Year." This greeting momentarily stunned Gu Songyang, who then broke into a surprised smile. "Wow, not bad. Uncle, you've actually learned to greet people." After saying this, he couldn't help but gaze at the fool in astonishment. "Wait, did you wash your face? So clean." Ma Dongsheng chuckled softly, thinking to himself that the boy still regarded him as a fool. "You'll be even more surprised soon. Hey, your smile." Gu Songyang furrowed his brows slightly, scrutinizing the fool's face. Although he still bore a foolish demeanor, There was something remarkably more normal about him. Ma Dongxing reached out and pulled Gu Songyang along. Songyang, let's talk over there. Huh? No. Gu Songyang was genuinely taken aback and followed the fool to the persimmon tree. Uncle, something feels off about you. Songyang, I'm not foolish anymore. Huh? Really? Gu Songyang's expression was one of disbelief as he gazed at the fool. Uncle, are you really better? Songyang, listen to what I'm saying. Yes, yes. I was wondering why you seem different today. By the way, you haven't eaten yet, have you? Ma Dongxing smiled sheepishly, genuinely feeling hungry. He had been busy all night and was now both cold and famished. Gu Songyang attempted to lead the fool inside, but Ma Dongxing instinctively declined. Songyang, I think I'll pass on going inside. Come on, you're better now. Not the same fool as before. What are you afraid of? Well, I'm dirty. That's of little concern. Let us eat first, and I'll get you some clothes to change into later. However, you're so tall. I don't have anything that fits. In truth, the ragged clothes he wore were also Gu Songyang's. Songyang, listen to me. I don't want others to know that I'm no longer foolish. Huh? Why? Though I'm better now, I can hardly remember anything from my past. Just scattered fragments here and there. What did you hit? The ground. I heard you flipped over, and when your head hit the ground, you became foolish. Flipped over? Oh, the village chief sent you to a martial arts school. What? Why did the village chief send me? Do you truly not remember anything at all? Ma Dongxing shook his head. Songyang, you must recount the tale to me. Also, why do you address me as second uncle? Because your generation surpasses mine. Silly Guer ranks second in his family, with an elder sister above him, and the other village children commonly call him Ertzi. However, in terms of generational hierarchy, Gu Songyang is the youngest in the Gu family, hence he must refer to the fool as uncle. The fool's parents were long-haul truck drivers, and their financial situation was quite favorable in the village at that time. When the fool was 7, his parents took his sister on a long journey, and they perished in a bridge collapse. That year, the fool was at home with his grandmother, only to receive the devastating news. His grandmother succumbed to a heart ailment shortly thereafter. Thus, the fool became an orphan. At that time, Gu Songyang mentioned he was 6, a year younger than the fool. When autumn arrived and school commenced, the village chief sent the fool to a martial arts school in another region. The village chief claimed that an orphan without parents would find no purpose in education, suggesting it was essential for him to learn a trade from a young age to support himself in the future. Naturally, the child was too young, and before mastering a skill, he needed to learn self-defense. Thus, under the village committee's auspices, the orphan was sent to study martial arts. The chief even proclaimed that the village would cover the tuition fees. However, it was rumored that the village chief embezzled the compensation funds belonging to your family. It is said to exceed 1 million. Ma Dongxing furrowed his brow upon hearing this. How could he possibly embezzle it? Second uncle, he is the village chief. Your family is no longer present, and all the necessary documents were issued by the village, making it simple for him to claim it under a false identity. Who would know? Consider your family of 3, regardless of the compensation amount. Where did the money go? Ma Dongxing had no recollection of this. In truth, he was sent away at 6, and even if he had not been foolish thereafter, he likely wouldn't remember much. Just think, Gu Daya was destitute over a decade ago. While everyone else sought work, the village chief remained idle, and it was only due to his laziness that he became the chief. Then, he suddenly grew wealthy, constructing the most opulent 3-story building in the vicinity. Where did he acquire such funds? It was your family's compensation. Ma Dongxing nodded in understanding. Gu Songyang, noticing his lack of anger, couldn't help but ask, Second uncle, why are you not upset? Upset? Oomph. Ma Dongxing let out a cold laugh. What good is anger? Indeed, it was surprising that you not only ceased to be foolish, but also grew remarkably composed. Songyang, what transpired next? What about the money? This wretched man claims that your expenses at the martial arts school over the years were covered by the village, and all the compensation went to the village. Wait, didn't he say the village cover my tuition at the martial arts school? Exactly. So how could he? The Gu family's affairs are dictated by Gu Daya. Now, he is the tyrant of the village, and no one dares to offend him. Is it still possible to act this way in today, as society? What is wrong with the present? Everyone has gone out to work. There is no need to provoke him, lest the elderly, weak, and sick at home be bullied. Chapter 7. No one is overseeing this matter. Later, Gu Songyang took Ma Dongxing to see a house. Of course, it was not Ma Dongxing's home, but rather the residence of Guer, the fool. To speak candidly, the residence of the fool was quite admirable a decade ago. It boasted 5 brick houses and a reasonably spacious courtyard. However, years of neglect have rendered it utterly dilapidated. One corner of the house has even collapsed, The doors and windows lie shattered and decayed, while leaks mar the interiors. Uncle, if we were to inhabit this place, it requires substantial renovations, Gu Songyang remarked, furrowing his brow as he surveyed the crumbling abode. Naturally, Ma Dongsheng had no intention of residing there. He shook his head, muttering that renovations could be discussed later, but funds were lacking. Indeed. So what are your plans moving forward? Now that you have recovered, you cannot possibly continue living in the village's cattle shed and relying on the kindness of others for sustenance, can you? I must venture out to earn a living. However, I first need to establish my identity. Without that, I am unable to go anywhere. That is certainly true. Gu Sanyang was taken aback once more. Uncle, you are not only no longer foolish, but have also become quite knowledgeable. I was oblivious until the age of 15 while at the martial arts school. Although I may not recall many things, I do grasp the principles of society. 15 is not an insignificant age, is it? Ma Dongxing Astidi explained, then hurriedly led the way into the wretched dwelling, with Gu Songyang trailing behind. Ma Dongsheng rummaged about, searching for something amidst the disarray. What are you looking for, uncle? Gu Songyang inquired curiously. I am searching for the household registration book. I wish to apply for an identity card. Do not bother looking. You will undoubtedly find nothing. It has surely been taken by the village head. When they were to claim your family as compensation, he must have seized such documents. Upon reflection, Ma Dongxing concurred. In truth, even if they were at home, they would likely be beyond salvage. Ma Dongsheng expressed his intention to seek out the village head for the household registration book, but was halted by Gu Sanyang. Do you think he will simply hand it over to you? Why would he refuse to give me my own household registration book? If he grants it to you, how will Gu Daya collect the fees? What do you mean? As an orphan, you are entitled to receive over 1,300 yuan each month. How audacious of the village head to embezzle such funds. You truly underestimate him. He dares to pilfer even from the deceased. Several elderly villagers have been dead for years, yet he continues to claim their 5 guarantees and collect their subsidies. Just from this, he amasses hundreds of thousands each year. And on top of that, he prohibits villagers from raising cattle, leaving it solely to him, which nets him even more. Is there truly no oversight? This is the countryside. Who would intervene? Uncle, you are still lacking in social experience. In time, you will come to understand. Who was Ma Dongsheng? He had lived 60 years in his previous life, mingling with individuals from all walks of life. How could he not comprehend? Yet, he feigned ignorance before Gu Sanyang, aware that although rural areas may lack the city's complexities, they are refreshingly straightforward. Sanyang, let's keep my recovery a secret for now. I will first approach Gu Daya for the household registration. I understand. However, I advise you to take your time with this matter and wait until after the new year. Ma Dongsheng thought to himself that waiting even a single day was unbearable, let alone until after the new year. However, he said nothing, merely nodding in acknowledgement. Gu Songyang squatted beneath the persimmon tree with Ma Dongsheng, both partaking in their breakfast on the first day of the Lunar New Year. Songyang even offered Ma Dongsheng a generous chicken leg, assuring him that should he require more, he could help himself. Ma Dongsheng, unreserved, devoured the food heartily. Gu Songyang remarked, Uncle, your demeanor at the table has transformed remarkably. You appear so refined now. The two engaged in light-hearted conversation, with Ma Dongsheng probing into memories of the past. Gu Songyang recounted how, prior to the age of 7, the village children shunned him due to his perpetually runny nose, with only his uncle willing to play with him. This memory lingered in both his and his family's minds. In truth, it was not merely companionship. During that period, school brawls were rampant, and Gu Songyang, being somewhat frail, often found himself bullied. Thus, he would rely on the protection of the village simpleton, who, despite his foolishness, had been trained in martial arts. When bullies targeted Gu Songyang, the simpleton would charge in, dispatching 4 or 5 assailants with startling ferocity, nearly decapitating them. Moreover, since he was deemed a fool, there were no repercussions for his actions, rendering him untouchable. This instilled fear in the hearts of his peers, and soon, no one dared to bully Gu Songyang again. He laughed heartily, asking, Uncle, do you still remember these tales? Ma Dongsheng chuckled and shook his head, replying, Songyang, I believe I will recall them in time. Ma Dongsheng finished his meal completely, leaving no trace of broth in his bowl before handing it to Gu Songyang. He reflected on his past life, having savored various delicacies, yet none compared to the simple pleasure of today's chicken soup with dumplings. Thank you, Songyang. I shall remember your kindness. Gu Songyang took the bowl, dismissing the sentiment. There's no need for such words. We are friends, after all. Ma Dongsheng stood and inquired, Songyang, as a university student, where are you currently employed? The question elicited a pained expression from Gujiazhuang, who awkwardly smiled. If it were anyone else asking, I would boast about working at a prestigious company. But, to be honest, I graduated last July, and to this day, I have yet to secure a proper job. Ma Dongxing nodded in understanding, aware that in today's society, a university degree held little value. Ordinary graduates like Gujiazhuang were as desirable as bricks. All right, what do you aspire to do, village chief? Gujiazhuang paused, momentarily taken aback, before laughing. Very well, uncle, once you become the town chief, please make me the chief of Gujiazhuang village. Ma Dongxing smiled faintly and turned to depart. Uncle, where are you headed? I'm going to pay my respects to the village chief. No, let me change your clothes first. No need. This outfit is perfectly fine. Ma Dongxing strode purposefully towards the most opulent building in Gujiazhuang village. Along the way, villagers called out to him. Silly one, why aren't you swinging your arms as you walk today? Fool, where are you off to beg? Silly, are you also going to wish the village chief a happy new year? Be careful he doesn't hit you. The sounds of merriment from the village chief's house could be heard from afar. Ma Dongxing approached the gate of the courtyard and deliberately slowed his pace, sauntering inside. Chapter 8. Give me my household registration. As he walked, he called out, Village Chief, Happy New Year. His voice drew the attention of everyone inside the house, who turned to see the fool entering, moving like an old duck. Hey, Village Chief, the second fool has come to pay his respects. Someone exclaimed. He is indeed a distinguished guest. Ha ha ha. Laughter erupted among the crowd. On this first day of a new year, all visitors were welcomed. The village chief did not shoo the fool away. Instead, he teasingly offered him a cigarette. Second fool, would you like one? Ma Dongxing accepted it without hesitation. But instead of lighting it, he tucked it behind his ear. The onlookers were amused by his nonchalant demeanor and laughed in surprise. Hey, the second fool is quite extraordinary today. Tell me, second fool, how old are you this new year? Ma Dongxing ignored the question and reached for a handful of sunflower seeds on the table. The village chief, seeing this, said nothing, considering it a festive occasion. Ma Dongxing, noticing the lack of objection, continued to grab several handfuls of seeds to stuff into his pockets. He then made a move towards a fruit. Hey, second fool, that's enough. The village chief didn't invite you to help yourself. Someone joked, attempting to stop him. However, the village chief waved his hand. Let him take. It's the new year. You all should take as much as the fool does. It's a blessing for the year ahead. Ha ha ha. The village chief is truly magnanimous. Hearing this, Ma Dongxing became even bolder and directly snatched an unopened pack of golden leaf cigarettes from the table, stuffing it into his pocket. This made the village chief anxious. He wanted to intervene, but felt unable to contradict his earlier words, so he could only force a smile. Meanwhile, a sycophant, unable to contain himself, reached out to grab a cigarette from the fool's pocket. Second fool, if you smoke, take a pack yourself. Yet, he was taken aback by the fool's unexpected strength, as Ma Dongxing swiftly flung his hand away. Hey, you idiot, how dare you? All right. The village chief interrupted, raising his hand. Second fool, you've taken enough, go on. Go pay your respects to the other families. They all have treats waiting for you. Ma Dongxing feigned asiligrin. Village chief, Happy New Year. He deliberately spoke slowly, adding a touch of foolishness to his tone. Good, Happy New Year. Hurry along now. But the fool did not move. Instead, he continued to smile, saying, Village chief, I came to get my household registration book. This statement left the village chief, Gujiazhuang, momentarily speechless. Laughter erupted again in the room. What do you need your household registration for, fool? Are you planning to marry? The village chief chuckled, joining in the humor. However, Ma Dongxing's next words silenced everyone. Orphans receive subsidies. I want to claim mine. There should be a lot of money from childhood until now. The moment the words were spoken, the laughter ceased, and all eyes turned to Gujiazhuang. Feeling awkward, he forced a smile. Second fool, who told you that? Village chief, the household registration book. Ma Dongxing approached in a bewildered manner, directly extending his hand towards Gujiazhuang's face. Where's the orphan's subsidy? You've been deceived, he exclaimed. Besides, how old are you? Still expecting subsidies? Yes, there is. You're the fool. Gujiazhuang was on the verge of exploding with anger. Yet today was the first day of the Lunar New Year, and many had come to pay their respects. I'm not lying. Ask everyone. The village chief chimed in. Indeed, where are the subsidies? Even in Syria, there are orphans, yet no one provides assistance. This jest elicited hearty laughter from the crowd. However, the fool could not grasp the humor and pointed at Gujiazhuang's nose, shouting, Village chief, you're lying. Last night, when you were with Sister Song at the village committee, you told me you would give me my household registration. Before he could finish, Gujiazhuang agitated, leaped up, and swung his hand. Yet, oddly enough, the fool suddenly plopped down onto a chair, evading the blow, causing the crowd to erupt in laughter. In truth, everyone in Gujiazhuang village was aware of the affair between the village chief and the women's director. Shah, hurry and get lost. If you keep babbling here, I'll break your legs on the new year. The fool appeared oblivious to the chief's warning and reached out again. Give me the household registration. If not, I want tea leave. I want to have lunch and dinner here. I'll sleep here tonight. You idiot. Gujiazhuang was infuriated and attempted to strike the fool again, but was stopped by onlookers. Village chief, it's the new year. Don't create a scene. Gujiazhuang paused, then quickly regained composure, smiling at the fool. All right. If you want the household registration, I'll get it for you. The fool grinned. Good. The registration is at the village committee. Wait for me. I'll fetch it for you. You promised, no lies. If you lie, may your whole family perish. Gujiazhuang was on the brink of exploding, yet felt helpless against the fool. I'll wait for you where you are undressing with Sister Song. With that, the fool stumbled out, munching on sunflower seeds, tossing the shells behind him. Good grief. Is this fool losing his mind? Gujiazhuang exclaimed to the village chief. I feel something is amiss with him. He used to flee like a mouse from a cat when he saw you. Gujiazhuang watched the fool's retreating figure, a cold smirk creeping onto his face. He then turned to the others in the room. Old Hay, take a couple of people to the village committee and tie that fool up. Lock him in the cow shed. Bring more than 2. It's risky. He might have some strength when he gets riled up. And remember, he has practiced martial arts. What kind of martial arts? Just some flashy moves. Bind him tightly. And if he dares ask for the household registration again, I want to see who else would have the audacity to ask. After issuing these orders, Old Hay made a call to gather people. Meanwhile, Ma Dongsheng wobbled his way towards the village committee, munching on sunflower seeds while contemplating various possibilities. In fact, Gujiazhuang's plan to have someone deal with him had been anticipated. Therefore, before heading to the village committee, he first visited the cow shed to hide his tools amidst the overgrown grass. Then he proceeded to the village committee. Upon his arrival, he discovered that a local ruffian had already been waiting for him. As the fool ambled over, munching on sunflower seeds, the thug waved cheerfully. Hey, Shah, come here. I have something delicious for you. What is it? Ma Dongsheng, in his usual silly manner, scampered over. Just as he approached, the ruffian suddenly executed a sweeping kick. Chapter 9. Shah's exceptional fighting skills. Strangely enough, as Shah was running, he suddenly sprang upward just before reaching the thug. Remarkably, he leaped quite high, evading the thug's kick. However, this foolish lad was indeed foolish. While he could have simply jumped straight up and down, he chose to leap sideways instead. His erratic trajectory led him to land perfectly on the thug's leg, which was already in motion. This fool stood at a towering height of over 6 feet, robust and sturdy, having seemingly consumed an extraordinary diet. With a resounding crack, he landed, instantly breaking one of the thug's legs. A piercing cry of agony erupted. Yet, the fool remained oblivious. Looking down at the fallen thug, he inquired, "Why are you crying? What about the delicious food you promised me? What did you just say?" The thug retorted in disbelief. As the fool continued his questioning, he delivered a resounding slap. "Where's the food? You deceived me." The force of the slap left the thug momentarily stunned, rendering him oblivious to the pain of his broken leg. Ma Dongsheng was about to deliver another slap when he heard someone shout from a distance. "Hey, why did you strike first, kid? Brother Hey, it seems like the kid is at a disadvantage." The dazed thug, seeing the approaching figures, shouted in panic, "Get this idiot away from me. He just broke my leg." "What? You truly are useless. You can't even handle a fool." "Nonsense. I slipped accidentally, and this guy walked right into me. My leg is broken. Hurry up." Upon witnessing 2 individuals approach with ropes in hand, clearly intent on binding him, Ma Dongsheng did not hesitate and boldly advanced. "Where's the village head? Wasn't he supposed to give me my household registration book? It's with me. Let me fetch it for you." The 2 men exchanged glances and then split to flank the fool. "Liars, may you meet your demise." Yet, the fool was not as foolish as they presumed. With his height and long limbs, he swiftly approached the one holding the rope. Before they could react, he seized the rope with surprising agility, catching both men off guard. Ma Dongsheng yanked the rope forcefully and, with a swift turn, ensnared the thug's neck with it. Once the rope tightened, resistance became futile. Seizing the opportunity, Ma Dongsheng instinctively executed a grappling maneuver, forcing the thug down to his knees. Meanwhile, Brother Hay rushed in to join the fray. However, before his fist could strike the fool, a segment of coarse rope in the fool's hand lashed out like a whip. With a resounding crack, it landed squarely on his face, eliciting a mournful cry from the dark-skinned man. Seizing the opportunity, Ma Dongsheng lifted his long leg and delivered a powerful kick to the man's knee, sending him sprawling to the ground. Though the knee remained intact, he found himself unable to rise. Thus, it became a straightforward affair to bind the two of them securely with a length of rope. Ma Dongxing's knot-tying skills were of the highest caliber. It is a skill one would expect from seasoned professionals engaged in outdoor endeavors. The knots he tied would be exceedingly difficult for anyone else to unravel. What about the household registration book? The fool inquired, his tone bewildered after securing both men. You idiot! Hurry up and release us, or else. Before he could finish his threat, the fool raised his hand and delivered a resounding slap. The sound echoed ominously. Curse your deceitful family. How dare you trick me? The fool continued his onslaught, and the dark-skinned man found himself dazed, tears streaming from his eyes. Brother, he's a fool. Don't bother arguing with him. The other man hastily warned. The dark-skinned man quickly pleaded for mercy. Second brother, please stop hitting me. I'll call the village chief to bring the household registration book. Where's the phone? It's in my pocket. Could you fetch it for me? The fool rummaged through his pocket, retrieved the phone, and then freed one of the dark-skinned man's hands to allow him to make the call. Village chief, come quickly. This fool hits like a truck. We three are all tied up. Oh, on the other end, Gudaya had initially set the phone on speaker to entertain his family, but now, the humor had turned genuine. Seizing the moment, Ma Dongsheng snatched the phone and exclaimed, Village chief, you're a liar. Where's the household registration book? If you don't bring it, I'll smash their heads with a brick. A gasp of shock escaped the three captives. This fool was genuinely capable of such an act. Moreover, if he did follow through, they would have no recourse to confront him. Village chief, please come and rescue us. This fool is truly... All right. Second fool, don't move. Just wait. I'll be right over with the household registration book. Don't move. The village chief hung up, and the fool passed the phone back to the dark-skinned man, only to bind his hands once more. However, Ma Dongsheng had underestimated Gudaya. Instead of the village chief arriving, it was the police car that arrived first. Yet, as the police car pulled up, villagers drawn by the commotion began to gather around. At that moment, Gudaya finally arrived. He ignored the fool and the two kneeling men at the village committee's entrance, opting instead to greet the two officers who had stepped out of the police vehicle. Clearly, Gudaya was well acquainted with the police. Whatever he communicated to them prompted one officer to approach the fool, each wielding a canister of anti-riot spray. Upon seeing the police arrive, Ma Dongsheng realized he could no longer resort to force. In the face of adversity, one may possess remarkable strength, yet it pales in comparison to the authority of the police, even if one were to adopt the guise of a fool. Engaging in conflict with law enforcement would likely result in swift confinement to a psychiatric institution. The consequences would be dire. Upon noticing two officers approaching, Ma Dongsheng instantly raised his hands, bursting into tears and crying out for mercy. Shah, witnessing the village head in a scuffle with Sister Song, shouted for them to direct their aggression toward him. This proclamation ignited a frenzy among the onlookers. However, Gudaya appeared remarkably undaunted, as if to say, what of it? Ma Dongsheng feigned a pitiable demeanor, trembling in apparent fear of the police. Dear officers, do not harm Shah. He has committed no wrongdoing. Many bystanders raised their phones, eager to capture the moment. Gu Songyang rushed over, observing the officers brandishing pepper spray at Shah. He could not help but shout, he is a fool. His mind is not sound. Please do not hurt him. This outcry prompted the fool to raise his hands once more, leaving the officers hesitant to take action. They reluctantly stowed away the spray, commanding you, crouch down and cover your head. Chapter 10. A Countenance of Cow Dung. Ma Dongsheng complied with every directive issued by the police. His past experiences had taught him not to challenge authority. In the presence of such formidable forces, it is prudent to remain submissive. Not only did Ma Dongsheng comply, but he also wept earnestly, as if everyone were conspiring against him. Amidst his sobs, he muttered, the village head deceived Shah. He refuses to provide me with my household registration. The officers, confronted with such a simpleton, found themselves at a loss. Observing the fool's capitulation, Gudaya naturally refrained from allowing the police to take him away in front of the villagers. Instead, he called for the crowd to bind the fool. If you do not intervene, we shall not harm him. Now that the police are here, let us handle this matter. A few days of confinement will surely render him compliant. Very well, if that does not suffice, we shall simply detain him. Let him not be released. Thank you for your cooperation. Would you like to join me for a warm cup of tea at my home? Not today. We are on duty for the new year and have many matters to attend to. We will arrange to drink with you another time. The officers chuckled and departed in their vehicle. Meanwhile, the recently injured thug lamented, "Are you leaving just like that? What am I broken leg?" Gudaya could not help but shout, "What a fool. You cannot even handle a simpleton, and yet you dare to complain. But village head, my leg is broken. Let the village cover the expenses. Hurry to the clinic and get a cast." The young thug bore a woeful expression, wishing to protest, but finding no words. Gudaya, glancing at the bound fool, chose silence. After all, engaging with a simpleton would yield no fruit. He turned his gaze towards Gujiazhuang among the onlookers. "Secure this fool to the post in the cattle shed, and tie him tightly. Let him go without food for 3 days, and see if he does not become compliant. No one is to deliver him sustenance. Should I discover otherwise, do not expect my goodwill." The village head, Gudaya, cast a menacing look at Gujiazhuang as he issued this decree. He finished speaking and turned to leave, yet continued to mutter loudly, "Once the New Year festivities are over, we shall settle the score." Ma Dongsheng understood that Gudaya believed this fool was causing trouble at the behest of Gujiazhuang. Little did he realize that he was dragging Songyang into this mess. It appeared that he would have to resort to more severe measures. Initially, Ma Dongsheng planned to simply frighten this rural ruffian into submission. However, he soon discovered that the situation was far more complex than he had anticipated. The fool had been tied up in the cattle shed by Hei Pai and his gang. Frustrated, Hei Pai took it upon himself to smear cow dung across the fool's face for a sense of satisfaction. Ma Dongsheng remained unperturbed, merely ensuring that he did not ingest any of the foul substance. What was cow dung to him? In his previous life, he had endured far worse. Bound to the post, he refrained from shouting or making a scene, instead opting for a peaceful slumber. It was not until dusk that Gu Songyang stealthily entered the cattle shed, rousing Ma Dongsheng from his sleep. "Second uncle, damn. Who on earth would do such a thing? Smearing cow dung all over your face?" As Gu Songyang spoke, he moved to grab some grass to wipe the mess away, only to be halted by Ma Dongsheng's voice. "Songyang, do not wipe it off. We must keep it." "But why?" Gu Songyang queried. "I certainly need not explain. I am not foolish. Had I known you were no longer a fool, you would have surely been apprehended by the police this morning. Breaking that scoundrel's leg would land you in jail." "Huh. No need to say more. Just keep quiet from here on out." "I understand. However, second uncle, what exactly do you intend to do?" As Gu Songyang spoke, he approached to untie him. "Songyang, do not move. Being bound does not hinder me. You should leave quickly before Gudaya sees you." "So what? Others may fear him, but I certainly do not. I will be looking for work after the new year, but you have not found a job yet." Gu Songyang's words inadvertently caused an awkward silence. "Haha, I too shall seek employment. Why should I fear Gudaya? You may not fear him, but your parents are at home. There is no need to provoke Gudaya. Yet with your commotion this morning, Gudaya is convinced I instigated you. He has already spread the word that he intends to deal with me, but I am not concerned. Songyang, I apologize for dragging you into this. In light of that, I shall release you." "What? Do you wish to take over this village?" "Huh?" Puffed. Gu Songyang could not help but laugh. "Do not jest. I speak sincerely. Finding a job outside is challenging. It is better to start a business at home. Is being the village chief something you can simply assume? Let me ask you, are you a party member?" "That indeed is the case." "Then that settles it. I believe the majority of the villagers in Gujiazhuang wish to rid themselves of this tyrant." "That is undoubtedly true. Yet, no one dares to confront him. The opportunity has arrived. This time, you shall take the lead, establishing your noble image. Moreover, you are a university graduate and a party member. If Gudaya is unseated, it is likely that no one will dare to assume the position of village chief for some time. You can seize this chance to elevate your status." Gu Songyang listened in astonishment, gazing at the fool with an expression of disbelief. "Dear uncle, are you foolish? Did I not tell you that I am fine? No more foolishness. Now hurry and leave. Are you truly going?" "Yes, go. I have brought you some steam buns and untied your ropes. Just set the buns down. There is no need to untie the ropes. Let us go. By the way, what is Gudaya's phone number?" Wait a moment." Gu Songyang took out his phone and provided Gudaya's number. "All right, I have noted it. You may leave now." Ma Dongsheng ushered Gu Songyang out of the cow shed. Although he held no genuine feelings for Gu Songyang, he appreciated that he still came to visit and brought him food. Ma Dongsheng felt a sense of gratitude, believing the lad was indeed someone worth befriending. He contemplated helping Gu Songyang resolve his lingering concerns before departing from the Gu family village. Gudaya must not be allowed to remain. Of course, he did not intend to silence Gudaya permanently. Rather, he aimed to have him imprisoned to toil away at a sewing machine. Dead men hold no value. As the dead of night approached, Ma Dongsheng finally freed himself from the hemp ropes. In truth, these rural ruffians were quite inept, merely blustering. Those who truly understood knew that wet hemp rope secured much more effectively. A wet knot is exceedingly difficult to untie, while a dry, coarse rope is easily escaped from. With his bindings loosened, Ma Dongsheng wiped the cow dung from his face and retrieved his tool belt from the haystack, fastening it around his waist. He then seized the buns and, while eating, made his way towards the village committee. Chapter 11. A frigid winter night. Accompanied by the biting wind, Ma Dongxing nearly choked on 3 steamed buns. Fortunately, the village committee was empty. He slipped inside after opening the door. He poured himself a glass of water and took a hearty drink. Wiping the cup with a tissue, he also removed traces of his presence from the previous night. To eliminate any evidence, he crouched and picked up the cigarette butts that he had swept into the corner the night before, stuffing them into his pocket. He had smoked a total of 3 cigarettes, but in addition to his own butts, he retrieved 2 butts of golden leaf cigarettes from the trash bin, discarded by Gudaya the previous night. After securing the cigarette butts, he turned and exited the village committee, heading towards the large earth mound in the wilderness. The once pristine grave of the old Wangye had been reopened by Ma Dongsheng. First, he excavated the pit where equipment had been buried, retrieving tools used for digging. Equipped with tools and wearing rubber gloves, Ma Dongsheng deftly began to unearth the tunnel he had filled in the night before. However, accessing it from the outside proved significantly easier. After more than an hour, he had reopened the tunnel. After ensuring it was ventilated, he dropped down a rope and slid down into the tunnel. Upon entering the burial chamber, Ma Dongsheng was taken aback, for the sight of the 5 deceased was utterly horrifying. Aside from 2 who had been shot dead, the other 3 had suffocated to death. Their faces a ghastly hue, eyes bulging wide open. The atmosphere in that burial chamber was indeed terrifying. However, Ma Dongxing cast aside his fear and first reached for Wangye's mobile phone. To his surprise, he discovered Gudaya's phone number on it, albeit without a name attached. Intentionally, Ma Dongsheng adjusted the screen to display this number and placed the phone in Wangye's hand, allowing it to naturally power off. Having dealt with the phone, he then discreetly retrieved a stack of cash from Wangye. A cursory glance revealed that this sum amounted to the 20,000 he had on him. Of course, it was not that Ma Dongsheng was disinterested in Wangye's money. As a newly transformed village fool, he was indeed in need of funds. Yet, he could not take all of Wangye's money, as it would leave behind a trace. After securing the cash, Ma Dongsheng picked up the shotgun and some spent shells. Surveying the tomb, he noted that there were indeed many valuable items within. Nevertheless, this time he resisted the temptation to act. He could not afford to leave any evidence behind. There was no need to fill the hole meticulously. A rough covering would suffice. Additionally, he deliberately left signs of disturbed earth. Once the hole was filled, he buried the equipment in a nearby pit. Everything was meticulously arranged, and Ma Dongsheng retrieved several cigarette butts wrapped in tissue from his pocket. He intentionally mixed one of the butts into the soil of the filled hole and discarded another on the road, approximately 10 meters away from the large mound. Having set the scene, Ma Dongsheng made his way toward the village with the shotgun in hand. Upon arriving at Gudaya's home, he happened upon the scene of guests departing after a night of revelry. A dozen or so individuals had been drinking heartily at Gudaya's until the early hours of the morning. Ma Dongsheng found a discreet spot to crouch down, observing as Gudaya bid farewell to his guests. Then, turning, he relieved himself at the entrance of his home, the sound echoing as he wondered where his stream might have landed. After finishing, Gudaya shivered slightly and staggered back inside to sleep. Ma Dongsheng remained motionless, attentively listening for sounds from within the house. First came the clatter of tidying up, followed by murmurs of conversation. Then the lights were turned off, more chatter ensued. And soon, the sound of snoring filled the air. Ma Dongsheng waited outside for over an hour, uncertain how he managed to endure the cold of the night. The body of this fool was indeed quite resilient. After hearing the snoring grow loud, he waited an additional 10 minutes before slipping into the courtyard. Earlier that morning, Ma Dongsheng had already scoped out Gudaya's home. There were no dogs, but a camera was positioned at the front door. Thus, he had entered from the back. He took out a small tool and deftly opened the back door, slipping inside quietly. Instead of heading to the bedroom, he made his way directly to the kitchen. There, he found a rag and wrapped the already cleaned shotgun within it. He deliberately left the 2 spent shells in a drawer of the cabinet. Having secured the shotgun, he did not linger, retracing his steps back out. As he passed by the spot where Gudaya had just urinated, he noticed a broken porcelain bottle tilted at an angle, half filled with foul urine. Goodness, this fellow certainly had a precise aim. No wonder it made such a raucous sound. Ma Dongsheng murmured to himself, and then an idea struck him. Without a moment's hesitation, he disregarded his discomfort and took the half bottle of urine with him. He poured the liquid over the shallow pit where the equipment was buried. The pit was quite shallow, and apart from a portion being absorbed by the soil, most of it would likely seep into the waterproof bag beneath. Once he had finished emptying the bottle, he initially intended to toss the empty vessel far into a nearby ditch. However, he suddenly noticed that this old porcelain bottle seemed to be an antique. Upon inspecting its base, he discovered a mark indicating it was made during the Kangxi reign of the Qing dynasty. In the dim light of night, he could not ascertain its authenticity, so he decided to conceal the bottle for the time being. At that hour, the young man was still awake, scrolling through his phone in bed. Upon seeing Air Shah, Gujiazhuang wore a puzzled expression. "Uncle, who informed you? That is of no consequence. Tomorrow morning, we shall pay a visit to the old Wang's tomb and then report to the authorities that a grave has been disturbed." Huh? Gujiazhuang was taken aback by this statement. "Just follow my instructions without questioning. The less you know, the more genuine it will be." "What do you mean?" "Remember, you're merely taking a stroll near the old Wang's tomb and notice signs of disturbance, prompting you to call the police. But who goes for a walk at the old Wang's tomb in the middle of winter? Find a reason. Why would I go to the old Wang's tomb? What animals do you have at home? Chickens, ducks, dogs, pigs, rabbits, cats." "A dog. We have a dog to guard against Gudaya." "Perfect. Then take the dog for a walk." "But we don't have the habit of walking our dog." "Ah, your reasoning seems quite plausible. Forget about the truth. Just call the police, and when they arrive, let them investigate." "Uncle, is it real grave robbing or just a ruse?" "You needn't know too much. This is a golden opportunity to bring down Gudaya. Seize the moment." "Uncle, how?" "Also, Sanyang, spread the word in the village that Gudaya's family possesses firearms." "Firearms?" Gu Sanyang was taken aback, but soon recalled something. "Ah, Gudaya once boasted about shooting birds with a gun in the village. Then it is no mere rumor. It is a fact." Chapter 12. Cursing all the way back. He found himself with no choice but to burrow into a tangle of grass for warmth. Surprisingly, sleeping in the grass felt rather pleasant. The next morning, Ma Dongsheng was awakened by the crisp sound of police sirens and the cacophony of voices outside. Emerging from the grass, he stood at the door of the cattle shed and gazed at the distant large mound in the wilderness, noticing that it was surrounded by layers of people. Leaning against a post, he slipped his hands into the noose. However, at that moment, no one cared about the fool in the cattle shed. The Gu family village was already in an uproar. The old Wang's tomb had been robbed during the New Year festivities. Moreover, upon the excavation of the grave, 5 corpses were discovered beneath. This was a significant case. Consequently, on that day, various vehicles continuously traversed the cement road leading to Gu family village. The large mound in the wilderness was cordoned off by police tape, encircled several times. As the day wore on, the situation continued to escalate. It was not until dusk that someone finally approached the cattle shed, none other than Gu Sanyang. Upon entering, Gu Sanyang immediately attempted to untie Ma Dongsheng, who quickly exclaimed for him to stop. "It's fine. Gudaya has been taken away," Ma Dongsheng declared. Gu Sanyang paused, surprised. "Wasn't it you who did it?" "What do you mean?" "The police discovered Gudaya's number on the phone of a deceased individual found in the grave, and it was reported that the deceased was about to call Gudaya before his untimely demise." "But, Uncle, you asked me for Gudaya's phone number earlier." "Don't misunderstand. Here's the thing. A few days ago, I was wandering about and happened to overhear 2 individuals quietly making a call near old Wangye's grave. I couldn't tell to whom they were speaking, but I vaguely recall one of them mentioning the village chief. So I began to suspect that perhaps the village chief was colluding to commit grave robbery. Is that so? You nearly frightened me. I thought those 5 individuals were in league with you." Ma Dongsheng chuckled. "Do you really think I possess such capabilities?" However, Gu Sanyang, while speaking, was still intent on helping Ma Dongsheng free himself. Just then, Ma Dongsheng shrugged his shoulders, pulling his hands from behind his back. "Oh, right, you were out last night," Gu Sanyang exclaimed, now even more astonished. "Uncle, have you received guidance from some wise figure?" "How so?" "With your intellect, you are hardly a fool. I told you, I am no longer a fool. I am awake now." "Well then, who took Gudaya?" "The police." "Which department? The town precinct or the city criminal investigation team?" "Those 5 individuals were indeed killed by Gudaya, weren't they?" "Well, yes. Remember, I must still maintain the facade of being a fool. You must not let anyone, including your parents, discover that I am no longer foolish." "Understood. I grasp your intent. I must now take the lead in opposing Gudaya, while the others are still uncertain about the severity of the situation. I must appear righteous and courageous in my resistance." "That sounds about right. Let us go." If only I could take a bath. Hey, don't go overboard. I still need to maintain my foolish demeanor. On their journey, he cursed at everyone they encountered, exclaiming, look at that, look at that. Is the village chief even human? He actually tied up Shah and stuffed his mouth with cow dung. What a beast! As the villagers witnessed the fool's antics, they too shook their heads in disbelief, muttering, how can it be like this? Yet, they dared not voice any further objections. In truth, both Ma Dongsheng and Gu Sonyang knew that most people in the village despised Gu Daya, but feared his tyrannical power, rendering them unable to voice their grievances. When they heard the audacious Gu Sonyang openly curse at the village bully, no one attempted to stop him. They primarily watched the spectacle unfold, some even stoking the flames, saying, Sonyang, you truly have guts. You dare to release someone tied by the village chief? If you don't, he'll freeze to death. What will happen then? What a ridiculous village chief. Certainly, there were not entirely no hindrances for Gu Sonyang. He raised his voice even louder. I want everyone to know the good deeds of the village chief. Mother, look here. He stuffed my uncle's mouth with cow dung, tied his hands, and blocked his nose, nearly suffocating him. Oh dear, this is truly inhumane, but there's really no need to shout. Why offend the village chief? Does such a person even deserve to be a village chief? It's one thing for him to bully others and profit from the deceased. But my uncle is a living man. He has robbed him of his money and now tortures him as well. Is this humane? Mother, please bring some warm water to wash my uncle's face. Since he's covered in cow dung, let us clean him up outside before bringing him in. All right, uncle. Don't go into the cow shed to help the village chief anymore. You work for him, and yet he treats you this way. He is not even human. From now on, you'll stay at my house. Gu Sonyang's mother went in to fetch water, and Gu Sonyang continued to voice his grievances to the villagers who had gathered to watch the spectacle. Gu Sonyang was utterly serious, without a hint of jest. If given the opportunity, I could truly serve as village chief. I wouldn't dare claim to govern our village impeccably, but at the very least, there would be no tyranny. Excellent. Sonyang, I support your candidacy for village chief. I support you too. Ha ha ha. It was merely the young folks teasing, deliberately jesting at Gu Sonyang's expense. That evening, Gu Sonyang prepared warm water for the simple-minded individual to take a bath. After the bath, he donned clean clothing. Although the clothes still did not fit properly, the presence of a clean individual instantly transformed the aura. Nevertheless, Ma Dongsheng continued to play the fool, especially in front of Gu Sonyang's parents. Chapter 13, Guidance to Ascend. A significant incident truly unfolded in Gu family village. The following day, various rumors began to circulate throughout the village. Ma Dongsheng, being somewhat simple-minded, had a commendable identity. Wherever the crowd gathered, he would follow. He listened to others speak. Others did not pay him much mind, at most asking him, Hey fool, who told you to ask the village chief for the household registration on the first day of the new year? Ma Dongsheng simply smiled foolishly. The village chief, during a scuffle with Sister Song, mentioned that my household registration was with him, claiming to have money. Used. The gossiping villagers suddenly realized. So that was the case. It turns out the one pulling the strings behind the scenes was the village chief himself. They had thought it was that young rascal, Sonyang. But to be fair, that young man truly has guts. He even dared to let the simpleton out. He aspires to be village chief. This lad is quite the reckless youth. Oh dear, you are the reckless one. I actually find him quite astute. Haven't you heard anything? What? I heard that yesterday the police found 2 cigarette butts at old Wang's grave. What's so special about cigarette butts? They were golden leaf. 100 per pack. Heavenly leaves. Holy cow, the village chief smokes those? And the deceased's mobile phone also had the village chief's number saved. Ma Dongsheng quietly approached Gu Sonyang, informing him that he could spread the rumor in the village about Gu Daya possessing a gun. However, he should be cautious. Don't be too overt. Before Gu Sonyang could act upon this, that afternoon, 2 police cars arrived in the village. Several officers headed straight for Gu Daya's home. Soon, it spread throughout the village that a gun had been discovered in the village chief's residence. The situation escalated dramatically, prompting a flurry of discussions among the villagers about the timing and the village chief's past hunting escapades. Shortly thereafter, the police began their inquiry in the village, questioning individuals about the firearm incident and whether Chief Gu Daya had interacted with any unfamiliar faces. This line of questioning stirred quite a commotion. Although the rural folk are generally timid and averse to conflict, they possess a keen sense of awareness. As the police conducted their investigation, the villagers seemed to sense something amiss. Consequently, they began to discreetly inform the authorities that Chief Gu Daya was a tyrant. revealing that his possession of a firearm was hardly a secret, as he often flaunted it in the village. They recounted how those who dared to defy him faced dire consequences. Once the police departed, Ma Dongsheng felt the time was ripe for action. He summoned Gu Sonyang to provide him with guidance on the next steps towards attaining the position of village chief. They delved into online resources to study the fundamental electoral procedures for grassroots village organizations. However, he cautioned that the information found online should not be taken at face value, serving merely as a reference. Next, he advised Gu Sonyang to engage with influential figures in the village, emphasizing the importance of garnering their support for his candidacy. He urged caution, suggesting that these individuals should not be alienated or eliminated, but rather won over. He encouraged Gu Sonyang to inform them that Gu Daya's influence was waning, assuring them of their interests should they choose to support him. Ma Dongsheng put forth a series of recommendations, leaving Gu Sonyang astonished, particularly at the notion of guaranteeing the interests of the village committee members. He found it perplexing, considering these individuals were merely sycophants of Gu Daya, having profited from the misfortunes of deceased welfare recipients. Am I to assure them of their benefits? It would be a feat to merely refrain from breaking their legs. Sonyang, unless you possess overwhelming power that compels others to heed your command, your only recourse is to rally the majority and isolate the minority. This majority, even if they are individuals you despise, must be courted to serve your purposes. Remember, only upon ascending to power, with access to resources, will you wield influence and be able to pursue your ambitions, such as dismantling those sycophants from the former village committee. Gu Sonyang, being a university student, grasped Ma Dongsheng's advice. Additionally, infiltrate the gossip circles at both ends of the village and engage the community with your aspirations. Engage? How can I guarantee improvements for our Gu family village? Road repairs? Where will the funds come from? You shall figure it out. Do you understand the concept of aspirations? This is not mere nonsense. It's a vision. Not enough. You must paint a grander picture, promising prosperity for the villagers. This notion warrants serious contemplation. It should not only resonate with the villagers, but also with the town's leaders when they arrive. You must articulate your theoretical vision to them. Must I also convey theories to the leaders? No. It is imperative that they perceive your uniqueness. Yet, it must also be relatable. Emphasize the adverse economic climate, the increasing number of individuals returning home after seeking work elsewhere, and your commitment to fostering entrepreneurship, ensuring that returnees have productive endeavors and financial opportunities, thereby stabilizing the villagers. Yes, stability. Stability supersedes all else, leading to a sense of happiness. Gu Sonyang was left utterly bewildered. First, ascend to power. First, secure the position of village chief. Only by assuming that role can all possibilities unfold before you. Remember my words. In this society, 90% of matters are dictated by where one sits. It is only when you occupy that position that solutions can arise. I have faith in you. You will succeed. However, Gu Sonyang seemed to falter, unable to articulate a response for some time. Uncle, you are merely a year my senior. How is it that you possess such wisdom? I see you as a man of 40 or 50, so shrewd. He chuckled. Perhaps I've been struck by enlightenment. Moreover, I recall that during my time in martial arts school, I also studied cultural subjects. In my spare time, I enjoyed perusing newspapers of all kinds, which likely contributes to my understanding now. Really? Can reading newspapers age one prematurely? Oh, and from now on, you must adopt a more mature demeanor. Do not let anyone perceive you merely as a university student. Shed that identity, just as you do. I understand. Thought Ma Dongsheng. Do you think I desire to appear mature? I wish to appear youthful. Additionally, hurry to study and seek out individuals for discussions. By the way, help me locate my household registration book. And if Gu Daya is indeed imprisoned, what will become of your family's finances? Ma Dongsheng shook his head in exasperation. I do not rely on Gu Daya to repay me. I only wish to regain my identity. Chapter 14. Expressing intent to leadership in truth. The affairs of the countryside are far more intricate than Ma Dongsheng imagined. Although the village chief is not an official position, it is not one that Gu Sonyang can simply assume it will. The procedural hurdles cannot be surmounted in a short span of time. However, there is good news. Under Ma Dongsheng's personal guidance, Gu Sonyang systematically dismantled the existing village committee members. On one hand, he threatened to expose their collusion with the former village chief, Gu Daya, regarding the orphan subsidies. On the other hand, he tempted them with promises that if they supported his bid for village chief, he would keep these matters under wraps. Furthermore, the majority of villagers rallied behind Gu Sonyang's vision, clamoring for him to expedite road repairs. Consequently, the former sycophants of Gu Daya began to waver. The first piece of good news was regarding the household registration book of the Foolish One. Although not yet retrieved, its location was discovered within the village committee's safe. That very night, Ma Dongsheng stealthily infiltrated the village committee. Picking simple locks was no challenge for him, but the safe presented a formidable obstacle. He was, after all, not a professional thief. Thus, he had no choice but to wait. The second piece of good news came over a week later when the town informed that Gu Daya had been formally detained. Subsequently, the vice mayor assigned to oversee the matter visited the village for an investigation, prompting Gu Songyang to heed Ma Dongsheng's earlier advice and approach the vice mayor. Ma Dongsheng, feeling uneasy, accompanied him to the village committee. Fortunately, his presence proved wise, as Gu Songyang was still rather inexperienced. Upon arrival, this fellow immediately sought to inform the leader of the former village chief Gu Daya's status as a tyrannical local bully. However, just as he began to speak, he was abruptly interrupted by a fool who called out, "Songyang, there is someone outside. Come and take a look with me." Upon hearing these words, Gu Songyang instantly recognized that Erzi had something significant to convey. He exchanged brief pleasantries with his superiors and promptly exited the village committee. "Uncle, what is the matter? Don't mention to the leaders that Gu Daya is part of a criminal organization." "Why not? Didn't you tell me to take advantage of his misfortune? Are you dazed? You've already done that. Now you're facing the deputy town mayor in charge. If the former village chief was indeed part of a criminal organization, wouldn't his superiors be implicated as well?" Gu Songyang listened, suddenly enlightened. "Oh, right. What do you think the leaders are here to investigate? Are they genuinely interested in the local sentiments?" "Exactly. They are here to assess the situation. They want to see if Gu Daya's recent troubles will reflect poorly on the town." "That makes sense. How do we resolve this?" "You must assure them, making it clear that if you were to become village chief, you would maintain a clean slate." "Huh? What do you mean, huh? Just do as I say." All right. Gu Songyang felt an urge to slap his thigh in realization. Ma Dongsheng cautioned him. "Calm down, hurry back in. Act more mature. Don't give them the impression that you are just a student." "I understand." Gu Songyang re-entered and, following Ma Dongsheng's advice, spoke with measured composure. Observing the leader's expressions shift from somber to sunny, he gained confidence with every word. Ultimately, he declared that if given the opportunity, he would lead Gujiazhuang to become the star village of the town. What leader wouldn't he be pleased by such sentiments? In truth, they particularly appreciated his earlier characterization of the former village chief. Comrade Gu is quite commendable, displaying high awareness. Most importantly, he possesses a sense of responsibility and is willing to take charge in critical moments. Our grassroots organizations should have more young individuals like Comrade Gu, who have received higher education and possess ambition and knowledge. Only then will our villages have hope. Excellent. The fool beside him began to lead the applause. Several members of the village committee also joined in, clapping involuntarily, leaving the deputy town mayor feeling somewhat bashful. "Heh, Comrade Gu, where is your organizational affiliation?" "Rest assured, leader, there are no grievances." "Very well. Consider this a form of assessment from the town. If you perform well, the town will support you. By the way, do any other comrades have objections?" Initially, those aligned with Gu Daya in the village committee were conflicted about supporting Gu Songyang. However, they were taken aback when this young man proactively took the initiative and refrained from labeling Gu Daya as a criminal. This also signaled to others that he would not pursue the previous issues. The town leaders were momentarily stunned by Gu Songyang's eloquence, which was incomparable to Gu Daya's. When the town leaders inquired, the members of the village committee had no choice but to express their agreement. Of course, one member was absent, the women's director. She had already quarreled with her husband several times at home, and he had declared that she would no longer serve as women's director this year, opting to work alongside him instead. The departure of any committee member was a positive development. Ideally, all would withdraw from their positions. With the support of the town leadership, Ma Dongsheng promptly guided Gu Songyang to commence his work. The initial task was to demand that the village committee hand over the village's financial records. Unsurprisingly, this met with immediate opposition from everyone involved. Their unified stance was clear. Gu Songyang was not the legitimate village head, and thus, the financial records could not be surrendered. If the records could not be obtained, surely other items could be, such as the keys to the village committee or the household registration book from the family of Shao. Ma Dongsheng deliberately orchestrated this maneuver for Gu Songyang as a distraction. He had little regard for the village's financial records. They were merely a collection of disorganized accounts. His true aim was to compel the members of the village committee to protect their own interests. The committee members were well aware of Gu Songyang's kindness towards Shao, even allowing him to reside in his own home. Therefore, if the financial records were withheld, there was no justification for denying the household registration book. Upon acquiring the household registration book, Ma Dongxing finally learned the true name of the fool, Gu Shibei. Though perplexed by such a peculiar name, he found that Gu Shibei, while not dazzling, possessed a certain grandeur. Excellent. Gu Shibei. From this moment on, I shall be known as Gu Shibei. Firwil Ma Dongxing. Chapter 15. I am Gu Shibei. Gu Shibei. He repeated this to himself, affirming, I am Gu Shibei. Everything must begin anew, yet the past cannot be severed. The moment he obtained the household registration book, he had Gu Songyang take him to the town police station to apply for an identification card, which was expedited. The process was swift. However, by the time Gu Shibei received his identification card, the Lantern Festival had already passed. Gu Shibei did not leave Gujia village immediately after obtaining his identification card. He spent one final night at Gu Songyang's home, engaging in extensive discussions. He imparted a wealth of experience accumulated from his previous life, cautioning Gu Songyang about the treacherous nature of society and the malice of human hearts. He elucidated how to interact with higher authorities, emphasizing the need to discern their desires and cater to their preferences. Moreover, he advised on dealing with the grassroots villagers, revealing that their expectations were modest, yet their cunning and unpredictability were profound. He assured Gu Songyang that, in the current economic climate, rural areas still held great potential. He insisted that Gu Songyang must firmly establish himself in the position of village head. Gu Songyang nodded in agreement, no longer surprised by the knowledge possessed by this seemingly foolish individual. Shibei, what does this mean? Where are you going? You mentioned that I could no longer sleep in the cattle shed and rely on others for food. I must go out and earn a living. Shibei, are you going to work? Gu Shibei smiled slightly, thinking to himself that working in a conventional job was not his plans. Jobs in the outside world were scarce, and aside from his identification card, he possessed no other credentials. Even delivering food required a high school diploma. Songyang, you need not worry about me. While office jobs in big cities are hard to come by, there are plenty of labor-intensive jobs available. But Shibei, you encouraged me to stay in the village. Why don't you stay here with me? If I remain, I would merely be a fool. It is by venturing out that I will find my own horizon. Gu Songyang listened, utterly bewildered. At dawn tomorrow, I shall depart from Gujia village. There is no need for you to see me off. When others inquire about my whereabouts in a few days, simply inform them that I have fled. Fled? Do not seek me out. Once I acquire a mobile phone, I shall provide you with my contact information. Observing Gu Shibei's resolute demeanor, Gu Songyang refrained from further discourse and instead retrieved all the cash from his pockets, handing it to Gu Shibei. Shibei, without a phone, I cannot transfer you any money. In truth, the amount I could send is quite limited. Since graduation, I have yet to secure formal employment. This sum is merely the pocket money I received during the new year. The advantages of remaining unmarried. Gu Shibei accepted the money, glancing at it. Approximately 2,000 or 3,000 yuan. Take this, buy yourself some new clothes. What you have on does not fit you well. Gu Shibei felt a surge of gratitude. He had not anticipated that Gu Songyang would genuinely care for him. For someone who has experienced greater luxuries, 2,000 or 3,000 yuan may appear trivial. Yet the value lies not in the amount, but in the intent behind it. This sum represented nearly everything Gu Songyang possessed, rendering it truly invaluable. Gu Shibei did not return the money to Gu Songyang. Instead, he carefully folded it and tucked it into his pocket. Thank you, Songyang. I promise I will repay you in the future. Gu Songyang smiled. It is not a large amount. There's no need for repayment. So tomorrow, you truly will not allow me to see you off? Gu Shibei did not reply, but handed Gu Songyang a tightly bound package. This is a set of tools. Please hold on to it for me. It will be inconvenient to carry on my journey. Once I settle in the city, I will arrange for it to be delivered to me. As Gu Songyang took the package, he could not help but murmur, Zir, have you been feigning ignorance all along? Just like in a martial arts novel, are you evading something? Gu Shibei chuckled softly, patting Gu Songyang on the back. Make sure to open the door early tomorrow. I will leave at dawn. True to his word, Gu Shibei departed from Gujia village at the break of day. He first unearthed the broken porcelain bottle and then made his way to the town on foot, eventually taking a bus to the city. Upon arrival, he treated himself to a complete new outfit. Initially, he instinctively reached for a black jacket, but reconsidered, realizing that as a young man in his 20s, he ought to dress more fashionably and vibrantly. Thus, he opted for a white down jacket and blue jeans, emulating the youthful styles he observed on the streets. He then sought out a bathing establishment to cleanse himself thoroughly, followed by a visit to a barber. When asked what style he desired, he replied, "You decide." The barber suggested a chestnut style. What is a chestnut style? And what about a melon seed head? Gushi Bei was perplexed. However, upon completion, he gazed into the mirror, and even the barber was taken aback. Wow, what a transformation. Gushi Bei had not anticipated that this simple country lad could possess such striking features. Marvelous. With this physique and appearance, you can certainly earn a fortune. After polishing his appearance and feeling rejuvenated, Gushi Bei purchased a train ticket to Jinling. For him, Jinling City was a familiar realm, as the majority of his resources from his previous life were situated there. Upon exiting the train station, he promptly hailed a cab to his southeast antique city. The bustling marketplace remained as lively as ever. He approached the management office of the antique city, the very place where he had worked in his previous life. To his astonishment, he noticed someone at the entrance tearing down the frosted anti-collision strip from the glass door. Originally emblazoned with the characters for Southeast Antique City, half of the glass was now affixed with a new anti-collision strip that read Baiwa Antique City. Gushi Bei could not help but inquire what happened to the name. The worker replacing the strip did not even lift his head. They changed the name. Gushi Bei was taken aback and hurried inside, only to discover that the name on the reception background panel had also been altered to Baiwa Antique City. Who changed the name of the antique city? The young lady at the reception looked at Gushi Bei, momentarily stunned. May I ask who you were looking for? Xiao Su, who authorized the name change. Gushi Bei instinctively questioned her in a tone befitting a boss. The reception beauty stared at the handsome man with a mix of confusion and annoyance. While he was somewhat attractive, his manner of speaking was rather presumptuous. Who are you looking for? Do you have business here? Gushi Bei was about to lose his temper at the receptionist, but upon seeing her expression, he instantly realized that he was no longer the owner of this establishment. The boss had passed away, and he was merely a country bumpkin. Gushi Bei immediately donned a somewhat foolish grin. I apologize, miss. I came to inquire about renting a storefront. Oh, go up to the third floor and find the leasing department. All right. However, let me ask, wasn't this place once called Southeast Antique City? I was here discussing matters last year, and it had that name. Oh, the company has a new owner now, hence the name change. What? Gushi Bei was quite taken aback. The owner was Ma Dongsheng, wasn't it? How did it change? Well, I don't know about that. You should confirm with the leasing department. Or I could call a colleague from leasing down for you. No need. I'll just go find Manager Han. Gushi Bei was certainly familiar with his former territory. Upon ascending, he found that the staff were still those he had personally recruited, yet none of them recognized him. Chapter 16. I am a little wolf dog. Gushi Bei pretended to be there to rent a storefront in the antique city. He claimed to have been in direct contact with boss Ma Dongsheng last year, intending to rent 4 storefronts to establish a large shop. The leasing manager was quite excited upon hearing this. However, Gushi Bei then inquired, what happened to boss Ma? Why can't I reach him by phone? The leasing manager lowered his voice to explain, to be frank, our Mr. Ma has encountered an unfortunate incident. You may have noticed as you came up, our antique city has been renamed. Mr. Ma had an accident, and he is no longer with us. What? Guxi by Feignitz Apais. Although Mr. Ma is gone, it shouldn't affect the operation of the antique city. We have a new owner now. No, if Mr. Ma has indeed had an accident, how can there be a new owner already? Well, I cannot elaborate on that. In summary, Mr. Ma's wife and children have directly transferred ownership of the antique city. In fact, this has transpired within just a few days. Why? Well, as employees, we are left in the dark. However, Mr. Gu, you may converse with me about it, or I could invite the new owner to meet you. Mr. Gushi Bei mentioned that Mr. Ma is no longer present, and perhaps it is best to discuss this later. After saying this, he hurriedly left the antique city. In the span of merely half a month, Mr. Ma Dongsheng's most significant asset, an embodiment of his lifelong dedication, has seemingly changed hands. Mr. Gushi Bei was somewhat taken aback, but more so filled with disappointment. He hastily departed the antique city and took a taxi back to his villa. No, it was no longer his villa. It belonged to someone else. He found himself unable to even enter the community gate. When the security guard inquired whom he was looking for, he was momentarily stunned, uttered not a word, and turned to leave. He understood that the property management of this villa community was notoriously stringent. Without the owner's consent, even a dog would be barred from entry. This was, after all, the very reason he had invested heavily in this place. Could it truly be that everything was no longer connected to him? As he gazed at the gradually illuminated villa lights, a sense of unwillingness welled up within him. This is the nature of humanity. One may be acutely aware that everything no longer belongs to them, yet still cling to the notion of what if. In this world, the vast majority of circumstances offer no what if. Indeed, The reason for Mr. Gu Shibei's success in his past life was his ability to discern when to advance and when to retreat. Nonetheless, despite this wisdom, he ultimately met his demise in his final endeavor, falling prey to a so-called sense of ritual. Mr. Gu Shibei couldn't help but chuckle to himself, mocking his own naivety, having lived 60 years in his past life, still too inexperienced. What a ridiculous notion of ritual. Mr. Gu Shibei departed the villa, yet he had no intention of surrendering. He could forsake all the wealth from his past life, but that particular collection was a must-have. It was a bequest from his master before his passing, who had expressly instructed that this collection must never be relinquished, even if it meant destruction. It must not be allowed to enter the market. Although Mr. Gu Shibei remains unaware of what makes that antique so special, he must heed his master's words. Speaking of his master, the reason for Mr. Gu Shibei's previous success stemmed from having encountered two masters, both of whom he studied under for 15 years each. The first, a master of counterfeit antiques, accompanied him from the age of 13 until 27, bearing the surname May. The second, a tomb raider, mentored him from the age of 33 until 47, with the surname Song. Almost all of Mr. Gu Shibei's skills in his previous life were derived from these two masters, who could be regarded as his benefactors. However, he often harbored doubts, feeling as though he was a jinx to his masters, as he witnessed both of them perish before his very eyes. The master of antiquities, Master May, met his end when struck by a heavy vehicle right outside his door. The tomb raider, Master Song, died in his very arms. The sole antique he possessed was entrusted to him by his master in his final moments. Thus, he must obtain that antique at all costs. He departed from the villa community, yet had not ventured far when a familiar crimson sports car approached. It was indeed Ho Yusin, his wife from a previous life. The alluring and sensual woman was dressed in yoga attire, her hair styled in braids. Was she off to exercise? Hadn't he constructed a gym for her at home? Gu Shibei felt an overwhelming urge to rush over and call out to Ho Yusin. But the car had already descended into the underground garage. Frustration welled up within him. It had barely been a month since his demise. And not only had the antique shop been sold, but she had also taken to working out outside. As he gazed at the disappearing taillights, he could only turn away once more. However, the pressing matter of his own sustenance took precedence. He was hungry. He needed to eat. Hastily, he made his way to Jinling, having not consumed a meal since noon. His stomach growled with urgency. As a young man, he could hardly endure hunger. Gu Shibei first sought a place to dine, then purchased a mobile phone and obtained a SIM card. Yet he did not rush to contact Gujiazhuang. Instead, he found a hotel to stay for the night. After showering, he stood before the large mirror in his hotel room, wrapped in a towel. Suddenly, an idea struck him. He observed his new physique, tall and robust. He couldn't help but strike a muscular pose, chuckling to himself. Little Ho, don't you enjoy working out? Aren't you fond of the young and handsome? Well, here I am. Gu Shibei resolved to commence his fitness journey the following day. He intended to transform into that young and charming figure. Aware of his previous wife, Ho Yusin's fondness for the gym, he knew precisely where she frequented. Thus, upon waking the next day, he headed straight to that gym. The establishment, named Dreamland, was situated in the bustling commercial center of Jinling, exuding luxury. It was renowned as the favored haunt of the city's affluent women. Gu Shibei initially planned to acquire a membership card to both work out and await Ho Yusin's arrival. However, upon inquiring about the fees, he discovered that an annual membership cost a staggering 18,000. Glancing into his pockets, he realized he had just enough, slightly over 18,000. Should he spend it all on a membership, he would find himself homeless. He asked the receptionist if a monthly or quarterly membership was available, but she flatly refused, insisting that only annual memberships were offered, with options for 3-year and 5-year plans as well. After some contemplation, Gu Shibei gritted his teeth and opted for the annual membership. After completing the registration, he passed by a bank and decided to open a bank account. Though he was nearly broke in this era of mobile payments, carrying cash felt outdated. When he had attempted to pay in cash at the gym, he had nearly been refused. Thus, having a mobile payment account was akin to possessing an identity. Now residing in a hotel costing $400 to $500 per night, he promptly checked out to stay at a budget inn. Gu Shibei understood well that in urban life, money was fundamental. Without it, one could hardly take a step. Therefore, while fishing for beautiful women at the gym, he must also devise ways to earn money. Chapter 17. The Price to Pay. Gu Shibei sought a secluded spot to unveil the sole item he had brought from the countryside to Jinling. It was a broken porcelain bottle, specifically a pen holder, which he had once urinated upon at the village chief Gu Deyu's doorstep. Upon cleaning the penholder, Gu Shibei discovered it to be a genuine antique, a colorful Qing dynasty Conchiera pen holder adorned with poetry and figures. Despite a small chip, its overall condition remained commendable. The exterior was embellished with vibrant depictions of characters, including a fisherman leisurely seated on the riverbank, his trousers rolled up. The accompanying verse read, "Lingering. I fear the morning rain will drench my cloak." The lively painting vividly captured the carefree demeanor of the fisherman, harmoniously blending with the surrounding landscapes. The porcelain boasted bright colors, distinctly characteristic of the Kangxi and Qianlong periods. Gu Shibei estimated that if the pen holder were in pristine condition, its value would range between 70,000 to 100,000 yuan. However, due to the chip, its worth significantly depreciated. At a familiar shop, he could fetch around 20,000 yuan, but in unfamiliar hands, being taken advantage of for 10,000 or even 7,000 yuan was not unusual. Unfortunately, the money lay within arm's reach, yet remained unclaimed. Truth be told, anyone with even a modicum of knowledge about antiques would never consider such a piece fit for urination. The nature of money, what belongs to you and what is not, it's all destiny. He possessed the skills to restore antiques. Having apprenticed with a master craftsman in the art of forgery for over a decade, repairing a pen holder was child's play. Yet, time was of the essence, as he urgently needed funds. He had heard that fitness was quite an expense. After obtaining a gym membership, the charming receptionist had promoted various workout gear and protein powder, claiming it essential for effective training. Alas, the cost was steep, several hundred yuan for a can, and he would require one each week. Thus, Gu Shibei decided to forego repairs and opted to sell the pen holder instead. He ventured to the antique city of Jinling, now known as Baiwa Antique City. Familiar with every antique dealer there, he knew who was fair and who was not. Naturally, no antique dealer was entirely trustworthy. The nature of this trade is such that one may go years without business, only to profit immensely when the opportunity arises. Consequently, a certain level of unscrupulousness is inherent to the profession. The term fair is relative at best. The antique dealers were known to adjust their prices based on the clientele. Gujiazhuang was known for its unwelcoming pricing towards outsiders. Presently, Gu Shibei was indeed an outsider, a newcomer. He first entered Gujiazhuang due to its prime location at the entrance of the antique city, hoping to gauge the initial price. The proprietor, Sun Jijing, was infamous in the circle for his aggressive bargaining tactics, particularly against those unfamiliar with the nuances of the trade. In the world of antiques, pricing often appears arbitrary. An item worth 10,000 yuan could be listed at 10 million, while a buyer might counteroffer as low as 1 or 200 yuan. The opening price is, in fact, of little significance. What truly matters is the final transaction price. If the offered price is low, it generally indicates a singular circumstance, a lack of discernment. There exists a well-known adage within the antique trade. When discernment is lacking, one compensates with price. This means that if one lacks the ability to authenticate the genuineness and value of an antique, they tend to drive the price down, acquiring items at a bargain. Purchasing at a low price usually guarantees minimal loss, and should fortune favor, one might even strike gold. The proprietor of Gujiazhuang, Sun Jijing, epitomizes such a typical antique dealer. His lack of discernment is notorious, leading him to offer famously low prices, even earning him the moniker of Black Opener. Gujiazhuang is also known as one of the establishments most frequently embroiled in disputes with clients over pricing, often attracting ire for its excessively low offers. As Gu Shibei approached with his pen holder, he overheard raised voices within. "Do you even understand antiques? What discernment? This is fake." "Sir, I never claimed it was fake. I merely made an offer, did I not? You proposed 3,000, yet such craftsmanship surely commands more. You might as well assert it is counterfeit." Authenticity is subjective. I shall offer this price. If you wish to transact, we shall. If not, feel free to consult elsewhere. In Gujiazhuang, Sun Jijing sat by the tea table. Siping there. Gu Shibei nonchalantly approached and spotted a man in his 60s tidying up a brocade box on the table, revealing a Buddha statue. Upon a cursory glance, Gu Shibei thought to himself, it is no wonder Sun Jijing offered 3,000, for the statue's condition is indeed remarkable. Gleaming with gold, it appeared as if brand new. In the antique world, those with poor discernment often fear pieces in pristine condition. This statue depicts a Vajrasattva, an exquisite piece of art, irrespective of its authenticity. The gilded figure, crowned with flowers and style with a top knot, features intricate details. The forehead is full, with eyes cast downward, a white hairlock between the brows, and a prominent nose that conveys an air of solemnity. The upper body is bare, while the lower half is adorned with a fitted skirt, cinched at the waist with a jeweled belt. The embellishments are elaborate, with a collar and long chains adorning the chest, and bracelets on the arms and legs. All beautifully crafted and inlaid with turquoise of exceptional quality, nearly flawless. The Vajrasattva sits cross-legged upon a double lotus throne, hands clasped at the chest in a gesture of the supreme Buddha seal. The entire figure is elegantly proportioned, exuding an aura of grandeur and perfection. Frankly, if it were genuine, it would indeed be a rare treasure. However, not all items of fine condition command high value. The worth of antiques is contingent upon their category, age, and the narratives behind them, which fundamentally determine their value. This Vajrasattva is a quintessential representation of Tibetan Buddhist iconography, and based on its craftsmanship, it likely dates back to the Ming dynasty. If authentic, its value would be estimated between 250,000 to 300,000. Certainly, the premise must be genuine. But is it indeed true? Gu Shibei, despite his discerning eye, could not ascertain its authenticity. Although his vision is keen, he lacks the extraordinary perception akin to a golden eye. It is impossible to determine veracity with a mere glance. A tangible examination is indispensable, particularly for an item of such exquisite condition, which necessitates a meticulous approach akin to that of a seasoned traditional Chinese medicine practitioner. It is worth noting that the so-called live antique appraisals featured in short videos are predominantly scripted performances. While others may be oblivious, Gu Shibei is acutely aware, having dedicated 15 years to the art of antiquities. Crafting imitation antiques that appear indistinguishable from the genuine article is merely the foundational skill in this realm. Thus, within the antiquities trade, one must not rely solely on sight, for it is prone to deception. Moreover, the eyes are the most misleading of senses. Therefore, one must engage all faculties, ears, nose, mouth, hands, and feet, to mitigate the risk of being misled. Chapter 18. The Fear of Comparison. The seller, while tidying up the Buddha statue, muttered his grievances. However, when it came time to pack and depart, he hesitated. Clutching the statue in his hands, he refused to place it in the embroidered box, continuously grumbling about the owner's lack of discernment. In contrast, the proprietor, Sun Jijing, remained unperturbed, sipping his tea and chuckling upon noticing Gu Shibei's entrance. This proprietor, what do you have there? Sun Jijing glanced at the bag Gu Shibei carried. Is there a treasure to unveil? Gu Shibei nodded, retrieving a brush pot from the bag and gently placing it on the tea table. He remained silent, merely gesturing for Sun Jijing to examine it. Sun Jijing set down his teacup, casually wiped his hands with a nearby towel, and then directly inspected the brush pot. This item could essentially be considered a gateway piece. After a few minutes of scrutiny, Sun Jijing began to murmur. A colorful figure brush pot from the Qing dynasty during the Kangxi era? Remarkable, yet so flawed. How could it have such a significant defect? This is, in fact, a common tactic among antique dealers. Regardless of the item's quality, the buyer will invariably find reasons to point out its imperfections, particularly in the realm of antiquities. They relish this approach, criticizing various aspects while observing the seller's reactions. Nonetheless, while he remained silent, the individual selling the Buddha statue interjected. You can always find a reason to disparage any item brought forth, even the finest pieces, and you insist on highlighting their flaws. Sun Jijing furrowed his brow, silently cursing under his breath. However, he refrained from responding, choosing instead to set down the brush pot and ignore the meddlesome remarks. He turned to Gu Shibei and, with a slight smile, inquired, "What price do you have in mind?" 30,000. Gu Shibei raised 3 fingers. His offer was fair and devoid of excessive ambition. It was a habit formed in his previous life, where Ma Dongsheng was renowned for his precise pricing in the antique trade. Most of the items he dealt with were sold at fixed prices. Therefore, even now, not dealing in common goods, he could not shake that habit. Sun Jijing shook his head, chuckling, stating, "Impossible. Then, what price do you propose?" Gu Shibei wasted no words. Sun Jijing raised his thumb and pinky finger, exclaiming, 6,000. Before Gu Shibei could utter a word, a fellow nearby interjected, "What the hell? You offer 6,000 for that shabby brush holder, yet you only value my exquisite statue at 3,000? Are your eyes working?" The vendor of the Buddha statue was visibly incensed by Sun Jijing's offer for the brush holder. As the old adage goes, one need not fear ignorance of goods, but rather the disparity in their value. Who would have thought that a mere brush holder could fetch 6,000? Infuriated, the vendor swiftly placed the statue into a silk box, cradled it, and turned to leave. In his departure, Sun Jijing called out, Hey, don't be in such a hurry. If my offer is low, how about you make a counteroffer? Where are you going? Isn't this a negotiation? This was clearly a ploy. However, the seller, vexed, retorted, Negotiate? Not a chance. Even if you offer me a higher price, I wouldn't sell it to you. Blind and foolish, yet you run an antique shop. Truly ridiculous. Seeing the old man leave, Gu Shibei too decided against selling the brush holder. The price for the brush holder is negotiable. How? I despise haggling. With that, Gu Shibei turned and briskly exited the Jijin Hall. He had never intended to sell to the Jijin Hall. He merely came to gauge the price. Furthermore, he aimed to pursue the old vendor of the Buddha statue. Upon exiting the Jijin Hall, the old man was headed toward another antique shop nearby, but was halted by Gu Shibei's call. Excuse me, sir. May I have a word? Upon noticing that Gu Shibei also held a brush holder, the old man remarked in surprise, You're not selling to them either? This place is quite unscrupulous. Not unscrupulous, merely blind. However, for your damaged brush holder, 6,000 is acceptable. Upon hearing this, Gu Shibei felt even more convinced that this man was not well versed in the field. He had failed to grasp the strategy behind Sun Jijing's earlier offer. Smiling, Gu Shibei glanced at the silk box in the old man's hands. Sir, may I take a closer look at your Buddha statue? You? Interested in buying? To see the item? The old man hesitated for a moment, but eventually opened the silk box. Gu Shibei carefully examined the Vajrasattva statue, noting its excellent condition, though it was not without flaws. Numerous areas bore evident signs of age, and the statue was indeed meant to be displayed openly, lacking any significant doubts regarding its authenticity. Sun Jijing's low bid was likely a tactic aimed at exploiting the old man's lack of knowledge. However, unexpectedly, the old man had been driven away by the mere brush holder. Gu Shibei took a brief glance, spending no more than half a minute, mindful not to delay the old man unnecessarily. After all, he had no genuine intent to purchase, as he lacked the funds. Were he not financially constrained, he would certainly wish to acquire it. Nonetheless, abstaining from purchase did not equate to foregoing profit. The beauty of the Buddha statue before him was undeniable, and passing up such a treasure would be a lamentable loss. Gu Shibei cautiously returned the statue to the silk box. May I inquire your surname, sir? Oh, I am surnamed Zhou. Mr. Zhou, this Buddha statue is quite authentic. As for its age, it likely dates back to the Ming dynasty. The words elicited a smile from the other party. Young man, I must admit you possess a remarkable understanding of this field, far superior to that blind antiquarian we encountered earlier. However, Mr. Zhou, let me speak candidly. The fellow we just met wasn't blind. He was deliberately attempting to undercut your price. Yet, his rationale for doing so is not entirely unfounded. May I inquire what you believe to be the flaw in your statue? Flaw? Such beauty, and yet there is a flaw? The flaw lies in its excessive beauty. The other party looked bewildered. Consider this. A statue that has existed for centuries, crafted from gilded bronze, how could it possibly remain in such pristine condition? Devoid of the marks of time? Is that also a flaw? Antiquarians and collectors adhere to a principle. Better to miss 1,000 opportunities than to mistakenly purchase a single counterfeit. Your statue exemplifies this principle. Its beauty is so exceptional that it seems almost uncharacteristic of an artifact from hundreds of years ago. The absence of any patina raises suspicions, and as suspicions arise, Gu Shibei refrained from continuing his thought. Mr. Zhou shook his head in disbelief. If that were the case, then no one should engage in the antiquities trade. Every antique in existence, even those in the Forbidden City, can be scrutinized for a myriad of inconsistencies. Thus, antiquarians will invariably attempt to negotiate at rock-bottom prices to mitigate their risks. My statue, despite its allure, still carries risk. As I mentioned earlier, its excessive beauty constitutes a risk. Do not be misled. Even if you were to take it to the antique market, most dealers would employ similar tactics. Do you believe me? The elder Zhou was rendered speechless by Gu Shibei's assertions. Chapter 19, Assistance in Selling. Observing the elder's silence, Gu Shibei seized the moment. Mr. Zhou, if I'm not mistaken, you are not primarily engaged in the antiquities business, are you? The other party paused for a moment. Young man, despite your youth, you appear quite knowledgeable. To be candid, although I'm not old, I've been immersed in the antiquities world since childhood. My family is steeped in this trade. Both my grandfather and father were dedicated to the business. However, it has ceased with my generation. Nonetheless, I still possess considerable knowledge of the field. That explains it. Mr. Zhou, I must say something you may not wish to hear. Speak freely. You are clearly a novice, a layman, not even worthy of being called a member of the National Treasure Society. What is the National Treasure Society? You see, the National Treasure Society comprises collectors who lack discernment yet possess unwavering confidence, believing their collections to be national treasures, when in fact, they are mere fakes. In that regard, I certainly do not belong. In truth, this statue, it is not one that you have collected. Rather, it has been passed down through your family or acquired from someone else. Before presenting it for sale, you undertook considerable research and garnered some understanding of its general value. Did you not? Gujiazhuang preempted half of Zhou's response. The elder nodded vigorously in agreement. Mr. Zhou, understanding antiques and comprehending the antiquities trade are two distinctly different matters. In the eyes of antiquarians, you are a quintessential target. Is that so? I refuse to believe it. I can inquire at each establishment. If the price is too low, I simply won't sell. What can they do to me? You must not pursue that course of action, Mr. Zhou. Why not? The antiquities trade, in reality, is a rather insular community. Engaging in price comparison is a commonplace activity. However, one must exercise caution, ensuring that comparisons do not extend beyond 3 to 5 establishments. Otherwise, one may find oneself in a downward spiral of decreasing valuations. How could this be? Do not dismiss this notion. Once you traverse 3 to 5 shops, word within the community will spread that someone in Jinling is rushing to sell a Buddha statue, revealing a lack of expertise. Thus, before I could finish my thought, the other party seemed to awaken to this reality. In the antique trade, the more exquisite the item, the more discreetly it should be sold. Your approach of visiting numerous shops is highly inadvisable. Yet, how could I discern which shop offers a trustworthy price? At this juncture, the old man suddenly recalled something and widened his eyes at Gujiazhuang. Yes, you mentioned wanting to purchase this Buddha statue. He chuckled. I wonder how much you are willing to pay. Upon hearing the price, the other party furrowed his brow in contemplation. 300,000. Gujiazhuang could not help but chuckle. Do you perceive me as an antique dealer? Are you attempting to engage me in a negotiation that favors you? The awkward laughter from the other party was palpable. Mr. Zhou, let's be clear, I have no interest in your Buddha statue. No, the price is negotiable. The other party grew anxious, reminiscent of Sun Jijing's demeanor earlier. Consider this. I happen to be selling a pen holder as well. I could assist you in selling your Buddha statue, preventing those antique dealers from treating you like a lamb for slaughter. Oh, how grateful I am. Young man, what is your name? I am Gu. However, do not express your gratitude just yet. I must clarify that my assistance will not come without a fee. I require a 10% commission. The other party reacted as if he had swallowed a fly. Gujiazhuang could not suppress his amusement. My dear sir, if I were to offer my services without any expectation of compensation, would you truly believe me? Would you dare accept such an offer? Upon reflection, the other party nodded, seemingly grasping the situation. You make a valid point. However, how much do you believe you could sell it for? I cannot guarantee an exact figure, but it will undoubtedly exceed your asking price substantially. Yet, regarding that 10%, sir, as you witnessed at Jijin Hall, your stunning Buddha statue received an offer of 3,000, while my damaged pen holder was valued at 6,000. This illustrates my worth. Absolutely. I will ensure you receive value for your item, but there must be a minimum price. You are overthinking. You are not obliged to sell it through me. The Buddha statue remains in your possession. I shall merely facilitate the sale. You need not utter a word regarding the price. Ultimately, I will gauge your interest. If you nod, we proceed with the sale. If you shake your head, we part ways. Very well. Now, allow me to enlighten you about antique pricing. For instance, let us suppose your antique has a market value of 100,000. What do you believe is an appropriate selling price? That would be 100,000. As you stated, the market price is 100,000. Gujiazhuang shook his head in dismay. If the market price is 100,000 and you sell it for 100,000, what would you, as an antique dealer, intend to mark it up for resale? Furthermore, if you were to purchase this antique from a dealer, how much would you be willing to pay? This inquiry left the other party momentarily speechless. The market value is not determined by the seller, but rather set by the buyer. The antique dealer acquires antiques, and if the selling price aligns with the market value, he must ensure profitability while considering his costs. Observe the antique market. The shops appear largely deserted, with the elderly gentleman noticing that the storefronts are mostly devoid of passers-by. Thus, the costs associated with the antique business are considerable, unlike other industries characterized by thin profit margins and high sales volumes. The antique trade often endures prolonged periods of inactivity. The saying goes that an antique dealer may remain closed for 3 years, only to make a living off the subsequent 3 years of sales. The other party nodded in acknowledgement, but furrowed his brow. If that is the case, does it not render the trade of antiques rather unprofitable? You are quite correct. Antiques are meant for collecting. The essence lies in their preservation. The profit derives from the time value of the antiques. Of course, those in the know understand that it is through speculation that antiques acquire time value. The depths of this industry are quite profound. My dear sir, the average individual should refrain from engaging with antiques. It can be quite an unaffordable pursuit. Young man, you certainly possess a keen understanding. Indeed, let me tell you, it is truly fortuitous for you to encounter me today. A commission of 10% will undoubtedly provide you with value for your money. You should be aware that if you were to take your items to an auction house, they would charge you at least 15%, and the selling price may not necessarily be high. Buyers also incur a 15% commission, all of which are costs that diminish the market value. The other party nodded in agreement, expressing gratitude. Thus, if you genuinely wish to sell, your reserve price should be quite realistic. I comprehend your intent. Very well, follow me, but please refrain from speaking. Gujiazhuang led the elderly gentleman into the Biflower antique market, heading directly to a well-regarded shop named Gujiazhuang. The proprietor, Zhou Baosheng, is renowned in the Jinling antique circle as an expert in Buddha statues, often referred to as the Buddha eye. Consequently, those within the circle prefer to conduct transactions involving Buddhist statues at Gujiazhuang. A dealer with discerning judgment implies reduced risk in acquisitions, which fosters confidence and precision in pricing. Hence, Gujiazhuang first brought the elderly man into Gujiazhuang. Inside Gujiazhuang, a shop assistant was dozing at the counter, likely fatigued from a post-lunch stupor while scrolling through his phone. Gujiazhuang gently cleared his throat, rousing the assistant, who groggily looked up. "What can I do for you?" "Boss, where's the owner?" The assistant gestured towards the back room. Without further ado, Gujiazhuang turned and proceeded into the inner chamber. At a long tea table, the owner, Zhou Baosheng, was engrossed in his phone. "Zhou boss," Gujiazhuang called out cheerfully. Zhou Baosheng lifted his gaze, noticing a tall young man who appeared rather handsome, yet possessed a hint of naivete. Zhou put down his phone and flashed a welcoming smile. Please, have a seat." He promptly invited Gujiazhuang to sit. In truth, he did not recognize Gujiazhuang, but that was inconsequential. A greeting had been exchanged. First, they would sit, then enjoy tea, followed by inquiries about each other's identities and intentions regarding buying or selling. This is the daily routine of an antique shop. Zhou Baosheng busily attended to his guests, pouring tea while casting a glance at the individuals present. It was then that he noticed an elderly gentleman following behind. Realizing the esteemed figure's presence, he promptly shifted his attention to the old man and warmly invited, "Sir, please sit down and enjoy some tea." Gujiazhuang took the lead and settled into a seat. The elderly gentleman, surnamed Zhou, hesitated with a brocade box in hand, momentarily taken aback. It was only after Gujiazhuang patted the adjacent stool that he finally took his seat, adhering to prior instructions to remain silent, appearing rather reserved. Observing the demeanor of the two gentlemen before him, Zhou Baosheng redirected his gaze towards the younger man. He first served tea to the elder and then to Gujiazhuang, his eyes lingering on the latter's countenance. "Sir, do you happen to know me?" he inquired. Who in the antique circle doesn't know you?" "Zhou Fo Yin," Gujiazhuang replied, nonchalantly lifting his teacup to indulge in the tea. Zhou Baosheng couldn't help but smile at this compliment. As the saying goes, flattery is always welcomed. Gujiazhuang had immediately endeared himself by bestowing a gold star upon his counterpart. It's merely a term of endearment among peers. A nickname, nothing more. Names can be fanciful. They are often reflections of parental aspirations. But nicknames, especially those given by fellow professionals, carry weight. Zhou Baosheng nodded in agreement, his demeanor lightening. He then poured more tea for Gujiazhuang while inquiring, "Forgive me, but you seem somewhat unfamiliar. Have you visited my Hongbao studio before?" "I have come here out of admiration. However, I have encountered you, Zhou boss, on several occasions. Just to recall, we exchanged thoughts at the Zhonghai Weijing auction 2 years ago. Do you not remember?" "Oh, you were at Weijing as well? That magnificent Vajrapani statue from the Qianlong era. What a remarkable acquisition you made." At the mention of the Vajrapani statue, Zhou Baosheng could hardly contain his pride, nearly spilling the tea he was holding. "That statue, valued at over 5 million in the market, had been secured for a mere 300,000. A fortunate find that became the talk of the antique community in Jinling. His nickname, Fo Yin, was thus solidified. The Vajrapani statue represented one of Zhou Baosheng's rare triumphs in his extensive years in the antique trade, particularly in acquiring pieces exceeding 5 million. It is noteworthy that most antique dealers typically engage in transactions ranging from several thousand to tens of thousands, with few reaching hundreds of thousands. And even rarer are those that surpass 1 million. Many small to mid-sized antique dealers go a lifetime without handling items worth over 1 million, let alone 5 million. Hence, Zhou Baosheng's pride in the Vajrapani statue was well justified. Though Gu Shibei could not have attended that auction 2 years prior, Ma Dongsheng was present. For instance, Zhou Boss, your discerning eye for Buddhist statues is truly remarkable. At that time, the prominent collector Gu Maoyuan hesitated at 348,000. Yet you boldly stepped in at 378, leaving him in the dust. That spectacle is one that only those who witnessed it can truly appreciate. Hearing these words, Zhou Baosheng couldn't help but become exceptionally attentive. This was because Gu Shibei's earlier remarks regarding the Great Vajra had already circulated widely within their circle. If a casual acquaintance were to offer a few flattering words, Zhou Baosheng would merely smile in agreement. However, this suggested that the young man before him might very well have been present at the scene. By the way, I forgot to inquire about your esteemed surname. My surname is Gu, Zhou Baosheng replied. Ah, Mr. Gu, you are indeed a person of great stature, yet prone to forgetfulness. I recall having consulted you regarding this piece of Vajra, questioning the several points of ambiguity that made you bold enough to raise the bidding paddle until the end. It seems someone did pose a similar inquiry to me. However, there were quite a few people around at the time, so I can hardly recall. My sincerest apologies. Hee. Indeed, the crowd was considerable. You were so exhilarated upon securing the significant piece that I remember you even tossed your paddle aside. Zhou Baosheng nodded repeatedly. Yes. I was truly ecstatic. Such a significant piece. As he spoke, Zhou Baosheng set down the teapot. Mr. Gu, you appear youthful yet accomplished, though it seems you have been in this field for many years. My family has been in the antique business for 3 generations. No wonder. Mr. Gu, shall we exchange contact information? Of course. I will add you on WeChat. Gu Shibei took out his phone and added Zhou Baosheng on WeChat. This WeChat account had actually been registered just the previous night, making Zhou Baosheng the first person he added. After completing the addition, Gu Shibei set down his phone and turned to gesture to the elderly man beside him. Though the old man said nothing, having overheard the dialogue, he had already developed a heightened sense of trust in Gu Shibei. He gently set down the brocade box. Seeing this, Zhou Baosheng realized they were there to make a sale. Gu Shibei cautiously pushed the brocade box towards Zhou Baosheng. Mr. Zhou, may I borrow your discerning eye? Zhou Baosheng first grabbed a towel to dry his hands while simultaneously assessing the elderly man beside him. Mr. Gu, it seems you hail from a prestigious lineage. Gu Shibei thought to himself, surely, you don't mistake this old man for my steward? He remained silent, merely offering a slight smile. As Zhou Baosheng opened the brocade box, his eyes fell upon the Buddha statue inside, and he couldn't help but exclaim, ah, what a rare and exquisite specimen. Gu Shibei chose not to speak, instead savoring his tea. In truth, Zhou Baosheng's comment was not made casually. It was a tactic. In the realm of antique trading, many outsiders would immediately seize upon such seemingly casual remarks from an antique dealer, launching into elaborate tales about how their piece came to be, its virtues, and its rarity. They would speak at length, unaware that they were unwittingly revealing their own naivety. From their words, the antique dealer could gauge whether they were a novice or an expert, the legitimacy of their piece, and where their bottom line might lie. In such instances, the most prudent response is to remain silent. Chapter 21. The Depths of Water. In the world of antique trading, there is no need for extensive introductions. Those who understand will naturally grasp the essence, while those who do not will find that no amount of explanation suffices. Moreover, the antique trade differs significantly from other industries. Practitioners in this field share a common flaw: arrogance. However, it may not be entirely accurate to label it as a flaw. The nature of this profession necessitates a certain degree of self-assurance, for one must trust their own judgment rather than the words of others. In fact, the more others speak, the more one tends to feel disdain. Thus, in the world of antiques, it is often wise to remain silent at pivotal moments. At this juncture, Gu Shibei exemplified this behavior, quietly sipping his tea without uttering a word. In contrast, The elderly gentleman beside him was eager to boast about his Buddha statue. Yet, noticing Gu Shibei's silence, he felt both anxious and perplexed, ultimately choosing to remain quiet. Zhou Baosheng meticulously examined the Bodhisattva statue. In a brief span of time, just a few minutes, he gently set the statue down. This particular piece was relatively accessible. Boss Gu, what is the price? Without a moment's hesitation, Gu Shibei raised 3 fingers. 300,000? Zhou Baosheng confirmed, to which Gu Shibei nodded. Zhou Baosheng reciprocated the gesture, but the elderly gentleman furrowed his brow, thinking to himself that the initial offer was rather low. 300,000. Zhou Baosheng murmured with a slight smile, the price is reasonable. Gu Shibei replied with a faint smile, I prefer not to haggle. Yet, 300,000 is the utmost I can offer. At best, it won't exceed that amount. Zhou Baosheng shook his head, appearing somewhat resigned. Boss, we are both in the industry. Your quoted price indicates you are well aware of the market. However, without discussing profits, you must leave me some room for utilities, rent, and labor costs, right? Haha. So, how about a fair offer? A fair offer? At most 22. You want to keep 80,000? What kind of utilities are so costly? The rent is steep. You must know that the rental prices in this antique market are exorbitant. Antique shops hardly make many transactions in a year. Understand, for a shop like yours, with 2 floors, the monthly rent is 50,000, totaling 600,000 annually. Zhou Baosheng was momentarily taken aback, gazing at Gu Shibei in astonishment. Boss Gu, how do you know this? I've mentioned, my family has been in the antique business for 3 generations. I am quite familiar with the antique trade in Jinling. You needn't doubt me. No, I believe you. Not to mention, I trust what you said about the waging auction venue, for not everyone is permitted entry there. With the conversation having reached such a point, Gu Shibei thought there was no need for further preamble. He set down his teacup and looked at Zhou Baosheng. Boss, I dislike the old-fashioned back and forth of haggling. Instead, let me present you with a firm offer. What do you think? You may speak. I shall reserve 5 for you. At 250,000. As he spoke, Gu Shibei subtly turned his gaze towards the elderly gentleman. Upon hearing the figure of 250,000, the old man was filled with joy, for he had previously encountered a price of 3,000 at Gujiazhuang, and after Gu Shibei had enlightened him on antique pricing, his mental benchmark was set at 200,000. Hearing Gu Shibei's offer of 250,000, he naturally agreed, giving a slight nod. 250? Zhou Baosheng found himself hesitating. However, Gu Shibei would not grant him the opportunity. Boss Zhou, this is the price. Fine, let's make the deal. If not, I shall inquire Lu Zhiqian. He should certainly have a keen interest in such a beautiful statue of the Bodhisattva. You know Lu Zhiqian? Zhou Baosheng's expression turned to one of astonishment, his mind beginning to ponder. Who is Lu Zhiqian? He is a prominent collector in Jinling City, particularly passionate about acquiring statues. Gu Shibei's words were tantamount to a declaration of war. For Zhou Baosheng, having received this Bodhisattva statue, Lu Zhiqian would undeniably be among the potential buyers. I can't say we know each other well, but contacting him is not complicated. Indeed, who in the industry wouldn't know of such a great collector? Almost there. Quick in and out. With such an excellent condition, it will be a swift turnover. Each of Gu Shibei's words resonated deeply with Zhou Baosheng. Hearing this, Zhou Baosheng could only shake his head. He chuckled. Boss Gu, you truly are a remarkable young man. You have everything under your control. My attempts to haggle are meaningless now. Let it be at this price. Gu Shibei accepted the payment and engaged Zhou Baosheng in casual conversation. Zhou Baosheng mentioned that he would seek him out for any good items in the future. Gu Shibei affirmed that it was certainly a must. Thus, his initial connections in the antique trade had begun to take shape. Upon leaving Hongbao's studio, Gu Shibei found a secluded spot, promptly transferring 25 million to the old man, retaining 250,000 for himself. After receiving the money, the elderly Zhou inquired, Boss Gu, why is it that you, without introducing the antique, received such a substantial price from the other party, while I was offered only 3,000? Because I am an insider, while you are an outsider. Is it that obvious? Gu Shibei smiled, refraining from further disheartening the old man. Mr. Zhou, the world of antiques is profoundly intricate. Ordinary individuals must tread carefully. Those treasure appraisal shows on television and live streams on mobile devices are deceptive and can lead to great harm. Surely it cannot be that exaggerated? I merely offer a word of caution. I understand. Earlier, you mentioned knowing a great collector surnamed Lu. Why not sell directly to him? Gu Shibei couldn't help but chuckle. Mr. Zhou, great collectors differ significantly from antique dealers. Dealers will buy anything that proves profitable. However, true great collectors are not so easily approached, without familiarity or a recommendation. They wouldn't even entertain a meeting. Would they refuse a valuable item? What does the source matter? It does. The provenance affects value and risk. The affluent seeks security. Not just any item. Oh, is indeed so meticulous? Old sir, this trade is profoundly deep. The more one resembles a retiree with a bit of wealth, the less one should engage with antiques. Beware, you might find yourself devoid of any savings. Having concluded his statement, Gu Shibei picked up his worn pen holder. I shall take my leave. I have yet to sell this pen holder. Why didn't you sell it at Hongbao Studio just now? Each has its own expertise. And the same goes for antique shops. In the realm of acquiring Buddhist statues, one finds that Hongbao Studio is quite suitable. However, when it comes to porcelain, particularly scholarly items, Ju Winch proves to be far more reliable. It seems that each antique shop offers a different selection. Indeed, thus, for those unacquainted with this industry, it is wise to refrain from diving in. Until we meet again, Gu Shibei exchanged greetings and headed to Ju Winch. Chapter 22, Binge-Watching Dramas. Gu Shibei, armed with his battered pen holder, made his way to Ju Winch. He was, of course, well acquainted with the establishment. In fact, he was familiar with nearly every shop in Baiwa Antique City. In his previous life, as Ma Dongsheng, during the initial recruitment of the antique market, he personally acquainted himself with every notable antique dealer in Jinling City, inviting them to relocate to his premises. The rent was not inexpensive. In fact, it was even costlier than other antique markets. Yet his reputation and the promise of connections and resources lured many dealers into temptation. Consequently, he was well versed in the antique merchants of Jinling City, particularly those in Baiwa Antique City. However, this time he did not engage in flattery with the owner, Wu Wenhua, as he had at Hongbao Studio. He presented his items, which were examined, and after a few straightforward negotiations, they settled on a price of 18,000. Gu Shibei found this price satisfactory, considering he was a newcomer. Achieving this amount was quite commendable. That afternoon, he earned a total of 430,000, which brought him joy, yet also a sense of melancholy. How could I be so exhilarated over a mere few thousand? I once held a fortune in the hundreds of millions, hardly sparing a glance at tens of thousands, and yet here I am, reduced to this state. With over 40,000 in hand, Gu Shibei felt considerably relieved. Initially, he contemplated staying at a hotel, but even the most economical options demanded over 100 per night. Recognizing that staying in a hotel was not a viable long-term solution, he decided to seek accommodation through a real estate agent. His requirements were quite simple: a private residence with a yard, not too distant from the city center, and at a reasonable rent. The agent, upon hearing this, nearly rolled their eyes. They could not resist commenting that affordable options were non-existent in the city center, and a standalone house was simply out of the question. Gu Shibei soon realized that his expectations were perhaps a bit excessive. Therefore, he adjusted his criteria, insisting on a private residence while expressing flexibility regarding the city center and rental price. But this was essentially meaningless. The agent shrugged, stating they would keep an eye out, and asked Gu Shibei to leave a contact number. The reason Gu Shibei was insistent on a private residence stemmed from habits of his former life. Additionally, he believed that as he navigated the antique world in this life, such accommodation would be more convenient. He did not exhaustively visit multiple agencies, only leaving his contact information with 3, until he found suitable housing. He opted for a hotel near the gym. That afternoon, he purchased an entire ensemble for working out: form-fitting attire, a sports bag, a water bottle, and more. All were brand-name items, costing him several thousand. I must say, he looked quite dashing. However, mere appearance was not sufficient. He was utterly clueless about the gym. To avoid embarrassment, Gu Shibei spent the evening fervently scrolling through short videos. Little did he know, upon watching, he felt utterly outdated and out of touch. He realized that his thoughts diverged significantly from those of the younger generation, both in their aspirations and their verbal expressions. Fortunately, he had a habit of meticulous planning before undertaking any task. Otherwise, he might have recklessly approached a yuxin at the gym, which would undoubtedly have ended in failure. However, the advent of short videos proved to be a boon, as they catered to one's interests with uncanny precision. Gu Shibei searched for ways to maintain a youthful mindset in older individuals and to swiftly align himself with youthful trends. A plethora of suggestions emerged from the short videos, advocating for guaranteed sleep, the sustenance of cognitive vitality, the pursuit of new knowledge, the embrace of fresh lifestyles, and the importance of distancing oneself from elderly circles to integrate with the youth. Gu Shibei dismissed these notions as nonsensical and irrelevant to his situation. While his mindset may lean towards the old, his body remained youthful. Yet, he did stumble upon some useful advice. One particular video suggested binge-watching dramas, particularly those featuring domineering CEOs, palace intrigues, and urban comedies. Essentially, he was encouraged to consume whatever the youth were watching. Isolated in his hotel room, Gu Shibei indulged in 3 consecutive days of drama watching. To be honest, he initially struggled to engage with the content, feeling as though he were swallowing flies. Utterly perplexed by the portrayal of a CEO who seemed to neglect his responsibilities in favor of ostentation. Nonetheless, he persevered and found himself increasingly captivated by the unfolding stories. Gu Shibei discovered that immersing himself in these dramas was indeed an effective strategy. The characters were predominantly young, their every action and dialogue serving as a microcosm of contemporary youth. He even began to adopt their speaking styles. After several days of this binge-watching, when he returned to the gym, he felt significantly more confident. Fortuitously, on his first day back, he spotted Hyuxin, clad in snug yoga attire. Her physique was nothing short of stunning, drawing the attention of numerous men as she moved through the gym. Gu Shibei couldn't help but feel a sense of pride, reflecting on his keen eye for beauty, not only in antiques, but also in women. However, he refrained from immediately approaching her, opting instead to observe from a distance. Firstly, he was a novice in fitness, lacking any substantial knowledge in that realm. Secondly, despite his tall and sturdy frame, he did not possess the sculpted physique that was prevalent among the gym-goers, most of whom sported chiseled abs. Gu Shibei felt like a blank canvas, too embarrassed to remove his shirt. Hence, the likelihood of succeeding in a conversation at that moment was quite low. Therefore, he decided to first observe and focus on improving himself. Yet, with his limited understanding of fitness, he recognized that hiring a trainer would be beneficial. However, upon inquiring, he discovered that trainers charged exorbitant fees, which felt akin to extortion, more lucrative than grave robbing, which at least came with its own risks. He mused that since he had been reborn, perhaps he should abandon the idea of grave robbing and instead become a fitness instructor. Naturally, hiring a trainer was out of the question. Nevertheless, the gym was open, and he could discreetly listen in on the lessons being conducted nearby. The coach meticulously recorded everything he taught, secretly jotting down notes before practicing on his own. After several days of training at the gym, Gu Shibei noticed remarkable improvements in his physique, clearly observing the definition of his muscles emerging. He surmised that the foolish individual had likely honed his skills at a martial arts school for many years, possessing a naturally muscular build. While Gu Shibei focused on sculpting his body, he also observed that Hyuxin diligently trained in combat techniques under the supervision of a coach, alongside 7 or 8 other participants in a gymnasium classroom. Eager to enhance his chances of striking up a conversation with Hyuxin, Gu Shibei positioned himself outside to covertly learn from their sessions. However, after only 2 days of clandestine observation, the combat coach discovered him. Chapter 23. Unlocking Hidden Strengths. The combat coach, a figure of muscular prowess, seized Gu Shibei and pulled him into the training room. "So you're sneaking a peek?" The coach bellowed, drawing the attention of all the students inside, including Hyuxin. Yet, Gu Shibei was no stranger to awkward situations. Embarrassment held no power over him. With a firm shake, he freed himself from the coach's grip. "Show some respect." The coach, taken aback by Gu Shibei's unexpected strength, grew increasingly irate. "This is a combat class. Have you even enrolled?" With a disdainful expression, Gu Shibei responded, "One can be brawny without being simple-minded. I was merely practicing beside you, without even entering the classroom. Why would I need to enroll?" The coach couldn't help but chuckle. "Practicing, you say? It looks awfully similar to what I just demonstrated. Isn't at all just a variation of the same combat moves. You think you're special? All right then," the coach exclaimed, tossing a pair of boxing gloves in Gu Shibei's direction. "If you think you can do it, let's have a match." The students around them instantly began to cheer. "Yes, let us see a match." The commotion quickly attracted a crowd in the gym. Meanwhile, the boxing coach reveled in his newfound authority. Gu Shibei felt a twinge of discomfort. While he was confident in his ability to take on an average opponent, facing a muscular combat coach was akin to courting disaster. Moreover, with Hyuxin watching, the prospect of being utterly defeated was unthinkable. Thus, with a cold smirk, he tossed the boxing gloves onto the floor. "Have you been watching too many short dramas?" he quipped, turning to leave. Yet, the combat coach was unwilling to let him escape so easily. "Aren't you supposed to be skilled?" As he spoke, the coach executed a swift kick. Without a moment's hesitation, Gu Shibei instinctively twisted his core. simultaneously bringing his palm down to meet the coach's incoming leg. He didn't T-strike with a fist. It appeared almost effortless as his hand descended. Upon contact with the coach's calf, a sharp cry of pain echoed through the room, followed by the sound of the coach collapsing to the ground. "Hey, are you trying to scam me?" Gujiazhuang instinctively exclaimed. However, upon observing the coach, he noticed an array of bruises adorning the latter's calves. The coach sat on the ground, grimacing in pain as he gingerly touched his injured leg. "How peculiar. I didn't exert much force, did I?" Gujiazhuang was equally bewildered. Yet among the onlookers, someone shouted, "Goodness! Wasn't that the famed Tongbei fist from those viral short videos?" Oh yes, indeed. The power was formidable. A seasoned fighter, perhaps. This left the coach in an awkward predicament. Gujiazhuang mused, Tongbei fist? Could it be that this fool had trained in a martial arts school since childhood? Realizing he harbored such formidable prowess, Gujiazhuang was instantly intrigued. However, he didn't gloat, but instead crouched down to check on the coach. "Are you all right? I didn't intend to strike you. It was merely a reflex. I barely used any strength." The coach wished he could vanish into the floor. Gujiazhuang reached out to assist him, but the coach declined. "Just go. Consider it a misunderstanding. Your leg isn't broken, is it? Do you need me to take you to the hospital?" The coach's face turned an even deeper shade of embarrassment. "It has nothing to do with you. Fine. Gujiazhuang stood up and noticed the surrounding gazes filled with admiration. He couldn't resist glancing at Huayusin, who mirrored his sentiment with a face full of adoration. Women often possess an innate attraction to strength. Nevertheless, Gujiazhuang's recent binge-watching of domineering CEO dramas had not been in vain. He immediately adopted an air of aloofness, rising without casting a glance at Huayusin, and actually turned to leave the classroom. Not only did he exit the fighting class, but he also gathered his belongings and departed the gym, leaving the audience in suspense and longing. Upon returning to the hotel, Gujiazhuang was filled with astonishment. He hurriedly retrieved his phone from the room and searched for Tongbei fist. Naturally, Gujiazhuang had heard of it before. He understood it was reputedly powerful, one of the few truly practical martial arts. However, he had never witnessed it firsthand. Yet, upon searching for it in short videos, he watched just 2 or 3 moves and instantly discovered the sequence of each subsequent technique. He unconsciously grasped the knowledge in his mind. Moreover, the more he watched, the clearer his understanding became, as if a long-lost memory had been awakened. So it turns out, this fool had indeed practiced Tongbei fist in the past. Gujiazhuang was astonished to realize he possessed an undisclosed martial prowess. He cast aside his phone, eager to practice this long-forgotten technique. However, the hotel room was simply too small, leaving him unable to move freely. He initially considered going to the park to practice, but just as he stepped out of the hotel, a phone call interrupted him. It was the real estate agent, informing him that they had indeed found a rather splendid house for him. A standalone courtyard situated right in the city center, and at an affordable rent. Such a place truly exists? Indeed. Would you like to come and take a look? The agent described this courtyard as being in the city center, which was true. However, it was an old, dilapidated building in a historic district. Through a narrow and crowded alley, he entered a yard filled to the brim with cardboard and plastic bottles. A foul stench lingered in the air. The agent has already been waiting inside. However, the courtyard is not solely occupied by the agent. There are several individuals viewing the property as well. What does that even mean? Gujiazhuang couldn't help but mutter to himself. Oh, it's the landlord bringing others to see the house. Is this property truly in such high demand? The location is excellent. It's in the city center, right next to the old East Gate. How much? 4,008. Per year? How is that possible? It's a monthly rent. Upon hearing this, Gujiazhuang felt an overwhelming urge to slap the agent. Wait, didn't you tell me it was inexpensive? Do you consider a monthly rent of 4,008 to be cheap? You can view the house first. The price is merely what the landlord has set, and it is negotiable. Gujiazhuang thought to himself, negotiate with your grandmother. Can 4,008 be brought down to 800? He realized he had fallen for the agent's trickery. These real estate agents always employ such tactics, luring you in before revealing the truth. In fact, he had previously informed the agent that his budget was no more than 2,000 for rent. Though Gujiazhuang felt displeased, he did not explode in anger. He understood that every profession has its tricks. The agents are simply doing their jobs. Thus, since he was already there, he might as well take a look. Just then, the 2 individuals who had been viewing the property walked through the courtyard and headed inside. Gujiazhuang followed closely behind them. However, as soon as they stepped into the first living room, the pair could not help but exclaim in shock. Chapter 24, Renting a House. Upon entering the living room, The first thing that caught their eye was a large black and white portrait. Although it was broad daylight, the courtyard was exceedingly cluttered, blocking out the light. Consequently, the interior of the house appeared dim and gloomy. Suddenly spotting a portrait larger than an A4 sheet in such a shadowy environment was indeed startling. The couple, both young, took one look and immediately withdrew their steps. "Let us go. I can't possibly live in this house." "What is wrong with this house?" the landlord called after the departing couple. Gujiazhuang couldn't help but chuckle, thinking to himself, is a portrait really that terrifying? Forget the portrait. Even if a corpse lay here, it wouldn't be such a big deal. Just take it out and cremate it. In this world, all bizarre entities can't withstand the purging flame. However, not everyone possesses his level of worldly experience. Seeing the two young individuals flee, the landlord turned to Gujiazhuang, who wore a cheerful smile. "It's just a portrait. Is it really that shocking? Don't you think so?" Gujiazhuang did not respond to this remark, but deliberately inquired, "Landlord, has someone recently died here?" The landlord frowned at this. "Don't speak nonsense. This portrait has been here for a long time. It belonged to the previous tenant's family. Merely displayed here. No one died in my house." "So, what happened to the previous tenant?" "I can't reach them. I don't know where they have gone." "Then why are you renting the house out?" "The Haven paid rent for a long time, and I can't contact them. The contract clearly states that rent cannot be overdue. If rent is owed, I, as the landlord, have the right to terminate the agreement." Gujiazhuang nodded thoughtfully, acknowledging the landlord's perspective. "Indeed, if you choose to rent, you cannot fall behind on the rent. Otherwise, I would be compelled to evict you just the same." The landlord, a woman in her 50s, boasted a rather loud voice. Gujiazhuang remained silent, turning to leave. It was not that he was wary of anything, but rather he suspected that negotiating a price with this landlord would prove to be a daunting task, making it unnecessary to squander time. However, the agent, noticing Gujiazhuang's intent to depart, promptly intercepted him. "Mr. Gu, since you're here, why not take a look? The space inside is quite ample, and there's even a backyard. There's no need for such a large space for just myself. The price is exorbitant," Gujiazhuang replied, turning to exit. Yet, as he raised his gaze, he unexpectedly caught sight of something in the corner by the gate. This discovery sent a shiver down his spine. "The price is negotiable, right? The landlord is present." "Yes? Isn't that so, landlord?" "Oh, yes. Let's take a look first." The landlord beamed, stepping into the living room while muttering to herself, "If only I had come earlier to tidy this place up." "All right, let us have a look then." Gujiazhuang acquiesced. Re-entering the living room, he wandered around the dilapidated house. The backyard was not particularly large, perhaps 50 or 60 square meters, cluttered with various debris. The interior, however, was decent, comprising 2 rooms and a hall, along with a kitchen and bathroom. It was simply too messy, overflowing with items that made the space feel cramped. If all the clutter were discarded, living here would be quite tolerable. Yet, the rent was still too steep. Nevertheless, that was not the crux of the matter. Gujiazhuang ambled through the house before stepping out into the front yard. On either side lay heaps of cardboard and plastic bottles. The cardboard had likely been there for a while, soaked by rain, emanating a musty odor. As he walked, he absent-mindedly rummaged through the debris, while the landlord and agent remained in the living room, observing him from a distance. Approaching the gate, Gujiazhuang casually lifted a piece of cardboard and bent down to examine a large stone he had previously noticed. Upon closer inspection, however, he discovered it was not a stone at all, but rather a Buddha head. "Young man, all this cardboard can be disposed of. I'll have someone clear it out. That will free up the yard." Gujiazhuang had not lingered long, but he had gathered a reasonable understanding of the situation. "Landlord, are these items here from the previous tenant?" "No worries, just don't dispose of everything." "Dispose of? What if someone comes looking for me?" "Looking for you? I am a landlord. I will handle it. If there is an issue, they can reach out to me." "You said it. I stand by my word. As long as you don't damage the property, you may deal with the contents as you wish. Truth be told, I am merely waiting for this little yard to be demolished. However, the rent is too high. I simply cannot afford it." Before Gujiazhuang could finish his thought, the landlord's phone rang. She answered, her voice booming. "Do not rush me. I'll be there shortly. Hold on." With that, she abruptly ended the call. Then, he impatiently waved his hand. "Young man, I am quite busy myself and waiting to play mahjong. Here's the deal. The monthly rent is 4,000, with a deposit of 1 month and 3 months rent paid up front, and it's a year-long lease. The landlord has generously slashed the price by 800. However, Gujiazhuang continued to shake his head, declaring it too expensive. 3,800 is the lowest I can go. If I can rent it, I will. If not, so be it." I will find someone to clean this place up another day, and I assure you it can be rented out for 5,000. Gushibei had already calculated in his mind. 3,800 or even 5,800 would indeed be a bargain. All right, I will take it for 3,800. Upon uttering these words, both the landlord and the agent beamed with delight. But remember, I want everything inside thrown out. I do not want any of this stuff. It reeks. I only need an empty house. Rest assured, young man, we can write that into the contract. The agent eagerly suggested. Then let us do it. Gushibei insisted that the rental agreement include a clause stating, empty house for rent, and the landlord is responsible for cleaning it. After signing the contract, Gushibei promptly paid 4 months' rent, and over 15,000 instantly vanished from his account. The 40,000 he had received the previous day was immediately halved. The landlord, upon receiving the payment, looked at Gushibei with a broad smile. Young Gu, I would like to discuss something with you. I am in a hurry to play mahjong. Could you assist me by calling someone to tidy up the yard for 100 yuan? Gushibei felt a surge of joy at this request. He had initially planned to proactively offer to help the landlord. Little did he expect that she would beat him to the punch. Nevertheless, Gushibei muttered to himself, 100 yuan. Oh dear, that's quite a sum. You might find someone at the alley's entrance. Just call someone collecting scrap, and they might even pay you. The cardboard and bottles here can be sold for money. 100 yuan. You might even make a profit. All right, while I play mahjong, do lend a hand. Without waiting for Gushibei's agreement, the landlord wiggled her ample form and left. Chapter 25. Selling the Buddha Head. In truth, a person's life is a continuous gamble. For instance, just a moment ago, Gushibei wagered on a Buddha head in a courtyard he had no genuine need to rent. He was betting on his discernment. More importantly, he was gambling on his luck. The first course of action was not to seek out scrap collectors, but rather to close the door. Then, he moved the stone Buddha statue to the center of the yard for a closer examination. This was a limestone Buddha head. From the craftsmanship alone, Gushibei had already deduced that it was a representation from the Northern Qi period at first glance. As for its authenticity, he could not be entirely certain at that moment. Now, upon closer inspection, he was astounded. The Buddha head, a remnant of the statue, was of limestone. It featured spiral hair and a top knot. Its visage was both square and round, with a broad forehead and a full, dignified face. The elongated earlobes hung down to the shoulders, and the eyebrows were delicately painted. The eyes were slightly closed, exuding a demeanor of compassion and tranquility, a serene expression. Although the Buddha head was merely a fragment, its exquisite craftsmanship hinted at how remarkably refined and perfect the original statue must have been. This Buddha head was a quintessential example of a Northern Qi period sculpture, characterized by its graceful lines and full, rounded form. Importantly, this was an unequivocally authentic piece from that era. He gazed towards the northwest and emerged victorious. As for this Buddha head, if it were to be auctioned, Gushibei estimated its value to be around 800,000 to 1,000,000. However, since it was an item he stumbled upon, there was no need to send it for auction. Moreover, auctioning would incur a commission, potentially as high as 15% or as low as 10%. Additionally, the provenance of this item remained uncertain. Should it be sent for auction and subsequently seized upon investigation, the venture would prove unwise. Thus, it was imperative to sell it privately to an antique dealer. Once Gushibei confirmed the authenticity of the statue, he promptly wrapped the Buddha head in some newspapers without a moment's delay and hailed a cab, heading straight to an antique shop. However, this time he did not seek out Zhou Baosheng. Despite having established an acquaintance with Zhou and knowing his pricing to be reliable, he refrained from selling to him. This was, after all, an item he had found, and should it make its debut on the market, there was a risk that others might trace it back to him through the antique dealers. Therefore, he needed to sell it discreetly, ensuring that he remained unrecognizable. Consequently, he not only avoided Zhou Baosheng, but also did not venture to Baiwa Antique City. Instead, he made his way to the Jinling Antique Market. Given that the Buddha head was a found object, Gushibei was not overly concerned with the price. His primary focus was maintaining a low profile. As long as the price was not exorbitant, he would agree to it. Of course, items like this Buddha head should ideally be sold discreetly. Being too ostentatious could attract unwanted scrutiny. Within the Jinling Antique Market, there was a shop named Gujiazhuang, which in his previous life, Ma Dongsheng frequently dealt with the owner. This establishment was particularly fond of acquiring local finds. The proprietor of Gujiazhuang, Zheng Tian, had once been involved in grave robbing. What set Gujiazhuang apart from other antique shops was the absence of surveillance cameras. While they did exist, they were conveniently out of order during business hours. only to be repaired after closing. Thus, many items of dubious origin found their way here. Discretion is fundamental for antique dealers to acquire quality goods. But the ability to withstand pressure is paramount. To endure such pressure, one must have substantial backing, and it was well known within the industry that Zheng Tian possessed such support. Hence, Gu Shibei's first thought was to sell his Buddha head here. Of course, every situation has its pros and cons. The downside of selling at Gujiazhuang was that the prices offered were lower than elsewhere. Upon presenting the Buddha head to Gujiazhuang, Zheng Tian merely glanced at it and instructed Gu Shibei to bring it into the inner chamber. This inner room served as a private tea area where Zheng Tian intended to brew tea for Gu Shibei. However, Gu Shibei placed the Buddha head down and waved his hand. "No need for tea, Boss Zheng. I'm in a hurry. Young man, do you know me? You seem unfamiliar. Who in the industry doesn't know you, Boss Zheng? I'll offer you the export price." Zheng Tian was momentarily taken aback, then broke into a slight smile. In transactions elsewhere, it was customary for the seller to initiate the price, while the buyer would negotiate. However, Gujiazhuang operated differently. In cases of evidently dubious items, the seller could not be the one to make the first offer. That role typically fell to the buyer, Zheng Tian. However, Gu Shibei took the initiative to propose that he would make the first bid, implying that one should not underestimate the value of his possession. "Very well. Please, make your offer. This statue of Buddha from a northern Qi dynasty is certainly worth over 100 auction. I shall bid 80. Zheng Tian could not help but shake his head, knowing it wouldn't fetch that much. It was more likely to go for a maximum of 80. 80? That is highly improbable. Zheng, the proprietor, countered with a firm 30. Gu Shibei remained silent, merely nodding in response. He then wrapped the Buddha head in newspaper once more, cradling it to depart. "Hey, wait, you must state your price," he exclaimed. "Are you in such a hurry? The difference in our bids is too vast. There is no need for back-and-forth negotiations that waste time. The time wasted here could have been spent counting money elsewhere. Why bother?" Zheng Tian chuckled at this, finding the young man rather amusing. "All right then, I'll raise the bid to 40. Let us not squander time. 70, if you're sincere. 50 stands. 60 remains. Let us meet halfway at 55. Very well." Before Zheng Tian could finish his sentence, Gu Shibei readily accepted. This sudden agreement left Zheng Tian momentarily stunned, and he couldn't help but laugh. "I must say, young man, are you always this decisive in your dealings? There is no need to waste time." Zheng Tian wished to engage Gu Shibei in further conversation, hoping to discover if there were more items of similar value. However, Gu Shibei maintained a stoic demeanor, responding to inquiries with straightforward answers, akin to a robot, offering no additional commentary nor initiating conversation, which left Zheng Tian somewhat dissatisfied. Nevertheless, as the price had been settled, he had no choice but to finalize the payment and let Gu Shibei depart. On this occasion, Gu Shibei opted not to use his mobile device for the transaction. Instead, he requested a cash check from the antique shop. After receiving the check, he promptly headed to the bank to arrange for a cash withdrawal the following day. To his surprise, upon the bank's inspection, they provided him with the full 55,000 on the spot. With cash in hand, Gu Shibei ventured to another bank to open an account and deposited the money. Suddenly possessing wealth transformed his entire demeanor. Gu Shibei realized that when he had accumulated billions, receiving millions in income had not elicited much excitement. Yet now, earning tens of thousands, even just a few thousand, filled him with an overwhelming sense of joy. Truly, it is the small fortune that brings genuine happiness, allowing one to relish the immediate gratification that wealth brings. Conversely, at the level of great wealth, the increase in fortune becomes merely a trivial change in numbers. Chapter 26. The Persona of Pretentiousness. Gu Shibei did not seek out a scrap collector at the mouth of the alley. Instead, he deliberately called for one from several blocks away. He not only offered the cardboard and plastic bottles from his front and backyards for free, but also gave away all movable items within the house, including furniture and even small appliances, all at no cost. This left the scrap collector utterly astonished. "I have but one condition. Clean this place thoroughly. Rest assured, boss. I guarantee it will be cleaner than any service you could hire from outside." The scrap collector immediately made a phone call and summoned 2 fellow villagers to assist with moving the items. After the small courtyard was tidied up, Gu Shibei did not move in right away. Instead, he sought out a paint shop to refresh both the interior and exterior of the yard completely. His intention was to eliminate any future concerns, ensuring that when he moved in, it would be akin to an unoccupied house, devoid of any remnants from the previous occupants. The painting was completed swiftly taking merely 2 days. Once finished, he purchased some basic furniture and appliances and moved in directly. Despite the narrow and elongated alley, with dim streetlights at night, the cleaned courtyard proved to be quite pleasant to reside in. Not to mention, the space was significantly more expansive. Previously, in the confines of a hotel room, he could barely stretch his limbs to practice a set of punches. Now, he had ample room to train as he wished. Gujiazhuang discovered that he indeed possessed skill. He practiced the routines of the Tongbei Quan, following along with short videos 2 or 3 times, gradually mastering them completely. His execution was even more precise and powerful than what he had observed in the videos. Though he struggled to recall every detail initially, it was of little consequence. He had purchased some basic fitness equipment to place in the backyard, transforming it into a simple gym. Daily, aside from his obligatory visits to the gym, where he feigned practice, the majority of his true workouts occurred in this quaint courtyard, strengthening muscles, building power, and striking the sandbag. Naturally, he frequented the gym every day, often aligning his schedule with Hui Yusin's. Seemingly casual, yet intentionally so, he exercised beside her. However, he maintained a low profile, almost exuding an air of aloofness. When approached by individuals inquiring if he was a master of Tongbei Quan, he would coldly shake his head, muttering that they had mistaken him for someone else. This aloof demeanor was a learned behavior from those domineering CEO dramas, intentionally crafted for Hui Yusin's gaze. Initially, he did not approach her directly, merely allowing her to notice his presence. Moreover, until he sculpted his abs into an impressive 8-pack, he consistently dressed conservatively. As he immersed himself in various dramas daily, he also acquired a plethora of fashionable and trendy insights, most notably in his attire. He transformed his appearance into that of a robust man, sweating profusely in the gym while lifting maximum weights. After a workout, he would emerge with half-dry hair, donning loose-fitting, stylish shirts, and a pair of trendy, fluorescent green headphones adorning his ears, while slinging a massive crossbody bag. Each time he exited the changing area, hands tucked into his pockets, he would always leave slightly ahead of Hui Yusin, deliberately passing by her with a cold, indifferent expression as he exited the gym. He felt this act was rather ostentatious. However, to capture Hui Yusin's attention, he deemed it necessary. In truth, he was currently short on funds. In his past, as Ma Dongsheng, he never needed such tricks. He could simply throw money at his desires. When it came to Hui Yusin, his first gesture was gifting her a jade worth hundreds of thousands. The second was a $2 million sports car, and the third, a multi-million-dollar villa. Such gestures would undoubtedly win over the beauty. However, the tides have turned. Now, Hui Yusin is the affluent one. While he finds himself in a rather precarious position, he can only feign sophistication, playing the role of a pretty boy or a young wolf. Yet, being a pretty boy or a young wolf is no simple task. In addition to tirelessly honing his physique at home, he has also mastered the art of self-care, ensuring he appears clean and alluring, radiating a captivating charm wherever he goes. Of course, he learned all this from short videos. However, such pursuits require considerable financial investment. Therefore, during his free time, he must seek ways to earn money. Gujiazhuang has formulated a clear plan. He intends to thrive in the world of antiques. However, he has resolutely decided against tomb raiding. This decision is not born of newfound morals or nobility, but rather a deep-seated fear. Gujiazhuang is acutely aware of the antique trade. It may seem accessible, open to all, yet in truth, it is fraught with high barriers. Without connections or resources, one cannot hope to survive in this field. Thus, his first step is to enter this industry. The conventional method of breaking into the antique business involves having a mentor to guide you in, allowing you to acquire goods and gradually establish yourself. However, Gujiazhuang currently knows no one. He must adopt a contrarian approach. He will bring goods to people. He must continuously procure items, high-quality ones, to connect with various antique dealers and collectors, thereby entering the field. But does he possess any goods? Naturally, he does not. Fortunately, he carries with him the discerning eye bestowed by Ma Dongsheng from his previous life. To put it simply, success in the antique trade hinges on one's perceptiveness. What is perceptiveness? It is knowledge and experience. Similar to traditional Chinese medicine, the antique realm is purely experiential. The older the item, the more refined the understanding. Thus, lacking goods is of little consequence. He will rely on his discerning eye to seek out the treasures. Consequently, each day, aside from dedicating time to strengthen his body, Gujiazhuang seizes every opportunity to scour the antique market. Various stalls and shops abound. The antique market in Jinling possesses a unique characteristic. It is numerous yet scattered. There is no single prominent market, such as an antique street or city, that ranks highly in the nation. However, collectively, the annual antique transaction volume here ranks among the top in the country. One afternoon, having finished lunch early, Gujiazhuang rode his bicycle to Huaihai Road Antique Street. He prefers to visit the market during lunch hours to hunt for treasures. Why? Because at this time, the crowds are sparse, making it easier to negotiate prices. The hallmark of Huaihai Road Antique Street is its eclectic nature. This street primarily features stalls with no entry barriers, with fees calculated daily. Consequently, a diverse array of individuals can be found here, professional antique vendors and casual sellers who stumbled upon a gem. This place is a veritable cornucopia of both genuine and counterfeit items, a true test of one's perceptiveness. Gujiazhuang's custom is to discreetly survey the street. Huaihai Road Antique Street stretches approximately 700 to 800 meters. He leisurely scans from one end to the other, observing without making any stops. Observing anything of even the slightest interest, one silently commits it to memory. By the time the entire street has been scanned, a hierarchy begins to form in one's mind. Subsequently, one proceeds to examine the items in accordance with this order. However, on this particular day, Gujiazhuang concluded his sweep of a street without encountering a single object worthy of inspection. Most of what he saw were remnants from his previous visit, with no noteworthy new arrivals. Just as he was preparing to depart for another location, a man at the most inconspicuous stall at the end of the street stood up, stretching lazily with his legs apart. At that moment, something unexpectedly captured Gujiazhuang's attention. What was it? The stool beneath the vendor. What could possibly be noteworthy about a stool? It was akin to questioning the significance of a pile of dung. The critical aspect lies in its origin. Whose dung is it? If it were the excrement of Emperor Qin Shi Huang, it would indeed be priceless. Of course, the stool beneath the vendor was far from that. Whose was it? Gujiazhuang had no way of knowing. He merely cast a glance and discerned that this stool was unlike any other. Whether it was an antique or held any value could only be determined through closer inspection. Thus, Gujiazhuang deliberately meandered through other stalls before slowly approaching the final stall at the end of the street. As he walked, he gently patted his thigh, letting out soft groans. This stall was clearly not operated by a professional antique dealer. It likely belonged to a temporary vendor. On the ground lay a snakeskin bag, atop which rested a large string of copper coins and several tattered books bound with thread. The books held little promise. One was a copy of the commentaries on the spring and autumn annals. Judging by its form, paper quality, and the style of the embossed title on the cover, it likely dated back to the Ming Dynasty. As for its authenticity, it was probably genuine, as the book itself would not fetch much. Its abundance and common editions render it unremarkable, perhaps valued around 1,000 yuan. The copper coins strung together revealed a few visible ones from the Ming Tianqi era, yet the rest remained obscured from view without handling. There were approximately 100 coins, threaded with iron wire. Gujiazhuang noted that the wire was the type commonly used at construction sites. Looking up at the vendor, he observed that the man's attire resembled that of a laborer. This sight made Gujiazhuang shake his head slightly. It seemed like a ruse. Most likely, this was yet another ploy akin to fishing for unsuspecting prey, similar to a turtle unearthed from a construction site. The stool, one could surmise, was intended as bait. However, Gujiazhuang found himself puzzled. If the stool was indeed bait, why the vendor sat on it so carefully concealed? Shouldn't it appear effortlessly visible to draw attention? Gujiazhuang was left in a state of uncertainty. Nevertheless, upon noticing a potential customer, the vendor immediately began to enthusiastically promote his wares. "Boss, it's something I dug out from an old house." Gujiazhuang chuckled. "I know it from an old house." That is typically the case. The stall owner momentarily froze at these words before adopting a serious demeanor. "Do you think I am deceiving you? Truly, a proprietor in the countryside has established a dilapidated theater and requested us to transform it into a bed and breakfast. This was salvaged from the theater. Such a fine piece. And they gave it to you?" That owner was indifferent, tossing it to us on site and declaring that nothing from the old house was to be retained, allowing us full discretion over the disposal. Once we cleared the old residence, the designer would come to guide us in the renovation. Thus, I quickly fetched the items to sell. Gujiazhuang listened intently to this fellow's words while scrutinizing his expression. He appeared quite sincere, making it difficult to discern truth from falsehood. Of course, the human heart is inscrutable. The antique trade is fraught with complexity. One must never take appearances at face value. Many in the antiques business are far more skilled at acting than those in the film industry. Nonetheless, despite any pretense, the essence remains unchanged: discernment. Ultimately, One must recognize the true treasure. It all boils down to keen eyesight. Gushibei nodded, pounding his thigh with his hand while attempting to squat down to inspect the copper coins on the ground. However, the effort made squatting a painful endeavor. What's the matter, boss? I injured my thigh playing basketball yesterday. It's difficult for me to squat down. Come take a seat, boss. The stall owner swiftly grabbed a small stool from behind, turned, and placed it beneath Gushibei. Sit and observe. There are plenty of coins. No need to rush. Thank you, boss. No need for formality. Gushibei did not immediately sit down. Sitting would hinder his view. Naturally, he was quite astute. He pressed his hand down on the stool, bending at the waist and lowering his head. In this posture, he became momentarily rigid. Boss, are you all right? The stall owner approached to assist Gushibei, but was halted by him. No, I'm fine. Don't touch me. My muscles are strained. I need a moment to recover. Take your time. You young people today really lack stamina. We work on construction sites every day without issue. Gushibei remained silent, merely hissing softly. In reality, he was meticulously examining the stool in his hands. To the untrained eye, this stool appeared utterly ordinary. Yet to Gushibei it was anything but. Known in ancient times as a Jiao Wu, upon closer inspection, this was a Jiao Wu crafted from Wangye wood. However, the forelegs had not undergone extensive refinement, retaining the raw, stripped form of the Wangye. The bark's texture was vivid, exuding a sense of antiquity and unique charm. Although the Jiao Wu seemed simple, the two horizontal edges featured exquisite craftsmanship in their carvings. The wooden embellishments displayed raised lines along the edges, leading to intricately intertwined floral motifs at the center. The inner relief showcased two opposing dragon patterns, with their legs extended and bodies arched, tails curling into leaf-like designs. The legs intersected, adorned with copper shuttle-shaped leaves, double-layered chrysanthemum petal-like pads, and finely crafted octagonal axles. In front of the Jiao Wu lay a mud tray, shaped in a flat square, with one side featuring a shoulder tenon footrest, low and charmingly compact. The edge of the package is adorned with copper fittings, with 3 sets of square copper ornaments nailed onto the footrest. This piece, known as a Jiao Wu or a stool, has been authenticated by Gushibei as a Ming Dynasty Wangye Jiao Wu. Regrettably, the seat surface is not the original from the Ming era. It appears to be made of fabric, which has undoubtedly deteriorated over the centuries. Additionally, its condition is less than satisfactory, marred by numerous scratches that detract from its visual appeal. After a thorough examination, Gushibei finally grasped the stool with both hands and gradually turned to sit down. However, his hands were not merely resting. They were discreetly exploring the edges of the stool to ensure it felt just right. Once seated, he picked up the string of copper coins. Upon a cursory glance, he could ascertain their authenticity. Most copper coins lack significant value, rendering the need for forgery unnecessary. Furthermore, this collection of approximately 100 coins predominantly comprises Ming Dynasty currency, primarily the Tianqi Tongbao, which is exceedingly common and therefore not valuable. However, interspersed among them are a few Xian de Tongbao coins, which are relatively scarce and could fetch around 800 to 900 each if in good condition. Gushibei couldn't help but ponder whether the Xian de coins were bait. If they were indeed bait, what scheme was at play here? He was perplexed. Chapter 28. The Hook. Is it bait? A simple nibble would reveal the truth. Gushibei, holding the copper coins, looked up at the stall owner. May I unravel the wire and spread the coins on the ground to inspect them? Of course, but they must be taken as a whole string. I don't have the time to sell them one by one. All right. Gushibei nodded, using 2 fingers to deftly twist open the twisted wire, startling the stall owner. Wow, I couldn't tell you have such strength. I used pliers to twist this wire, and you managed to do it with just your fingers. With a smile, Gushibei poured the coins onto a snakeskin bag. He sorted them meticulously, grouping all the Tianqi Tongbao on one side, which were plentiful and required no counting. He then set aside 3 Xian de Tongbao and 2 Jiajing Tongbao, placing the Jiajing coins alongside the Tianqi ones, leaving only the 3 Xian de coins. Gushibei nodded, appearing quite satisfied with these 3 coins. In truth, his actions were merely a smokescreen. His focus remained firmly on the stool beneath him. Shaking his head, he murmured, "Boss, this string of coins only has these 3 that are worth anything. The rest, well, they can't be sold separately. What price do you offer?" 5,000. Huh? Gushibei feigned surprise. Are you joking? The Xian de Tongbao in good condition are worth only 800 to 900 each, and the others aren't worth much. Merely 2 coins each. Then how much will you give me? What about the books? What is their price? The books are also 5,000. For both. Goodness. Are you really insisting on 5,000? My friend, you clearly know nothing about antiques. The stall owner couldn't help but laugh awkwardly. Indeed, I do not. I am in the renovation business. What do I know about antiques? However, is 5,000 not a reasonable price? Just look, it is from a Ming dynasty. Several centuries old. My dear fellow, age alone does not determine value. The key aspect of antiques lies in their rarity. Many of these items are quite common. So, what price do you suggest? Gu Shibei glanced at the snakeskin bag on the ground and muttered to himself, not sold separately. Well, here's what I'll do. I'll take it all, and you give me a fixed price. All of it? The vendor became animated. Boss, just give me 8,000. It's auspicious. 8,000. Gu Shibei chuckled and shook his head, then stood up. However, as he rose, he exclaimed in pain. He had pushed himself halfway up, bracing himself on the stool, clearly in discomfort. Take it easy, boss. Thankfully, I haven't sold any porcelain here. If I were to fall, it would be a disaster. Oh dear, I can't even get up after sitting down. Gu Shibei said, settling back down. This stool is quite peculiar. Why is it that when I sit, I feel no pain, but the moment I leave, I become sore? He looked down at the stool beneath him with casual curiosity. Oh my, this stool is indeed an old item. The vendor's eyes lit up at this remark. Is it? Boss, does that mean this stool is worth a significant sum? Huh. If I were to say it's worthless, that would be a deception. It may be considered an antique, but it is merely an ordinary piece of old furniture. If sold, it might fetch around 100 or so. Really? Is that all? No, my friend, I'm not foolish. If it were truly valuable, would I be telling you this? Well, you do have a point. Indeed, if it were a highly valuable antique, I could easily come up with an excuse to acquire this stool, and you would be none the wiser. Indeed, now this stool, unless you can prove it was once sat upon by an emperor, would likely be worth a few 100,000. But who can prove that? Exactly. It's just an ordinary stool, likely from the Republic period. You could attempt to sell it to antique dealers who specialize in old furniture. They might offer you 100. As Gu Shibei prepared to rise again, he said, I shall not take it from you. Better to avoid. He stood up earnestly this time, feigning an intention to leave. However, his departure was merely a strategic maneuver. In the realm of antiques, when a buyer desires a treasure, they often employ tactics of misdirection. Initially, one might purchase an item at a higher price, then, feeling it unjust, request the seller to add another item. If the seller fails to recognize the true value of the latter, the buyer seizes the opportunity to acquire a bargain. This is a fundamental strategy within the antique trade. Effective and practical. However, today is different. In principle, to request an additional item, it must also be an antique. For example, if one buys a porcelain plate, it would be reasonable to ask for a small saucer as an addition. Yet now, if one is purchasing a string of copper coins and requests a stool, that would be rather too blatant. Thus, Gu Shibei opted for a strategy of feigned disinterest. He candidly acknowledged that the stool was an old item, effectively classifying it as an antique, albeit of modest value. Then he expressed his intention to leave. As he rose, the vendor immediately expressed his sentiments. Boss, do you not want the copper coins and books? 8,000 is far too steep. Even if you offer me the entire stall, it wouldn't be worth it. Fine, fine. It's all yours. Aren't you comfortable sitting on that stool? Here you go. No need to haggle. How about 8,000? Damn, it's just a shabby stool. Not something Emperor Gujiazhuang would sit upon. But if you truly wish to sell, I'll take it all, and I won't be too harsh. 6,800. Right now, as Gu Shibei spoke, he pulled out his phone and waved it. Boss, let us not settle for 6,008. How about 7,000? 7,000. 7,002. All right. It's not much more, just 200 more. Gu Shibei exclaimed as he plopped back down onto the stool. He genuinely feared being swindled. Settling down, he opened his phone. Come on, let us complete the transaction. Once the payment was made, the vendor stared at his stall in disbelief before breaking into a smile. Boss, you really bought my stall? I'm leaving it in your hands now. With that, the vendor cheerfully turned to leave. However, Gu Shibei was left bewildered and surprised, thinking to himself, is this not a trick? Did I truly stumble upon a hidden gem? In this day and age, trust is scarce. Schemes run deep, leaving everyone on edge, so much so that people hesitate to seize genuine opportunities. Fortunately, Gu Shibei possessed keen insight and ample experience. Just as the vendor walked away, Gu Shibei intended to rise and examine the stool beneath him. Yet, he heard someone nearby whisper, Hey, young man, have you struck gold? Turning his head, he noticed a few antique dealers from nearby stalls. Their curiosity piqued, approaching him. Due to the lunchtime lull, the streets were relatively empty, and while he had been negotiating, these dealers had been watching intently. As the transaction concluded and one party departed, the onlookers gathered round, eager to speculate. This lad moves quite swiftly. Oh, it's nothing, just a few Xuanda coins. Gu Shibei quickly clarified. How could Xuanda coins be worth much? Surely, it's not the stool he is sitting on? Someone's gaze fell upon the stool beneath Gu Shibei. Yet, immediately, another scoffed, "You're overthinking it. The stool is merely a decoy. What I suspect is that there are treasures concealed among the coins." Copper coins? Could it possibly be those two books? The gathered dealers began to chatter excitedly. Gu Shibei was hastily packing up his stall. However, just as he grasped the coins and books to toss them into his bag, someone snatched the stool from beneath him. While these vendors could not match Gu Shibei's discerning eye, they had honed their craft over many years. Thus, upon obtaining the stool, they couldn't help but exclaim, "Hey, this couldn't possibly be Wangye wood, could it? Wow, it truly is. Look at the craftsmanship. It's Ming style. I told you it was a big find." Gu Shibei swiftly grabbed the stool and shoved it into his bag. "Apologies, everyone, but I must take my leave. Hey, young man, you've struck gold. I want tea take from you. Just let us all witness this." Exactly. Gu Shibei chose to ignore the situation, hastily departing with the snakeskin bag in hand. How curious. Wasn't this lad just limping a moment ago? Now he moves with remarkable agility. This fellow has certainly outsmarted that copper coin vendor. If this were a Wangye stool from the Ming Dynasty, the value would be substantial. Did you all notice? The craftsmanship of this stool is exceptionally refined, worth a considerable fortune. If it were to be auctioned, it could fetch hundreds of thousands from an avid collector. Indeed, who would have guessed that this young lad possesses such keen insight? Oh, fourth brother, you were sitting less than a meter away. How did you miss this stool? Who in their right mind looks beneath someone's backside? Upon returning home, Gu Shibei rummaged through the contents of the snakeskin bag. He tossed aside the copper coins and books, focusing intently on the stool. After a thorough examination, he confirmed that he had not been mistaken. The stool was indeed an authentic antique, crafted from Wangye wood, without a doubt. But what might this stool be worth? If you were to sell it now, Gu Shibei estimated its market value to be between 400,000 to 500,000. This was far from a mere hundreds claimed by those street vendors, who lacked both the discernment and the knowledge. They spent their days dreaming of striking it rich overnight. However, if Gu Shibei could properly restore the stool, though in truth, it wasn't broken, merely in need of some enhancement to elevate its antiquity and allure, he surmised that with his meticulous care, it could potentially reach 70 or 80,000 in value. Contemplating the restoration of the antique, Gu Shibei instinctively pulled out his phone to call Gu Songyang. By the way, Gu Shibei had long since shared his contact information with Gu Songyang. The purpose of his call was to request the courier of the tools he had left behind in the countryside to be sent to Jinling. After discussing the delivery, Gu Songyang informed Gu Shibei that the village chief, Gu Daya, had been formally arrested. The charges appear to be premeditated murder and tomb raiding. The pace of the proceedings was quite swift. It was said that the evidence was substantial and that the case had escalated to a major incident in the city, which would undoubtedly expedite matters. Indeed, second uncle, Gu Daya was certainly not a good person. Yet, I doubt he is capable of committing murder. 5 people? That seems rather exaggerated. Gu Shibei was taken aback and promptly began to counsel Gu Songyang. "Songyang, there's a saying, you can know a person's face but not their heart. Much like an iceberg, if you perceive 3 parts bad in someone, there are undoubtedly 7 parts hidden from view." "True enough," Gu Songyang replied. "Working with the lower strata of society can be both straightforward and challenging. Remember, never show leniency, especially since you are young and just beginning to establish your authority." "Second uncle, I understand your point." Where did you learn all this, second uncle?" "I almost suspect you are the foolish one." You are the foolish one. Well then, if there is anything you cannot handle, be sure to let me know. I will certainly do that. Also, let us keep my matters under wraps for the time being." After hanging up the phone, Gu Shibei hurriedly changed out of his white shirt. He donned a fashionable outfit, equipped with headphones and a large backpack, and set off for the gym, unbeknownst to others. The music streaming through his headphones was not the latest pop hits, but rather an array of online novels, romantic dramas, fantasy, and science fiction. He forced himself to listen, and soon found himself understanding why young people were so enamored with these seemingly insipid tales. The allure was undeniable. In the face of life's hardships, one could only seek solace in the virtual realm. That day, as Gu Shibei strolled into the gym, hands tucked into his pockets and an air of aloofness about him, he was engrossed in an online novel through his headphones. A glance revealed that Hui Yusin had already arrived, setting the speed on the treadmill for her warm-up jog. It was perplexing how she thought to stand on the treadmill, raising her phone for a selfie. As the speed increased, she initially managed to keep pace, but soon found herself unable to match the growing velocity. A startled exclamation escaped her lips as she realized she was about to be flung off the machine. In a swift motion, Gu Shibei dashed over, extending his long arm to wrap around her waist, lifting her effortlessly from the treadmill and gently placing her on the floor behind it. "Are you all right?" he inquired with an impassive expression. Hui Yusin stared in disbelief for a moment before stammering in no. She struggled to articulate her thoughts, as she realized the dashing figure who had just rescued her was not only tall and handsome, but also exuded a distinct sense of style. Instead of seizing the opportunity to strike up a conversation or request her contact information, Gu Shibei merely nodded slightly and departed with his characteristic coolness. This was a classic case of playing hard to get, a strategy he often employed in the antique business. Yet now he found himself utilizing it in the realm of romantic pursuits. As Hui Yusin watched Gu Shibei's aloof departure, her heart raced, still fluttering from the encounter. "Isn't that the same person who took down the martial arts instructor?" she mused. Her thoughts interrupted as she caught a familiar scent. "Gucci guilty," he asked, wearing my favorite perfume. A look of unexpected delight spread across her face. Gu Shibei was fully aware of Hui Yusin's preferences. He distinctly remembered the time she had gifted him that particular fragrance when he was still Ma Dongsheng, insisting he wear it. However, having grown up in the conservative world of antiques, he had always resisted the idea of donning perfume. In his previous life, he had never used the scent she had chosen for him. Yet in this life, he had indulged, just a few days prior. He had purchased a small bottle from a mall counter, astonished that it had cost over 2,000. Chapter 30. Who baits whom? Gu Shibei remained composed, unwilling to rush into capturing Hui Yusin's heart. His extensive experiences from his previous life had taught him that haste makes waste. However, the events unfolded much more swiftly than he had anticipated. Once he changed his attire, donned his headphones, and grasped his water bottle, he emerged from the locker room. To his surprise, Hui Yusin approached him, her own water bottle in hand. "Hey, I almost forgot to thank you." "What?" Gu Shibei removed his headphones. "Thank you for earlier." "No problem. Just avoid taking selfies on the treadmill in the future. It's dangerous." She chuckled awkwardly, and Gu Shibei chose to remain silent, resuming his workout. Feeling that he had reached a pivotal point in his progress, he resolved to let things unfold naturally. Continuing to act aloof might risk driving Hui Yusin away, a prospect he wished to avoid. He understood her well. This enchanting young woman was not easily won over, possessing a stubborn streak. Moreover, she was blessed with beauty, a splendid figure, and considerable wealth. Thus, when opportunities arose, one must seize them. Initially, Gu Shibei had not intended to flaunt his physique just yet, believing he needed a couple of weeks to refine his form for optimal results. However, with Hui Yusin's attention now focused on him, he felt compelled to push forward. He engaged with the heaviest equipment in the gym, sweating profusely before shedding his tank top to reveal his glistening muscles. Although not yet as sculpted as those seen in viral videos, he was certainly more formidable than the average individual. While Gu Shibei trained, headphones in place, Hui Yusin surprisingly exercised nearby, albeit with the lightest weights. He appeared indifferent, engrossed in his own routine, yet he subtly observed her. He noticed her nose occasionally twitching, as if she were catching a scent. Moreover, the expressions flitting across her face suggested she was becoming increasingly captivated. Suddenly, he recalled Hui Yusin mentioning her fondness for the peculiar aroma of a man's sweat mingled with cologne. However, after his workout, he headed directly to shower and change. "You desire it, yet I shall deny you." When he re-emerged, clad in a trendy outfit, he was taken aback to find Hui Yusin absent. Upon exiting the gym, he spotted her at the entrance, holding 2 cups of coffee and smiling at him. "Hey, handsome." Gu Shibei removed his headphones. "Let me treat you to coffee. Thank you for rescuing me earlier." Gu Shibei cast a glance at the coffee in her hands. "Thanks, but I don't drink cappuccino." Hui Yusin paused, astonished. "How did you know it was cappuccino? It's not like it's in a transparent cup." Of course, Gu Shibei was aware. He knew that Hui Yusin didn't truly understand coffee. She merely enjoyed the overly milky and sugary versions that masquerade as coffee. In truth, most people weren't drinking coffee, but rather indulging in a pretentious facade. "I only drink espresso." "Espresso? Isn't that American?" Gu Shibei shrugged slightly. "American coffee is too weak. I prefer espresso. Only high-pressure extraction reveals the true essence of coffee." Gu Shibei spoke with remarkable eloquence, giving the impression that he was indeed a fervent coffee enthusiast. In reality, his knowledge stemmed from short videos. Recently, he had made considerable progress in mastering the art of the domineering CEO persona. Furthermore, He was well aware of Hua Yusin's preferences and temperament, which made her particularly receptive to his aloof demeanor. She was utterly captivated by him. "I'll treat you to an espresso. Let us go." "Thanks. It's not suitable to drink espresso right after exercising. I'll treat you next time." "Sounds good. You could treat me next time. Bye." With that, Hua Yusin turned and walked away, leaving Gu Shibei somewhat surprised. He had anticipated that she would take the initiative to add him on WeChat. Instead, she left without a word. Yet, it was not entirely unexpected. As he watched her enter the elevator, he mused that if things were too easy, she would TB Hua Yusin. Gu Shibei was quite confident that Hua Yusin had already taken the bait. Otherwise, she would not have invited him for coffee or waited for him at the door. However, given her cool demeanor, it seemed she ought to be the one to take control of the situation. He thought to himself that with her disposition and current wealth, Hua Yusin would certainly not allow a mere young pup to dictate her actions. Thus, she too was employing a strategy of feigned indifference. Very well, let us see who can maintain control. The following day, Gu Shibei opted not to visit the gym, not out of negligence, but because he had an opportunity that he could not afford to miss. He needed to earn money. Yes, he was scrolling through a certain app which he had recently downloaded. In his previous life as Ma Dongsheng, he often saw Hua Yusin browsing this app at home. He had noted the plethora of beautiful people, delectable food, stunning scenery, fitness routines, and travel content on her phone. At that time, he regarded it with disdain, considering it a pastime for the youth. However, now that he was Gu Shibei, he had eagerly downloaded it himself, for he too was youthful. Yet, it seemed that the app could unveil Gu Shibei's true nature. Each time he refreshed, aside from trendy male fashion, the most frequent content was related to antiques, much to his delight. The more he scrolled, the more antique-related posts appeared. Then, he came across a message announcing a ghost market from 2 to 4 o'clock the following morning at Jiangning Longshan Park. Upon reading this, he leapt up in excitement, unable to restrain himself from slapping his thigh. Truth be told, he had been searching for this information for quite some time and had finally stumbled upon it. Ghost markets, found in many locations, traditionally sold old items, particularly antique goods. However, as society evolved, these markets began to offer a wide array of products, including clothing, shoes, and even snacks and entertainment. It was a veritable cornucopia of offerings, yet the genuine antiques had become increasingly scarce. This phenomenon could be aptly described as bad money driving out good. The most renowned ghost market in Jinling City was the Chaotian Palace Ghost Market, where one could still unearth antiques many years ago. However, at present, one can only acquire some inconsequential ancient texts, along with a plethora of obsolete electrical appliances, old records, and tapes. Antiques have become scarce, and no one dares to venture into the realm of illicit excavation. Such activities are strictly suppressed. Yet, has the antique ghost market of Jinling truly vanished? No, it has never ceased to exist. It simply operates in a clandestine manner, known only to those within the circle. Upon arriving in Jinling, Gu Shibei has been relentlessly seeking this ghost market. Chapter 31. The Mobile Ghost Market. The antique mobile ghost market of Jinling was initially initiated by local treasure hunters. Of course, this has nothing to do with Ma Dongsheng. It was those lesser-known treasure seekers who set it in motion. Ma Dongsheng, possessing valuable items, would never resort to such a risky avenue, despite its apparent potential for high prices. The primary channels for Ma Dongsheng's goods are twofold, either through auctioning specifically at prominent auction houses, or via discreet transactions with familiar collectors and antique dealers. However, the items in Ma Dongsheng's possession are all freshly excavated. In earlier years, he personally unearthed them, but over time, they have been delivered to him by peers from various regions. What constitutes freshly excavated? In the realm of antiques, items are generally categorized based on their provenance into two types: freshly excavated and established. Freshly excavated refers to items that have just been unearthed, including those from underwater sources. Naturally, these items are illegal, unsuitable for public sale. Established antiques, on the other hand, have been passed down through generations, possess clear lineage, and are legally tradable in principle. Nevertheless, the vast majority of antiques can ultimately be traced back to the earth. The only distinction lies in whether they are newly unearthed or have changed hands numerous times over the years. In Gu Shibei's previous life, how is it possible for Ma Dongsheng to present freshly excavated items at major auction houses? This is precisely why Ma Dongsheng is revered as Master Ma. At the tender age of 13, having dropped out of middle school, he apprenticed under professional antiquarians, traversing the country to learn the art of crafting counterfeit antiques. His mastery over antiques surpasses that of any treasure seeker or even any established antique dealer. When antiques come into his possession, he not only possesses the ability to discern authenticity, but can also restore and refurbish them. Moreover, he is adept at forgery and replication. Consequently, when Ma Dongsheng acquires freshly excavated items, he does not rush to sell them. Rather, he meticulously catalogs them. Those with a modicum of knowledge about antiques can easily distinguish between freshly excavated and established items. The most apparent difference is that established antiques exhibit patina, while freshly excavated items do not. Patina is the oxidized layer formed by the passage of time on antiquities, manifesting as the sheen and marks left by prolonged handling. Freshly excavated items lack this characteristic. Subsequently, he sells them at the price of established antiques. Of course, transforming the fresh into established may sound straightforward, but in practice, it is quite complex. If executed poorly, discerning collectors and antique dealers will easily see through the fade. Ma Dongsheng, having apprenticed under seasoned antiquarians for over a decade, finds himself quite adept at navigating the complexities of the antiquities market. Consequently, many local dealers prefer to entrust their wares to him for sale. The items in Ma's possession, aside from select few exceptional pieces that may find their way to auction, are predominantly sold through private transactions. Individuals within the antique community, particularly collectors and dealers, are keen to forge connections with him, driven by the desire to procure his merchandise. However, when engaging with him, they exhibit an overwhelming enthusiasm, almost as if they wish to call him father. Yet, upon departing with their acquisitions, they become reticent, unwilling to utter his name. Should anyone inadvertently mention the esteemed Ma Wangye of Jinling, no one dares to acknowledge their acquaintance with him, let alone admit to having transacted with him. Why is this so? It is a matter of self-preservation, for his reputation as a shrewd and discerning dealer is well known. The antiquities he handles are often of dubious provenance, and maintaining a public association with him could lead to undesirable consequences should he encounter legal troubles. Moreover, the local antiquarians are often looked down upon, despite the fact that many seek to obtain goods from them, only to turn their noses up at them once they have made their purchases. Thus, within the antique community, it is a rarity for anyone to openly admit familiarity with Ma Wangye. The itinerant ghost market of Jinling, originally initiated by local dealers to discreetly sell unrefined goods, gradually saw the inclusion of numerous antique merchants who misrepresented counterfeit items as genuine. Eventually, the market became dominated by these dealers, with local sellers participating sporadically. In the past, Ma Dongsheng would frequently receive notifications regarding the opening of these ghost markets, though he seldom attended. Nevertheless, the information would always reach him through his contacts. However, in this new life, the whereabouts of the ghost market remain elusive to him. His inquiries are met with silence, as the insiders communicate only amongst themselves, making his questions seem akin to those of an undercover officer. Gushibei's attempts to gather information yield no results. Yet he inadvertently stumbles upon details while browsing a certain online platform. The world is indeed peculiar. While shrouded in secrecy, information is simultaneously disseminated publicly on the internet, creating a paradox. Upon learning the location of the latest ghost market, Gushibei hurriedly ventures out to an ATM to withdraw cash. It is essential to remember that genuine unrefined goods are only sold for cash. Any vendor accepting mobile payments is undoubtedly a dealer peddling counterfeit wares. True local dealers would never risk mobile transactions. Of course, those who do accept mobile payments are not necessarily authentic dealers. The current landscape of antique merchants is rife with unscrupulous individuals. Gushibei successfully withdraws 40,000 yuan from 2 different banks, adding to the over 10,000 yuan he already possesses, bringing his total to 50,000. This amount is more than sufficient for purchasing unrefined goods at the ghost market, as such items are remarkably inexpensive, averaging less than 1/10 of the price of refined goods. Even lower, perhaps 1% or even 1,000th. Thus, 50,000 is not a trivial amount. This transient ghost market operates from 2 o'clock in the morning until 4, merely 2 hours. Time, in principle, will only shorten, never extend. Once the hour arrives, regardless of the volume of transactions, everyone will dutifully disperse. This is the rule. The antique trade is particularly stringent about its customs. Conversely, if the venue is sparsely populated, vendors will pack up early. Overall, the duration will invariably be reduced rather than prolonged. This adds an air of mystery beyond that of an ordinary ghost market. Consequently, Gushibei took a taxi to the ghost market well in advance. Upon his arrival, The timing was impeccable, as the stalls were just beginning to be set up. The crowd was not overly large, for this was merely a small market within the antique circle. Gu Shibei deliberately donned a large baseball cap, its brim pulled low, and held a small flashlight in his hand. The flashlight was intended for inspecting goods, as this ghost market lacked the blinding lights typical of others. Here, each stall was lit by a diminutive yellow lamp, akin to a soybean in size, seemingly designed to obscure clarity. Thus, every patron of this ghost market would carry their own flashlight. When something caught their eye, they would crouch down and illuminate it with their personal light. This scene resembled the act of inspecting jade with a flashlight, yet here they were examining antiques. Gu Shibei instinctively circled around, discovering an abundance of items resembling those from burial pits. However, the vast majority could not withstand the scrutiny of his flashlight. For once illuminated, they appeared counterfeit. Chapter 32. The Stall Beneath the Sephora Tree. After his initial circuit, Gu Shibei realized that the number of genuine burial pit items for sale at today's transient ghost market was exceedingly limited. In fact, this was the norm. Most vendors were simply antique dealers. Nevertheless, Gu Shibei inquired about the prices at the few stalls selling burial pit items, and the prices were astonishingly high, close to the publicly available market rates. He attempted to negotiate, yet the vendors responded with disdain, entirely dismissive. In this era of rule of law, the regulation is stringent, leading to a decrease in tomb raiding and, consequently, a scarcity of authentic burial pit goods. As a result, prices for such items have naturally escalated. For collectors or antique dealers, the allure of purchasing burial pit items lies in their affordability. If they're not significantly cheaper, there is little incentive to proceed, as the risks are too great. Furthermore, while today's sellers did indeed offer genuine burial pit items, they were not genuine diggers. They were merely dealers. Most sellers of burial pit items are, in fact, just merchants. These merchants acquire burial pit goods from various sources and sell them intermixed with a plethora of fakes. Thus, those lacking discernment are easily deceived by such mixed stalls, especially in a ghost market. Gu Shibei entered through the south gate of the park and exited through the north gate. This is an unspoken rule of the Jinling antique ghost market, entering and exiting through different doors. The rationale is straightforward, requiring little explanation. As Gu Shibei exited through the northern gate of the park, he inadvertently noticed a dim yellow light beneath a large locust tree at the entrance. His professional instincts compelled him to approach it. Indeed, it was a stall, but not one belonging to a mere merchant. It was evidently operated by someone who truly excavates. A simple, tattered cloth, a waterproof oilcloth. These are the tools of professional diggers. Antique dealers typically avoid such materials, as they are too rigid and non-breathable, risking scratches on their wares. However, those who work in the field favor this waterproof oilcloth for its versatility. It can hold items, transport earth, and conceal excavation sites. In short, it is exceptionally practical. Thus, upon spotting the oilcloth spread on the ground, Gu Shibei immediately crouched down. As he did so, a familiar, earthy scent wafted up to him, and he could not resist inhaling deeply. His mind instinctively surged with excitement. Upon closer inspection of the items on the oilcloth, he realized there were only 4 in total: a small electric desk lamp that nearly blinded him, 2 pieces of lacquerware, and 2 copper artifacts. The lacquerware consisted of 2 lacquered beans. Their condition appeared acceptable, though insufficient light prevented him from discerning the intricate patterns. However, lacquerware was not Gu Shibei's primary focus, as such items are relatively common and of modest value. What mattered were the copper artifacts. The 2 pieces included a copper sword, heavily corroded, and a copper ding. The condition of the ding seemed fairly decent at first glance. Gu Shibei mused to himself, "Is it feasible to handle?" The seller nodded affirmatively. Seizing the opportunity, Gu Shibei discreetly observed the vendor, who, like him, wore a baseball cap pulled low over his eyes, intentionally shrouded in the darkness behind the lamp, rendering his face indistinguishable. "Shine a light," Gu Shibei exclaimed as he activated his small flashlight in one hand and grasped the copper ding with the other. He pointed the flashlight closely at the object in his hand, careful not to illuminate anything else, especially not another person. This was the unspoken rule. His request to shine a light was merely a customary reminder to the seller to be cautious of the impending illumination. As soon as he grasped the copper ding, Gu Shibei felt a jolt of surprise. It was freshly unearthed. The texture was cool and slightly damp, exuding a strong, earthy aroma. Bringing it closer to his nose, he inhaled deeply. Examining the ding further, he noted the green patina and substantial corrosion, characteristic of southern copper artifacts. In the south, the soil retains more moisture, resulting in a deeper green corrosion on bronze surfaces. In contrast, artifacts unearthed in the north exhibit thinner and lighter corrosion due to drier soil. Upon inspecting the decorative motifs on the ding, they appeared relatively clear, though Gu Shibei felt a pang of disappointment upon discovering that the interior was still filled with earth and had yet to be cleaned. However, as he shone his flashlight, he noticed that one corner had been excavated to a depth of nearly a finger's length, and faintly, an indistinct inscription seemed to emerge. The value of this bronze artifact is significantly diminished if it bears no inscriptions. Gu Shibei hastily moved closer for a closer inspection. It appeared to have a character, albeit only partially revealed, and the rust had not been removed, leaving its authenticity uncertain. Gu Shibei could not help but switch off his flashlight and glance towards the cellar. "Could you clean the dirt inside?" "No," came the reply. Gu Shibei felt a tinge of disappointment, though it was to be expected. In his previous life as an antiquities dealer, he had encountered similar situations early on. When unearthing items for immediate sale, they were often bundled together, making it impossible for buyers to clean or confirm their authenticity. Even meticulous selection was out of the question, for if everyone were to pick and choose, many items would inevitably remain unsold. Typically, one would conduct a cursory examination, selling particularly fine pieces individually while bundling the rest for a fixed price. Now, with the seller refusing to allow any disturbance of the earth, Gu Shibei refrained from further discussion. "I'll offer 10,000. The seller remained succinct. 10,000. That's too expensive. According to the unwritten rules of the antique trade, a single inscription on a bronze piece might fetch 30,000. Thus, the seller's quote of 10,000 was not excessive by market standards. Moreover, the pot was filled with earth. Who could say how many inscriptions lay hidden within? If a few characters were uncovered, it could yield a substantial profit. If those characters aligned with historical records, the windfall would be even greater. Viewed from this perspective, 10,000 seemed quite reasonable. However, as this was unrefined earth, it could not be priced according to market value. Furthermore, selling items with soil at a ghost market perplexed Gu Shibei. In his previous life, he had never been so audacious. The artifact was roughly the size of an incense burner, so he offered a bottom line of 3,000, not a penny more, unless the dirt was cleaned out first. 2,000, Gu Shibei stated firmly. The seller shook his head, muttering something about inscriptions. 1 or 2 inscriptions are insignificant. They are merely symbols, not valuable. Who says there are only 1 or 2? If cleaned, perhaps there will be many more. Gu Shibei couldn't help but smile at this. It was unlikely. The size of this bronze vessel was too small to commemorate any significant events. The seller, taken aback, leaned forward and whispered, "Are you looking for something larger? I have a dish available." Chapter 33, The Cache. Gu Shibei was taken aback and inquired, "Dish? How big?" The seller gestured casually, indicating a diameter of approximately 40 centimeters. This size for a bronze artifact could indeed harbor something of great value. Known as the Bronze Chronicle, the Gujiazhuang pan typically measured around this size and featured 372 inscriptions, a priceless treasure. In truth, this ding was part of a set, comprising several pieces. Oh, Gu Shibei was filled with excitement. Several pieces? That must indicate a grand tomb. The emperor wielded 9 ding, feudal lords 7, and ministers 5. How many pieces? It should be no fewer than 7. Should be. Haven't you counted? The seller chuckled softly. They're still in the ground. Ah. Gu Shibei was gripped by an unconscious sense of dread. Once bitten by a snake, he was wary of ropes for a decade. The earth cellar I cannot dig. Boss. It is not an earth cellar, but a cache. A cache? It refers to a hidden stash. Most of the items unearthed from the soil originate from graves. Yet a small portion does come from caches. However, caches differ from tombs. The former leave no trace, rendering them nearly impossible to plunder unless one possesses a treasure map. In various television dramas, the narrative often revolves around discovering a treasure map and embarking on a quest to unearth riches. Such hidden treasures are fundamentally classified as caches. Yet the notion of using a map to locate treasure is largely fanciful. Historical upheavals and environmental shifts play a paramount role in this. The present societal landscape has transformed immensely, making it exceedingly improbable to locate treasures, even with a map. Thus, the discovery of a cache is predominantly a matter of luck. For instance, one might unearth a jar of coins while renovating an old house or stumble upon a chest of ingots beneath a felled tree. In essence, cache discoveries are largely serendipitous. Therefore, when the seller informed Gu Shibei of the cache, it piqued his curiosity. A cache? No. He refrained from voicing the word grave. The seller couldn't help but chuckle. Otherwise, how would I dare to sell it? I unearthed these few items while digging bamboo shoots. The rest remain buried. If you desire, you may excavate on site. This assertion seemed plausible, yet something was amiss. This individual was certainly not a humble farmer. He was a grave robber, a tomb raider. You dig for bamboo shoots? Gu Shibei whispered. The other party hesitated. To be candid, I am not. Rural farmers, upon finding something of value, are too timid to act, which is why they turn to me. Ah, so that is the case. If it were indeed a cache, Gu Shibei would find it intriguing. Although legally, both excavating a cache and a grave constitute tomb raiding in the realm of antiques, the two are entirely distinct. Throughout history, disturbing a grave has been punishable by death, while discovering a cache is akin to a fortunate stroke of luck. Even if apprehended, the penalties for cache excavation are considerably lighter than for tomb raiding, as caches are typically stumbled upon rather than actively sought. Hence, the malicious intent is minimal, often reduced to a fleeting moment of greed. Caches are usually shallow, allowing for direct excavation from the surface without the need for deeper digging. There is little technical skill involved. In contrast, tomb raiding requires substantial expertise. Yet, which is more challenging? Ironically, it is the cache, because no matter how intricate the skill, it can be learned and mastered by those knowledgeable. However, can luck be cultivated? It is a serendipitous encounter. Consequently, when one encounters a cache, no individual in the antique trade would ever decline. Where is it? Gu Shibei couldn't help but inquire. Are you interested, boss? Gu Shibei nodded. Cash transaction, of course. Naturally. So, be sure to bring sufficient cash. I have significant goods. Excellent. Observing Gu Shibei's nod, the seller rummaged through his pocket and produced a note. According to the previous instructions, at 9 o'clock tomorrow evening, you will find a land temple awaiting your arrival, where I shall meet you. Gu Shibei received the note, which bore a rudimentary hand-drawn map. The location is situated over 30 kilometers north of Jinling, within Gujiazhuang. Though the map was simplistic in design, the route was relatively clear, detailing where to turn off the national highway, with crucial points marked distinctly. Gu Shibei accepted the note, and the other person confirmed once more, boss. Are you certain you wish to go? If so, I shall close up shop, as such business does not thrive with too many patrons. Gu Shibei nodded affirmatively. Go ahead and close. I shall be there. Tomorrow evening at 9. All right, the other replied, promptly crouching down to switch off the small lamp with a soft click. With a swift motion, he gathered the oilcloth on the ground into a bundle and departed without further ado. This was the demeanor of a soil master, efficient and decisive, departing faster than a rabbit. Had it been a mere trader, there would have been farewells exchanged. After dining, he first visited the bank to withdraw 250,000 in cash. Adding this to the previous 50,000, he amassed a total of 300,000. This sum seemed ample. Any more would be superfluous. He secured the cash in a sturdy backpack, tucking a dark, retractable baton into one side. This baton, crafted from high-grade steel, measured less than 30 centimeters when collapsed, yet extended to nearly 80 centimeters when unfurled. Gu Shibei, possessing considerable strength, had specifically chosen the reinforced version. One strike could bend steel. Furthermore, the baton's handle featured a reinforced tip, ideal for shattering glass. He had purchased it online just days prior, originally intended for home defense against that troublesome Buddha head. Now, it served a dual purpose for his venture into the field. Unbeknownst to others, Gu Shibei was acutely aware of the perilous nature of soil masters, often reckless in their pursuits, particularly in remote areas, necessitating precautions. Interestingly, these individuals exhibited a peculiar tendency to engage in internal conflicts rather than confront outsiders. Although those in the antique trade typically looked down upon soil masters, the latter held a self-respect rooted in their technical prowess, disdaining physical confrontations with outsiders. After all, the external parties were often the financial backers. Should a brawl ensue, to whom would they sell their goods? Once prepared, Gu Shibei chose not to rent a vehicle or summon a rideshare, but instead called for a freight service to transport him to Qiaoshan. Notably, the freight vehicle also carried a small electric scooter. He instructed the driver to drop him off at the end of the cement road, approximately 4 to 5 kilometers from his destination. He then rode the rented scooter towards the land temple. Although the scooter was not particularly fast, it possessed the significant advantage of being relatively silent. Moreover, Gu Shibei did not ride directly to the temple, but instead stopped several hundred meters short, concealing the scooter behind a tree at the roadside. After securing his vehicle, he refrained from immediately approaching the temple, taking a moment to survey the surrounding terrain, keen to ascertain whether any off-road vehicles were parked nearby. However, no vehicles were spotted. Chapter 34. The Arrival of the Pig. Gu Shibei felt a slight sense of relief as he noticed the absence of cars nearby. Upon reaching the Earth Deity Temple, he glanced at his phone and realized it was only a little past 7. He had arrived nearly 2 hours early, which was fortuitous for his safety. Unfortunately, there was no signal in this area. Gu Shibei switched off his flashlight and sat down at the entrance of the temple, choosing not to look at his phone, as it was futile without reception. Thus, he settled into the darkness, closing his eyes to rest quietly. After sitting in silence for nearly an hour, he was on the brink of slumber when he suddenly heard faint rustling sounds emanating from behind the temple. The noise grew closer, accompanied by footsteps that suggested more than one person was approaching. Were they here? Uncertain, he noted the absence of vehicle sounds. It was still over an hour early. The two figures conversed in hushed tones as they walked. Gu Shibei felt a surge of pride at his ingenuity for arriving on his electric bike. He stood up, intending to greet them, as eavesdropping felt impolite. However, before he could utter a word, the proximity of their conversation startled him. Will they definitely come? Who knows? Is he hefty? Looks decent, a young lad, rather inexperienced. Oh, this is promising. Nowadays, young people are quite eager to appraise treasures through viral short videos. He is likely to show up. Gu Shibei was taken aback, thinking, hefty? Am I being likened to a pig? Yet, with just 2 individuals, he felt little fear. Have Xiao Lu and the others prepared? Yes. When the time comes, we'll flash the lights, and they will emerge from both sides, striking him on the leg to make him kneel first. No need for unnecessary violence. Let's aim for profit. We only resort to force if they resist. Gu Yi. I was just joking. Be cautious. The other side might bring reinforcements. We'll assess the situation then. If they do have backup, we can negotiate a better price. We can sell a higher rate. At this point, Gu Shibei was filled with the urge to flee. No matter how brave he was, he knew one person could hardly contend against 4. Yet, escape was no longer an option as the footsteps approached the front of the temple. He quickly sat down again, leaning against the structure and feigning sleep. What was that sound? Who was there? The light flickered on. Gu Shibei squinted, shielding his eyes with his hand. Hey, boss. Why did you arrive so early? Lower the flashlight. Don't shine it in my face. As he spoke, Gu Shibei stood up and adjusted the brim of his hat downwards. Oh, I'm sorry. But really, why are you here so soon? I thought the road would be difficult, but it turned out to be quite manageable. What time is it? I just fell asleep. Oh no, I was drooling. Gu Shibei awkwardly wiped his mouth and offered a sheepish smile. The two individuals exchanged glances and nodded in acknowledgement. Boss, since you're here, let's proceed to inspect the goods. All right. Is it far? Not far, just a few 100 meters. Further up into the bamboo grove. Very well, lead the way. Gu Shibei considered fleeing, contemplating various plans in his mind. Taking action now to incapacitate these 2 men and then escape on an electric scooter seemed feasible. Yet it was evident that escape was unlikely. While defeating the 2 should not pose much difficulty, evading capture on the scooter was impractical. Although he hadn't noticed any vehicles nearby upon arrival, it was reasonable to assume that this group, given their numbers, had some vehicles hidden. Thus, he would be pursued in no time. The only viable solution was to eliminate everyone on the spot, thereby severing any possibility of pursuit. Fortunately, he had overheard their plan, granting him a slight advantage. Gu Shibei thought it of little consequence. As long as they were unarmed, he would engage. Whether 2, 4, or 6, they would all be confronted. He refrained from turning on his flashlight, instead discreetly retrieving a collapsible baton from his backpack side pocket and concealing it within his sleeve. Did the boss drive here? Why haven't I seen a car? The sedan is parked on the side of the concrete road. He assumed it would be difficult to navigate and thus walked in. The road is quite manageable. Indeed, this individual's gaze was fixed intently on the backpack on Gu Shibei's shoulder. Hey, what are you staring at? Gu Shibei boldly inquired. The other man seemed unperturbed, chuckling slightly. Boss, did you bring cash? Isn't that obvious? Why else would I come to purchase goods? How much did you bring? Our goods are quite valuable. What I carry is of no concern to you. Simply show me the goods. If they are satisfactory, rest assured you will receive your due payment. Of course. Surely there is more in the vehicle. The man behind continued to scrutinize Gu Shibei, attempting to glean information from his demeanor. Gu Shibei was acutely aware that this man was probing him with words. He chose to ignore him, swiftly turning to walk ahead. He then asked the lead individual, "What era are the stored goods from? You'll see for yourself when we arrive. What exactly is there? Just wait and see. We're almost there." The last 2 words, "almost there," were raised in volume, serving as a warning to those lying in ambush ahead. The prey was approaching. Indeed, it was not a long distance to traverse. They soon entered a bamboo grove and halted in a clearing. Where are the goods? Just a moment. The lead man stepped forward a few paces, then crouched down, retrieving an oilcloth bag from a pile of dry bamboo, leaves beneath a tall bamboo. With a rustling sound, he tossed the bag onto the ground in the clearing. Were they not still buried? Oh, we dug them up in advance, knowing you were coming. Everything is right here. Gujiazhuang nodded and bent down to open the oilcloth bag, but was halted by another man. Boss, wait a moment. What is it? Do you have the cash? Yes. Let's have a look first. That's not it. Brother, this isn't how we do things, is it? We need to verify funds. Do you understand? Without sufficient cash, you cannot even glance at the goods. Who knows who you are? If we show your local products and word gets out, it poses a risk for us all. In the antique shop, there was no mention of a rule requiring verification of funds. Never mind. If you won't let me see it, I shall not purchase it. Gujiazhuang stated as he stood to leave. Yet, upon turning, he found his path obstructed. What is the meaning of this? Open the bag. A blatant robbery? Brother, wealth is merely a material possession. Do not jeopardize your life over a trifling sum. It is not worth it. Indeed, that holds some truth. Gujiazhuang replied, unfastening the backpack from his back. However, instead of handing it directly to them, he tossed it aside, just far enough for the man blocking his way to take a few steps to the side. Chapter 35. Cleanup. Gujiazhuang hurled the backpack to the ground. Simultaneously, a baton slid from his sleeve into his palm. Brother, the bag contains cash. Feel free to check for yourself. Upon seeing the backpack land on the ground, the two men immediately burst into laughter. What do you think you are, Jackie Chan? Trying to catch me off guard? Ignoring Gujiazhuang, one of them lunged forward to retrieve the bag. Quite clever of you, Gujiazhuang remarked as he swung the baton with a sharp crack. However, his target was not the one reaching for the bag, but rather the man behind him, who was holding an oilcloth bag. The latter was completely unprepared and received a blow to his shin. With a cry of agony, he dropped to his knees. As soon as he knelt, the other man abandoned the bag and shouted, Liuzi, attack! He pulled out a dagger, while footsteps echoed from within the bamboo grove. Gujiazhuang was acutely aware that this was an opportune moment. He needed to eliminate these two before the others arrived. Thus, he acted swiftly and decisively. He charged towards the man with the dagger, swinging his baton. In the darkness, the baton appeared as an indistinguishable shadow, leaving the dagger wielder unaware of his impending fate. By the time he realized, it was too late. With a resounding crack, the baton struck the wrist of the man with the dagger, shattering the bone into fragments. A horrific scream erupted. Brother Gao, came a shout from the bamboo grove, and three figures emerged, each wielding a steel pipe. Gujiazhuang had not turned on his flashlight. He relied on the illumination from the two men as flashlights. Now that they had been swiftly incapacitated, their lights fell from their grasp. As the flashlights hit the ground, Gujiazhuang dashed forward and kicked one of them away. Suddenly, the scene was engulfed in darkness. The three figures from the bamboo grove, realizing they were in the dark and unable to locate anyone, instinctively turned on their own flashlights. Yet, as soon as the light flickered on, a shadow lunged from the side. Damn it! Came screams. Don't turn on the lights. Someone shouted in realization. But it was too late. Gujiazhuang initially concealed himself in the shadows, seizing the advantage of darkness. Should even one of them illuminate the area, all three would be exposed. Thus, vanquishing one would render the remaining two vulnerable. It proved far simpler than Gujiazhuang had anticipated. In a mere span of 3 minutes, he had deftly subdued all 5 adversaries. Remarkable. Gujiazhuang mused to himself, pondering how he had yet to employ his so-called Tongbei fist. Merely wielding a baton had proven astonishingly effective. With a newfound sense of pride, he activated his flashlight, which boasted 5 brightness settings. He immediately chose the brightest, a blinding luminescence. Each of the 5 men was momentarily rendered sightless. Goodness, don't shine that in my eyes. I can't see, they exclaimed in dismay. Gujiazhuang chuckled as he gathered them together, then proceeded to unfasten their belts. Hold on, brother, what are you doing? Is this really necessary? However, Gujiazhuang was far from trivial. He required their belts and trousers. He methodically bound each of the 5 men to a large bamboo pole, positioning them in a pentagram formation, allowing them to see one another, yet preventing any assistance. To ensure the bindings were secure, he tore their trousers into strips to reinforce the knots securing their hands behind the bamboo. The bindings were robust. Escape was impossible in the short term. Once the 5 were secured, Gujiazhuang kindly inspected their injuries. They were alive, but the pain was excruciating. Each man groaned in agony. Please let us go. Everything is yours. Gujiazhuang, unfazed by their pleas, understood it was his time to dictate terms without the need for words. He picked up the backpack from the ground, brushed off the dust, and donned it. Approaching the oilcloth bag he had discarded, he opened it to find, apart from the 4 items from yesterday, an additional bronze artifact, a bronze goo. Without lingering to examine it closely, he turned and headed toward the vendor from the ghost market. Hey, you mentioned several ding vessels. Where are they? I don't know. Upon realizing the man was merely a lackey, Gu Shibei dismissed him and sought out the ringleader. Are you the boss? Listen, there's no need for violence among those in the antiques trade. Take what you need. Damn, you think you're part of the antiques world? Gu Shibei retorted, incredulous. You're nothing but a disgrace. The trade requires skill, and you lot are a far cry from genuine antiquarians, more akin to swindlers. The insult caused the opposing party to scowl, yet they remained silent, nodding in agreement. The brother admitted, you speak the truth, we acknowledge it. However, we find ourselves in a predicament. We brought a batch of goods to Jinling and were deceived by antique dealers. The items have been sold, yet not a single penny has reached us. Goodness. Gu Shibei couldn't help but chuckle. Being swindled by antique dealers is a tale that would make anyone laugh. Can you believe it? Brother, I assure you, I am not lying. Others chimed in. Our batch is of excellent quality. These few remaining pieces are merely the leftovers. Just imagine how good the rest must be. Who could have been fooled? The great Master Ma. Who? The great Master Ma. Haven't you heard? Ma Dongsheng would trick you. Do you know him? Gao Gu shook his head. We certainly do not know Master Ma. However, he is a legendary figure in our trade, always receiving top-notch goods. He offers good prices, but not everyone can establish a connection with him. Then how can you claim to have been deceived by Master Ma? It was he who instructed us to deliver goods to Jinling. When? A week ago. We were notified through the logistics service to deliver the goods. We handed over the items, yet the payment has never arrived. When we went to the antique market to inquire, they informed us that Master Ma had sold the market. Then we reported it to the police. How can you people from Jinling act this way? Chapter 36. 2 bronze artifacts. Gu Shibei shook his head in disbelief. He could not help but feel a twinge of sympathy for these 5 individuals. They truly were rather foolish. Gu Shibei refrained from asking further questions and directly retrieved a bronze ding and a bronze jia from the oilcloth bag, tossing them into his backpack. Turning around, he tugged at the belt binding Gao Gu, loosening it slightly, estimating that within an hour he could free himself. First, Ma Dongsheng has long since passed. Second, should you ever speak ill of the people of Jinling again, I shall silence you. With that, Gu Shibei departed briskly. He would not tolerate anyone disparaging Jinling. In truth, Gu Shibei, like the former Ma Dongsheng, was not originally from Jinling. Yet, Jinling had bestowed everything upon him, and he would not allow anyone to tarnish its reputation. Hastening out of the bamboo grove, he located his electric scooter and rode towards the national road. After traveling a few kilometers, his phone regained signal, and he promptly summoned a delivery service, directing it to a nearby gas station. Upon his arrival at the gas station, the delivery service arrived just in time. Back at home, Gu Shibei pulled the 2 bronze artifacts from his backpack. In dim lighting, the pieces appeared unremarkable. However, under the bright lights of his home, he realized that they were, in fact, quite decent. Not bad at all. Gu Shibei first removed the soil from inside the bronze ding, then fetched a bucket and submerged both artifacts within. The bucket was filled with tap water. Remember, it was tap water. The chlorine in tap water is more effective at loosening the grime from antiquities than purified water. Of course, if dealing with cultural preservation units, tap water should not be used, as it would damage the relics. However, the antique dealer was indifferent. Gu Shibei cared little for it. As long as it was cleaned up and could be sold, that was sufficient. These 2 bronze artifacts had soaked overnight, and it was only by noon the next day that Gu Shibei retrieved them from the water bucket. After a night of soaking, the surface dirt had become loosened. A gentle brushing with a soft brush made it quite effortless to clean them. Upon this slight cleaning, Gu Shibei could not help but notice that these 2 bronze pieces, particularly the one known as a jia, were indeed remarkable. Most notably, it bore 2 inscriptions. The jia is a ceremonial wine vessel used in sacrificial rites. This bronze jia features a flared mouth with small mushroom-shaped double columns on the rim. The column heads are umbrella-shaped, adorned with flame patterns. It rests on a 3-pronged conical base, and its belly wall showcases a half-circular flat handle. Crucially, the belly wall bears the inscription Ziqing. Hence, this bronze jia is designated as the Western Zhou bronze jia with Kuei foam patterns. Why is it classified as Western Zhou? Because this pattern of kuei foam originated in the late Shang dynasty, flourished during the Midwestern Zhou period, and gradually declined during the spring and autumn period. Therefore, Gu Shibei deduced that this bronze jia likely dates back to the Western Zhou era. Whether it truly does or not is inconsequential. The pivotal concern is how to fetch a good price for it. How? Clean it up and begin the appreciation process. Additionally, he planned to have several brocade boxes custom-made at the antique market. After all, one must be presentable, and sometimes a brocade box can be quite significant. There was also a bronze ding. After cleaning, Gu Shibei discovered that this ding was, in fact, of superior quality compared to the previously mentioned jia. The ding has a slightly inward curving mouth and a folded rim, with two symmetrical, arched handles on the rim, its surface being smooth and unadorned. The belly is slightly bulging, embellished with 3 grand beast face patterns. The beast faces on either side of the belly are depicted in shallow relief, surrounded by meticulously arranged cloud and thunder motifs. The belly connects to 3 cylindrical legs. This ding possesses a dignified and solid form, with exquisite decoration. Once cleaned and placed under the light, its weightiness, mystery, and solemnity become palpable. In comparison, the ding inherently holds greater value among bronze artifacts. The saying goes that a sovereign possesses 9 dings, while feudal lords possess 7. The ding symbolizes authority, and within the antique market, items of equivalent quality typically see ding prices exceeding those of other artifacts by 20 to 30%, if not more. If these 2 bronze artifacts were to be sold right now, Gu Shibei estimated their combined worth to be around 50,000. Of course, this is merely an estimate. The actual situation might only worsen, never improve. This is because bronze artifacts are notoriously difficult to sell in the antique market, especially for novices lacking resources. Transactions involving bronze artifacts typically occur only among familiar acquaintances. Strangers, or even those not particularly well acquainted, tend to hesitate even for the finest pieces, as the risks are substantial and the law strictly forbids such sales, unless one were to sell at a tenth of the price as a desperate measure. Selling for 30 to 50,000 is naturally out of the question for Gu Shibei. Such an amount would hardly suffice for his fitness expenses. However, if he were to take his time to appreciate it carefully, nurturing its patina, transforming an ordinary piece into one with a rich story and legacy, then it could indeed reach 7 figures. Alternatively, one might seek connections to obtain the necessary permissions, subsequently sending the items to Xiqing and Hangzhou for auction. The imaginative possibilities would expand significantly. The tap water is renewed every half day, soaking for half a day, then removing it to air dry for another half day to drain excess moisture. This process is repeated thrice, effectively exchanging the moisture absorbed from the soil within the bronze artifacts. Once this initial exchange is complete, pure water is introduced. At this stage, tap water is no longer permissible. Only pristine water should be utilized. Moreover, Gu Shibei enriches the pure water with hydrogen peroxide, concocting a solution with a concentration of 10. This step is critically significant, serving as a pivotal moment in the preservation of the bronze artifacts from the burial pit. Should this process falter, the integrity of the bronze would be irrevocably compromised. Whether excavated from earth, water, or tomb, the environment surrounding the bronze undergoes dramatic transformations, particularly in terms of humidity and temperature. Neglecting this treatment can lead to the onset of bronze disease, particularly in artifacts unearthed from the moisture-laden soils of the southern regions, where they are prone to rapid deterioration and powdering. For casual excavators, selling the items directly may suffice. But for collectors or antique dealers who wish to retain the artifacts for an extended period, the solidification process becomes paramount. The steps of expelling moisture, exchanging water, and soaking in hydrogen peroxide solution are indeed classic procedures. The hydrogen peroxide solution effectively removes cuprous chloride, purging the artifacts of centuries-old harmful patina. Following the hydrogen peroxide soak, the artifacts are rinsed thrice with pure water to expel any residual solution, necessitating additional water exchanges and moisture control. Upon completion of the solidification process, one may commence the meticulous handling of the artifacts. Engaging with the burial pit is an intricate craft, purely manual and requiring abundant patience. Haste is not an option. Gu Shibei acquired several pieces of silk fabric online, skillfully crafting a pair of silk gloves. Each day, he dons these gloves to gently caress the bronze artifacts. After thoroughly rubbing the artifacts with the silk gloves, he removes them to touch the artifacts directly with bare hands, ensuring no cosmetics interfere, allowing only the natural oils and perspiration of his skin to remain. This results in a patina that is genuinely authentic. Chapter 37 commences. Let us proceed with the meticulous work of handling the burial pit artifacts. This is a time-consuming endeavor that cannot be rushed. While Gu Shibei is engaged with the 2 bronze artifacts, he receives the tools sent by Gujiazhuang, which are perfectly suited for his needs. With the appropriate implements in hand, he begins the restoration of the mahogany stool. The restoration of this stool differs significantly from that of the bronze artifacts. The latter requires the removal of grime, corrosion, and the development of patina, whereas the stool, crafted from Wangye wood, demands a distinct approach. Initially, the accumulated dirt on the stool must be meticulously cleaned, focusing solely on contemporary residues such as mud or dust. However, the historical grime embedded within the crevices of the brass fittings must remain untouched. Cleaning antiques is a delicate art. One strives for cleanliness without erasing the essence of history. This is especially true for antique furniture, where the historical patina holds great significance. Thus, the cleaning of the stool is relatively straightforward. A simple wash with clean water suffices, devoid of the complexities associated with bronze artifacts. Moreover, Gu Shibei dismantled the seating surface of the stool. This surface was not the original one. It had been replaced recently and would diminish the stool's value when paired with the centuries-old Wangye wood. Gu Shibei contemplated that there was no rush to sell the stool. He intended to scour the market for suitable antique materials to replace the seating surface. If he were to replace it with a surface from several centuries ago, the stool's value would significantly appreciate. Of course, the stool also required careful polishing, as the Wangye material was particularly suited for this process, allowing it to develop a lustrous sheen. Gu Shibei was a professional when it came to the art of antique polishing, often losing himself in the task for an entire day. This was his expertise from a previous life. Thus, the allure of the antique nearly made him forget about his gym commitments. After finishing the cleaning of 2 bronze artifacts that day, Gu Shibei checked the time and realized he was running late. He hurriedly tidied up and made his way to the gym. Upon his arrival, he found Hui Yusin had already been there, seated at the chest press machine, her gaze fixed on the entrance, her arms slowly squeezing the apparatus. Gu Shibei noticed her immediately as she did him. However, their expressions were markedly different. Hui Yusin's face radiated surprise, though she quickly feigned concentration on her exercise. Meanwhile, Gu Shibei maintained his aloof demeanor, passing by her without a word. After changing and emerging with his water bottle, Gu Shibei observed Hui Yusin still at the machine. Though now she was exerting considerable effort, her already ample figure was accentuated with each contraction, enough to make Gu Shibei's nose bleed. Although he possessed the mind of a 60-year-old, his body was that of a vigorous 20-year-old. How could he withstand such a sight? He swiftly sought out a machine to channel his pent-up energy. As he began his workout, sweat poured down, revealing the well-defined muscle lines beneath his fitted tank top. To his surprise, he caught Hui Yusin staring at him intently. Was this woman in her 30s truly so desirous? Gu Shibei mused. No wonder she frequented the gym. Fortunately, he had created a personal gym for her at home. Otherwise, he might have found himself in a compromising position. However, he was no longer the meek Ma Dongsheng, and wearing a metaphorical green hat was no longer a concern. Yet, he felt it was crucial to maintain his own dignity. Feeling that he had exercised sufficiently, Gu Shibei decided to approach Hui Yusin while switching machines, unable to resist offering her a smile. This typically aloof, handsome man suddenly smiled at her, causing her cheeks to flush. His smile was unmistakably flirtatious, an enticing gesture reminiscent of a dramatic performance. After this brief interaction, he returned to his workout, showcasing his masculine allure. Having completed another set of exercises, Hui Yusin could no longer contain herself. She casually inquired, "You didn't come yesterday? Had something to attend to?" He replied succinctly before rising to continue his routine. After finishing my workout, I said to him, "You take your time?" "Oh, today you're quite fast." He replied, "Do you have time? Let me treat you to coffee." "Sure," exclaimed Hui Yusin, jumping up excitedly. "Let's meet by the entrance in a moment." With that, Gu Shibei strode into the changing room. When he emerged, clad in a trendy outfit and spritzed with cologne, Hui Yusin was still not out. Gu Shibei waited at the gym entrance for over 20 minutes before Hui Yusin finally stepped out, her hair still damp from her workout. The beauty had transformed from her yoga attire into a form-fitting knitted dress that accentuated her alluring figure. It was evident that she had changed into this outfit intentionally for their date. "Sorry for keeping you waiting, handsome," she apologized. "No worries. By the way, I don't even know how to address you. Let's introduce ourselves. My surname is Gu Shibei," he said, extending his hand. Hui Yusin, she replied, shaking his hand in return. Oh, your hand is quite large. Hee hee. Isn't it natural for a man to be a bit bigger? He responded. Ah, that's true. Hui Yusin blushed slightly. I'd like to treat you to coffee. Do you have any recommendations? He inquired. Hui Yusin pondered. You only drink espresso, right? Gushibei shrugged slightly. It seems they don't serve espresso here, but I know a very authentic Italian coffee place in Jinling. How about we drive there? Sorry, I don't drive. I usually walk or ride a bike, she replied. Really? How environmentally conscious of you. I thought you might say you're broke. Who goes to Dreamland Park and is broke? No worries, I can drive. Let's go. Gushibei and Hui Yusin took the elevator down to the parking garage. He climbed into the small sports car, feeling a surge of different emotions. This was the very car he had gifted Hui Yusin in his previous life. Now, occupying this vehicle again in his current identity felt surreal. The two-seater was rather compact for Gushibei, and as he settled into the passenger seat, his head nearly brushed the ceiling. As he fastened his seatbelt, he inadvertently leaned toward Hui Yusin. She caught a whiff of his scent and remarked, "You smell wonderful." Her eyes sparkled with mischief as she playfully blinked at him. Caught off guard by her flirtation, Gushibei, a young man brimming with vitality, felt his heart race. From his vantage point, he had a perfect view of Hui Yusin's low neckline, revealing a glimpse of her flawless skin. Unable to resist, he thought, why wait any longer? Just go for it. After all, she is my woman. Chapter 38, The Golden Age. You could say it was intentional, or perhaps he simply cannot hold back. In any case, Gushibei leaned down and gently kissed her. As their lips met, he had contemplated various outcomes. Yet this particular one was unexpected. He intended to withdraw after that brief encounter. However, Hyuksin firmly seized his lips, her hands encircling his neck. The two individuals, one a youthful male in his 20s and the other a woman in her early 30s, were both in the prime of their lives. Thus, the ensuing events were predictably intense. The only lament was the cramped space of the sports car, which was lacking in comfort. Gushibei held Hyuksin tightly in his embrace, yet it remained insufficient. In a hushed tone, Hyuksin suggested that there was a hotel above the gym. Hearing her words, Gushibei experienced a tumult of emotions. A peculiar contradiction enveloped him. He felt a pang of sadness at Hyuksin's demeanor, akin to the sensation of being cuckolded. Yet paradoxically, he also felt an inexplicable joy that he had never encountered before. After all, the man wearing the metaphorical green hat was none other than him, Gushibei. He nearly carried Hyuksin into the elevator, ascending to their destination. To his surprise, the process of checking into a room was entirely devoid of the formalities he had envisioned. There was no presentation of identification. Hyuksin simply retrieved a card from her bag, swiped it, and the receptionist handed over a room key. Upon entering, everything felt astonishingly familiar to both Gushibei and Hyuksin, a scent and atmosphere that echoed past experiences, yet entirely transformed. The vigor of youth coursed through him, rendering him fearless. He could effortlessly lift or embrace Hyuksin, abilities that the frail old man, Ma Dongsheng, could never have imagined. What astonished him further was Hyuksin's overwhelming eagerness, which left him somewhat daunted, an experience he had never witnessed during his time as Ma Dongsheng. With the vitality of a 20-year-old coupled with the wisdom of a 60-year-old, Gushibei felt invincible. After over an hour, they collapsed onto the sofa in the room, Hyuksin breathing heavily, whispering softly, "Xiao Bei Bei. I shall call you that from now on." Gushibei couldn't help but chuckle. "As long as you're happy. What shall I call you?" "You'll call me sister." She replied, "All right, sister. I never imagined you to be so formidable." "Is this what you consider formidable?" "Of course. Many of the gym's wolves are merely soft persimmons, unable to last for more than a few minutes. But you truly have me on the verge of surrender." Gushibei thought to himself that his 60 years of practice were not in vain. Furthermore, he was well aware of Hyuksin's preferred positions. "Sister, you seem quite familiar with the gym's wolves. Are you a frequent visitor to this hotel as well?" Hyuksin playfully pinched Gushibei's cheek. "Jealous, are we?" Gushibei said nothing, slightly tempering his smile. "Still jealous?" Hyuksin laughed, clearly amused. "You've misunderstood. I've merely heard that the muscular men at the gym are often not as tough as they seem, but rather quite endearing. Hee hee. As for this hotel, it's a nationwide chain, and I'm a member here, hence." Before she could finish her sentence, she stood up and pulled Gushibei along. "Shall we take a shower together?" "Certainly." The bath lasted an astonishingly long hour. As the two parted ways, the conversation about coffee was never mentioned again. Hui Yusin offered to accompany Gushibei, who declined, insisting on walking alone. Hui Yusin chuckled, remarking on his silliness. They separated, only to meet again at the gym the following day. After less than 30 minutes of exercise, they hurriedly ascended to the hotel. However, this time, Gu Shibei frowned and shook his head. What's wrong? Is something bothering you? I dislike being in hotels. Hui Yusin was puzzled. Why? Hotels are quite comfortable. It just feels unsafe. You know, there are far too many incidents of hidden cameras nowadays. I always have the sensation that someone is watching us. Surely not. This is a reputable national hotel chain. It should be safe. Don't worry about it. Next time, let's go to my place or yours. Hui Yusin's brow furrowed at this suggestion. Sensing her discomfort, Gu Shibei quickly amended. If your place isn't spacious enough, then mine will suffice. My home is quite large. Ample for the two of us to have our fun. As he spoke, he playfully slapped his palm, causing Hui Yusin to gasp softly. Gu Shibei was not genuinely averse to hotels. He was surprised at how quickly he had ensnared Hui Yusin's interest. Whether it was due to her being particularly easy to captivate at her age or his own adeptness, Hui Yusin was indeed under his influence. Sister, have you been troubled by anything at home recently? Not at all. Things have been going splendidly for me lately. Why would I be troubled? Are you sure you can handle it? A man must not admit defeat. Her momentary pause made Gu Shibei uneasy, as her words echoed the familiar refrain often uttered by Ma Dongsheng in their previous life. Fortunately, Hui Yusin laughed shortly after. What are you laughing at? Do you doubt me? I do not doubt you. I doubt others. Your words remind me of someone else. Who? Gu Shibei feigned annoyance. Are you jealous? That is something you truly cannot stomach. To be candid, it's my husband. He simply cannot measure up. Gu Shibei felt a pang of jealousy, unsure whether to be angry or amused. I have a brother-in-law, so I could still. Rest assured, he is no longer around. I am free now. Recently, I've been bothered by that old man. Old man? Gu Shibei was taken aback to discover how Hui Yusin perceived him. In a basement? That sounds thrilling. We cannot forego the basement. Indeed, it has 2 underground levels. Is that so? I am quite eager to see it. As he spoke, Gu Shibei lifted Hui Yusin in a moment of exuberance. It was a wild and exhilarating act, one that Ma Dongsheng in their previous life would never have dared to imagine. Yet now, Gu Shibei, tall and robust, was unfettered. Gu Shibei hesitated to inquire further about the matters troubling Hui Yusin, but he suspected they pertained to the distribution of assets. In the previous life, Ma Dongsheng's estate had only 2 legitimate heirs, Hui Yusin and his son, Ma Shucheng. Nonetheless, Gu Shibei had resolved to relinquish any concern over how the inheritance would unfold between the two of them. His son, Ma Shucheng, is determined to remain in Japan. Consequently, the estate was sent there to nourish a large wolf dog. It would be far better to leave it for Hui Yusin to care for a little wolf dog instead. Moreover, he is now also part of the pack of little wolf dogs. Apart from admiring a few antiques he possesses, he frequently wanders through the antique markets. Although it is said that one rarely finds treasures, the current antique market is indeed sparse in valuable items. Yet, the scarcity only motivates him to visit more often. The rarer the items, the more one must explore, for this increases the chances of encountering something extraordinary. One day, he ventured to the antique market on Huaihai Road. Upon alighting from his vehicle, he noticed a gathering of people around a stall. Despite the crowd, only 2 individuals were engaged in conversation, while the others merely observed. This is the nature of antique dealing. People enjoy the spectacle, yet refrain from interjecting during negotiations. However, it is not merely about entertainment. There is potential for discovery. As others haggle, it presents an opportunity for him. If it turns out to be a valuable item and the deal falls through, he could seize the moment. Thus, Gu Shibei hurried over. Not bothering to acknowledge the crowd, he quickly focused on the object being negotiated. An exquisite piece of porcelain. Gu Shibei's eyes lit up. It was a dragon-patterned Tianzi jar from the Changhua period. Of course, he could not see the Tianzi mark at the base, but there was no need to check. Whether genuine or not, the bottom must surely bear the Tianzi mark. Otherwise, these 2 individuals would not be engaged in such a vigorous negotiation. Unfortunately, the jar was damaged and required restoration. If it were authentic and in pristine condition, its value could be said to be the highest among all items on Huaihai Road at that moment. Admittedly, there was not much of value on that street. Nevertheless, even if the jar was repaired, it still held significant worth. One could easily estimate it to be worth around 20,000. Gu Shibei shook his head in disbelief, realizing that in just a few days of absence from Huaihai Road, such a remarkable item had surfaced. Listening further to the negotiation, he learned that the seller's asking price was not exorbitant, 50,000. However, the buyer offered only 30,000, arguing that the jar was not an authentic Changhua piece, but rather a Qing imitation. The seller vehemently disagreed, pointing to the painting on the jar. Look here. Does this color scheme resemble that of a Qing imitation? At first glance, it clearly resembles an old Ming Changhua piece. If you wish to bargain, provide a valid reason and do not try to deceive me with talk of Qing imitations. The onlookers couldn't help but chuckle at this exchange. The buyer, maintaining a calm demeanor, responded with a smile, asserting that the jar was undoubtedly not Changhua and that even as a Qing imitation, it warranted further scrutiny. Therefore, he could not offer more than 30,000. Having said this, the buyer gently set the jar down and prepared to leave. However, as he turned, Gushi Bei caught a clear glimpse of the man's face. To his astonishment, this middle-aged gentleman, in his 50s, was someone he recognized, a prominent figure in the domestic antiquities community, Gujiazhuang. However, this individual hails from Zhonghai. How did he end up here? It is not surprising. Perhaps he is on a business trip to Jinling and decided to explore the antique market. In truth, collectors and antique dealers often seize the opportunity to peruse the market for hidden treasures. Gushi Bei is acquainted with Gujiazhuang, but the latter is unaware of his identity. As Gujiazhuang turned around, the vendor called out, "Hey, don't leave, we can negotiate." Just as the vendor was about to finish his statement, he caught sight of Gushi Bei. This esteemed gentleman has arrived. Come, take a look at this Tianzi jar. Is it truly a relic from the Changhua era? Gushi Bei was somewhat bewildered, unsure why the vendor was addressing him. However, upon hearing this, others began to look in Gushi Bei's direction. It seemed as if some had discovered a treasure, exclaiming, "Yes, indeed, this gentleman possesses exceptional discernment. He was the one who uncovered a significant find here a few days ago. The Ming yellow rosewood stool, correct? Yes, that's him." With this proclamation, the crowd's attention shifted entirely from the Tianzi jar to Gushi Bei, leaving him feeling quite awkward. How had he suddenly become a celebrity on this street? Nevertheless, the discussions of the onlookers caught Gu Maoyuan's interest, prompting him to scrutinize Gushi Bei as well. The vendor promptly seized the Tianzi jar and presented it before Gushi Bei. "Sir, could you lend your expertise?" Gushi Bei could not help but chuckle. "Pray tell, how did you come to know of my discerning eye? Have you forgotten? I witnessed you unearth that yellow rosewood stool." Upon hearing this, Gushi Bei recalled that this vendor was the one adjacent to his stall when he had found the stool. Today, he had merely shifted his position. With a knowing nod, Gushi Bei refrained from accepting the jar. "You engage in negotiations. It would be inappropriate for me to interject. Regardless of the outcome, I would rather not offend anyone. This matter does not concern me." As he spoke, Gushi Bei turned to leave, but Gu Maoyuan intercepted him. "Esteemed sir, since everyone recognizes your discernment, why not assist us?" Gushi Bei shook his head, citing protocol. "How about this? I invite you for tea, and regardless of the outcome, I request your assistance in appraising this jar." Gushi Bei was taken aback. It was quite peculiar that Gu Maoyuan would ask for his help. However, he was more than willing, as gaining access to resources from a prominent collector like Gu Maoyuan was invaluable for his aspirations in the antique world. Yet, he could not overtly disregard the rules. Gushi Bei glanced at the vendor and said, "You speak truly. I have no objections. True gold fears no fire." Nodding, he added, "I will only express what I perceive and understand, regardless of whether it is good or bad. You too must not hold it against me." The vendor wore a fearless expression. "What you say is true. Even if you deem it false, it need not be a death sentence. It is merely a reference." Gu Maoyuan nodded in agreement. "What this esteemed gentleman says is correct. In antique appraisal, no one dares assert absolutes. It is merely a reference." Gushi Bei nodded slightly, then pointed at the jar. "Boss, put it down. I'll handle it myself." The vendor gently placed the jar on the ground. Only then did Gushi Bei take hold of the jar. He grasped the rim with one hand, weighing it slightly, before extending his other hand to support the base. He lifted the jar high towards the sun, slowly rotating it. Gushi Bei examined the jar from various angles, observing how it transmitted light under the intense illumination. After setting the jar down, he glanced at Gu Maoyuan and then at the vendor. "What do you think?" The vendor asked impatiently. "Half true, half false." Chapter 40, Spin Around. Gushi Bei's declaration of half true, half false left the onlookers in utter bewilderment. "Wisho," someone murmured. The others seemed to catch on, beginning to chatter amongst themselves. At such a young age, how could he possess such discernment? Antique appraisal is cultivated through countless antiques. Anyone could identify a Changhua jar. Is there no law in the antiques trade? "Hey, Boss Chun, are you mistaken? Can he really strike gold? It wouldn't be a toilet leak, would it?" "Ha ha." The crowd laughed, leaving the vendor visibly embarrassed, prompting him to explain. "I saw him pick up the leak right here." Of course, different categories of antiques vary, I can't speak to this porcelain's authenticity. Upon hearing Gu Shibei's conclusion, although the crowd scoffed, Gu Maoyuan couldn't help but furrow his brows. He picked up the jar again and asked Gu Shibei, "Since I have invited you, could you please elaborate on what you mean by half-true, half-false?" Gu Shibei nodded and pointed with a finger at the jar in Gu Maoyuan's hand. This piece, and this piece, he identified a total of 8 fragments from the broken, mended jar. These pieces are fake. The rest are genuine. And the base is authentic too, but it belongs to another piece of porcelain, not the original pairing. This is a compiled item. Half true, half false. Before he could finish, the crowd erupted in astonishment. Compiled. With such damage, it is indeed possible. But can you really discern the authenticity at a glance? Exactly. Sir, you mustn't speak so carelessly. Although this jar is pieced together, it is remarkably intact, not missing a single fragment. How could there be fakes among them? Moreover, wouldn't it be better to create a complete imitation? The vendor, who had initially been indifferent, grew anxious upon hearing Gu Shibei's unfavorable remarks. Gu Shibei couldn't help but chuckle. There are professionals who specialize in antiquing, collecting vintage porcelain shards and old bases to repair them. I've heard of old bases, but I've never encountered something like this pieced together. It wouldn't even cover the labor costs. Boss, do you think this is difficult or labor-intensive? For a professional antiquarian, it's merely a casual task. The key lies in finding suitable porcelain fragments. As long as they are available, the process is not challenging. No, you can't just say it's so. Gu Shibei was left speechless by this remark. The appraisal of antiques is inherently subjective, making it arduous to present objective data for refutation. Therefore, there is no necessity to substantiate anything. Generally, when confronted with contrarians, a mere smile and departure suffices. The trade of antiques diverges from other commodities, as it not only allows for haggling, but also accommodates varied perceptions of authenticity. However, once a purchase is finalized, returns are unequivocally prohibited. Yet, Gu Shibei did not leave. He cast a glance at Gu Maoyuan. He believed that while others could be disregarded, he must conquer Gu Maoyuan. Gu Shibei scrutinized Gu Maoyuan, stating, "First, take a moment to assess the weight of this jar. It is considerably heavier than expected. Authentic Ming Changhua jars from that era are quite light." Upon hearing this, the vendor interjected, "Of course, the adhesive materials used for repairs are heavy. The density of the adhesive is far inferior to porcelain. In fact, it is quite lightweight. Even with the addition of these bonding materials, the jar should still weigh less than the missing sections. Yet it now seems heavier. You can discern the increased weight merely by handling it." A bystander expressed incredulity. Gu Shibei paid no heed and continued speaking to Gu Maoyuan. "Now, hold the jar up to the sunlight." Gu Maoyuan complied. "Do you notice the difference?" Gu Maoyuan shook his head. "No." "Precisely." "Now, gently rotate it while slightly altering the angle." Gu Maoyuan followed Gu Shibei's instructions, and after barely turning it halfway, he exclaimed, "Oh, the translucence is different." Gu Shibei nodded approvingly. The translucence of porcelain shards from centuries past naturally differs from that of newly fired pieces. "But I just illuminated it." "Did you use a flashlight?" "Yes. That is a singular fixed light source, which fails to reveal distinctions. Only by rotating the piece and allowing sunlight to pass through various shards can the differences in translucence be discerned." "Remarkable. This is the first time I've witnessed such a method of porcelain appraisal." Gu Shibei chuckled. "That's because you typically examine high-quality goods. If you had encountered more of these repaired pieces, you would naturally be aware of this technique." At this juncture, the vendor had no further retorts. The onlookers could not help but murmur in admiration. "Today, I have learned something invaluable. This young man truly possesses remarkable skills." Indeed, in this age of abundant information, young individuals learn swiftly. They're quite impressive. Have you seen those short videos featuring treasure appraisals? They too showcase young talents. Those are scripted. Do you really believe them? The crowd buzzed with discussion. Gu Maoyuan gestured for Gu Shibei to follow him. "Shall we have tea? Would you like a browse? I will wait for you at the Jinling Spring Tea House over there." "No need. If you are treating, I shall graciously accept. May I inquire your name, esteemed sir?" "Gu Maoyuan." "Greetings, Master Gu. Just call me Xiao Gu. I am a generation behind you." In the world of antiques, age is irrelevant. Only discernment matters. Without further ado, upon observing this jar, it is evident that your discernment is truly remarkable. Gu Maoyuan, while speaking, gave a thumbs up to Gu Shibei. What a fortuitous encounter in a familiar realm. It cannot merely be attributed to discernment. The two entered a tea house and requested a private room. Gu Maoyuan ordered 2 cups of premium Westlake Longjing tea along with several plates of dried fruits. As they sipped tea, their conversation flowed leisurely. Naturally, they exchanged WeChat contacts and established communication beforehand. Master Gu. No, just call me Xiao Gu. Then it shall be Master Xiao Gu. Wouldn't that be quite the embarrassment for me? No need for modesty. In the realm of antiques, it is all about discernment. A keen eye makes one a master. Lacking it, one remains a novice, regardless of living a century. Although Gu Maoyuan's words may have been somewhat exaggerated, the principle remains. The antique trade, driven by immense profit, is inherently realistic. Gu Shibei nodded, accepting the title of Master Xiao Gu. He recalled the title of King Ma from his past life. And this title of Master Xiao Gu certainly lacked the same gravitas. Yet, it still conferred a sense of prestige. Though Gu Maoyuan's address contained a fair share of insincere politeness, a master remains a master. Chapter 41. All are deceptions. The two continued to drink tea and chat in the tea house, naturally centering their discussion around the recent Chaohua Longwen Tianzi jar. Gu Maoyuan posed several questions regarding porcelain appraisal, and Gu Shibei candidly shared his insights. Indeed, the skill of antique appraisal can be cultivated. However, as one ascends to higher levels, it becomes increasingly elusive. Particularly for Gu Shibei, his perception was a confluence of various fields, including antiquities, restoration, and tomb raiding, which cannot be mastered merely through a few explanations. Gu Maoyuan nodded in understanding. Master Xiao Gu, you mentioned your familiarity with this field. May I inquire about your profession? Are you deeply entrenched in the antique trade? Or... To be candid, Master Gu, my family hails from a lineage of antique connoisseurs, so I've been familiar with this industry since childhood. That explains it. Yet, even among antique families, your discernment is indeed impressive. I, Gu Maoyuan, have navigated the antique world for decades, and upon your initial glance at the Tianzi jar, I sense your perceptiveness far surpasses my own. Moreover, your perspective on porcelain is quite unique, akin to... Gu Maoyuan's words trailed off, leaving a tantalizing hint. However, Gu Shibei was quick to elucidate with a smile. Master Gu, akin to what? Are you suggesting it resembles antiquing? I certainly lack that expertise. Nonetheless, I do possess some knowledge of the antiquing profession. My family has been involved in the antique trade for 3 generations. My grandfather even operated an antique restoration shop in his early years, although it was not pursued further. Thus, I have heard numerous tales of antiquing and restoration, which is why I often perceive antiques from different angles. Gu Shibei swiftly distanced himself from any association with antiquing. This circle is particularly wary of such notions. Should it emerge that you dabble in antiquing or associate with those who do, it would spell disaster. No one would dare touch your possessions. Gu Maoyuan nodded in comprehension. I see now. If one were to inquire about the individuals with the keenest perception in this world, particularly within the realm of antiques, the answer would likely be somewhat uniform. Are you referring to the antiquities restorer? However, true restorers are indeed a rare breed nowadays. Those who produce shoddy replicas cannot truly be called restorers. While it is true that there are few master restorers with a legacy, there remains no shortage of artisans capable of crafting exquisite pieces. In the antiques trade, as long as there are profits to be made, counterfeiters will always persist. Moreover, their techniques only improve, rendering fakes increasingly indistinguishable from the genuine articles. Gu Maoyuan was momentarily taken aback by Gu Shibei's words, but soon nodded in agreement. You make a valid point. Just moments ago, I nearly misjudged that Changhua dragon pattern jar. In truth, you, esteemed Gu, are not far from discerning the subtle hints. If only you would delve a bit deeper. No. A lack of perception is simply that. Do not shy away from acknowledging it. The most significant flaw in the antiques trade is the arrogance that often accompanies it. The more capable individuals tend to be the most conceited, and it is this very arrogance that frequently leads to their downfall. As for others, I cannot speak, but I have endured countless lessons born of blood and tears. You're quite right, esteemed Gu. Before Gu Shibei could finish, he raised his thumb in admiration. Another flaw among those in the antiques trade is their unwillingness to admit when they have erred in judgment. Perception is the very foundation of survival in this line of work. Thus, individuals within this profession will go to great lengths to ensure that others perceive their judgment as impeccable. They would never allow anyone to doubt their discernment. The matter of misjudgment is something they would never confess, especially for esteemed collectors. In their youth, it may be manageable, but as they grow closer to their treasures, the occurrence of misjudgment becomes intolerable. Otherwise, their entire collection would suffer depreciation. There have even been instances of prominent collectors acquiring forgeries and subsequently attempting to silence all knowledge of the incident, often at great cost. In extreme cases, incidents of violence to eliminate witnesses have been known to occur. This is not mere fiction. Such events have transpired throughout the history of the antiques industry. Thus, Gu Shibei regarded Gu Mo Yuan with newfound respect. Yet, the latter's words were somewhat exaggerated. There was no need to take them too seriously. As their conversation progressed, Gu Mo Yuan appeared to recall something, and a grin spread across his face as he looked at Gu Shibei. Young Master Gu, I recently heard on the street that you stumbled upon quite an extraordinary find on Huaihai Road a few days ago. Oh, do not heed the merchant's exaggerated tales. It was nothing grand, merely a small item. Ming Dynasty Wangye? Azgu di Beispoke. He retrieved his phone and showed Gu Mo Yuan several close-up photographs of the cleaned and maintained piece. In principle, one ought to remain discreet in the antiques trade. Were it any other circumstance, Gu Shibei would never dream of admitting to such a remarkable find, let alone flaunting photographs. However, today was different. He sought to impress Gu Mo Yuan and earn his respect, thereby gaining entry into the antiquities circle. The moment Gu Mo Yuan laid eyes on the images, he couldn't help but gasp. A Ming Dynasty Wangye dragon pattern table. Gu Shibei casually uttered the professional term, which took Gu Mo Yuan aback, prompting him to chuckle. Young Master Gu, your knowledge is indeed impressive. Oh, you flatter me. Esteemed Gu, I possess no such knowledge. No. The term table is not something just anyone would know. If you doubt it, let us stroll through the antique street and casually inquire. Among 10 individuals, at least 9 would be oblivious to what Jiao Wu signifies. That is indeed a point. Those who merely attended elementary school cannot be said to possess significant knowledge. In truth, within today's market, such knowledge holds little value. I beg to differ. In the realm of antiques, knowledge equates to discernment. It is exceedingly valuable. In fact, in his previous life, Gu Shibei, or Ma Dongsheng, had not even graduated from middle school. However, one should not underestimate Ma Dongsheng. He apprenticed with an antiquities master for 15 years, during which he not only honed his skills in antiquing, but also acquired extensive knowledge in ancient literature, history, religion, customs, and more. His erudition is certainly comparable to that of many university professors. Naturally, his knowledge is eclectic, lacking a cohesive system or theoretical foundation, but it is profoundly practical. Gu Maoyuan scrutinized several photographs on Gu Shibei's phone for an extended period. Young Master Gu, I have a matter I wish to discuss with you. Speak on, old Gu. I have a passion for collecting, particularly in the realm of Ming and Qing furniture. Therefore, are you considering acquiring my stool? I wonder if it might overshadow others' treasures? Upon hearing this, Gu Shibei suddenly had an epiphany. No wonder old Gu had inexplicably asked a stranger like him for an appraisal earlier. It turns out this fellow had ulterior motives. He must have overheard the vendor mentioning that Gu Shibei had stumbled upon a significant find, a Wangye from the Ming Dynasty. Hence, he was inclined to make a purchase. Gu Shibei couldn't help but chuckle, thinking that this individual genuinely admired his discernment and invited him for tea. Alas, it was all a ruse. A clever fox indeed. Chapter 42, Arriving Too Soon. Gu Maoyuan expressed his desire to purchase Gu Shibei's stool, to which Gu Shibei readily agreed, as he was already intending to sell it. To whom he sold it mattered little. The crucial factor was the price. Naturally, selling to Gu Maoyuan, even at a slightly lower price, was acceptable. This could be considered a formal introduction. However, this was not the right moment to sell, as he had yet to find suitable materials for the seat replacement. Old Gu, since you are interested, I shall part with it. Oh, thank you immensely. Young Master Gu, what is your asking price? Well, to be candid, the seat of the stool requires some restoration. Once I have repaired it. Oh, young Master Gu, you can restore antiques as well? Not to that extent. There is just a minor flaw with the stool. I shall attend to it briefly. When I am done, I will present you with a relatively perfect piece. How's that sound? That would be splendid. I am eager to witness young Master Gu's restoration skills. After sipping tea for a couple of rounds, Gu Shibei could not resist posing a question. Old Gu, you mentioned you were from Zhonghai. What brings you to the Jinling Huaihai antique market today? Oh, I am attending a private auction tonight. Gu Maoyuan paused abruptly at this point, then turned his gaze toward Gu Shibei. Young Master Gu, I have a suggestion, though I wonder if it is appropriate. Gu Shibei's heart blossomed at this prospect. This was precisely the proposal he had been anticipating from Gu Maoyuan. Nevertheless, he maintained a composed demeanor, gradually setting down his teacup and smiling softly. Old Gu, please do not stand on ceremony. Speak freely. This evening's auction, I would like to invite you to be my appraisal consultant, with the fees on your end. What do you think? The proposal from Gu Maoyuan is precisely what Gu Shibei desires. Yet, he did not anticipate it would come to fruition so swiftly. Thus, it appears he was judging my intentions with a narrow mindset. Gu Maoyuan's invitation for tea was indeed genuine, motivated by his appreciation for my discernment. Perhaps initially it was not so, but now it certainly is. An appraisal consultant? Huh. Guyi, do you truly trust my judgment? Should I make a mistake? I cannot be held accountable. I do trust you. Furthermore, as a consultant, I merely provide reference. The decision to purchase and the price are entirely mine to make. So how could I possibly hold you responsible? Despite this, the responsibility of antique appraisal remains significant. No matter. Young Master Gu, do you have time this evening? Look, I would offer you 20. Is that too little? Is 20 insufficient? That depends on the comparison. Among the antique circles, the most sought-after appraisers currently charge around 40 to 50 for a single appraisal. Typically, this takes less than half a day and can involve several pieces of antiquities. However, their worth is not merely based on their discernment, but also on their reputation. Items appraised by these individuals carry an endorsement, thus ensuring their value. Therefore, their appraisal fees are justifiably high. Yet, Gu Shibei has no standing, no reputation, and certainly no endorsements. Thus, 20 is the utmost I can offer. Gu Maoyuan has already been quite generous. Gu Shibei could not help but chuckle. Guye, you are far too courteous. As for the appraisal fee, let us disregard it. Your willingness to offer me such a sum already demonstrates your high regard for me. That cannot be said. The antique world has always been pragmatic. My assessment is not an overestimation, but rather a true reflection of your worth. Of course, I will state this. During our few cups of tea this evening, you, young Master Gu, shall not take long before that figure of 20 becomes a mere memory. You will undoubtedly become the foremost appraiser in the nation. Such words, even for someone as experienced as Gu Shibei, are difficult to withstand. Flattery, after all, is universally appreciated. Gui, I shall borrow your auspicious words. Setting aside everything else, based on your remarks alone, I shall not charge a single cent for tonight's appraisal. You, my friend, I shall certainly befriend. Ah, so, my few words are valued at 200,000? Haha, the saying that a word can be worth 1,000 gold pieces must have originated from this. Then I shall not hold back. Gu Maoyuan shared the time and location of the auction with Gu Shibei. They exchanged a few more pleasantries, bid each other farewell for the evening, and parted ways. Gu Shibei then strolled through the antique market on Huaihai Road, yielding no significant finds in terms of antiques. However, he garnered quite a few compliments. Many stall owners greeted him with bright smiles upon his arrival, with numerous individuals inquiring about how to address him. Gu Shibei replied, "My surname is Gu. You may call me Young Master Gu." Naturally, they refrained from calling him that, instead addressing him as Boss Gu. One stall owner even gave a thumbs up, exclaiming, "Boss Gu has great discernment." Another stall owner boldly presented an antique for Gu Shibei's appraisal. Gu Shibei waved his hand, stating, "That would be inappropriate. What if it is not satisfactory? Wouldn't that jeopardize your business?" "No matter. Boss Gu, since I have chosen to present this to you, I am unafraid. Please speak your mind." However, I must clarify that Gu Shibei is quite aware of the dynamics at play. The world of antiques is, in truth, a rather intimate circle where everyone is in dire need of discernment. Possessing one's own insight is undoubtedly the most advantageous. If one lacks this ability, it is imperative to rely on someone who possesses it. Yet such a person must be of service to one's interests. Even if they cannot assist directly, they must not be allowed to exploit the situation either. Therefore, understanding the backgrounds and discernment of those within this circle is crucial. This knowledge forms the foundation of conducting business in antiques. Only by discerning the expertise of others can one negotiate effectively during transactions. Thus, the vendors at the Huaihai Road Antique Market are not merely seeking Gu Shibei's assistance for authentication. Many are, in fact, testing him, assessing the caliber of his discernment. It would be imprudent to draw conclusions based solely on a single piece, such as a stool or a recently presented Changhua Doucai jar. Other items, such as paintings, gold and silver artifacts, or scholars' objects, also come into play. It seems as though everyone is in collusion. One presents a painting, and soon after, another showcases a Buddhist statue. Gu Shibei finds this amusing. Are they attempting to administer a test? Nevertheless, he does not shy away. He muses that if they wish to evaluate him, he shall not be deterred. Gu Shibei addresses each challenge, examining whatever is presented. As for the painting, upon unfolding merely a third of it, he instructs the owner to retract it. No need to unfold further. It's a forgery. Some items do not require full inspection. In the realm of antiques, it is universally acknowledged that the slightest hint of inauthenticity can seal the fate of a piece. What is the flaw in this painting? One inquires. It has been machine mounted. Machine mounting is quite standard. Perhaps the old mounting was inadequate, hence the replacement. Gu Shibei waves his hand dismissively, stating, "It may be newly mounted, but this painting has been deliberately aged. There are traces of smoke from a stove, and the mold spots have also been fabricated. Remove it." He then turns his attention to the next Buddhist statue. "Come, place it in my hands." He weighs it and lightly taps it with his finger. Then hold it close to his ear. It's a forgery. What? It feels substantial. The sound is incorrect. It contains alloy components, which are not characteristic of the Ming dynasty. But it was never claimed to be from the Ming dynasty. Then why employ Ming-era sculpting techniques? Next, Chapter 43. The stirring of the pot on this day. The antique community of Jinling was in an uproar. Word spread rapidly that a master with an extraordinarily keen eye had appeared at the Huaihai Road antique market. In less than half an hour, he had authentically appraised nearly 30 pieces of antiquities right in the street, each assessment precise and nearly devoid of controversy. It was not merely Gu Shibei's remarkable discernment. It was also due to the fact that the roadside stalls in this antique market were largely devoid of genuine treasures. The community is well aware that nowadays, the antique market is rife with forgeries. 10 out of 10 pieces are often counterfeit. Everyone understands this reality. However, forgeries themselves have their subtleties. They're not always immediately identifiable, nor are they without contention. Even among forgeries, there exists a hierarchy. For the average antique enthusiast, counterfeits can be broadly categorized into low-quality and high-quality replicas. However, beyond high-quality fakes lies a realm of exquisite imitations, aged to perfection, which are often beyond the discerning eye of the casual observer. Such high-caliber counterfeit antiques, despite their fraudulent nature, possess their own intrinsic value. Ascending from the realm of exquisite fakes, one encounters the realm of absolute masterpieces. These so-called masterpieces can indeed deceive even the most astute connoisseurs. The presence of such exceptional forgeries is exceedingly rare, primarily because their authenticity is often indistinguishable to the majority. Consequently, their existence frequently goes unnoticed. In truth, the number of these masterful fakes is far from negligible. Take, for instance, the Palace Museum in Beijing, a veritable treasure trove of such remarkable counterfeits accumulated over centuries. Many artifacts remain undetectable in terms of authenticity, and some are still revered as priceless treasures. Ultimately, the value of antiques is largely psychological. Regardless of their authenticity, if a consensus exists that an item is genuine, it is perceived as such. Returning to the antique market on Huaihai Road, it is not merely Gu Shibei's keen eye that sets him apart, but also the fact that the roadside stalls offer little of merit. The market is rife with counterfeits, predominantly low-quality replicas, with only a scant few high-quality ones occasionally surfacing. When such exquisite pieces do emerge, they are typically snatched up within 2 days. Thus, when Gu Shibei appraises 30 items in one go, the majority are of little significance. On that particular day, an item that appeared on the first day would likely have been sold by the end of the day. Had it not been for Gu Shibei's intervention, would it have been purchased by Gu Maoyuan? Gu Shibei surmised that it would not, as the vendor was unaware of the jar's counterfeit nature. Although Gu Maoyuan could not discern its falsity, he remained skeptical, mistaking it for a Qing imitation. Therefore, the differing perspectives on the authenticity of the antique between buyer and seller would inevitably hinder the establishment of a price. That afternoon, Gu Shibei was the center of attention at the Huaihai Road antique market, welcoming all who approached him for appraisals. Yet in the end, no vendor dared to present their wares for his scrutiny, as doing so would amount to undermining their own stalls. In truth, Gu Shibei's approach was deemed inappropriate within the industry, too ostentatious and potentially offensive to others. However, it was a risk that the vendors willingly assumed. Moreover, this method was, without doubt, his quickest route to gaining prominence, or rather, entry into the circle. When a shortcut presents itself, one must seize it. The entire antique community in Jinling was abuzz with excitement, though Gu Shibei remained blissfully unaware. That afternoon, Gu Shibei opted not to visit the gym, as he could not afford any distractions before the auction scheduled for 7 that evening. He called Hu Yusin to inform her of his change of plans. Upon hearing that he would not be at the gym, She promptly declared that she would also forego her workout. In truth, Gu Shibei understood that this young woman was not genuinely inclined to exercise. Her true intent was to seek out younger companions and capture moments for social media. Now that she had found him, her formidable wolf dog, she had no reason to go. The auction that evening was to be held at the Jinling Grand Hotel. In the city of Jinling, anything that takes place at the Jinling Grand Hotel is deemed prestigious and of high caliber. The Jinling Grand Hotel represents the pride of the Jinling people. Therefore, Gu Shibei made a point to dress somewhat formally, even donning a pair of black-framed glasses, albeit without prescription lenses, merely for show. He arrived at the hotel half an hour early, coinciding with the arrival of Gu Maoyuan. Upon seeing Gu Shibei, Gu Maoyuan expressed his surprise. "Young Master Gu, I didn't see you wearing glasses during the day." Old Master Gu, they're non-prescription. Just for effect." Gu Maoyuan appeared somewhat perplexed. In the antiques business, youth can be met with skepticism. It's akin to the principles of traditional Chinese medicine. Thus, wearing glasses lends an air of maturity. Gu Maoyuan chuckled knowingly. "Young Master Gu, there's no need for that. Even the thickest lenses cannot obscure your discerning eye. Old Master, you truly have a way with words. I would gladly collaborate without any fees, simply for the emotional value you provide. It seems I truly am worth my weight in gold." The two engaged in jovial conversation, laughing as they made their way into the venue. Once inside, Gu Maoyuan briefly introduced the evening's auction to Gu Shibei. This evening's event was a spring auction hosted by the Jinling Chenggu Hall in partnership with several antique dealers. Each participant contributed 30 pieces, totaling 150 items, including paintings, calligraphy, and porcelain. What makes tonight's auction particularly special is that it is not organized by an auction house, hence no commissions will be charged. "Wow, that saves a considerable amount of money," Gu Maoyuan exclaimed. The Jinling Chenggu Hall is the largest antique dealer in the city and has branches in several major cities beyond Jinling, attracting the attention of many domestic collectors. However, entry to the auction is not open to everyone. Apart from a select few major collectors who receive invitations, others without invites must purchase tickets to attend. What novel approach. This is the first time I've heard of it. No commissions? The organizers claim that the venue at the Jinling Grand Hotel, along with the auctioneer specially invited from the island, incurs significant costs. Thus, the requirement of purchasing a ticket seems reasonable. And how much is a ticket? 20,000. Many people are buying them. Wow, that rivals front row seats at a concert of a major star. Though it's more of a gimmick hype. The antique industry has become quite restless these days. In truth, the antiques business has never been tranquil. Speculation has always been an inherent trait of antiquities. Without speculation, most antiques would not hold such value. Young Master Gu, your words cut to the heart of the matter. Just speaking casually. Old Master, if I were you, I would simply sell the invitation in my possession and make a quick 20,000. That makes sense. Did the auction provide you with a catalog in advance? Unfortunately, there isn't a professional catalog since this isn't a formal auction house. They included a simple brochure with the invitation. Gu Maoyuan spoke as he retrieved a folded leaflet from the invitation and handed it to Gu Shibei. Chapter 44, The Capital Market. Gu Shibei took the leaflet and opened it. It was a 6-page fold-out, featuring photographs of each auction item along with their corresponding numbers and names. However, the descriptions were indeed succinct. Short ones contained merely a dozen words, while the longer ones stretched to no more than 40 or 50 words, never exceeding that limit. Gu Shibei glanced at it and couldn't help but shake his head. What is this? Everything requires a certain level of expertise. It was evident that no professionals had been consulted for prior appraisal, as even the most basic descriptions were lacking. Indeed, antique dealers, while not charging commissions, should not be scrutinized too harshly. Quite so. So, Master Gu, are there any antiques that have piqued your interest? I have a general idea, but I still need to examine the actual items. This auction does not allow for previewing. It is all done on site. In a moment, at 7 o'clock, everyone will be organized for a 2-hour viewing, with the auction commencing at 9. There are indeed many formats for auctions, and they are not solely the grand auctions conducted by professional companies that one sees on television. Such professional public auctions comprise only a small fraction of the industry's auction events. In fact, the auction that Gu Shibei was attending tonight also fell under the category of public auctions, which require registration and approval. Due to this requirement, most auctions in the antique trade are conducted privately, without any advance viewing or cataloging. is all about seeing and bidding in real time. Most individuals prefer to avoid the registration process. Thus, an organized 2-hour viewing like tonight's is already quite favorable. Some auctions even involve items being presented for just a few minutes before immediate bidding ensues. Gu Maoyuan was primarily interested in 2 items this evening: a pair of Ming Dynasty yellow rosewood armchairs and a painting by Badashan Ren. Of course, I am merely joining the fray for the painting, as I anticipate fierce competition. My main focus is indeed the armchairs. Gu Shibei nodded, recognizing Gu Maoyuan's passion for antique furniture. It seems I shall not be able to part with my stool for you. The two conversed casually as they made their way to the venue, with acquaintances periodically greeting Gu Maoyuan along the way. Gu Shibei observed that many significant collectors from the antique circle were in attendance this evening, predominantly professional collectors. It is worth noting that, according to incomplete statistics, there are approximately 80 million individuals in China who engage in antique collecting. However, 90% are mere amateurs, with the total value of their collections amounting to less than 10% of the market. Truly valuable antiques are concentrated in the hands of less than 10% of collectors. Among this top 10%, professional collectors like those present tonight constitute only a minority. The majority are non-professional collectors, such as real estate moguls, financial tycoons, and tech giants. These affluent entrepreneurs are the real players in the antique market. Although most of them lack discerning eyes, their wealth speaks volumes. Ultimately, the antique market is fundamentally a capital market, with antiques serving merely as investment commodities. However, informal auctions, such as tonight's, seldom attract the attention of capital moguls. Typically, they prefer the grandeur of major auction houses or private events organized by acquaintances. This evening, the attendees are predominantly professional collectors, most of whom are familiar with Gu Shibei from his previous life as Ma Dongsheng. In that past existence, these individuals treated him with deference and courtesy. Yet now, no one recognizes him. As they approach Gu Maoyuan to exchange pleasantries, they promptly disregard Gu Shibei's presence. Gu Maoyuan does not introduce him, which leaves Gu Shibei feeling somewhat disheartened. Nonetheless, he understands that this is entirely reasonable to outsiders. He likely appears to be merely Gu Maoyuan's assistant. Although he has donned a pair of glasses tonight, he is still perceived as nothing more than a bespectacled aide. No one would consider him the esteemed appraiser engaged by the renowned collector Gu Maoyuan. The auction commences promptly at 7 o'clock. The expansive venue is adorned with an array of auction items displayed around its perimeter. While one might argue that this auction lacks formality, it is evident that considerable effort has been invested. The items are showcased in professional display cases, and the lighting is expertly arranged to illuminate each piece brilliantly. Upon entering, Gu Shibei follows Gu Maoyuan to inspect a pair of Wangye chairs. In stark contrast to the throngs gathered around paintings and porcelain, the audience admiring the furniture is significantly smaller. After all, furniture constitutes a niche category within antique collecting. Unlike other artifacts that can be housed in cabinets, furniture must be displayed openly, albeit cordoned off with retractable barriers, signifying that it is not to be handled, merely a test of one's discerning eye. Standing before the chairs, Gu Shibei and Gu Maoyuan initially remained silent, each absorbed in their observations. At first glance, the chairs are undeniably exquisite, crafted from premium materials, elegantly designed, and exuding opulence. Their proportions are graceful, with flowing lines and striking carvings, and most importantly, their condition is exceptional, a rarity in the realm of furniture. The accompanying plaque identifies them as Ming Dynasty Wangye armchairs, with a starting bid of 580,000. For a pair of such caliber, this initial price is quite reasonable. Of course, auction items often begin at prices lower than their estimated value, sometimes even as much as 50% less to entice bidders. Little tricks of the trade. As handling is prohibited, they can only rely on their visual appraisal. During this time, Gu Maoyuan leans in to catch a whiff of the chair's scent, seemingly detecting no anomalies. His expression clearly conveys a strong appreciation for the armchairs. Gu Shibei, too, harbors a favorable opinion of them. However, his pace in assessing antiques is noticeably quicker than Gu Maoyuan's. While Gu Maoyuan scrutinizes the chairs meticulously, Gu Shibei takes a moment to glance at the other antiques nearby. This brief observation instills in him a sense of unease, prompting him to ponder what might be amiss. Just then, Gu Maoyuan taps him on the shoulder and inquires, "Little Gu, what do you think?" He did not notice any issues with the pair of chairs. Gu Maoyuan was momentarily taken aback, uncertain of Gu Shibei's intentions. However, observing Gu Shibei's expression, it seemed he had identified some problem. Just as he was about to inquire, several collectors approached to examine the pair of round chairs, making it awkward for him to speak up. After all, in this auction, everyone was a competitor. Information, especially pertaining to the auction items, must not be divulged. Thus, Gu Maoyuan simply nodded in acknowledgement, all right? Chapter 45, Something is Amiss. In truth, Gu Shibei had only examined 3 or 4 antiques when he discerned what fell off earlier. He and Gu Maoyuan made their way around the entire venue, which housed exactly 100 auction items, not too many by any means. Yet, to scrutinize each piece thoroughly would undoubtedly require more than 2 hours. However, each collector's genuine interest typically lay in just a handful of items. Consequently, 2 hours was indeed sufficient. The two completed their tour in just 1 hour, during which they intentionally checked out a painting by Ren. However, the crowd surrounding it was so dense that it was almost impossible to find a moment to get close. Thus, Gu Maoyuan shook his head, conceding that it was bound to be fiercely contested. Indeed, works by Ren have always been in high demand. When the two noticed Gu Maoyuan approaching, they could not help but shake their heads and chuckle. It's over. Guyi has set his sights on this. We might as well forget about it tonight. There are many fine items this evening. I certainly do not need this pair of chairs. Do you have any old furniture that Guyi wouldn't want? They exchanged pleasantries before moving on to inspect other antiques. Gu Maoyuan then turned to Gu Shibei and quietly asked, "Did you discover something amiss? Please wait a moment." "Guye," Gu Shibei replied, pulling out his phone and tapping a few times. He then held the phone above the chairs. However, as soon as he took out his phone, a staff member approached. "Sir, I'm sorry, but photography is not permitted." Gu Shibei smiled and explained, "There has been a misunderstanding. I'm not taking photos, merely measuring the light." He showed the staff member his phone, which displayed a light meter. After the staff member examined it, he could only nod, "Just don't take any photos." "All right, understood," Gu Shibei replied, then turned to test the light on a nearby antique. This sequence of actions left Gu Maoyuan utterly perplexed. "Wait, young Master Gu, what are you doing?" Gu Maoyuan asked. "Oh, Guyi, haven't you noticed?" Gu Shibei responded. "Notice what?" "The lighting and color temperature of each exhibit are all distinct." "What?" Gu Maoyuan exclaimed in surprise, swiftly turning to inspect the lighting above the other antiques. There were indeed some differences, but what could this signify? "Wait." Gu Shibei pocketed his phone, leaned over the barrier, and scrutinized the chairs closely. Simultaneously, he discreetly reached out to touch the chairs. "What?" Gu Maoyuan furrowed his brow, seemingly disappointed. "What do you mean? It's not Wangye. How is that possible?" Gu Maoyuan's expression was one of disbelief. This conclusion has indeed struck a blow to his face. Fortunately, he had not hastily revealed his findings to Gu Shibei. Nonetheless, skepticism lingered within him. The white sandalwood, the hue is relatively lighter, rendering the light on this pair of armchairs approximately 15% dimmer than in other areas, with a warmer color temperature. Additionally, this pair of armchairs has been deliberately aged with a subtle coloration, barely perceptible unless closely examined. Hearing this, Gu Maoyuan was utterly astonished. He was taken aback by this conclusion, yet he still pressed on with a query. "But isn't the scent of white sandalwood different?" "Indeed, the aroma of white sandalwood is sharper, unlike this pair. This discrepancy arises from the application of a fragrant agent derived from Wangye." "Huh? There's a Wangye fragrant agent? I had never heard of it." Gu Shibei thought to himself, "It would be surprising if you had. This substance is akin to the concoction used in counterfeit beef. The formula for such fakes is closely guarded. Although the trade of antique forgery is steeped in history, it remains shrouded in mystery. Those who genuinely engage in this profession tend to be exceptionally discreet, never acknowledging their role as antiquities restorers, nor divulging their techniques. Certainly, those who craft imitation antiquities do not qualify as true restorers. Old master, please take another careful whiff." Gu Maoyuan leaned in once more to sniff. This time, he inhaled with greater intensity, his sounds unmistakably audible to Gu Shibei. "Old master, smell the armrest." Gu Maoyuan followed Gu Shibei's cue and sniffed the armrest. Next, he was prompted to examine the chair's legs. "Huh? Oh." Gu Maoyuan indeed complied, bending down and leaning forward to take a whiff. "Do you notice that the aroma of the armrest is more pronounced and sweeter?" Upon this suggestion, Gu Maoyuan suddenly had an epiphany. Indeed, many matters are merely psychological. One may remain oblivious until prompted. Is the scent also fabricated? Gu Shibei nodded. If it were genuine Wangye, the material being identical, the scent should remain consistent regardless of the location. Yes. Gu Maoyuan nodded vigorously. The armrests are the most frequently touched areas. Thus the forgers would deliberately enhance the scent there. Meanwhile, the chair legs, seldom scrutinized, would naturally emit less aroma. How unexpected. To be honest, Gushibei had not initially perceived these discrepancies. Only upon examining other antiques did he notice the lighting was amiss, leading him to sense something was off. Antique appraisal operates in such a manner. Once one inconsistency is detected, a cascade of additional anomalies follows. It is akin to a dam bursting. The discovery of even the tiniest breach can lead to a complete collapse. Gu Shibei, relishing the admiration etched on Gu Maoyuan's face, seized this opportune moment. With a smile, he pointed once more to the four legs of the chair. To safeguard against damage, each leg is cushioned with sponge, which has left deep impressions from the weight of the chair. Gu Shibei bent down and pinched the sponge. This is a 55-grade sponge, providing ample support. However, it sank down considerably. Before he could finish his thought, Gu Maoyuan interjected, "The white sandalwood is significantly heavier than the yellow pear wood." Indeed. Young Master Gu, how could you discern that? In truth, Gu Shibei was merely putting on a show. While it is true that yellow pear wood is heavier than white sandalwood, to assert one could determine the material solely based on the indentation of the sponge is quite absurd. It could serve as one of the auxiliary judgments. But it is impossible to identify yellow pear wood in such a manner. Gu Shibei's words seemed reasonably grounded, prompting Gu Maoyuan to nod in agreement. TSK. Your discerning eye, I have only encountered once in my years in the antique trade. Yet, this individual never purchases items in the market. Oh, may I inquire who that might be? Gu Maoyuan spoke from personal reflection, not expecting Gu Shibei to ask. He hesitated for a moment before shaking his head and chuckling. You certainly would not recognize him. He was a low-key individual and has since passed away. Let's not dwell on that. In truth, Gu Shibei was well aware of the person Gu Maoyuan referred to. Chapter 46, The Water Bureau. The exquisite Changhua Dotsai dragon pattern Tianzi jar at the Huaihai Road Antique Market allowed Gu Maoyuan to witness Gu Shibei's discerning eye. However, in the world of antiques, earning genuine trust from others is quite a challenge, especially when it comes to convincing major collectors. This is a formidable task, as these collectors possess both discernment and financial resources and are unlikely to genuinely trust another's judgment. Yet, the pair of Ming Dynasty yellow pear wood armchairs truly earned Gu Maoyuan's heartfelt respect for Gu Shibei. Antique appraisal is inherently subjective. Often, while appraisers can easily reach a conclusion, articulating the basis for their judgment is another matter entirely. Although in most cases, individuals merely engage in subjective speculation without objective evidence. You may claim a color is light, but what constitutes light and what constitutes dark? There exists no objective standard. Thus, for someone like Gu Shibei to not only provide a basis for his claims, but also to explain how a piece could be counterfeited. Furthermore, he even utilized professional software to measure light intensity and color temperature differences. This is truly a rarity. Gu Maoyuan was profoundly astonished. However, it was regrettable that the pair of armchairs he held in high regard turned out to be fakes. Observing Gu Maoyuan's disappointment, Gu Shibei kindly suggested, "Old Gu, since you are here, are there any other pieces you favor? Let's take a look together. Indeed, let's check out that piece from the 8 Greats. We should also peruse the others while we have time." Very well. If something suitable presents itself, young Master Gu, please do alert me. I shall heed your advice. I cannot possibly. Do not be so modest. I have invited you. The tone of the conversation had entirely shifted. Earlier that afternoon, Gu Maoyuan had stated it was merely a reference, and the final decision to buy rested with him. Now, it had transformed into "I shall heed your advice." Gu Shibei astutely noticed this change in Gu Maoyuan's demeanor. He understood that he had gained significant standing in Gu Maoyuan's eyes. Therefore, he decided to forego any further modesty and would directly recommend any fine items he might discover to Gu Maoyuan. If tonight allows Gu Maoyuan to discover a treasure, it would be nothing short of perfection. However, matters seldom unfold as ideally as one hopes. The auction items had already been perused by 2 individuals prior to this moment. Yet, their initial glance was hasty, merely skimming the surface of the offerings. This subsequent examination, however, proved to be far more meticulous, particularly for Gu Maoyuan. Yet, this scrutiny led Gu Shibei to sense something amiss. The presence of forgeries at the auction, much like that pair of armchairs, is hardly a rarity. After all, the organizers are human, and it is not uncommon for them to misjudge antiques. Moreover, this time, the organizers are not a professional auction house, but rather antique dealers, making such oversights even more likely. However, after reviewing a third of the items, Gu Shibei discerned an alarming number of fakes. The existence of counterfeits at auctions is well known. Even prestigious international houses occasionally harbor forgeries. How much more so at an auction hosted by antique dealers? Yet, there should be a reasonable limit to the number of fakes. Generally speaking, it is understood within the antique community that the rate of forgeries at major auction houses hovers around 10 to 15%, while medium-sized ones range from 20 to 30%. As for smaller auction houses, it is advisable to steer clear, as they are often mere traps for the unwary. Private auctions, though uncertain, typically do not exceed half in terms of authenticity. If more than half were counterfeit, it would be tantamount to self-destruction. Which dealer or collector would dare to host an auction riddled with excessive forgeries? Such a reputation would surely obliterate one's credibility. Once one's discernment is questioned, how can one continue to navigate within the circle? Unless, of course, this is a scheme to exploit the unsuspecting. Tonight, Gujiazhuang is convinced that this is indeed such a scheme, colloquially referred to as a water scheme within the community, implying an excessive degree of deceit. How excessive, you may ask? In Gujiazhuang's perspective, it surpasses 70%. However, others may not perceive it as so extreme. In a brief exchange with Gujiazhuang, he noted that of the 19 forgeries, Gujiazhuang could confidently identify 8 as fakes, while he had doubts about 3, leaving the remainder seemingly unproblematic. Yet, this does not imply that Gujiazhuang lacks discernment. On the contrary, Gujiazhuang believes that based on the few items he identified, Gujiazhuang possesses considerable acumen. The auction items are exceedingly peculiar, with many exhibiting a level of wear that suggests high craftsmanship. Recognizing even more than half as counterfeit is indicative of an astute eye. Gujiazhuang, as a prominent collector in the country, failed to identify nearly half of the deceptions. What then of the others? In summary, the perceived level of deceit tonight appears to hover around 40%, a level deemed reasonable and acceptable in informal auctions. Yet, in reality, it exceeds 70%. Coupled with the lighting arrangement for those armchairs, an air of professionalism emanates from every corner. Not professionalism in auctioneering, but rather in orchestrating a deception. This is a meticulously crafted scheme, devised by those adept at manipulation. Gujiazhuang chose not to delve further. Instead, he pulled Gujiazhuang aside and quietly shared his observations of the situation. Gujiazhuang was naturally astonished. The existence of water markets was known within the circle, yet seldom discussed, for professional water markets typically evade detection. Even when discovered, it is often the case that the buyer realizes the acquired items are counterfeit. Yet such revelations remain unspoken. They silently endure their losses, even hoping to sell the fraudulent items in their possession. Thus, while individuals in the antique community acknowledge the presence of water markets, first-hand accounts are rare. When Gujiazhuang heard Gujiazhuang mention that tonight's event was a water market, with a water content exceeding 70%, his jaw dropped in disbelief. 70%? Aye. He wanted to express his skepticism, but swallowed his words, fearing it would reveal his lack of discernment. Gujiazhuang, perceiving Gujiazhuang's thoughts, quickly added that the setup was highly professional. Every aspect, from the lighting to the display cases and the arrangement of each antique, had been meticulously designed. Moreover, when it comes to appraising antiques, being prohibited from handling them is indeed a significant disadvantage. Thus, discerning even 40% of the water content would be indicative of exceptional judgment. Gujiazhuang nodded in agreement, then couldn't help but chuckle. Compared to you, young Master Gu, my discernment is truly lacking. Guyi, you are quite remarkable. Just now, I matched you on over a dozen items, and you identified more than half of the water content. To be honest, I thought you would only detect up to 40%. I never expected it to exceed half. I tell you, the vast majority of attendees tonight will not surpass 40%. If you don't believe me, we shall soon see when the auction begins. Is that so? Then, let us observe. In truth, Gujiazhuang's discernment did not exceed half. Gujiazhuang had intentionally included several items Gujiazhuang was uncertain about his count. Of course, it must be noted that for collectors, there are various categories in collecting, with few who collect indiscriminately. Consequently, discernment also varies by category. Some possess exceptional insight into ceramics, but falter in paintings and calligraphy. Gujiazhuang's expertise in Ming and Qing furniture, as well as porcelain, was commendable, while his abilities in other areas were merely average. However, many regarded him as a formidable collector, though a significant portion of that reputation was bolstered by others. As a prominent collector with extensive connections and resources, antique dealers typically refrain from attempting to deceive him unless they wish to sever future business relations. Hence, his chances of acquiring genuine articles were considerably higher than those of an average collector. Chapter 47. the shattered heart of the Tao. In reality, the true discerning abilities of antique connoisseurs were far lower than Gu Shibei had presumed. Although he had been involved in the antique trade, he had primarily dealt in freshly sourced items, guaranteed authentic. Thus, he seldom encountered the true caliber of a collector's judgment. Yet tonight's auction opened his eyes. He initially thought that with such significant water content, even if attendees only identified 40%, the intensity of bidding would not be substantial. However, the reality proved to be exceptionally fierce. Gu Shibei pondered whether genuine antiques had become so elusive in this era. The on-site transaction rate astonishingly reached an impressive 60%. That is quite substantial. Even the annual auctions held by international banks achieve only a transaction rate of 60 to 70% at best. Moreover, each item sold tonight was subject to bids from numerous participants, some even reaching into the hundreds. The auction was not extensive in terms of items, yet it persisted until after midnight before concluding. Gu Maoyuan exited the auction house empty-handed, observing the jubilant expressions of the majority of collectors, which caused him to shake his head in disbelief. Xiao Gu, you truly had it figured out. So many failed to perceive the 40%, he remarked with a chuckle. Old Gu, I must say your discernment is indeed commendable, and I am not merely flattering you. Gu Maoyuan felt a surge of pleasure at the praise. Where's the flattery in this? It is indeed well-deserved. The atmosphere was buoyant, as many had already embraced their newfound treasures, their faces alight with joy. Gu Maoyuan's gaze fell upon Gu Shibei, who bore a frown. This evening saw a plethora of prominent collectors in attendance. Yet he was dismayed to find their discernment so lacking. Given this, he could not help but ponder the implications for past auctions he had attended. At this juncture, Gu Maoyuan was struck by a painful realization. The discernment of himself and his fellow antiquities collectors was, in truth, rather superficial. Previously, without the benefit of comparison and bolstered by others' praises, he had felt quite satisfied. However, tonight's comparison, courtesy of Gu Shibei, had laid bare the reality. Gu Shibei, unaware of the profound impact he had on the established collectors, considered offering some words of comfort to Gu Maoyuan, though he was at a loss for what to say. Just then, a voice broke through his thoughts, greeting Gu Maoyuan. Hey old Gu, what is the matter tonight? I haven't seen you make a move. Gu Maoyuan lifted his head and smiled. I didn't find anything appealing. Surely, there were not too few items. Was there not a single piece to catch your eye? Gu Maoyuan smiled without responding, casting a glance at the two brocade boxes held by the interlocutor. Master Song, what treasures did you acquire tonight? All porcelain, a Qianlong Double Dragon ear vase, and a Yongzheng official glaze hexagonal bottle. A Double Dragon ear vase? Gu Maoyuan murmured. This piece was among the several antiques he had previously discussed with Gu Shibei, concluding it to be a counterfeit. To his surprise, it had been purchased by his companion. Gu Maoyuan refrained from inquiring about the price, merely nodding and offering congratulations. The other man regarded him with some curiosity. I shall adopt a more modest demeanor in the future. Before he could finish a sentence, another voice called out to Gu Maoyuan. Hey old Gu, why didn't you bid on that pair of armchairs? They were taken by the Beijing Antique Furniture Museum. Is that so? Then I must. He intended to extend his congratulations, but the words caught in his throat. Perhaps it was best to refrain from speaking, as it was highly likely that Chao Jifeng, the chief appraiser from the Beijing Museum, would seek him out for discussion. As if on cue, just as he was about to respond, another voice called out, Old Gu, you're leaving so early? Master Lu, Gu Maoyuan exclaimed warmly. As Gu Shibei glanced over, a distinguished figure approached, a prominent local collector from Jinling, Lu Jiqian. Old Gu, just moments ago, President Chao was looking for you. He actually snatched a pair of Wangye armchairs from your grasp. How could that be? Gu Maoyuan chuckled lightly. Could it be that Chao Jifeng has made a misstep? Lu Jiqian's face lit up with curiosity, as if he were on the verge of uncovering a grand revelation, which only heightened his excitement. Allow me to call Chao Jifeng and inform him that you are at the entrance, he exclaimed, pulling out his mobile phone. Just as Gu Maoyuan intended to intervene, fate intervened. The man himself arrived before the call could be made. Gao Zifeng, the chief appraiser at the Ancient Furniture Museum in the capital, made his entrance. Gu Shibei had heard of this individual in his previous life, yet they had never met, for he had not dealt in furniture, an item that rarely graced the depths of his trade. Upon seeing Chao Jifeng approach, Gu Maoyuan glanced at Gu Shibei, who merely shrugged, conveying his own sense of helplessness. Gu Maoyuan hastily diverted the conversation, turning to Lu Jiqian with a grin. Master Lu, you are the king of the evening. Lu Jiqian jovially shook the long, ornate box in his hand, which contained the evening star, a painting by the 8 eccentrics of Yangzhou, vase of chrysanthemums, Ultimately, Lu Jiqian acquired this masterpiece for a staggering 18 million. Truth be told, if the painting were authentic, that price was indeed quite a bargain. Were it to be auctioned at a major house during the peak seasons, it could easily fetch between 25 to 30 million. I thought you would raise your paddle. Old Gu, I was on guard against you. To my surprise, you let me off the hook. Lu Jiqian suddenly recalled something. Wait a moment. Old Gu, I don't believe I saw you raise your paddle at all tonight. Indeed, Old Gu, why did you refrain from bidding? While I can understand your disinterest in the paintings, what the Wangye armchairs? Lu Jiqian pressed. To be candid, not bidding would be akin to slapping the other party in the face, especially since Chao Jifeng was not merely a collector, but the chief appraiser of his institution. If it were to come to light that he had made a misjudgment and purchased a counterfeit, it would place him in a precarious position when pressed for answers. Gu Shibei found himself merely an observer, unable to lend a hand in the social intricacies at play. Old Gu, what precisely is the matter with those armchairs? Chao Jifeng persisted relentlessly. Gu Maoyuan could only mutter softly, I was not in a good state tonight. I failed to see clearly. To say he had not seen clearly implied he had perceived a counterfeit, a subtle euphemism within the antique community. Upon hearing this, Chao Jifeng's expression darkened, the smile vanishing from his face. Chapter 48, The Evening Gathering. The jovial expression on Chao Jifeng's face abruptly faded, replaced by a serious demeanor. Gu Maoyuan, recognizing the shift, broke into laughter. President Chao, I truly did not see clearly. My condition tonight is less than optimal, and thus I refrain from participating. That is not the issue. Old Gu, Chao Jifeng began to inquire further, but Gu Maoyuan swiftly interrupted. Gentlemen, it is not convenient to discuss such matters here. Shall we continue this conversation over a late-night meal? I was just about to invite young Master Gu. At this juncture, Gu Maoyuan suddenly paused and cast a glance at Gu Shibei. Noticing a faint smile on Gu Shibei's face, he chuckled and said, Perfect. Allow me to introduce you both to a remarkable connoisseur. Ah, by the way, Lu Yi, you're the local authority in Jinling, aren't you? Young Master Gu, are you acquainted with him? Lu Jiqian looked at the young man beside him, who wore black-framed glasses. Although his expression remained calm, a hint of disdain lingered in his gaze. Not acquainted. Please do the honors. Young Master Gu, this is Gu Shibei, an exceptional connoisseur. It is quite a pity that you, the great treasure of Jinling, do not recognize him. What a missed opportunity. Gu Shibei had been waiting for this moment. Gu Maoyuan did not disappoint him. He had introduced him to a prominent figure in the circle. Greetings, Liu Ye. Hello, Mr. Gao. I'm Gu Shibei. Gu Shibei quickly introduced himself. However, both gentlemen merely nodded slightly, showing no further inclination to engage. Nevertheless, Gu Maoyuan pressed on with his proposal. Shall we have a late-night snack? It's not every day one visits Jinling. Let's indulge in some duck. And I can properly introduce you both to young Master Gu. Do not be deceived by his youth. His discerning eye is extraordinary. Just then, Gu Maoyuan's words triggered a memory in Lu Jiqian. He suddenly turned to Gu Shibei. Why High Road? You and T happen to be that master who appraised antiques there earlier today, would you? Huh. Gu Shibei was taken aback. Lu Jiqian promptly pulled out his phone and tapped a few times, opening a video he had posted on social media. After a glance, he couldn't help but pass the phone over. Is this you? Gu Shibei took a quick look. The video captured him appraising antiques for the vendors at noon, filmed by some unknown party and shared within the local antique community. Gu Shibei shook his head. He had merely been having fun with the vendors. To appraise dozens of antiques in such a short time truly required a keen eye. What does not bad even mean? Gu Maoyuan, upon hearing this, was visibly displeased. Lu Yi, young Master Gu's discerning eye is unparalleled in the country and absolutely reigns supreme in Jinling. Upon hearing this, Gu Shibei felt a bit embarrassed. Lu Jiqian and Chao Jifeng found it difficult to contradict Gu Maoyuan's praise and could only manage faint smiles, which were laced with disdain. Gu Maoyuan proposed again. Shall we go for a late-night snack? Old Gu, my people are still inside handling procedures, and I have yet to retrieve my chair. Chao Jifeng initially declined. Gu Maoyuan nodded and then muttered something under his breath while looking at Lu Jiqian's brocade box. He fell silent, aware of the painting's great value, merely smiling slightly. Then he turned back to Gu Shibei. Young Master Gu, let us go for a drink. Tonight, we'll head to the water bureau. With that, he strode ahead, leaving Chao and Lu in a state of bewilderment. Gu Shibei nodded, goodbye, Lu Yi and Mr. Chao. The two men completely ignored Gu Shibei, still reeling from the shock of Gu Maoyuan's mention of the water bureau. The water bureau? It wasn't until Gu and Chao had walked several meters away that they began to murmur. What does that mean? The water bureau? Gu Maoyuan invited Gu Shibei for a late-night meal, but in reality, it was Gu Shibei who brought Gu Maoyuan to an authentic street food stall in Jinling. Being a local, Gu Maoyuan had no knowledge of the culinary delights that Jinling had to offer. The street food stalls in Jinling are indeed distinctive. However, without proper guidance, one could easily end up in the wrong place, as there are numerous stalls serving similar fare. Gu Shibei led Gu Maoyuan to a truly genuine establishment, where they ordered 5 dishes and a bottle of Wuyangye. Initially, they considered Mao Tai, but due to concerns regarding its authenticity, they settled for Wuyangye instead. Gu Maoyuan ventured to a nearby supermarket to procure a bottle. Next time, young Master Gu, when you visit Zhonghai, I shall treat you to Mao Tai, and rest assured, it will be the 5-star variety. To be frank, I have a few old Mao Tai bottles in my collection. Generally, I find it hard to part with them. Well, I wouldn't dare to indulge. Gu Maoyuan chuckled. My reluctance to drink stems from not having the right company. But with you, young Master Gu, is undoubtedly the most fitting occasion. Come, let us enjoy this Wuyangye. The two raised their glasses and consumed it in one gulp. After finishing the first cup, Gu Shibei promptly refilled his glass to toast Gu Maoyuan. Old Gu, my earlier gratitude. For what? Gu Maoyuan inquired. For introducing me to others. I am quite aware of your intentions. In the antiques business, connections are paramount. Gu Maoyuan's face lit up with joy at this acknowledgement, nodding appreciatively. What he detested most was feigned ignorance. Thus, Gu Shibei's words brought him great comfort. Young Master Gu, I apologize. I intended to make introductions, but regrettably, those two fellows are oblivious to good fortune. I presented them with a treasure, yet they failed to recognize it. Utterly blind. Old Gu, do not be upset. Allow me to ask, did you not mention that your family has been in the antique business for 3 generations? How is it before Gu Maoyuan could complete his thought? Gu Shibei shook his head with a sigh. My grandfather and father passed away a few years ago, leaving me without the chance to inherit our family resources. Oh dear. What a pity, Gu Shibei interjected. Enough of that, old Gu, let me toast you. They shared 3 more cups before engaging in light conversation while dining. Old Gu, regarding the impression you left them, was that I did not wish to cause them distress. They were indeed infuriating. When I introduced you, they looked down upon you, due to your youth. I must admit, I felt a bit vexed and intentionally left them with something to ponder. I knew it. Old Gu, I am immensely grateful. In the future, should you require anything from me, Gu Shibei, do not hesitate to command my assistance. Your kindness is etched in my heart. Gu Maoyuan waved his hand dismissively. Such trifles are not worth dwelling upon. He then regarded Gu Shibei with a serious expression. Young Master Gu, in the antiques business, there are countless intricacies, but it ultimately boils down to 2 essentials: capital and discernment. You possess remarkable discernment. And although we have only known each other for a short while, your demeanor and conduct exhibit maturity and competence. Surely, you will soar to great heights in the future. Old Gu, I appreciate your kind words. Come, let's share another toast. Gu Shibei was astonished by how his capacity for drinking seemed to surpass even his keen insight. The two of them first finished a bottle of Wuyangye, and feeling unsatisfied, they procured another bottle, which they also finished without hesitation. 2 individuals consumed 2 bottles of Wuyangye. Gu Shibei merely felt a sense of dizziness. However, Gu Maoyuan had indulged excessively. Whether he was intoxicated or not, Gu Shibei could not ascertain, but he observed that Gu Maoyuan's gait was somewhat unsteady. Ultimately, it was Gu Shibei who settled the bill. He did not awaken naturally, but was roused by the incessant ringing of his phone. Upon glancing at the unfamiliar number, he initially intended to curse, yet the caller spoke first. Hello, young Master Gu. This is Lu Zhiqian. Chapter 49. The Call from Lu Zhiqian. Gu Shibei was taken aback. He promptly leapt out of bed, though he was perplexed as to why Lu Zhiqian would call him. It was indeed Lu Zhiqian's voice. Master Lu, greetings. Hee. You should still be resting. I hope I'm not disturbing you? Not at all, Gu Shibei replied, casting a glance at his phone's status bar, revealing 23 missed calls. He tapped the screen a few times, discovering that all those missed calls were from Lu Zhiqian. My apologies. I drank excessively with Guyi last night. Hence my slumber was rather deep. Master Lu, I just noticed you called me over 20 times. Oh, I'm sorry. I must have interrupted your rest. Master Lu, how did you acquire my number? Oh, I obtained it from Guyi. I see. Is there something urgent you require of me? Well, young Master Gu, do you have a moment? Could I request your assistance in examining something? Upon hearing this, Gu Shibei instinctively surmised what the matter might be. The words water bureau that Gu Maoyuan had left in the previous night likely kept Lu Zhiqian awake all night, prompting him to urgently seek Gu Shibei's help. He was uncertain what conversations Lu Jiqian and Gu Maoyuan had shared. Master Lu, you wish for me to examine something? You flatter me. I possess no such discerning eye before you. Oh, young Master Gu, please do not be modest. This morning, I made a special visit to the hotel to see Gu Yi, who spoke highly of your discerning capabilities. Gu Yi is truly something. Master Lu, he may have exaggerated a bit. Young Master Gu, do not be humble. Surely, I will not ask you to assess it for free. What is your fee? Master Lu, you are too kind. The fact that you wish for me to examine it is already an honor. The fee is unnecessary. That simply cannot do. According to industry standards. Rest assured, I shall ensure you do not suffer any loss. Now, should I send a vehicle to your place? Or, Master Lu, naturally, I will come at your convenience. Then, please come directly to my residence. I shall send a car to fetch you. After hanging up the phone, Gu Shibei checked the time, realizing it was past 3 in the afternoon. He should have already been at the gym by this hour. However, having promised Lu Jiqian, he reluctantly decided to call Hui Yusin. Upon hearing that Gu Shibei would not be going to the gym, Hui Yusin was somewhat displeased. You should have informed me earlier. I'm already at the gym. Sister, it was unplanned. I apologize. Next time, what is more important than spending time with me? My boss insisted and I. What sort of capricious whims does your boss have that cannot be communicated in advance? If that is the case, quit your job. I'll support you. Sister, I adore you. Today, I shall converse with my employer. If it proves futile, I shall resign and devote myself to serving my sister. By the way, have you missed me during this single day apart? You wretched creature. You are aware of this, are you not? Woof woof. I am aware. The audacious barks of Gu Shibei's shameless little dog elicited peals of laughter from Hui Yusin. Well, enough of this. I am off to the gym. Oh, dear sister. Do refrain from glancing at other dogs. TCH. That depends on whether you behave. I am indeed obedient. Gu Shibei felt an overwhelming sense of revulsion towards himself. He couldn't help but admire his own audacity. However, there was little choice in the matter. After all, although he had successfully captured Hui Yusin's heart, he had yet to attain what he truly desired. Thus, he must remain the obedient little wolf dog for now. Of course, Gu Shibei bore little psychological burden, as Hui Yusin was, after all, his wife. What harm is there in uttering a few nauseating words to one's spouse? Although he had never spoken such sentiments during his previous life as Ma Dongsheng, perhaps voicing them now could serve as a form of compensation for the deficiencies of his past existence. Naturally, this does not pertain to his current self, but rather to the former Ma Dongsheng. They reside in the prestigious Zijin Bun of Jinling. Upon reflection, it is no wonder. This community is renowned for its strict management and reasonable design. Each villa boasts an underground garage, allowing vehicles to access their homes directly via elevators. Consequently, residents remain unaware of one another's presence, as there is little opportunity to encounter fellow inhabitants. Thus, many prominent figures who value their privacy are drawn to this locale. When Gu Shibei arrived previously, he was unable to enter, but now Lu Jiqian personally sent a vehicle to collect him. The car halted, and Lu Jiqian awaited him at the elevator entrance. Oh my, Lu, you are exceedingly gracious. My apologies, young Master Gu, for hastily summoning you. It is indeed a matter of urgency. Lu, was it regarding last night? Indeed, this morning, I visited Gu Yi, and he informed me. Was last night truly a water scheme? In truth, he is exceedingly familiar with this garage. Lu Jiqian understood immediately and promptly gestured for him to proceed. Young Master Gu, let us ascend and converse. Lu Jiqian did not escort Gu Shibei to the living room for tea, but instead led him directly to his private collection. It appears Lu Jiqian is genuinely anxious. Gu Shibei was acutely aware that the painting from last night, valued at under 20 million, although painful for a major collector like Lu Jiqian, was not worth life or death. The stakes were much higher. His urgency stemmed from a desire for the truth, and, moreover, for the integrity of his own judgment. That piece by Badashanran was a focal point within the antique community. Should it be misjudged and the news leaked, the repercussions would transcend mere monetary loss. Thus, Lu Jiqian was driven to bring Gu Shibei directly into his collection. Lu Jiqian's collection resembled a small museum, causing Gu Shibei to nearly salivate with anticipation. Yet, he remained uncertain of the authenticity of the pieces within. Lu Jiqian did not introduce his collection to Gu Shibei. Instead, he directly unfurled last night's painting on a large writing desk placed in the center of the storage room. Young Master Gu, I shall not stand on ceremony. Shall we examine the painting first? We can enjoy some tea afterward. Please follow Lu's lead. Come. Behold last night's auction champion. You have no idea. Before leaving last night, Master Gu's words regarding the Water Bureau kept me awake all night. I nearly spent the entire night seated before this desk, and I truly couldn't discern any flaws. Gu Shibei chuckled softly. In that case, it seems Mr. Chow must have also lost sleep. Certainly. However, his pair of armchairs is valued at merely a little over $1 million, while mine is nearly $20 million. Huh. For you, Lu, that must not be a trivial matter. Indeed. Yet, this is not merely a question of monetary value. This is... Lu Jiqian's voice trailed off, his gaze fixed eagerly on Gu Shibei. Gu Shibei, meanwhile, was scanning the desk. Young Master Gu, what are you searching for? Oh, are there any gloves available? Oh, gloves? This isn't a museum. Come, handle it directly. Chapter 50. Techniques of Painting Authentication. The 8th Great Mountain Man, originally named Zhu, was the 9th descendant of Zhu Quan, the 17th son of the Ming Taizu, Zhu Yuanzhang. After the fall of the Ming dynasty, he became a monk. The artistic achievements of the 8th Great Mountain Man have had an immensely profound influence on subsequent generations. Following the Ming dynasty, the domestic art scene, whether it be the 8 eccentrics of Yangzhou during the Qing dynasty or modern masters such as Zhang Deqian and Qi Baishe, have all been influenced by him. Consequently, the paintings of the 8th Great Mountain Man are highly sought after in the antique market, possessing considerable value. However, this has also led to a plethora of forgeries. Moreover, due to his significant influence, many have attempted to emulate his style, resulting in a considerable number of high-quality forgeries in the market. For the authentication of ancient paintings, the majority of appraisers assess the artist's style, painting techniques, and habits, among other aspects. This is undoubtedly a crucial factor. However, when a forgery is produced by a highly skilled artist, discerning authenticity solely through the painting itself becomes nearly impossible. Such was the case with the painting of the 8th Great Mountain Man's chrysanthemum in a broken vase that Gu Shibei beheld. The scroll was unfurled, its ends weighed down by paperweights. The dimensions of the painting were modest, standing approximately 90 centimeters tall and 56 centimeters wide, characteristic of the 8th Great Mountain Man's style. The composition was simple, a broken vase with several carefully arranged chrysanthemums. This was a favored subject of the 8th Great Mountain Man's later years, often depicting elegant offerings. Gu Shibei glanced at the painting only briefly before turning his attention elsewhere. To be candid, he did not perceive any issues with the painting itself. In truth, he had no intention of uncovering any flaws in the artwork, for the reasoning was straightforward. Painting is an artistic endeavor, imbued with a strong sense of subjectivity and randomness. Even if the same artist painted the same subject matter during the same period, each piece remains unique and distinct. Therefore, the authentication of paintings cannot rely on the methods used for ceramics or Buddhist sculptures, for one is the product of an artist, while the other is the product of a craftsman. Moreover, if Lu Jiqian failed to discern the issue, given his discerning eye, he would undoubtedly find no faults in the painting itself. These are the discrepancies that Lu Jiqian is certainly capable of detecting. Thus, Gu Shibei did not concentrate excessively on the artwork, but rather directed his attention elsewhere. When assessing a painting, if it is a low or even high imitation, one can often identify the discrepancies from the artwork itself. However, when it reaches the level of a masterpiece or beyond, such identification becomes nearly impossible. If the painting reveals no flaws, how then does one ascertain its authenticity? This necessitates viewing the work from the craftsman's perspective. The elements depicted in a painting are undoubtedly the handiwork of the artist. However, everything else is crafted by artisans, such as the paper, the ink, and the mounting, among others. This is naturally a painting of exceptionally high imitation quality. If one solely considers the artwork itself, it can be deemed an exquisite piece, but when viewed in totality, it is merely of fine quality. Gu Shibei removed the paperweights at either end and elevated the painting. He then picked up a high-powered magnifying glass to examine the paper. After a brief inspection, he set down the tools and turned to Lu Jiqian. Upon seeing Gu Shibei's expression, Lu Jiqian felt a sudden jolt in his heart. Before Gu Shibei could speak, he interjected, "Lu Gu, is it fake?" Gu Shibei nodded, stating, "The imitation is quite good. Moreover, this painting should be a copy of an authentic work, which is why you did not notice the discrepancies." Lu Jiqian was not foolish. He recognized that the latter part of Gu Shibei's statement was intended to console him. "Little Gu, where exactly is the forgery? Could you enlighten me? Please, Master Lu, could you fetch me a cup of boiling water and a toothpick?" "Certainly," Lu Jiqian replied, turning to leave. "Wait, Master Lu, the water must be boiling and steaming." "Understood." Lu Jiqian departed, but upon noticing the collection of antiques in the room, Gu Shibei promptly followed him out. Lu Jiqian, surprised to see Gu Shibei emerge as well, queried, "Little Gu, why are you coming out? I can handle the water." Hee. It feels inappropriate for me to be alone amidst all these treasures, Gu Shibei chuckled. Ha. What is inappropriate about it? I'm not afraid. Why should you be? The closer friends become, and the longer they wish to maintain their relationship, the more they should be mindful of avoiding misunderstandings. What misunderstanding could there be? An antique belonging to a friend is akin to a friend's wife. One should not be alone with it. Oh, ha ha ha. Lu Jiqian laughed heartily. His perception of this young man underwent a notable transformation. He led Gu Shibei to the living room to boil water. Little Gu, you appear to be no older than 25 or 26. Gu Shibei nodded. Yet, in your dealings you seem more mature than I. Of course, I'm not implying that you are old. In fact, you are quite handsome. Hee. In the world of antiques, handsomeness neither adds nor diminishes value. That is not entirely true. By the way, Master Gu mentioned you hail from an antique family. I wonder. Oh, I am not from Jinling. I thought as much. Nevertheless, as a family of antiquarians, I should have heard of you to some extent. Master Lu, to speak frankly, my father experienced a significant decline in our family fortune, failing in his endeavors and passing away prematurely. Therefore, it is perhaps best not to dwell on family lineage. Noticing that Gu Shibei was reluctant to discuss his heritage, Lu Jiqian nodded in understanding. The water had boiled, and Lu Jiqian held the kettle. Gu Shibei grasped a glass cup and a toothpick, and the two once again entered the storage room. Gu Shibei poured a generous amount of hot water into the glass cup, then lifted the painting, placing it face down, covering it with one edge resting on the rim of the glass. Lu Jiqian was momentarily taken aback, contemplating a question, yet remained silent. However, Gu Shibei proactively began to explain. Rest assured, Master Lu, I won't damage the painting. I will restore it later. It's fine, young Master Gu, feel free. Lu Jiqian replied, as Gu Shibei deftly opened the edges of the mounting. Finally, he cautiously peeled back a small section of the paper from the painting's core and casually handed a high-powered magnifying glass to Lu Jiqian. Hesitantly, Lu Jiqian accepted the magnifying glass, still uncertain of its purpose. Gu Shibei smiled slightly. Master Lu, observe the edges of the paper I have uncovered. Paper? Is there an issue? The mounting can be redone in the future. The new and old cannot. Master Lu, the mounting is irrelevant. The paper of the painting's core cannot be replaced. If it is new, it becomes a forgery. Lu Jiqian understood this principle well. However, his initial focus had not been on this aspect. Gu Shibei's mention prompted an immediate realization, and he scrutinized the exposed Xian paper with a magnifying glass. As he examined the paper, Gu Shibei offered further guidance, concerned that Lu Jiqian might not know how to interpret the findings. Master Lu, observe the side of the paper, then compare it with the front of the painting, noting the differences in age. Lu Jiqian complied. Under the magnifying glass, he involuntarily gasped in surprise. The front appeared aged, while the side, though not new, was significantly fresher in comparison. The front had clearly been artificially aged. Gu Shibei nodded, thinking to himself that this gentleman was indeed a seasoned collector, quickly grasping the nuances. This paper was also old, yet from the side, it appeared to be produced several decades ago. The individual who aged it had clearly put in considerable effort, having used genuine old paper. The mounting, too, had been meticulously executed with traditional techniques. Listening to Gu Shibei's insights, Lu Jiqian's previously furrowed brow gradually relaxed. As an esteemed collector, he had seen much in his time. Initially anxious about the appraisal, he now felt a weight lift from his mind, recognizing this as a rare opportunity for learning. Lu Jiqian inquired, young Master Gu, why was only the front aged and not the sides? Because it was aged after the mounting was completed. But why not age it completely before mounting? Master Lu, what is the purpose of aging? Lu Jiqian was momentarily taken aback by the question. To shorten time, to transform an antique that would normally take hundreds of years to age into one that appears aged within a few years or even months, nothing more. The time frame differs. Everything else must remain as similar as possible. Lu Jiqian still struggled to fully comprehend the implications. Indeed, it is entirely natural for him to be momentarily taken aback. This is because Gu Shibei is currently articulating the mindset of those who forge antique artifacts. Consequently, even seasoned collectors may find it challenging to adapt their thinking. The art of aging involves striving for an indistinguishable resemblance. From the techniques and styles of painting to the habits of the artist, and even to the framing, Every step in the process aims for authenticity, with time being the only element that cannot be replicated. What if the procedure is disrupted? Such a disruption would reveal even more flaws. For instance, if one were to age the paper before framing it, any attempt to open it would expose inconsistencies, making them even more pronounced. What inconsistencies are there? Master Lu, if a painting framed centuries ago is reopened today, the aging of the exposed front of the paper, having been subjected to the elements, will undoubtedly differ from the less exposed edges that have remained covered for centuries. Oh dear, Lu Jiqian could not help but applaud as he experienced a moment of clarity. So, it follows that every approach reveals its own flaws. Indeed, thus, a counterfeit remains a counterfeit, and an authentic piece is genuinely authentic. There is merit to this argument. It appears that Gu Maoyuan was not mistaken. What did Master Gu say? Lu Jiqian hesitated for a moment, shaking his head in disbelief. Is not that exaggerated? Master Gu was simply bewildered by that pair of circular chairs last night. Perhaps a pair of chairs alone is insufficient to illustrate the point. However, in conjunction with my painting, it suffices to make a statement. When Master Gu spoke this morning, I was somewhat skeptical. Yet upon your recent comments, I find myself in complete agreement. Gu Shibei intended to offer further words of comfort, but reconsidered, thinking it best to refrain. Speaking too much could be counterproductive. Furthermore, helping these esteemed collectors to recognize their limited discernment is ultimately beneficial. After all, this could elevate his own desirability in the future. Master Lu, have I assisted you in restoring it? Excellent. Young Master Gu, I appreciate your efforts. Gu Shibei instructed Lu Jiqian to fetch some materials, adjusting a bit of paste to smooth over the areas that have been opened. Just let it dry. Avoid high temperatures. Lu Jiqian nodded in understanding. Young Master Gu, may I inquire if there is a possibility of eliminating the flaws in this painting even more effectively? Gu Shibei was momentarily taken aback, then burst into laughter. He thought to himself, you truly are cunning. However, it is what it is. This painting, in all fairness, has already been remarkably well executed. It can be considered a masterpiece of aging. A masterpiece. But what would an extraordinary level of aging entail? I have yet to witness such a thing. You have not seen it? Gu Shibei chuckled inwardly. It is not that you have not seen it, but rather that you would not recognize it if you did. Perhaps you have such a piece right in your collection. An extraordinary piece is one where everything, aside from the artist's hand, must be authentic. The paper must be made of ancient Xian paper from several centuries ago. The ink must be of an equally ancient formula. Even the framing must be from an old frame that has been dismantled. In essence, everything you can observe must be from that era, and testing would reveal no discrepancies whatsoever. How could that possibly be? Paper, ink, and framing from centuries past. Such a feat seems implausible. Thus, it is indeed an extraordinary piece. Certainly, Gu Shibei completed the restoration of the painting, laying it flat upon the writing desk, before accompanying Lu Jiqian for tea. Young Master Gu, you possess such profound knowledge regarding the aging of antiques. I have heard that your family was once involved in antique restoration. My grandfather once operated an antique restoration shop. Regrettably, his exquisite craftsmanship was not passed down to me, though I have cherished many stories of antique restoration that he shared during my childhood. It is no wonder that your perspective is so distinctive. The methods you employ in evaluating antiques are entirely beyond our contemplation. You shall witness this firsthand next time. Lu Jiqian shook his head. Are you suggesting that I might, at the next auction, boil water to steam a painting, merely to pry it open for inspection? The way you discern authenticity at a glance is not something I can master in such a short span. Fear not, Liu Ye. Should you require anything before you acquire such skills, do not hesitate to call me. Upon hearing this, Lu Jiqian's eyes sparkled. Young Master Gu, you truly mean it. I shall not hold back. Why would you? Oh, by the way, today, what do you deem a suitable fee for my appraisal services? I have already stated that assistance comes without charge. But you mentioned earlier that for friendships to endure, one must. Then you decide. I am uncertain what would be appropriate. Very well. Provide me with your account information, and I shall transfer it to you at once. Gu Shibei was equally unreserved, as there was no need for pretense in this matter. After all, we are here to earn a living. They promptly exchanged WeChat details, and Lu Jiqian sent Gu Shibei a sum of 40,000. Gu Shibei was taken aback. Lu Yi, is this truly necessary? Such a sum is excessive. 40,000 is merely a modest figure. It is a standard rate for the foremost appraisers in the country. What troubles you? Allow me to explain. I am frequently invited for appraisals, and my fees reach 30,000. You, however, command 40. No, you're a distinguished collector. Others seek your reputation and endorsement. Young Master Gu, with your discerning eye, it will not be long before you become a celebrated name in the field. This 40 is by no means excessive. This, do not decline. If you feel it is too much, consider it a deposit for future services. As you said, I will truly call upon you to examine items in the future. Then I cannot refuse. Chapter 52. What brings you here? There is no such thing as a free lunch. Gu Shibei was well aware of this truth. Lu Jiqian's generous offer of 40,000 could not simply be attributed to his keen eye. After sharing a few cups of tea and engaging in light conversation, Gu Shibei suggested he would not impose further. Lu Jiqian wished to invite Gu Shibei for dinner, expressing a desire to share a few more drinks. However, Gu Shibei politely declined. It was not that he did not wish to drink with Lu Jiqian. Rather, he was inclined to do so. In a hotel, this evening would undoubtedly involve drinking. Among compatriots, it is only after sharing drinks that friendships deepen. Yet this was the man's home, and it would be inappropriate to linger for drinks on a first visit. Furthermore, who could ascertain whether Lu Jiqian's invitation was sincere or merely a formality? In truth, the wealthier individuals tend to be more reluctant to host guests for dinner or overnight stays, not out of stinginess, but rather to safeguard their privacy. As Lu Jiqian escorted Gu Shibei to the garage, he grasped Gu Shibei's hand firmly before he entered the car. Young Master Gu, I have one favor to ask of you. Lu Yi, there is no need to be formal. Please, speak your mind. Regarding the painting. Lu Yi, rest assured, I have indeed received your appraisal fee. I understand the professional ethics of an appraiser. Upon hearing this, Lu Jiqian couldn't help but chuckle. How embarrassing. In this profession, who isn't paid their dues? Apologies for the intrusion. Gu Shibei waved goodbye to Lu Jiqian as he boarded the vehicle, which then drove away. However, before reaching the exit, a series of honks echoed. Gu Shibei turned his head and noticed a red sports car beside them, honking in their direction. He hurriedly instructed the driver to stop and lower the window, for the one honking was none other than Hui Yusin. Hey, sister, what are you doing here? Didn't you say you were heading to the gym? Hui Yusin approached, her face filled with surprise. I thought I was mistaken. Is it really you? What did you end up here? Oh, I'm here for work, Gu Shibei replied. Work? Hui Yusin muttered, her gaze scrutinizing the Rolls-Royce Gu Shibei was in. Before she could finish her sentence, Gu Shibei opened the door and stepped out. All right, Mr. Gu. The driver acknowledged and drove away, leaving Hui Yusin in a state of bewilderment. Wait, aren't you just a worker? Just a worker? Riding in a Rolls-Royce? It's not my car. It belongs to my boss, who sent me. Your boss had a Rolls-Royce send you? What does that imply? You must be quite an important person. At the very least, a general manager or something, right? But wait, you're just a kid. How could you be a CEO? Chuckling, Gu Shibei replied, Sister, what are you doing here? Isn't it obvious? I live here. Wow, you live here? The Zijin courtyard in Jinling, where the wealthiest elites reside. Hearing this made Hui Yusin quite proud. Since fate has brought us together today, let us go. I'll take you to my home. She winked at Gu Shibei. Oh dear, this woman, when being flirtatious, could rival any man. Gu Shibei feigned a look of fear. I was hoping to seize a day to rest and recuperate. Are you up for it? Aren't you the little wolf dog? Of course. Why would I be? Let us go. Let us see how I'll deal with you. As they spoke, Gu Shibei playfully pinched Hui Yusin's backside, causing her to yelp. What are you doing? The parking garage has cameras. What's there to fear? Aren't you free now? Still, one must be cautious. This is a crucial moment for me. Get in. Gu Shibei hopped into the red sports car, and Hui Yusin parked it in her designated spot. As they entered the elevator, Hui Yusin wrapped her arms around his neck and hung onto him. Gu Shibei, feeling bold, embraced her and playfully pinned her against the wall, capturing her lips in a kiss. The two continued to kiss passionately, their hands wandering as they began to tug at each other's clothing. Wherever the storm passed, remnants lay scattered. Shoes, pants, underwear, from the elevator entrance to the living room, then to the sofa, and finally to the dining table. In her 30s, the young matron found herself in a tumultuous encounter with a youthful and seasoned man. After the storm had passed, all that remained was the rhythmic ticking of the Himmler clock in the living room. Gu Shibei had once relished the sound of this clock in his previous life. He listened intently to the passage of time, his gaze wandering over the house he had not seen in months. It had not changed, fundamentally remaining the same, its layout and space untouched. Yet, many cherished items had vanished. Clearly, Hui Yusin had spent these past months eradicating all traces of Ma Dongsheng from their home. For instance, the tea set on the table was gone. replaced by a vase of flowers. The ancient paintings and calligraphy on the walls, though replicas, had also disappeared, supplanted by large, revealing photographs of Hui Yusin, once suppressed by Ma Dongsheng. Now, with his passing, Hui Yusin was truly liberated. Gu Shibei couldn't help but sigh, pondering whether he had indeed been so domineering and harsh that his demise had allowed her such unrestrained freedom. Did this woman hold no nostalgia for him at all? What troubles you? Hui Yusin lay on Gu Shibei's chest and, hearing his sigh, lifted her gaze to meet his. Oh, I was out late last night and only woke up this afternoon. I was summoned here without having eaten. My stomach is empty, and you've just been teasing me. Before he could finish, his stomach audibly grumbled. Hui Yusin reached out to touch his well-defined abdomen. Darling, be good. I'll prepare something delicious for you. As she slid off Gu Shibei, naked, to retrieve her clothes from the floor, she remarked, I still don't know what you do for a living. If it's too much, you shouldn't bother with it, especially with all the socializing. Gu Shibei rose from the sofa, gently approached her from behind, and planted a kiss on her cheek. A man must have his own career. I know you're wealthy, but I'm not a kept man. I will take care of you. Though Hui Yusin desired a young, handsome companion, what woman could resist the allure of a man proclaiming, I will take care of you? As he dressed, he feigned interest in the villa. Sister, may I tour your home? Of course. Feel free to look around. If you like it, moving in is also an option. But can you handle it? She laughed lightly. Quickly, go prepare dinner. Once I've eaten, I'll feast on you. Let us see who can handle it. You said it. Indeed, Gu Shibei replied, making his way to the staircase. Sister, what's downstairs? There are 2 levels below. The basement is the garage, where we parked earlier. The first basement is the study and media room. May I take a look? Of course. I'll be cooking. What would you like to eat? Is there hot pot? Though it's rather troublesome if my darling wants hot pot. It's not troublesome. Just wait. Hui Yusin replied as she headed to the kitchen. As Gu Shibei turned and descended to the basement, he was acutely aware that the large safe lay just behind the study. Chapter 53. A thief has entered your home. This was the moment Gu Shibei had been anticipating. He hurried down the stairs from the living room to the basement, making a beeline for the safe behind the study. Everything felt hauntingly familiar. He pushed open the door to the study, navigated around the desk, and approached the grand bookshelf that spanned an entire wall. Upon opening the glass door, he pressed a button. With a sharp click, a section of the bookshelf sprang open. Gu Shibei reached into the gap, pulling forcefully until the bookshelf transformed into a door, swinging wide. Revealed was a large safe. Beep, beep, beep. Gu Shibei's fingers flew as he entered the code. Click. The sound of the lock disengaging echoed in the room. With a creak, the safe door opened, and Gu Shibei gazed inside with exhilaration. However, in an instant, his face drained of color. He hesitated for a moment, then reached into the safe and rummaged around. He could hardly believe his eyes. The safe was completely empty. Indeed, it had never contained anything substantial since its installation. But where was the exquisite brocade box? Gu Shibei vividly recalled that it had been placed in the very center of the middle shelf. Now, it was conspicuously absent. Gasping, Gu Shibei inhaled deeply. This made no sense. How could Hui Yusin possibly know the password to the safe? In fact, he couldn't even remember disclosing the existence of the safe to her, having rarely accessed it. Typically, important documents and materials were stored in the safe located in the upstairs cloakroom. Every floor of this villa was equipped with surveillance cameras, including the basement. However, the indoor cameras were solely positioned to monitor the entrances, documenting comings and goings without capturing the interior of the rooms. After a moment of contemplation, Gu Shibei called out loudly, Sister. He hurriedly ascended the stairs. Sister, there's trouble at your home. In the kitchen, Hui Yusin, clad in her undergarments and preparing hot pot, heard Gu Shibei's urgent shout and rushed over, concern etched on her face. What happened, darling? Sister, you need to come down quickly. There's been a break-in. A break-in? Hui Yusin looked at Gu Shibei, who appeared visibly anxious as he stood on the staircase. The safe in your study has been opened. What? The safe? Hui Yusin was bewildered, yet she swiftly followed Gu Shibei into the study. The moment she entered, her eyes fell upon the bookshelf, which had been moved aside, revealing a dark, ominous safe. Hey, when did a safe appear behind this bookshelf? What? You didn't know? Isn't this your house? Gu Shibei inquired with feigned innocence. Oh, I rarely come to this study. I'm not familiar with what's inside. As she spoke, Hui Yusin approached the safe. She glanced at the empty interior of the safe. Sister, it's completely empty. We need to call the police immediately. Call the police? I've lost. As Hui Yusin spoke, she abruptly paused, turning to dash out of the study. Hey, slow down, sister. Don't trip. There's no need to rush to call the police. I'm not calling the police. Just hold on. Hu Yusin exclaimed as she raced upstairs, followed closely by Gushibei. Entering her bedroom, she first rummaged through her makeup table, then proceeded to the wardrobe to open the safe and inspect various documents. After confirming everything was in order, she emerged, gently patting her chest with a beaming smile. Thank goodness, thank goodness. All the jewelry is here. What? You want to check the jewelry? Gushibei was taken aback. The property deed is also safe. All the other documents are intact. Nothing is missing. Hearing this, Gushibei felt a pang of anxiety and casually remarked, Sister, weren't you the one who opened the safe downstairs? I didn't even know there was a safe. How could I have opened it? Then, a thief must have come in. Hurry, should we call the police? The problem is, nothing is missing. How do we report it? Is there nothing in such a mysterious safe? Gushibei deliberately provoked Hu Yusin. Sister, what did your husband do before? He dealt in antiques. Oh, before she could finish her sentence, Gushibei exclaimed, Sister, that must be a safe full of antiques. It's probably worth more than this villa. Really? Hu Yusin furrowed her brow. In truth, she felt indifferent about the contents of the safe. She had no idea what was inside, and it didn't matter to her since the inheritance she received was enough for several lifetimes. However, upon hearing Gushibei's remark about its potential value, her heart ached. No wonder there isn't a single genuine antique in the house. They must be hidden in that safe. With that thought, Hu Yusin immediately pulled out her phone. Then I really must call the police. However, just as she was about to do so, Gushibei stopped her. Hey sister, don't call just yet. What is wrong? The antiques in the safe are merely our speculation. We have no evidence. Even if we call the police, it would be futile and might even alert the thief. What should we do then? Gushibei glanced at the surveillance camera by the door. Sister, doesn't your home have surveillance? Let us check. Oh right, there is surveillance. But I don't know the password. What? You don't know that? I don't handle these things. My late husband took care of everything at home. I just focus on looking beautiful and alluring. TSK. Sister, you are truly fortunate to have such a good husband in your past life. What good is that? He has nothing but wealthy. If only you were as capable, that would be perfect. As Hu Yusin spoke, she suddenly reached out and grabbed Gushibei. He yelped in surprise. That was so sudden. This woman has quite a grip. He thought, even in a moment like this, she is still thinking about such things. They say men think with their lower halves. It seems women in their 30s and 40s do too. Sister, stop fooling around. The password for surveillance is usually quite simple. I have a friend who works in this field. I'll ask him to help you retrieve the password. First, we should monitor and ascertain when the thief entered, and then we can report it to the authorities. It would be splendid if we could decode the password. The surveillance system is on the computer in this study. Allow me to turn it on for you. Hu Yusin activated the computer for Gushibei, who seated himself at the desk, well acquainted with everything in this space. However, he mustn't appear overly familiar at this moment. Sister, which software is for monitoring? He inquired. I'm not certain. Why don't you explore it yourself? Gushibei maneuvered the mouse, exclaiming, this must be it. Upon entering, he indeed found the monitoring software from a certain television network. However, a password was required for access. The password shouldn't be too difficult to find. Is it on the computer? He asked. I don't know. I've never used this computer. You'll have to search for it yourself. I found it. I'll log in and contact a friend for remote assistance in cracking the password. Sister, you should go prepare dinner. Although the process is simple, it won't be swift. Very well. Take your time with the password. I'll start cooking. Chapter 54. Zhang Matzi arrives the notion of a friend remotely cracking the password was, of course, a ruse. Once Hu Yusin departed, Gushibei began typing on the keyboard to input the password and successfully logged into the surveillance management software. He was not in haste to uncover the identity of the individual who had stolen the exquisite box from a safe. Instead, he commenced reviewing the footage from the villa, starting from the moment of his demise. He accelerated the playback and discovered that numerous individuals had entered and exited the villa after his death. First, several groups of police arrived. This was not surprising, given that Ma Dongsheng had perished in the tomb, prompting an investigation. Following them was a lawyer, Gushibei's personal attorney from his previous life. It was reasonable for the lawyer to visit, likely to discuss matters concerning the distribution of the inheritance with Hu Yusin. Surprisingly, the lawyer was accompanied by two groups of antique dealers. Gushibei recognized these dealers, and their dialogue upon entering suggested that Hu Yusin had invited them to appraise the antiques within the home. Yet, both groups departed empty-handed, presumably disappointed, for there was not a single genuine antique within the villa. Upon witnessing this, Gushibei felt a mix of amusement and a tinge of sorrow. However, Reflecting on Hui Yusin's immediate action to have the antiques evaluated following Ma Dongxing's death was somewhat understandable. After all, the distribution of assets necessitated careful consideration. Real estate like the villa and antique market could not be manipulated in advance, whereas the antiques at home could be handled beforehand. Yet, as he continued to watch, an unexpected figure emerged, Zhang Matzi. Who is Zhang Matzi, you might ask? This individual, like Wangye, who had previously betrayed Ma Dongxiang at the old prince's tomb, was one of the three formidable subordinates of the Jinling Ma Wangye. It was common knowledge within the circle that the three stalwarts serving the Jinling Ma Wangye were known as crafty, wise, and courageous. The crafty stalwart, Wangye, was specifically tasked with labor, while the wise stalwart, Zhang Matzi, was responsible for commerce, possessing a wealth of resources within the industry. The formidable Zhou Daong, known as the Brave Diamond, had a rather straightforward role. He was responsible for security. The directive from Lord Ma was clear. When necessary, action must be taken without hesitation. Of course, Zhou Daong's domain was the safety outside the premises. He was entirely unaware of the dealings that transpired within. The three stalwart figures each managed their respective areas, with minimal interaction among them. Particularly, the relationship between Huang Er and Zhang Matzi was kept at a distance by Ma Dongxiang, who rarely allowed them to be together. However, after the demise of Ma Dongxiang and Huang Er, Zhang Matzi unexpectedly visited. It is worth noting that during Ma Dongxing's lifetime, he seldom permitted his subordinates to come to the villa. Any matters were discussed externally. Especially after he established the Baiwa Antique City, all official business was conducted there. Yet, Zhang Matzi appeared at the villa, accompanied by two individuals unknown to Gu Shibei. What Zhang Matzi communicated to Hui Yusin remains a mystery, as Gu Shibei could not glean any information from the surveillance footage. Even more perplexing was that the surveillance camera capturing Zhang Matzi's arrival malfunctioned. The issue was not with the camera at the villa's entrance, but rather with the one outside the study on the basement level, which suddenly ceased functioning and remains inoperative until now. The last time it operated without issue was on the eve of the new year, marking a clear timeline of when the malfunction occurred. Zhang Matzi had visited a week prior, and despite the presence of lawyers and others following his departure, no further issues arose. The conclusion was rather apparent. It was highly probable that Zhang Matzi was behind this tampering. As Gu Shibei reviewed the footage, he logged back in and called out, "Sister, the password is resolved." "Huh? So soon?" Hui Yusin rushed downstairs. "Let us see who it was. From what day should we start?" Gu Shibei teasingly inquired. From the sixth day of the new year, when many police officers were around. Gu Shibei patiently continued watching the footage with Hui Yusin until they reached the point where the study's camera had failed. "Hey, why is the outside camera malfunctioning?" "Sister, I suspect it was most likely someone who visited your home during that time." "No, it can't be. Mr. Zhang is my husband's subordinate. How could he?" Sister, one can know a person's face, but not their heart. What was Mr. Zhang doing that day?" "He came to express condolences upon hearing of my husband's death. In reality, he had learned that I was having antique dealers appraise items at home and sought to acquire my antiques." "Did he manage to acquire anything?" "Indeed." Hui Yusin's response left Gu Shibei in a state of bewilderment. Although Zhang Matzi's discerning, I could not quite match Gu Shibei's. He had been in the business for nearly 20 years and was certainly competent within the antique circle. Thus, it was baffling that he would be deceived by the items in the villa, which were merely replicas. What did he acquire? An ancient painting and a porcelain plate. How much did he pay? Not much. He even haggled for quite a while. It was ridiculous. Haggled for a long time? Gu Shibei pondered, suddenly realizing. Zhang Matzi's expenditure on counterfeit items served as a ruse, a diversion for his accomplice to stealthily access the safe and pilfer valuables. "Sister, I noticed that this individual brought someone along, didn't he? Do you remember what the other person was doing at the time of the incident?" Upon hearing this, Hui Yusin suddenly recalled something. "Your mention has jogged my memory. At that time, CEO Zhang instructed another expert to examine the items in the living room and the hallway, stating that any antiques could be taken down for appraisal, and he would accept them all. We were initially seated on the sofa in the living room, but later, Zhang suggested we move to the dining table to better view a painting, claiming it would be more suitable there. How long did we spend looking at that painting? In total, we examined that painting and two others for nearly half an hour. Sister, you've been duped. This fellow was deliberately providing cover for that person. The safe must have been opened by the other individual. This Zhang, right after my husband's passing, had the audacity to come here and bully me." Hui Yusin declared as she pulled out her phone to call the police. "Sister, what are you doing? Calling the police. Don't do that. The surveillance footage captured nothing." What is the point of reporting? Besides, we cannot confirm whether there was anything in the safe, so why report? You might end up being accused of making a false report, which would not be worth it. True. Hui Yusin sighed and put her phone down, but her brow furrowed again. Something is amiss. What is it? After the Zhang arrived, I tidied up the study, and I didn't see the safe opened. Upon hearing this, Gu Shibei realized the timeline didn't add up. It seems that after they opened the safe and stole the items, they gently pushed the door shut. But it wasn't secured properly. Thus, after a few days, it gradually swung open again. Oh right, didn't the news mention an earthquake a few days ago? Perhaps that. Oh right, by the way, sister, is the hot pot ready? I am hungry. Chapter 55, I am leaving. Gu Shibei felt quite disheartened. He had managed to handle Hui Yusin, but the contents of his safe had vanished. He would never have imagined that it was Zhang Matzi who had betrayed him. Wangye had turned against him. Could it be that Zhang Matzi had also betrayed him? He felt a sense of confusion, utterly at a loss. 2 of his 3 trusted aides had stabbed him in the back. Gu Shibei mused whether he had performed poorly in his previous life. That shouldn't be the case. He believed he had treated his subordinates well. When it came to sharing profits, he was always exceedingly generous. Could it be that because he wished to wash his hands of the business Gu Shibei was unable to comprehend, nor did he wish to reflect further. Hui Yusin's hot pot was quite delectable. To speak candidly, the reason Gu Shibei was drawn to this beauty, aside from her exquisite looks and figure, was her culinary skills. Hui Yusin was indeed an exceptional cook. To captivate a man for the long haul, one must win over his stomach. Hui Yusin was well aware of this principle. Since her arrival at the villa, she had insisted that Ma Dongsheng dismiss the previous maid. She insisted on preparing the meals herself. As for cleaning, she arranged for a dedicated housekeeping service to come daily. She would not allow any other women within the villa. Ma Dongsheng had indeed fallen under Hui Yusin's spell. Moreover, he had encountered an even more ideal situation. He had passed away. In her 30s, just at the cusp of youth, she passed away, leaving behind an inheritance ample enough for several lifetimes of indulgence. It is likely that Hui Yusin laughs herself awake each night at the thought. Gu Shibei swirled the red wine in his goblet, took a sip, and then placed the cup down, inquiring, "Sister, aren't you saddened by your brother-in-law's death? Don't you miss him?" Hui Yusin let out a sigh. To claim she was not saddened would be an exaggeration. After all, they were married, and he had treated her well. Gu Shibei felt somewhat reassured by her response, yet to say she missed him would be disingenuous. When he was alive, she had never betrayed him. Now that he was gone, why should she dwell on him? Especially with you by my side. How could I possibly think of him? As she spoke, Hui Yusin drained her glass of wine and suddenly pulled Gu Shibei close, sealing his lips with hers. To his astonishment, she fed him wine through her mouth. Gu Shibei thought to himself that such treatment was something he had never experienced in his past life. Now, he intended to relish it fully. After finishing the hot pot, he found himself entangled with this alluring woman, nearly losing his dinner in the process. Fortunately, youth endowed him with resilience. Gu Shibei stood up, donned his clothes, and playfully smacked Hui Yusin's pert backside, leaving an instant red mark. Hui Yusin gasped but did not express anger. Instead, she bit her lip, her face blooming with a teasing expression as she challenged, "I can handle it." "Can you?" Gu Shibei couldn't help but chuckle. "I'm leaving." "Leaving? Why not stay the night? I wish to sleep in your embrace. Your chest is so sturdy." "Isn't your husband's chest sturdy?" Gu Shibei remarked instinctively, but he chuckled after saying it. Ma Dongsheng, a frail old man, likely did not possess a chest more robust than Hui Yusin's. She frowned slightly, her displeasure evident. "Why do you always bring up my husband? If my sister wants you to stay, just do so without all this chatter." Gu Shibei shook his head and slipped on his shoes. Seeing him still intent on leaving, Hui Yusin sprang from the sofa, her sudden movement creating a tempest that could overturn even the mightiest of ships. "Tell me, how much would it take for you to stay with me tonight?" "Yusin, I must go," Gu Shibei replied, pulling open the door and stepping out of the villa. It was not Gu Shibei who had uttered those words. It was Ma Dongsheng bidding farewell to Hui Yusin. In that fleeting moment, Gu Shibei felt a surge of anger, irked that this provocative woman sought solace in another man so soon after his death. He contemplated teaching her a lesson, yet her earlier words quelled his resentment. After all, during her marriage, Hui Yusin had remained loyal, fulfilling her duties as a wife. Moreover, she recognized Ma Dongsheng's merits. Was that not sufficient? She was so young and beautiful, and it was clear that men were drawn to her primarily for her wealth. Now that he was gone, it was unreasonable to expect her to live a life of mourning. When a man becomes wealthy, he may seek the company of youthful and beautiful women. But why? When a woman attains wealth, is she not afforded the same privilege of pursuing young and robust men? Are there not many charming young men like you in this world? Did you hear that? Hui Yusin yearned to chase after him, yet clad only in her undress. She could merely stand at the door and shout a few words. Gu Shibei paid no heed to the woman behind him and strode out of the garden, heading towards the villa's entrance. As for Hui Yusin, this villa and its possessions rightfully belonged to her. Whether she could retain them was no concern of Gu Shibei's. He was not Ma Dongsheng. He was Gu Shibei. Upon exiting the Zijing courtyard, Gu Shibei felt an ache for the familiar villa, and even more so for the soft and smooth woman within. Yet, regardless of his reluctance, he had to sever ties. In truth, locating Zhang Matzi would be straightforward. Gu Shibei was well aware of his contact information, even his home address. However, it was not as simple as it seemed. Rushing in haste to inquire would only serve to startle the snake in the grass. Gu Shibei believed that he must not broach the subject directly. Rather, he should await an opportune moment to inquire. Yet, this matter could not be delayed for too long, lest the items be sold by Zhang Matzi and become even more challenging to recover. Thus, he needed to ponder carefully. Upon returning to his small courtyard, Gu Shibei unexpectedly received a WeChat message from Hui Yusin. He intended to send her a message, but soon discovered that he had been blocked. Very well. Live your life as you wish. Just as Gu Shibei set his phone down, it rang again. Upon glancing at it, he noticed an unfamiliar number. He answered, and the caller introduced himself. Hello, young Master Gu. This is Chao Jifeng. Oh, Mr. Chao, what brings you to me? Young Master Gu, you are too kind. I am calling to consult with you, and I hope you can offer some guidance. How polite. We learn from each other. Gu Shibei could not help but chuckle, reflecting on how small the antiques circle truly was. He held nothing back, eager to showcase his discerning eye. He discussed the issue regarding a pair of circular chairs with Chao Jifeng. Chapter 56, The Consultant's Hat. Gao Zifeng, having realized that the pair of chairs had escaped his notice, felt a pang of frustration. However, he was undoubtedly impressed by Gu Shibei's discerning eye. Young Master Gu, no wonder Mr. Gu speaks so highly of you. From just a few words during our call, I can tell that your eye for detail is indeed exceptional. Gu Shibei was taken aback, for he had only shared a few brief insights. The key steps to authenticate the chairs had been articulated quite simply. Moreover, it was evident from Chao Jifeng's words that he had already spoken with Gu Maoyuan prior to this call. Gu Maoyuan must have relayed the authentication process to him. What, then, was the true intent behind this call? Gu Shibei understood well. The caller was not seeking advice. Instead, he had come to silence him. After all, having purchased a counterfeit, revealing such a blunder would be detrimental. Furthermore, Chao Jifeng was unlike Gu Maoyuan or Lu Jiqian. He is not a collector. The items he purchases are funded by a public institution. While it may not be painful to lose public money, what truly pains him is his own discernment. If this matter were to leak and his superiors were to learn of it, how could he, as the chief appraiser, continue to thrive? Therefore, this must remain confidential. Mr. Chao, you are too kind. Young Master Gu, I have an idea. I would like to invite you to be our consulting appraiser for the Ancient Furniture Museum. What do you think? Oh dear, Mr. Chao, I cannot accept such a proposal. I am far too young for this role. Gu Shibei instinctively declined. I am immensely grateful. Mr. Gao, if this becomes troublesome, we can certainly forget it. Not at all. It is merely a formality. If the higher-ups approve, we would invite you to the capital, present you with a certificate, and I shall treat you to a meal then. Shouldn't it be I treating you instead? An advisor cannot be invited for free. We will need your assistance in evaluating items as well. Naturally, it is our honor to host you. Oh, you truly wish for my appraisal? I thought this was merely a nominal position. Fear not, young Master Gu. Our museum does not acquire many items each year. If you truly have no time, we shall understand. Gu Shibei was acutely aware of the true nature of the so-called advisors at public museums. Most merely held a title without performing any duties, and certainly without a salary. Occasionally, they might receive a small stipend for appraisals, but compared to market rates, it was negligible. Thus, Gu Shibei was reluctant to provide them with appraisals. However, the title of advisor was coveted among many in the antique circle. Though it was a nominal position, it reflected one's discernment. If one were an advisor to this museum or that, the appraisal fees would significantly increase. Hence, Gu Shibei was not averse to Mr. Chao's offer, especially as he was young and newly entered into the realm of antiques. Such accolades were precisely what he sought. Mr. Chao, I am truly grateful. Young Master Gu, you are far too modest. By the way, I have something to ask of you. Please go ahead. Regarding the pair of armchairs. At this point, Chao Jifeng paused, leaving his statement unfinished. Gu Shibei, of course, understood what was left unsaid. Lu Jiqian had previously raised the same question, speaking only half of it. However, Gu Shibei, in this instance, feigned ignorance. He refrained from responding, waiting for the other party to continue. After a brief moment of silence, seeing Gu Shibei's lack of response, Chao Jifeng had no choice but to articulate further. Young Master Gu, I must ask you to keep the matter of the armchairs confidential. After all, in the antiques circle. Oh, rest assured, Mr. Chao, I cannot be an advisor without merit. Gu Shibei's words were laden with double meanings, leaving Chao Jifeng momentarily stunned before he chuckled in response. Chao Jifeng thought to himself that it seemed this advisor was indeed a necessity. Although Chao Jifeng's phone call had stretched on, the essence lay within those final few sentences. After concluding the call, Gu Shibei did not harbor much expectation for Chao Jifeng's assistance as his advisor. After all, the latter was merely a chief appraiser, not the curator. However, events unfolded more swiftly than he anticipated. Merely 2 days later, Chao Jifeng contacted him again, stating that the higher-ups had approved his appointment and that he was to be invited to the capital for a formal ceremony. Gu Shibei was taken aback. A formal ceremony? Was that truly necessary? It seemed the leadership held this matter in high regard. Not only was he appointed as an advisor, but also Mr. Gu and Mr. Lu were included. Gu Shibei mused to himself about the tight-lipped nature of the situation. Everyone in the know had been adorned with the title of advisor. Additionally, at the appointment ceremony, they planned to hold a small-scale appreciation of exquisite furniture. To clarify, it was an appreciation of the museum's collection, not an appraisal. So he need not worry. An appraisal was of little consequence. As an advisor, he ought to contribute in some capacity. Indeed. After hanging up with Chao Jifeng, Gu Shibei reached out to Gu Maoyuan and Lu Yiqian, inquiring whether they too had been appointed as advisors. Both expressed initial delight, as who in their circle would not wish to don the title associated with a public collection institution. Yet upon hearing that Gu Shibei was among the advisors, they both declined, citing that it would be inappropriate to serve alongside him, as the disparity was too great. However, they ultimately succumbed to Chao Jifeng's relentless persuasion. As rejecting the offer was not an option, the official documents had already been approved. Gu Shibei found it quite amusing, pondering when these public institutions had become so efficient in their operations. Little Gu, shall we plan a trip to the capital together? Absolutely. Oh, by the way, Mr. Chao asked me which day would be convenient, and I told him it depended on your schedules. When would that be? On the other end, Lu Jiqian paused momentarily. The day after tomorrow, perhaps. There's an auction in the capital that evening, and I intended to bring it up with you. I would appreciate your assistance with the appraisals. If Mr. Lu requests, I shall certainly attend. As for the appraisal fee, come now, Mr. Lu, let's not dwell on appraisal fees between close brothers. It is best to be clear. Indeed, how about this then, Mr. Lu? In the future, you take me to the auction, and I will assist you with the appraisals free of charge. Free? Do not be overly excited. I have conditions. Speak on. You bring me in, I assist you with the appraisals for free, and I may bid on items you do not want. That sounds acceptable. And then? That is all. Is that it? Indeed. No, I stand to gain significantly from this. Of course, as it is you who brings me in, I can only bid in your name, and all costs will be initially covered by you. However, I shall reimburse you upon exiting, and you need not worry. Oh, your items are in my possession. I have no concerns. Chapter 57. Zhigu Zhai. Gu Shibei had been attentively monitoring two individuals. One was Zhang Matzi, Zhang Jiling. The other was Zhou Daong. Of course, Zhou Daong was of little significance. He hardly qualified as a figure within the antique trade. In the past, Ma Dongsheng often assisted Zhou Daong, who primarily navigated the entertainment industry in Jinling, including establishments such as bars. He helped manage these venues, collecting protection fees, while also engaging in less reputable activities that require discretion. Consequently, Zhou Daong primarily operated within these realms. Zhang Matzi, however, was the focal point of Gu Shibei's attention. This individual had pilfered his sole treasured possession. What perplexed Gu Shibei was that Zhang Matzi ought to have been familiar with Ma Dongsheng, understanding that he was not one to hoard valuables. How then did he come to know that there was still an item concealed within the villa's safe? Unlike Zhou Daong, Zhang Matzi genuinely immersed himself in the antique trade. Though he did not run an antique store, he lacked a fixed location for encounters, making it somewhat challenging to locate him. Nevertheless, finding him was not insurmountable, as he frequented antique markets, not to purchase, but to glean insights about industry trends. This habit had been instilled in him by Ma Dongsheng in the past. Thus, since arriving in Jinling, Gu Shibei had remained vigilant during his visits to antique markets, hoping to chance upon Zhang Matzi. Strangely, despite scouring the markets for over half a month, he had yet to encounter him. On this particular day, Gu Shibei visited the Jinling antique city, the market Zhang Matzi frequented most, as it was the closest antique market to his residence. Upon entering, Gu Shibei did not see Zhang Matzi, but was taken aback by the sight of 3 storefronts undergoing renovation at the entrance. He marveled at the audacity of a single proprietor to acquire 3 storefronts simultaneously, merging them into one, given that the Jinling antique city had only about 30 storefronts. This acquisition, especially of those directly facing the entrance, demonstrated considerable financial clout. It is worth noting that this antique city differed from others. It was compact with limited storefronts. Lacking unified leasing management, they sold rather than rented. To seize 3 storefronts at once was no trivial feat. This not only captured Gu Shibei's attention, but also that of all passers-by. Coincidentally, the renovations were nearing completion, and workers were in the process of hanging a sign at the entrance. Although the sign was concealed beneath a red cloth, the fabric billowed during the hoisting, revealing the inscription, Ji Guzhai. Oh, what a splendid name. It was an esteemed antique store. Onlookers could not help but engage in lively discussions. Gu Shibei initially intended to proceed deeper into the market, as the opening of such antique shops, large or small, was commonplace. However, upon hearing the name, Ji Guzhai, he instinctively looked up to discern the details. To his astonishment, Gu Shibei recognized the inscription as belonging to Zhang Matzi's establishment. He recalled vividly that Zhang Matzi had previously mentioned that if Mai ever retired, he would open his own antique shop named Ji Guzhai. Of course, this name was not particularly unique. There were likely numerous antique shops across the nation bearing the same name, perhaps even a handful. Yet, Gu Shibei was resolute in his belief that this was indeed Zhang Matzi's store. This is because the characters on the plaque were inscribed by Ma Dongsheng. Although Ma Dongsheng did not complete his middle school education, he learned the craft of creating counterfeit antiques from a young age, where calligraphy is a fundamental skill. Thus, he has mastered the art of writing elegant Chinese calligraphy. Zhang Matzi's aspiration has always been to establish an antique shop named Ji Guzhai. When he opened the Baiwa antique market last year, Ma Dongsheng personally crafted the sign, and Zhang Matzi took the opportunity to have him inscribe the 3 characters for Ji Guzhai. Now, the characters on the plaque are indeed the work of Ma Dongsheng from last year. Gu Shibei gazed at the prominently displayed plaque and could not help but nod in approval. Well done, Zhang Matzi. You truly have succeeded. I've retired, and you've opened an antique store of such grandeur. Impressive. Gu Shibei mused himself as he continued walking directly into the still decorating Ji Guzhai. Inside, staff members were already arranging antiques. Upon seeing Gu Shibei enter, someone called out, "Excuse me, sir, but we are not yet open for business. Please come back in a few days." Gu Shibei smiled. "I'm here to see your boss." "Our boss? Do you know him?" "Of course. I am well acquainted with your boss, Zhang." No sooner had Gu Shibei spoken than a voice emerged from the inner room. "You know me?" Gu Shibei turned towards the sound. A middle-aged man dressed in a black tang suit stepped out from behind the screen. This man was not Zhang Matzi, and Gu Shibei was momentarily taken aback. He thought to himself, could I have misjudged? Gu Shibei scrutinized the man before him and smiled slightly. "May I meet the owner?" "I am." "No, you are not." Gu Shibei gently shook his head. The man looked somewhat surprised. "What about me does not resemble a boss? Or is there a specific image of a boss one must uphold?" "Ah, I assure you, that is not my intention. You undoubtedly are a significant figure. But you're not the owner of Ji Guzhai." "Hiss, our shop has yet to open. Do you truly know the owner?" "I do not." "Then, meeting him would allow you to know." "Haha, sir, we are not yet open for business. Please return when we are operational." The antique trade is not akin to banking. One need not wait for an official opening. When business comes knocking, even at the stroke of midnight, it must be attended to. As Gu Shibei spoke, he couldn't help but glance towards the screen. Though unseen, he heard the sound of tea sets clinking together. No sooner had he spoken than a voice resonated from within. What this owner says is indeed reasonable. There is no logic in refusing business when it presents itself. "General Hu, please invite this gentleman to join us for tea." Hearing this voice, Gu Shibei's heart seemed to exclaim, "Zhang Matzi. Then please, let's enjoy tea in the inner room." This general, who was likely the general manager of Ji Guzhai, he gestured for Gu Shibei to enter, and with a nod, Gu Shibei followed him inside. Just a screen away lay a reception area, featuring a long tea table adorned with tea utensils and various tools for identifying antiques. On either side of the tea table were 7 or 8 solid wooden stools. This, indeed, constitutes the standard arrangement of an antique shop. Turning past the screen, Gu Shibei immediately spotted Zhang Matsi, who was pouring tea. Indeed, it was him. This fellow, after merely 2 months of absence, had astonishingly transformed into the proprietor of such an expansive antique establishment. However, while others may be oblivious to Zhang Matsi's true capabilities, Gu Shibei was certainly not. How could he possibly possess the means to acquire 3 storefronts and establish such a grand Gujiazhuang? Chapter 58, Zhang Matsi. Contrary to what his nickname suggests, Zhang Matsi does not have a face riddled with pockmarks. In truth, Gu Shibei has yet to uncover the origins of this moniker. When Gu Shibei first met Zhang Matsi, he was already known by this name. To be frank, Zhang Matsi not only lacks any blemishes, but also boasts a rather smooth complexion. In his 50s, adorned with gold-rimmed spectacles, he presents a surprisingly refined appearance. As he poured the tea, Zhang Matsi glanced up at Gu Shibei. "Please have a seat," he said, gently placing a cup of tea on the table across from him. Gu Shibei, unceremonious, sat down promptly. "Is that so? What honor," he exclaimed. "Come, let's enjoy some tea." Without hesitation, Gu Shibei lifted the cup, blowing gently across the surface before taking a modest sip. "This is Zhengshan Xiaozhong from Tongmuguan." Zhang Matsi was taken aback for a moment, then exclaimed, "Oh, the proprietor is quite knowledgeable about tea." Indeed, Gu Shibei possessed a fair amount of tea knowledge, but his assertion was not derived from actual tasting. Rather, it stemmed from his profound familiarity with Zhang Matsi. This chap had an affinity for Zhengshan Xiaozhong, specifically the authentic variety from Tongmuguan. "What a generous host you are, employing such exquisite tea for your guests." Gu Shibei could not help but commend him with a thumbs up. Zhang Matsi waved his hand modestly. "To be honest, this is what I drink myself. I'm not so generous with guests. Besides, I haven't even opened yet." "Oh, aha. By the way, let me congratulate you, Zhang Boss. Opening such a large shop is no small feat." Thank you, thank you. "Oh, by the way, do you know me?" Gu Shibei gently set down his teacup. Not at all, not at all." "Then how do you know my surname is Zhang?" "Haha, someone introduced you." "Oh, who?" Gu Shibei remained silent, instead glancing at the general manager who had escorted him in. "Let us get straight to the point. This is Mr. Hu, the general manager of our Gujiazhuang, and he will be in charge from now on." Gu Shibei shook his head. "Zhang Boss, I have something I wish to discuss with you privately, young man. Let us get to the matter at hand. No need for any pretense." "Mr. Hu is my very well." Wangye, before Gu Shibei could finish the word, Zhang Matsi immediately raised his hand to signal Mr. Hu. "Mr. Hu, please go check if the sign outside is hung properly, and also give Sun Bansin a call to inquire if the opening date has been determined." Mr. Hu stood up, replying affirmatively before swiftly exiting. He did not speak immediately, but scrutinized the young man before him carefully. Zhang Matsi found himself somewhat perplexed, unable to fathom the background of this tall and handsome youth. "Zhang Boss, may I speak now? Who exactly are you?" "Who I am is of little importance. What matters more is who you are." Hearing this, Zhang Matsi's expression tightened. "Who exactly are you?" "The study on the basement floor of the Wang family's residence." "What's in the safe?" His speech was articulate, with meticulous attention to pacing and punctuation. As he spoke, he carefully scrutinized Zhang Matsi's face, which shifted from pale to flushed and back to pale again. Suddenly, with a resounding clap, Zhang Matsi slammed his teacup onto the table. "Who are you?" "Zhang Matsi," Gu Shibei called softly. This startled Zhang Matsi, causing him to jump. Without waiting for a response, Gu Shibei continued in a hushed tone. "Produce the items, and let us act as if nothing has transpired." "What nonsense are you spouting? The Jigu studio hasn't even opened yet, and you're here to disrupt?" Zhang Matsi could not help but shout. Gu Shibei, unfazed, smiled slightly and said, "Do you wish to shout? I can assist with that. My voice carries quite well." This took Zhang Matsi aback, and he furrowed his brow, staring intently at Gu Shibei. "What is your relation to Lord Wang?" "Irrelevant. Hand over the items, and we shall pretend this never happened." "I have no idea what you're talking about. I don't care who you are. If you come to Jigu's studio to conduct business properly, you're welcome. However, Zhang Matsi, you likely don't realize, do you? In the basement study, besides the external surveillance, there's also a hidden camera inside. Everything has been recorded in detail." The mention of this made Zhang Matsi's scalp tingle. Yet, he had been in the game for decades. He observed Gu Shibei and suddenly sat down. Instead of speaking, he reached for the fairness cup and poured tea for Gu Shibei. As he poured, he gradually regained his composure. After filling the cup, he looked up at Gu Shibei, a smile gracing his face. You seem to know quite a bit about me. Oof. Gu Shibei chuckled. Not just a bit. I know you very well. Well, may I inquire, what is your connection to Lord Wang? As I mentioned, it's not important. Just hand over the items. In fact, that thing. I recall that Lord Wang's son is not much taller than him. You, Mr. Zhang, that item isn't worth much. Holding onto it serves no significant purpose. Gu Shibei glanced around, surveying the newly renovated antique shop. A large antique store like this is not easy to maintain. There is no need to risk everything over something of little value. Is that so? Zhang Matzi chuckled. Are you threatening me with the police? What do you think? Shall I say it? Huh. I suspect you don't have any hidden surveillance at all. If you did, you would have reported it by now. Gu Shibei inwardly cursed. Zhang Matzi. What a clever Zhang Matzi. No wonder he has been in the game for over 20 years. Was he willing to take a gamble? I don't gamble. I never gamble. 9 out of 10 bets are fraudulent. I have never been to any basement study, and I know nothing of the safe you speak of. Oh, resorting to trickery, are we? The surveillance captured the individual who accompanied you. Wait a moment. Which individual are you referring to? Gu Shibei suddenly realized he had revealed a flaw in his words. What does it matter to me what others do? Whether it matters or not is not solely for you to decide. Once that fellow is apprehended, everything will become clear. Very well. Then go ahead and report it. I shall await your action. No need to send me off. Gu Shibei nodded and rose to his feet. Zhang Matzi, I will ask you one last time. Will you hand over the items? The world no longer has the likes of Ma Wangye. I care not who you are. As long as you're not Ma Wangye, you can all just get lost. Fine. Gu Shibei did not linger and turned to leave. Zhang Matzi followed him closely, his gaze fixed intently on Gu Shibei. Upon reaching the entrance, the manager who, unaware, might have thought Zhang Matzi was personally seeing Gu Shibei off. He saw Gu Shibei smiling and nodding in greeting, and then addressed Zhang Matzi, Master Zhang. The day given by the Immortal will be the opening next Tuesday. Chapter 59, Becoming an Advisor. Gu Shibei felt a twinge of impulsiveness. As an old hand in this game, he should not have acted so rashly. He had intended to wait for an opportune moment to request items from Zhang Matzi. However, many matters in this world do not allow you to act at the most suitable time. Thus, upon spotting Zhang Matzi's antique shop, he could no longer contain himself and decided to pay a visit. Deep down, he understood that regardless of the timing, it was highly probable that today would conclude in this manner. After all, since Zhang Matzi dared to steal, he would not willingly relinquish the items, unless he were confronted directly by Ma Wangye Ma Dongsheng. Nonetheless, Gu Shibei held no regrets. A bit impulsive, perhaps, but not a grave matter. Next Tuesday, I shall return then. Gu Shibei mused. He suddenly realized that he seemed to be a touch more impatient now than in his previous life as Ma Dongsheng. Take his recent encounter with Zhang Matzi, for instance. In his former life, Ma Dongsheng would never have been so direct in demanding items. Perhaps it was the inherent character of this fool's body at play. In truth, upon reflection, Gu Shibei found it rather agreeable. After all, youth must possess a certain vigor. Gu Shibei thought plainly. Since Zhang Matzi refuses to hand over the items, he must be compelled to do so. Of course, he did not intend to resort to underhanded tactics. Since Zhang Matzi wishes to open an antique shop, he has officially entered the antique trade. Thus, it became simple. He would pressure him within this industry, make him anxious, drive him to madness, force him to plead for mercy, compel him to surrender the items willingly. The following day, Gu Shibei boarded a flight to the capital. He was on the same flight as Lu Zhiqian, and by the time they arrived in the capital, Gu Maoyuan had also arrived. The three of them were together, and Chao Jifeng sent a car to pick them up. The ancient furniture museum in the capital is not particularly large. Such specialized museums are generally modest in size, given a limited collection. While there are numerous furniture museums across the country, only a few are truly noteworthy. The ancient furniture museum in the capital is regarded as the finest. Its centerpiece is a stunning Song Dynasty Luohan bed, reputed to be extraordinarily beautiful. However, Gu Shibei had yet to see it. This was a perfect opportunity to witness it firsthand. The vehicle arrived at the museum, where it was first escorted by Chao Jifeng to the director's office for a cordial handshake and pleasantries. Subsequently, they proceeded to the conference room to partake in the consultant appointment ceremony. To the surprise of Gu Shibei and his two companions, the museum had organized the event with remarkable formality, complete with a banner displayed prominently. As the trio entered, they were met with the sight of over 20 attendees rising in unison to applaud. Gu Shibei couldn't help but wonder if the museum was closed for the day, gathering everyone to participate in this ceremony. Moreover, The presence of a professional photographer capturing the event added to the seriousness of the occasion, leaving Gu Shibei and his companions feeling somewhat embarrassed. After the leaders delivered their speeches and presented certificates, the three consultants were invited to the stage to speak. This unexpected turn of events left them feeling awkward, as they had come unprepared. The three glanced at Chao Jifeng, who murmured reassuringly that it was fine, as they were all internal employees and the consultants could speak freely. With no preparation, they could only speak off the cuff. However, each of them was seasoned in their field, and even their impromptu remarks were articulate. Initially, everyone was most concerned about Gu Shibei being the youngest among them, and speculated he might be nervous. Yet, to their surprise, his presentation surpassed that of Lu Zhiqian and Gu Maoyuan. What set him apart? His professionalism. Gu Shibei thought to himself that he would not hold back. With an audience of professionals engaged in research, he decided to share insights into the forgery of ancient furniture. He began by discussing when the practice of counterfeiting furniture began and elaborated on its distinguishing characteristics. This topic piqued the interest of the museum's collecting professionals, as they often encountered such forgeries but lacked understanding of the underlying mechanisms. Consequently, when Gu Shibei spoke, the audience leaned in, eager to absorb his knowledge. However, his remarks were brief, lasting only a few minutes. He merely skimmed the surface without delving into detailed methods of identification, as it was prudent not to disclose too much. Having donned the consultant's mantle, he expressed his hope for future opportunities to learn alongside his colleagues, thanking them for their attention. Gu Shibei concluded abruptly, leaving the stage and leaving the audience's curiosity piqued. There were murmurs of disappointment as they implored him to continue, recognizing the rarity of such an opportunity. Gu Shibei waved his hand with a smile, stating he was unprepared for further discourse today, but would gladly engage in future discussions. He playfully suggested that for inquiries on the authentication of ancient furniture, they could consult Teacher Chao, as he held the utmost respect for him. In doing so, Gu Shibei not only ignited the conversation, but also deftly redirected it to Chao Jifeng, thereby bestowing him with honor and reciprocating kindness. Chao Jifeng quickly seized the opportunity to continue the discussion, grateful for the gesture. The people of the capital may be unaware, but those in the antique trade of Jinling are well informed. They affectionately refer to him as young Master Gu. His discerning eye is certainly beyond the capabilities of mere office dwellers like us. However, today has indeed been rather hurried, so please do not be anxious. I shall find another opportunity to invite young Master Gu later. For now, this concludes the ceremony for the museum consultant's appointment. Yet, the events are far from over. Following this, there is an exhibition of the museum's collection of furniture. This so-called appraisal event was quite an eye-opener for Gu Shibei, but not in the way one might expect. Rather than encountering extraordinary artifacts, he became acutely aware of the treachery and malice prevalent among the personnel of these public institutions. The so-called appraisal meeting featured a mere 8 pieces of Ming Dynasty furniture. Chao Jifeng accompanied 3 individuals, led by a deputy researcher surnamed Li, into the exhibition hall. Though the hall was set up temporarily, the electronic screen beside them prominently displayed the words Ming and Qing furniture appraisal. Additionally, several cameras were poised nearby, capturing every moment. In public institutions, documentation through photography is customary, and the 3 individuals understood this. However, upon seeing the 3rd piece of furniture, they were utterly bewildered. Chapter 60. The appraisal meeting. The 3 exchanged incredulous glances. Before they could voice their thoughts, Chao Jifeng, who was accompanying them, seemed equally taken aback. He exclaimed, "Hey, Teacher Li, why has this pair of armchairs been brought out? Mr. Chao, is it acceptable for our internal appraisal?" Chao Jifeng furrowed his brow. "Could you consult me next time?" "No. I reported this to the curator." Fine. Chao Jifeng interrupted the explanation with evident impatience. He turned to Gu, Lu, and Gu, and the atmosphere shifted. Gu Shibei couldn't help but smile slightly, prompting Lu and Gu to chuckle as well. All 3 were seasoned veterans, astute enough to recognize that this was likely a scheme orchestrated by Chao Jifeng. Wasn't this an appraisal meeting? You 3 were designated as consulting appraisers by presenting the pair of armchairs for your appraisal. They had placed you in a position where it would be difficult to expose the ruse without tacitly acknowledging the authenticity of the chairs. Moreover, with cameras capturing the moment, they could easily draft a press release for the internal website later. It was a well-calculated maneuver on Chao Jifeng's part. Though it was evident that he was not the sole architect of this scheme, the entire furniture museum seemed complicit. No wonder they were conducting things so formally. Chao Jifeng now appeared somewhat flustered, visibly embarrassed. This situation is truly. Gu Maoyuan waved his hand dismissively. It's no matter. Since we are here, let it be. With those words, the three continued to inspect the furniture, albeit with noticeably quickened steps. In just a few minutes, they had completed their examination. Gu Maoyuan and Lu Zhiqian said nothing further and turned to leave. However, Gu Shibei was not willing to suffer in silence. He turned to the deputy researcher, surnamed Li, and inquired with a smile, "Teacher Li, will you be providing an appraisal opinion?" This question took everyone by surprise, leaving Gu Maoyuan and Lu Zhiqian utterly bewildered. They were contemplating a hasty retreat, yet here was Gu Shibei insisting on an appraisal. Gu Shibei was intentionally stirring the pot. He was determined to expose this muddled affair. There was no way he would accept an unjust disadvantage. He had deftly shifted the responsibility onto teacher Li, who, now flummoxed, looked toward Chao Jifeng for guidance. Chao Jifeng was equally taken aback, but quickly reassured. It's merely an appreciation meeting. There is no need for formality. Indeed, Gu Shibei nodded, glancing at Gu and Lu. We are merely here to observe. It hardly qualifies as an appraisal. After all, we do not have a formal assessment. Just a look, right, Master Gu? Master Lu? Upon hearing this, Gu and Lu immediately grasped the intent. They chuckled and nodded in agreement. Yes, just a visit. Moreover, these are all items from the museum's collection. There is no need for our appraisal. Even if there were issues, could they possibly be sold off? Ah, Master Gu, what you say is true. How could there be problems in a museum? They laughed. Immediately. By the way, Mr. Chao, no offense intended. The three of them bantered back and forth. While Chao Jifeng's expression began to sour, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. He hastily attempted to redirect the conversation. Gentlemen, I've booked a table at the restaurant. Shall we? Before he could finish, Lu Zhiqian waved his hand dismissively. Mr. Chao, I want to be attending. I have an auction to participate in tonight. It's not noon, and at 1 to interfere, he added. Perhaps next time. Upon hearing this, Gu Shibei quickly chimed in. I will accompany Master Lu to the auction. Master Gu, you should go as well. The words prompted Gu Maoyuan to shake his head vigorously. All three declined Chao Jifeng's invitation. Initially, they had planned to attend, but the underhanded tactics employed by Chao Jifeng were simply unacceptable. What should have been a joyous occasion became tainted. Chao Jifeng and the museum had silenced the three with the guise of consulting them. The trio had willingly accepted this role, yet the museum proved insatiable, seeking further validation by having the consultants endorse the armchairs. Consequently, all three outright rejected Chao Jifeng's invitation. As they departed, Lu Zhiqian specifically instructed Chao Jifeng, who could only nod in frustration. In truth, Chao Jifeng felt equally helpless. To bestow Gu Shibei with the title of consultant, he had to privately concede to the curator regarding the armchairs. The idea of an appraisal was not his initiative. It was a demand from the curator. Originally, Chao Jifeng had opposed it, but the curator insisted that the consultant's title should not be worn without purpose. Now, the situation had backfired. The three of them left the museum in their vehicle. Lu Zhiqian and Gu Maoyuan were both eager to treat the other. Lu Zhiqian recounted how he had invited young Master Gu to his home a few days prior, where they had not even dined. Thus today, it was only fitting that Gu should host. He mentioned a private dining establishment in the capital, a Wang residence, which was generally inaccessible to the public. Gu Maoyuan insisted that he would treat today since it was young Master Gu who had covered the supper on the night of the auction. He too claimed familiarity with the city, stating he knew of an exclusive club that was similarly hard to enter. Observing the two squabbling over the bill, Gu Shibei was thoroughly amused. In the car, they continued to bicker, with Gu Shibei seated in the passenger seat. He discreetly provided the driver with an address, prompting them to proceed. Upon arriving, the two men in the back seat were still engrossed in discussing their respective restaurant recommendations. However, once the vehicle halted, Gu Shibei alighted. They exclaimed in unison, "How do we end up here? Gentlemen, enough of the competition. Today, I shall treat you," he declared. While this place may lack grandeur, it was certainly not a typical establishment. You see, you wouldn't understand. Wait, young Master Gu, this is rather unfair. Are you treating us again? Gu Maoyuan chuckled. No worries. After we finish dining, you can foot the bill. Very well. Gu Maoyuan nodded, but upon surveying the surroundings, he shook his head. This place. How much can one truly dine for here? Old Master Gu, the essence of dining lies not in the price, but in the flavors. Come, you will see. Gu Shibei encouraged as he led the two into an alley, heading towards an old residential building. Has Gu Shibei been to this place before? Certainly not. So how do you know of it? He had recently developed a penchant for short videos, studying the preferences of the younger generation. Today's youth are indeed peculiar, eschewing the opulence of grand hotels and large venues in favor of hidden, somewhat shabby eateries and roadside stalls. This restaurant, nestled within a dilapidated tenement in the capital, was a popular spot he had stumbled upon in a viral video. He was unsure of the food's quality, but it certainly exuded a warmth and familiarity absent in larger establishments. However, the restaurant did not accept reservations. Patrons could dine only if a table was available. Otherwise, they would have to leave, as there was no waiting area. Fortunately, they arrived later in the evening, allowing them to find a spot since most diners had already departed. Seated, the ambience startled both Gu and Lu, prompting a whispered inquiry. Is this place even edible? You'll only know once you try. Yet it must be said, the flavors were indeed delightful, especially for those accustomed to the refined dining of grand establishments. The dishes here were truly astonishing in their taste. The three savored their meal with gusto, showering praise upon the food. What astonished them further was that after preparing their meal, the restaurant owner set up a table and began playing mahjong with the chef and waitstaff, seemingly indifferent to the trio dining beside them. This left them utterly dumbfounded. Lu Jiqian couldn't help but shake his head with a smile, exclaiming, "Little Gu, where did you discover this restaurant? It's truly remarkable." He had stumbled upon it while scrolling through his phone. But I must say, the flavor is something one cannot find in a grand establishment. It is brimming with authentic culinary flair. During their meal, the three conversed about the auction scheduled for the evening. Lu Jiqian extended an invitation to Gu Maoyuan, remarking, "Since we are all here, why not join us?" Gu Maoyuan sighed, shaking his head. "Had I known today would unfold like this, I would have abstained from coming. What a waste of my time." The trio then reminisced about the recent events at the museum. Despite their grievances, they still coveted the prestigious title of consulting advisor for public elections. With time to spare before the auction, which was set to commence at 8, Gu Xiaobei proposed a visit to the antique market. Lu Jiqian was quite eager to accompany him. However, midway through their plans, he received a call inviting him for tea and discussions. Thus, the three ultimately parted ways. Gu Xiaobei mused that perhaps separation was beneficial, allowing for a more liberated experience without the presence of others. He had originally intended to scout for a few exquisite items during his visit to the capital. Even if today proved unfruitful, he planned to dedicate a day tomorrow solely for shopping, as the capital boasted the largest antique market in the country, particularly known for its abundance of faux antiques. When discussing the antique market in the capital, one typically conjures images of Panjiayuan. However, the city is home to numerous antique markets beyond Panjiayuan, including Lulikang, Diuliu, and Bayaguosi, among others. Panjiayuan, undoubtedly the largest and most comprehensive market, has seen better days. Once thriving, it is now overrun with tourists rather than true collectors, making it rife with counterfeit goods. Indeed, while fakes abound everywhere, the ones found there are notoriously egregious, primarily designed to deceive visitors. Consequently, Gu Xiaobei opted against Panjiayuan and instead ventured to Lulikang, the most refined antique market in the capital, specializing in calligraphy, painting, and porcelain, with a commendable standard of goods. Most of the shops there are long established, and the merchants are astute. The clientele is discerning, with many possessing a keen eye for quality. Although there are indeed treasures to be found, it must be acknowledged that today's antique market is, broadly speaking, filled with replicas. Lulikang is no exception. However, the quality of the reproductions here is comparatively superior. When juxtaposed with the blatant fakes that plague Panjiayuan, the items at Lulikang are decidedly more sophisticated. Thus, if one lacks discernment, it is advisable to remain silent and refrain from handling the wares within Lulikang. Gu Xiaobei arrived directly at Lulikang, initially bypassing the stalls outside to enter the shops, as the market primarily consists of stores, with the outdoor stalls serving merely as supplementary displays. Many of these stalls are, in fact, extensions of the shops, which are predominantly long-standing establishments with highly specialized offerings. Those engaged in the trade of calligraphy and painting seldom dabble in porcelain. Conversely, those who deal in porcelain typically do not venture into the realm of jade. Gu Xiaobei's objective upon arriving at Liuli Factory was indeed focused on calligraphy and painting. Thus, he commenced his exploration exclusively through shops dedicated to this art form. However, the items he sought were rather unconventional. Surprisingly, he desired forgeries, replicas. Yet, they could not be too obvious. They needed to be of a refined quality, ideally akin to masterpieces. After perusing 7 or 8 antique shops without finding anything suitable, he stumbled upon a professional calligraphy and painting store named Shui Mo Danqing. This establishment was quite expansive, yet after a thorough inspection, Gu Shibei discovered that not a single piece was authentic. Although the space was filled with imitations, they exhibited a certain sophistication. Furthermore, he noted that Shui Mo Danqing primarily featured works from the late Qing dynasty, the Republic era, and modern artists, including notable figures like Zhang Daqian and Fu Baoshi. While there were ancient paintings, their quality was rather mediocre. In contrast, the reproductions of post-late Qing paintings were executed with considerable skill, particularly those of several renowned masters. Gu Shibei spent over an hour meticulously examining the artworks. After reviewing dozens of pieces, he discerned a pattern. The shop likely employed a group of adept copyists, each specializing in the works of a single master artist. The styles and techniques demonstrated in their reproductions were impressively refined. However, the one aspect that failed to impress Gu Shibei was the subpar aging techniques employed. Many of the paintings, when viewed solely for their visual appeal, bore a striking resemblance to the originals. Yet in terms of the materials, paper, ink, brushes, inkstones, and mounting, they fell significantly short. Of course, this was merely Gu Shibei's perspective. Others might not perceive it the same way. While Shui Mo Danqing had proficient copyists at its disposal, it lacked skilled artisans capable of creating convincing antiquities. This explains why the shop predominantly featured paintings from the late Qing period onward, as aging older works poses a greater challenge. In contrast, contemporary calligraphy and painting lend themselves to relatively easier aging. The materials are more accessible, and the flaws are less pronounced. Indeed, this trend is prevalent throughout the entire antique market. There has never been a shortage of talented copyists, yet finding skilled aging masters remains a rarity. After considerable deliberation, Gu Shibei selected 3 paintings. If appraised at their genuine market value, these 3 pieces would collectively amount to approximately 5 to 5 million. Chapter 62. Speak frankly. Although these paintings were forgeries, the antique calligraphy and painting shop would not label them as such. They were priced at 88 million won, 38 million, and 98 million respectively, all inflated to reflect the market value of authentic works. The antique market has always operated on such principles. What is presented is deemed genuine. You may negotiate the price, even reducing it from 1 million to 100. The pricing is flexible, and professional dealers typically do not take offense at the price fluctuations. However, one must never overtly declare that their items are forgeries or fakes. Such statements are considered taboo in the antique trade. Nevertheless, if one wishes to purchase something knowingly false, it is imperative to navigate the conversation skillfully. Gu Shibei turned his head to glance around. Noticing that there were still 2 patrons perusing items in the shop, he beckoned to the attendant, requesting, "I would like to purchase all 3 pieces. Please offer me a fair price." Upon hearing that all 3 paintings were to be acquired, the attendant's face lit up with delight, though his words remained firm. Sir, the prices for these 3 pieces are fixed and reflect the market value." Gu Shibei smiled faintly and regarded the attendant. "Please take them down and summon your boss. I wish to speak with him." The attendant, upon hearing this, promptly retreated into the back. Before long, a man in his 40s, casually twirling a string of beads in his hand, emerged. Seeing that Gu Shibei was quite young, he couldn't help but furrow his brow. In the world of antiques, age often dictates respect. Seasoned individuals prefer not to engage with the youth, as they believe young people lack serious intent in such transactions. Most young visitors are merely curious onlookers, making dealings with them seem a frivolous endeavor. "You wish to purchase all 3 pieces?" the proprietor inquired. Gu Shibei nodded. "Are you the owner?" The man acknowledged with a nod. "Let us converse inside. It is not suitable to discuss matters here." The owner recognized Gu Shibei's implication and readily agreed, leading him into a tea room designated for discussions. The establishment was quite spacious, with a dedicated area for receiving guests. Gu Shibei entered without hesitation and took a seat. As the owner poured tea, he inquired jovially, "How shall I address you?" "Zhou." Gu Shibei fabricated a name, aware that he was about to purchase replicas and would later make it clear that he was indeed seeking forgeries. Thus, revealing his true identity was unnecessary, as it would deter sellers from wanting to deal with him in the future. In the realm of antiques, professionals tend to maintain a low profile in their dealings, save for instances of speculation. "Mr. Zhou, quite the bold move to select 3 paintings at once," the owner remarked, gently placing a teacup before Gu Shibei. "Here, enjoy your tea." Gu Shibei delicately tapped the tea table in gratitude. Meanwhile, the attendant returned, carrying the 3 paintings and setting them down on the table. After placing the artwork, he turned to exit, but Gu Shibei softly called out, Excuse me, could you kindly close the door? Both the owner and the attendant were momentarily taken aback. They had not anticipated such familiarity. In the antique business, many prefer to maintain an air of formality, adhering to various unwritten rules. However, Gushibei was not one to be constrained by such conventions. Ever since he had met his demise at the hands of Shovel at the grave of an old lord, he had grasped a profound truth. Where there is profit, there are rules. In the absence of profit, such regulations are utterly meaningless. Hence, Gushibei spoke directly, unencumbered by pretense. The owner nodded in acknowledgement, and the attendant dutifully closed the door. Curiosity piqued, the proprietor asked, "Mr. Zhou, might I inquire if you're not a professional in the antique trade? For the 3 paintings, please package them and provide a reasonable price." "Certainly," the owner replied. The other party, speaking, seized a nearby calculator and began to press its buttons. After a considerable time, they pushed the calculator towards Gushibei. A glance at the displayed number revealed 688. What was the unit? The unit? Surely it was 10,000. Not yuan. Gushibei chuckled. "Boss, do you truly believe you're selling genuine pieces?" The other party was taken aback for a moment, then adopted a serious demeanor. "This is the Jingchang Lulikang. Inquire about it. I am an expert in ink and wash painting." Gushibei waved his hand, interrupting the other S words. "As for these 3 paintings, I won't elaborate. Frankly, from a visual perspective, the imitation is quite commendable. If I am not mistaken, you must be a seasoned copyist. The artwork could be considered exquisite, yet the materials are lacking. The aging technique is somewhat unrefined." Before he could finish, the other party furrowed his brows deeply. "Mr. Zhou, the price is negotiable, but you mustn't make such unfounded claims." Unfazed, Gushibei continued, "These 3 paintings? I estimate the shop acquired them from the artist for no more than 10,000 each, given their modest dimensions. The largest by Huang Junbai should not exceed 5 square feet. The other 2 are merely 3 or 4 square feet. 10,000 is reasonable. The shop's aging process, from what I observed, would incur a cost of 1 or 2,000 per piece, at most 3,000. Therefore, the total cost for these 3 paintings should not exceed 12 or 13,000. Gushibei's assessment left the seller across the tea table exasperated. He thought to himself, "This kid doesn't appear to be an insider, yet his words are remarkably precise. Engaging in business, profit is a certainty. I will offer you double. For the 3 paintings, my price is..." Gushibei cleared the numbers on the calculator and entered a few new figures, then pushed it across the table. The owner of the ink and wash shop gazed at the calculator's display, his face contorting in disbelief. 688? You. Before the other could finish, Gushibei interrupted, "Boss, let us speak plainly. I am here to purchase fakes. I intend to gift them to a superior, so I do not concern myself with your intentions for the purchase. If you wish to acquire my paintings, we can negotiate, but not in the manner you suggest." "How would you propose to negotiate?" Since Mr. Zhou was being direct, he too decided to be straightforward. "A fixed price, 1 million for all 3. Gushibei shook his head and smiled. If these 3 were genuine, they would certainly be worth more than 1 million. At the very least, 3 to 4 million. However, if they are fakes, they're only worth 30 to 40,000. Thus, my dear boss, your quoted price is quite absurd." "Huh, it is of little consequence. There are prices for buying and selling. The notion of absurdity does not exist. This is the price. Take it or leave it." The other party, clearly vexed at being called out, retorted, "Fine." Gushibei stood up and walked towards the exit. Chapter 63, Coercive Sales. "Boss, might I mention, none of your ink and wash pieces are genuine. Is this an antique painting shop?" This statement nearly sent the other party into a frenzy. In business, one must not be too greedy. I shall speak candidly behind closed doors. If you refuse to engage sincerely, I am eager to witness who will purchase your paintings in the future," Gushibei declared, turning to leave. However, he was halted by the seller's voice. "Wait a moment," the seller exclaimed as he rushed over, promptly shutting the door again. "This cannot be coercive trade, can it?" Gushibei chuckled, gazing at the proprietor. "Isn't this precisely coercive trade? What manner of person are you? Lacking in decorum. In the realm of antiques, such business conduct is unheard of." Gushibei was indeed issuing a threat, but merely an empty one. If the seller truly refused to sell, he would not resort to any drastic measures. After all, he wished to maintain his standing within this circle. Rules are rigid, yet humanity is fluid. I merely intend to purchase these for my superiors. Those leaders, as you must understand, do not require genuine artifacts. That would be wasteful. That is your concern. Then here's my proposition. I will offer you an additional incentive. 3 pieces for 100,000. You will fare quite well. Once I take these 3, you can simply procure another 3. Such paintings can easily sell several times within a month. What exactly is your profession? The seller inquired, observing the young man who appeared neither a peer nor novice, yet was evidently knowledgeable. Allow me to be frank. I have been directed here specifically to procure counterfeit paintings. I knew it. You grasp the situation better than I. Very well. Since we have reached this juncture, 100,000, shall we agree? Not so fast. Let us not make this awkward. We can navigate this amicably. We are both reasonable individuals, so why must I be overly blunt? Gu Shibei's words left the seller momentarily speechless. He glanced at the striking young man before reluctantly nodding. Gu Shibei promptly made the payment with his bank card for the 3 paintings. Before departing, the seller could not help but inquire, "You have acquired the paintings. May I ask who guided you to my establishment?" "Best not to ask, for I have never set foot in your shop before," Gu Shibei replied with a smile, swiftly exiting. This left the seller in a state of bewilderment, alongside a visibly excited employee. Seeing Gu Shibei leave with 3 ornate boxes tucked under his arm, the employee rushed to the seller, exclaiming, "Boss, today was remarkable. We sold 3 paintings in one go." Yet, the seller felt a pang of regret. One of those pieces had previously attracted an offer of 980,000, yet he had refrained from parting with it. Today, he had allowed 3 to be taken for merely 100,000. How could he not feel the ache in his heart? Moreover, to be candid, while these paintings were counterfeit, they were not as easily replicated as Gu Shibei had suggested. One could not simply procure more at will. Though imitation may be simpler, a skilled copyist can indeed produce a piece within 2 or 3 days. However, not every imitation can be deemed worthy of selling as an original. Only the finest selections, often sifted from dozens, if not hundreds, of works, are suitable for sale in an antique gallery as genuine articles. Thus, how could he not lament his loss? Most importantly, he had to conceal his distress from the keen-eyed employee. The intricacies behind this matter remain unknown to the store clerk. The beautiful attendant has always believed that the paintings and calligraphy sold in her shop are authentic. Thus, the owner waved his hand dismissively, exclaiming, "A major client." In the end, these 3 pieces are sold at cost price, yielding no profit at all. Sighing, he retreated into the tea room. The beautiful attendant could not help but murmur, "Here we go again, and no red envelopes this time." Gu Shibei, with 3 elongated brocade boxes tucked under his arm, emerged from the ink and brush shop. He initially intended to take a taxi directly to the hotel, which Lu Jiqian had already arranged through his assistant. However, upon stepping outside, Gu Shibei noticed an array of stalls set up not far away. Thinking, "Since I'm here, I might as well take a look around," he ventured forth. Lulikang is a hub for calligraphy, paintings, and ancient texts, with over half of the stalls devoted to these arts. To his surprise, Gu Shibei found a painting that caught his eye. It was indeed an old piece dating back to the 1960s or 70s, though the artist was relatively unknown, and the quality of the work itself was average. While he would not typically regard the painting itself as noteworthy, he was captivated by its mounting, which was a genuine example from the 1960s. Most importantly, its dimensions harmonized perfectly with another painting he had recently acquired. Without further ado, he purchased it for 2,000 yuan. In addition, he discovered a painting tube at another stall. Traditionally used for storing scrolls, these cylindrical containers are usually made of wood, such as Wangye or rosewood, with bamboo versions being less common due to their susceptibility to mold, which makes them unsuitable for preserving art. However, the tube that caught Gu Shibei's attention was crafted from cowhide. Although cowhide tubes are relatively rare, their value is not particularly high. What made this tube exceptional was the inscription etched into the cowhide. Shinmu, made in the 13th year of Yongle. The inscription had faded significantly. The first 4 characters were barely discernible, with only the character for Shun being identifiable. The second character was partially obscured, resembling the radical for wood, while the third character was almost completely illegible. The last character, Yong, was still somewhat readable, as was the phrase indicating the year of manufacture. Gu Shibei lifted the tube, weighing it thoughtfully, and examined the wear and tear it had sustained. He surmised that the seller had misidentified the item. It was not merely a painting tube, but rather a historical container used by ancient military forces for carrying maps. Of course, the functionality of storing maps and artwork is quite similar. Gu Shibei acquired this tube for 3,800 yuan, a price that, to be frank, was not justified given its considerable wear, especially at the base and the frayed rim. However, Gu Shibei did not intend to use it for storing paintings, but for another purpose entirely. He had not anticipated that his afternoon at Lulikang would yield such fruitful discoveries. Later that evening, when Lu Jiqian took him to the auction, it It turned out that this gathering was not a formal auction in the strictest sense, but rather a private transaction of antiques, comprising only around 20 to 30 items. The nature of this gathering is not an auction. Rather, it allows buyers to engage directly with sellers regarding price negotiations. Will multiple individuals express interest in the same antique and compete for it? Not at all. The attendees are all acquaintances, facilitating a harmonious coordination among them. Chapter 64 is merely a return to familiar territory. Lu Jiqian accompanied Gu Shibei to this private antique trading event, held in a grand Sihiyuan within the city's second ring road. From the outside, the Sihiyuan appears unremarkable, yet upon entering, one discovers an opulence that rivals that of a royal residence. Gu Shibei had previously visited this place, though not in his current capacity. Rather, he had come here in his past life as Ma Dongsheng. Lu Jiqian informed Gu Shibei that this Sihiyuan is the private residence of a prominent antique dealer in the capital. Gu Shibei found this peculiar, as he had been here approximately 2 years prior while organizing an auction targeting local collectors and antique merchants. He had requested Zhang Matzi to locate a discreet yet upscale venue, which led him to this very place. How could it have transformed into a private residence in just 2 years? Gu Shibei inquired of Lu Jiqian. Are you certain? Lu Yi? What do you mean? Lu Jiqian appeared somewhat puzzled. Gu Shibei initially intended to voice his doubts, but reconsidered. After all, 2 years had passed, and it was not uncommon for a private club to evolve into a private domicile. Thus, he merely smiled, dismissing his concerns as trivial. What is strange about it? Lu Jiqian asked, amused. Once we see the items, it will all become clear. By the way, Lu Yi, you haven't yet briefed me on the details of tonight's event. Oh, this gathering. Lu Jiqian paused momentarily, pondering. He smacked his lips and glanced around. I want to hide it from you, young Master Gu. This is actually a transaction for raw pit goods. Raw pit? Gu Shibei gasped in surprise, realizing that this was indeed his area of expertise. Relax, young Master Gu. While the items are raw pit, they have been expertly handled. The average person would be unable to discern any issues. Gu Shibei's curiosity deepened. After all, this was precisely his domain. Furthermore, only influential figures within the circle, including major collectors, antique dealers, and even prominent entrepreneurs, were permitted to attend. However, the number of participants was always limited, maintaining a low profile. Nodding, Gu Shibei suddenly lowered his voice to ask, Lu Yi, are you familiar with Ma Wangye? I've merely heard that Ma Wangye encountered some troubles and is no longer with us. The implication was clear. Do not inquire further. Even if he had known Ma Wangye, he would never acknowledge it now. Gu Shibei nodded, and his inquiry about tonight's gathering trailed off, intentionally left unfinished. Lu Jiqian understood his insinuation. I'm not certain either. We were introduced by someone else to attend. The timing just happened to align, allowing us to come and take a look. As they conversed, the two entered the Sihiyuan, where they were required to present their invitations for identity verification. Such discreet gatherings demand rigorous scrutiny. Not just anyone can participate. Upon entering, Gu Shibei observed that the number of attendees was indeed limited, roughly 7 or 8 individuals. However, astonishingly, more than half of the attendees were acquaintances of his. In truth, within this circle, there are only a handful of individuals with the capability and inclination to engage in such risky transactions. Yet, at present, they were unaware of Gu Shibei, though they were familiar with Lu Jiqian. Upon seeing Lu Jiqian, the crowd exchanged polite greetings, albeit with a measured enthusiasm that was far from excessive. This atmosphere markedly contrasted with other auctions. It seemed that every guest deliberately maintained a sense of restraint and understated demeanor. After exchanging pleasantries, everyone dispersed to examine the antiques. The fair was scheduled to commence at 8 o'clock. But those who arrived early took the opportunity to inspect the items beforehand. At 8, the sellers began to inquire one by one about potential offers. The selection for the evening was modest, comprising around 20 pieces. In the center of the courtyard's reception area stood 2 large tables, approximately 3 meters long, upon which the antiques were displayed, devoid of any labels or lighting to enhance their presentation. The simplicity and unpretentiousness of the arrangement were striking. Furthermore, attendees were permitted to handle the items freely, examining them as they wished. However, the tables were devoid of any magnifying glasses or torches for authentication. Before delving into the goods, Lu Jiqian leaned in to whisper to Gu Shibei, young Master Gu, this is my first time attending the seller's fair. I cannot vouch for their credibility. To be honest, had it not been for your company, I would not have come. Gu Shibei merely smiled, refraining from any show of modesty. The two commenced their appraisal around the tables. Given the limited number of items and the ability to handle them directly, they proceeded with their examination. Although there were no torches available, Gu Shibei had his own means. He retrieved his phone and activated its flashlight. This action left the nearby dignitaries, who were typically reserved and conscious of their status, momentarily dumbfounded. When a staff member noticed Gu Shibei using his phone's flashlight, he approached to intervene. Gu Shibei inquired, "I am not taking photographs. I am merely illuminating the items. May I ask, are these antiques not allowed to be examined with a flashlight?" This question left the staff member momentarily speechless. Ultimately, a middle-aged man, evidently in charge, approached with a jovial demeanor, stating, "As long as no photographs are taken, our antiques may be examined freely. Esteemed guests, please make haste. The pricing inquiries will commence in half an hour." Upon hearing this, many dignitaries began to emulate Gu Shibei, retrieving their phones to illuminate the items. In an instant, the room was aglow with flashing lights, leaving Lu Zhiqian utterly astonished. However, Lu Zhiqian had only managed to inspect half of the items before Gu Shibei called him outside to a secluded corner of the courtyard. "What is it, young Master Gu?" Gu Shibei beckoned him to the side and said, "Lu, tonight is a setup?" "What?" Lu Zhiqian exclaimed, taken aback. After a moment of contemplation, he admitted, "I didn't perceive it. To be honest, a few pieces appeared rather raw, clearly not well circulated. But what kind of setup is this?" With a smile, Gu Shibei whispered, "On the contrary, of the 27 antiques tonight, only 3 are genuinely uncirculated." "What?" Lu Zhiqian's jaw nearly dropped in disbelief. "That cannot be right. The elephant trunk-style bronze kettle is truly captivating." "Master Lu, indeed, that is one of the 3 pieces. Additionally, there's the bronze tripod and the gilded silver ram, while the rest are unrelated to the fresh pit." "What? Not fresh? How could that be?" The informant subtly hinted that tonight's gathering is a trade fair for fresh pit items. Who would sell cooked items disguised as fresh? I've only heard of raw items being cooked, never the other way around. Huh. Although the rest may not be connected to the fresh pit, they are also unrelated to the cooked pit. Fake. Master Lu's jaw nearly dropped in disbelief. His brows furrowed as he murmured, "I have only seen a little over 20 pieces. To speak of fakes, honestly, I can clearly identify only 3 or 4. Gu Shibei couldn't help but smile faintly. He thought to himself, this is precisely why so-called collectors fall prey to deception. After all, who else would they deceive if not them? They are major collectors. In the realm of antiques, the true game is to deceive these so-called great collectors and entrepreneurs. Those less affluent and discerning collectors are, ironically, harder to deceive, because they lack the funds. Master Lu, tonight is essentially a water game." Hiss. Lu Zhiqian took a deep breath. "Young Master Gu, just how deep is this water?" Chapter 65. How deep is the water? How deep? Gu Shibei extended 2 fingers, the thumb and index finger. 80%? Gu Shibei nodded. "No, I have only seen 3 or 4 pieces that are obviously dubious. Is my discernment truly so lacking?" Upon hearing Lu Zhiqian's words, Gu Shibei hastily reassured him. "Master Lu, it is not a matter of your discernment. Rather, the moment you entered here, you fell into their trap, psychologically guided by them." "How so? I ask you, before I called you out, what type of trade fair were you attending tonight?" "Yes, a fair for trading fresh items disguised as cooked. When you assessed these antiques, what were you most concerned about? Or rather, what kind of antiques would you refrain from purchasing? Aside from fakes." Sigh. "Too fresh, right?" Hiss. "Indeed." Lu Zhiqian suddenly realized. "I focus more on whether the items seemed too fresh, unwilling to bear the risk of raw goods, while the matter of authenticity fell to the wayside. This is precisely the clever strategy employed by the other side. Those particularly fresh-looking items were intentionally presented to guide someone of your stature. In truth, among the 27 items tonight, upon my preliminary inspection, only those 3 particularly fresh-looking items are genuine. There are also 2 more that are genuine, albeit of low value. The rest are all dubious." "What?" Lu Zhiqian nearly exclaimed. "Master Lu, keep it down. Is it really that exaggerated? Is there still a need to participate?" "Yes, there are still a few genuine items. You might not be interested in those 2 of low value. However, those 3 fresh items are indeed worthwhile. Moreover, it is highly likely that no one else will bid on them. Isn't that just perfect for you?" "No, if they are too fresh, then it is unnecessary." Upon hearing Lu Zhiqian's words, Gu Shibei finally recalled that he, as a major collector, would not acquire overly fresh items. However, who is Gu Shibei? In his previous life, he specialized in collecting and processing raw artifacts. Thus, if Lu Zhiqian did not acquire them, Gu Shibei certainly would. Lu Jiqian pondered for a moment. Well, young Master Gu, I suppose I need not be involved. If you have your eye on something, you are welcome to proceed. We had previously agreed that you would not charge me an appraisal fee, but you can engage on site. I was waiting for you to say that. Gu Shibei thought to himself, genuinely concerned that Lu Jiqian might heed his advice and procure all 3 items. Fortunately, that fellow was quite cautious. Later, Gu Shibei learned that ever since the incident involving Ma Wangye circulated within their circle, everyone had become significantly more prudent. Then I shall not be polite. What is there to be polite about? If you understand the nuances of these items, you could acquire them and sell them to me once you have refined your expertise. I assure you, I would not let you incur losses at market price. What does it mean to understand the nuances? Gu Shibei mused. I am the very progenitor of artifact processing. At that moment, Lu Jiqian resumed his examination of the items on the table, seemingly discovering numerous flaws. In truth, the appraisal of antiques is heavily influenced by psychological suggestion. Once you discern that an item is counterfeit, every aspect appears flawed. Conversely, when you desire to purchase an item, even if you do notice imperfections, you will subconsciously seek justifications to overlook them. Hence, what is the gravest taboo in antique trading? It is the overwhelming desire for possession. When a buyer develops a strong urge to acquire a particular antique, their discerning eye inevitably diminishes. This indeed is perilous. As the clock struck 8, the man in charge reemerged. He clapped his hands vigorously, signaling everyone to step away from the table and take their seats in the adjacent lounge area. Once everyone was settled, the seller began presenting each antique from the table. The first item was a lacquerware piece, a beautifully crafted duck-shaped box, accompanied by a corresponding brocade box. Since we are all industry elites, I shall keep my remarks brief. This piece is priced at 380,000. Who is interested? The price, if it were genuine, would indeed be reasonable, approximately 60% of the market value. In private antique transactions, if an item is evidently raw and freshly unearthed, it is typically priced at about 10% of the market value, often even less. Consequently, very few tomb raiders actually make substantial profits. Instead, it is the audacious antique dealers who reap the rewards. For fully refined, circulating goods, the basic price aligns with 70 to 80% of the market value. If the item is only partially processed or raw, the price is determined according to the extent of its refinement. Naturally, such transactions are relatively rare within the circle. Firstly, due to the scarcity of resources, where could one find so many raw artifacts? Secondly, there are not many who possess the requisite expertise. How many excavators truly understand the nuances of processing artifacts? In his previous life, as Ma Dongsheng, Gu Shibei's dealings were typically based on 70% of the market value. Although it was common knowledge that Ma Wangye's items originated from raw sources, his processing was impeccable, leaving no room for error. Thus, 70% of the participants were eager to make their bids. Moreover, the esteemed Mr. Ma's auctions differ significantly from tonight's event, as his items typically come with a fixed price, leaving little room for negotiation. However, the organizers of this evening's gathering are not Mr. Ma, and the prices are indeed negotiable. The starting price is merely 60% of the market value, yet even this is deemed excessive, for there is only one Mr. Ma. The first item, a duck-shaped lacquerware, attracted interest from 3 individuals. They exchanged knowing smiles and ultimately decided to leave the bargaining opportunity to the eldest among them, who offered a bid of 260,000, equating to a mere 40% of the asking price. The seller, without hesitation, proposed a counteroffer of 320,000. After a moment of contemplation, the buyer nodded in agreement. The seller, equally decisive, handed over the item along with its exquisite box for immediate inspection, stating that the payment could be settled upon departure. With a wave of his hand, he presented the second item. The seller was efficient and straightforward, and thus, the antique was effortlessly transacted. Compared to the lengthy bidding process of a formal auction, this private transaction was significantly more streamlined. In truth, many within the circle prefer such gatherings, discreet and devoid of exhaustion. The second item was presented, yet the seller awaited confirmation from the buyer of the first item before proceeding. Once the buyer inspected the lacquerware and nodded in satisfaction, the seller commenced with the second item, the copper kettle with an elephant trunk spout, which was highly regarded by Gu Shibei. Chapter 66. Who is interested? In Gu Shibei's view, the seller had perhaps overstepped, even in a gathering characterized by questionable goods. It seemed unnecessary to present such an overtly flawed item as a reminder of the event's nature, especially in the presence of a professional like him. where it could easily reveal its faults. Nevertheless, from the perspective of tonight's organizers, the strategy was evidently effective, sharply focusing the buyer's attention on the distinction between genuine and counterfeit items, much like the recent example of Lu Jiqian. However, this tactic had its merits. The seller's asking price was reflective of the perceived quality of the item. 480,000. Is this high or low? Gu Shibei found it difficult to ascertain. The kettle, with its somewhat exotic style, lacked numerous public sales records for such copper artifacts. Furthermore, the kettle was cloaked in thick copper patina, obscuring its detailed patterns and preventing a precise valuation. Nevertheless, conservatively estimating based solely on its distinctive design, if properly maintained, it could fetch upwards of 100,000 without issue. Thus, the seller's 480,000 seemed roughly half of the market price. Yet, when the seller inquired if any esteemed individuals were interested, silence ensued. Clearly, this was no longer merely a matter of price. With no one stepping forward, the seller glanced around once more, only to be met with continued silence. He nodded, preparing to present the next item, when Gu Shibei finally spoke up. Why not? Allow me to make an offer. Upon hearing this, the seller was momentarily taken aback, a slight furrow forming on his brow. He quickly responded, please go ahead. 180,000. The seller could not help but chuckle. Surely, this esteemed individual jested. Such a price was far too low. The condition of his copper kettle was dismal. Even 180,000 was already generous on my part. Most items this evening were in excellent condition, and this 1 HM. Gu Shibei's words trailed off, ending with a subtle, cold smile. The implication was clear. The item was far from desirable, and such a price was quite commendable. Although everyone was aware that they were dealing with raw goods, no one dared to voice it openly. Thus, Gu Shibei spoke of quality, while the underlying message pertained to the item's rawness. In addition, that unfinished remark seemed to carry a hint of insinuation, leaving one to wonder if the other party grasped its meaning. The seller shook his head, stating that he could not accept 180,000. Upon uttering this, he began to place the copper kettle back into its silk box. Remarkably, the other party failed to comprehend Gu Shibei's hint. This caused Gu Shibei to chuckle. 180,000 one tea suffice. What is your firm price? 480,000. Not a penny less? A firm price? Is everything tonight like this? Or is it just this particular item? Gu Shibei's inquiries left the seller momentarily speechless. Lu Jiqian, standing nearby, quickly chimed in. Isn't there room for negotiation? As he spoke, he glanced at the other buyers. As soon as others met Lu Jiqian's gaze, they readily agreed. Indeed, the price is negotiable. Isn't it? The previous item was a matter of give and take. In the realm of antique trading, a firm price was rare. Typically, negotiations would lead to gradual increases, even with items from major auction houses. Who said such things? Gu Shibei glanced over, recognizing the speaker. It was Ji Wanyan, a prominent antique dealer from the capital, known for his participation in trading events organized by the infamous Ma Wangye. However, he shook his head at Gu Shibei. Your offer is simply too low. We must negotiate. Please, state your price. I'm all ears. The seller pondered for a moment, then replied, 420,000. Gu Shibei couldn't help but laugh. Your intentions to sell are rather dubious. This remark was laced with a subtle challenge, pushing the other party further. The seller looked at Gu Shibei, uncertain of the meaning behind his words. All right then, I shall give a sincere offer. 220,000. The seller shook his head. Before the other could respond, Gu Shibei interjected, not selling? The seller hesitated momentarily before responding with 380,000. It cannot go lower. It was evident that he was reluctant to sell, yet, under the pressure of the moment, could only make another firm offer. However, the price reduction lacked sincerity, essentially conveying to Gu Shibei that he was not interested in selling. Yet, to everyone's astonishment, the deal was struck. Gu Shibei astonishingly agreed. The crowd was left bewildered. Huh, that seems a bit steep, someone murmured. However, most merely shook their heads, refraining from voicing their opinions. The seller appeared equally perplexed, seemingly unaware of what had transpired. It was only after Gu Shibei's prompt that he finally relinquished the copper kettle and its silk box. The seller, appearing quite straightforward, decided not to dwell on the past once an item was sold and moved on to the next. The remaining items were merely observed by Gu Shibei and Lu Jiqian. Naturally, during moments when interest in a particular piece surged, they would discreetly raise their hands to indicate their desire. However, when directly questioned, they would promptly retreat and concede. It wasn't until the seller presented a rather unique piece, a gilded copper ram, that the atmosphere shifted. Despite some green rust, Gujiazhuang envisioned the potential beauty of the piece after a thorough cleaning. The market value was approximately 300,000. The seller's initial pricing strategy mirrored that of the first item, starting at 12,000, which garnered no interest except for Gujiazhuang's bold offer of 5,000. The seller scrutinized Gujiazhuang, yet countered swiftly with a firm 10,000. After some back and forth, they settled at 80,000. The transaction was remarkably smooth, perhaps due to the lower price point. However, when it came to the third item, a genuine but somewhat dull piece, the seller sensed something amiss again. No one showed interest save for Gujiazhuang. Observing this, the seller murmured under his breath about Gujiazhuang's identity, pondering who this influential figure might be. My appraiser. Lu Jiqian interjected, prompting a nod of acknowledgement from the seller. This third piece was a bronze ding, marred by rust yet aesthetically pleasing in form. If following the previous pricing patterns, Gujiazhuang anticipated a valuation around 300,000. Yet, the seller, recognizing Gujiazhuang, unexpectedly set the price at 680,000, causing a ripple of astonishment among the audience. After announcing the price, the seller regarded Gujiazhuang with a grin, realizing that he had discerned the seller's strategy for the day. It was evident that this final piece would not be leaving with him, rendering further negotiations pointless. Gujiazhuang simply shook his head with a smile. Not interested? The seller pressed. Gujiazhuang responded candidly, acknowledging the obvious reluctance to sell and indicating he wouldn't push further. His directness was a departure from his previous persona as Ma Dongsheng, who had navigated the antique world with a more nuanced approach. The nature of the business required a degree of subtlety, as one could not thrive through bluntness. However, in his current guise, his personality seemed to oscillate, sometimes manifesting a rather forthright demeanor, even bordering on impatience. In a moment like this, had he been the former Ma Dongsheng, he would have avoided such explicit declarations, knowing that to do so would only create discomfort for the seller. Chapter 67. I did it intentionally. The seller found himself momentarily at a loss for words, caught off guard by Gujiazhuang's frankness. After a brief pause, he awkwardly chuckled. There are prices to be set for selling. It's not a fixed price. Very well. I want to offer. What is your lowest? This inquiry left the seller equally flustered. Is there really such a quote? Then I'll offer 100,000. The minimum is 580,000. It cannot go lower. Isn't that the lowest price already? Are you certain it cannot be reduced further? The other party shook his head, declaring it impossible. Very well. Then I shall pass. Gujiazhuang responded decisively. The seller, no longer feigning interest, promptly stowed away the bronze ding and proceeded to the next item. A total of 27 antiques were presented, yet only 19 found buyers. 8 items remained unsold, not due to price disputes but rather a lack of bids altogether. This indicates that the attendees at tonight's auction possessed discerning eyes. Nevertheless, in the context of this evening's proceedings, the seller's success rate was commendable. A completion rate of 70% is considered high in this industry. Even the revered Ma Wangye, whose items were highly sought after, averaged just above 80% at his auctions. As the auction concluded, in accordance with their prior agreement, Lu Jiqian fronted the payment. The sum was modest, totaling 460,000 for the 2 items. Upon exiting, Gujiazhuang immediately transferred the funds to Lu Jiqian. Why the rush? Lu Jiqian inquired. I'm not in a hurry. Business is business. Had I known tonight would involve such a precarious situation, I wouldn't have raised the issue of covering the costs. I could have simply brought cash. No worries. In the antique trade, it's inevitable to encounter such risks over time. Indeed. But, young Master Gu, may I suggest you were rather forthright inside? Hearing this, Gujiazhuang could not help but chuckle. That was intentional. When faced with such a situation, if one lacks discernment, that is unfortunate. However, if I detect a flaw, there is no room for politeness. Then we may find ourselves on their blacklist. Does Lu Yi wish to participate in such dubious dealings? Oh, certainly not. Then that settles it. I wondered what had caused your sudden change. Lu Jiqian paused, contemplating his words. A shift to a rather inexperienced approach, perhaps? Lu Jiqian's assistant arranged for a luxury vehicle to transport the two. Lu Jiqian invited Gujiazhuang for a late-night meal at a particularly authentic Mongolian lamb hot pot restaurant in the capital, renowned for its exquisite flavors. The location was not far, situated near the second ring road. Upon arrival, Gujiazhuang couldn't help but smile. He He had frequented this establishment during his time with Ma Dongsheng. Indeed, the lamb served here was genuinely sourced from the grasslands, devoid of any gamey flavor. A quick dip in boiling water, accompanied by sesame sauce, was simply delightful. Lu Jiqian had even asked his assistant to bring a bottle of matai. Gu Shibei laughed and remarked, "Lu Yi, I haven't secured anything for you tonight. Are you treating me? What nonsense! In such dubious dealings, if we haven't gotten our feet wet and have successfully made it ashore, that is a gain. Without your presence, I might have walked away with at least 2 items. Certainly not dozens." "Huh, your perspective is quite valid," Lu Jiqian said, pouring the wine. "Young Master Gu, I can't shake the feeling that my discernment has suddenly diminished when I'm with you." "Oh, please don't think that way. It's merely a coincidence. Today's gathering, just think about it. The distinguished guests present are all esteemed collectors and antique dealers. Let us not doubt the discerning eye of Ji Wanyan. However, it is not merely a matter of perception. It has all been orchestrated. This, of course, is but a comforting remark. Yet, those embroiled in the situation often find themselves bewildered." Lu Jiqian nodded in agreement. Little Gu, you're acquainted with Ji Wanyan? Why did I not see you greet him? A slip of the tongue. Oh, I know him. He does not recognize me. He. I am familiar with many in the circle, yet, being so young, few are acquainted with me. He. By the way, from the very beginning tonight, you seem to sense something amiss with that Sihiyuan. Did you notice something? Lu Yi, I shall take my leave first. I appreciate your hospitality. The two of them downed their drinks in unison. Gu Shibei placed his cup down and seized the decanter, filling Lu Jiqian's glass to the brim. He then continued, "To be honest with you, Lu Yi, I visited this Sihiyuan a few years ago. Oh, at that time, it was not a private residence, but a members-only club. Hiss. So, this must be a place rented by the seller, intentionally misrepresented as a private abode? It seems so. No wonder it is so lavish, resembling a royal palace. This Sihiyuan in the capital is valued at over 100 million. I mean to say, such wealthy individuals would still engage in clandestine trading events. A hindsight observation. It is all a ploy." As Gu Shibei spoke, he took a piece of lamb wrapped in sesame sauce and stuffed it into his mouth. However, the sensation seemed less delightful than when Ma Dongsheng had savored it previously. Perhaps it is due to changes in his body and taste. Yet, reminiscing about Ma Dongsheng from his past life, Gu Shibei could not help but sigh while gazing at Lu Jiqian. Truth be told, one has indeed missed the gatherings hosted by Lord Ma. Lu Jiqian was momentarily taken aback before breaking into a laugh. Indeed, at his gatherings, one need not worry about the authenticity of the items. The only concern is whether one fancies them, and if the price is agreeable. Liu Ye, have you also attended Lord Ma's gatherings? Who in the circle hasn't heard of Lord Ma? Gu Shibei found this amusing, knowing that Lu Jiqian, residing in Jinling, must have attended many of Lord Ma's events. Not to mention, stepping into Lu Jiqian's collection room, there are at least dozens of items acquired from Lord Ma. However, from Lu Jiqian's caution, Gu Shibei discerned that despite the nostalgia surrounding Lord Ma, he ultimately remains an unacknowledged figure. People long for him not out of genuine affection, but rather for his treasures. To put it plainly, it is all about profit. As the drinks flowed, Lu Jiqian could not help but propose a bold idea. He said, "Little Gu, how about you visit my collection room one day? I find myself increasingly skeptical of my own judgment." Upon hearing this, Gu Shibei quickly interjected, "Lu Yi, you are overthinking it. Antique appraisal is inherently subjective. With your discernment and influence within the circle, how could anything you favor possibly be counterfeit? Who would dare to question it? Lu Yi, there is no need for concern. Your collection is filled with genuine treasures. Come, Lu Yi, I propose a toast to you." Upon hearing Gu Shibei's words, Lu Jiqian promptly dismissed the fleeting thought that had just emerged. Indeed, how could there be any counterfeit items in the collection of a renowned connoisseur? However, this notion itself is somewhat of a ruse. Chapter 68, A Fortunate Discovery. Originally, Gu Shibei accompanied Lu Jiqian to the antique fair. Unexpectedly, Lu Jiqian turned out to be a mere spectator, while Gu Shibei returned triumphantly, laden with treasures, most notably the elephant-nosed bronze kettle. During the evening's exhibition, Gu Shibei felt an inexplicable oddity about the kettle. Its appearance seemed overly pristine, almost too fresh. Yet, upon a closer inspection, he sensed a disconnect between its scent and its visual allure. Now, in the solitude of his hotel room, he placed the kettle beneath the lamp to scrutinize it further. Upon another inspection, he noticed the patina of the bronze was strangely uneven. Some areas were vibrant while others appeared faint. Such a phenomenon should not occur on an authentic piece of bronze from that era. Had he perhaps misjudged its authenticity? Gushibei pondered, relieved that he had acquired this piece. The reputation he had painstakingly built would be irrevocably tarnished if it were indeed a forgery. Surely, the seller would not wish to part with a counterfeit. Could it be that the seller had become cunning, deliberately toying with him? With these thoughts swirling in his mind, Gushibei meticulously examined the kettle. He retrieved a powerful flashlight from the hotel cabinet, far superior to his phone's flashlight. As the beam illuminated the kettle, he suddenly discerned the issue. The kettle was encrusted with thick layers of patina, and upon closer inspection, he found a thin crack in one of the rust patches. He gently pried it with his fingernail, revealing smooth and distinct patterns beneath. "By heavens!" Gushibei exclaimed, setting the kettle down and rushing to boil water in the hotel kettle. After filling it to the brim, he submerged the elephant-nosed bronze kettle in the hot water. After approximately half an hour of soaking, the previously mottled patina began to crack. Using a toothpick, he delicately prodded, and to his astonishment, the rust flakes fell away. "Goodness, this is clearly glued on. How utterly deceptive." Gushibei scoffed. Yet, reflecting on it, he couldn't help but shake his head. While it may have been a child's trick, if it achieved the desired result, it was indeed an effective method. Once the rust had been removed, he used the hotel toothbrush to clean away the remaining adhesive. After carefully drying the kettle with a towel and polishing it gently, he placed it back under the lamp. The elephant-nosed bronze kettle now radiated beauty. Although it still bore the remnants of patina, the intricate patterns and exquisite craftsmanship were now fully revealed. What a remarkable stroke of luck. The seller must feel as if they had swallowed a fly. This was indeed an elephant-nosed bronze kettle, standing approximately 35 centimeters tall, with a mouth diameter of 12 centimeters and a belly diameter of 22 centimeters. Its overall design was elegantly rounded, with flowing, full lines. The body of the kettle is primarily designed with symmetry, topped with a gracefully arched handle. At each end of the handle, there are cast beast heads with rings, facilitating easy carrying and hanging. The mouth of the kettle is slightly flared, and the spout is particularly distinctive, resembling an elongated elephant trunk. The upward curving spout mimics the coiled form of an elephant's trunk, embodying both practicality and aesthetic appeal. The base of the spout is adorned with intricate cloud and thunder patterns, while the spout itself features vertical grooves that not only replicate the texture of an elephant's trunk, but also enhance the three-dimensional quality of the design. The decorative patterns on the kettle are balanced, with the primary motifs consisting of coiled dragon patterns and geometric cloud designs. The abdomen is sectioned with bands, the upper part embellished with interwoven coiled dragon motifs, characterized by finely detailed and orderly lines. The junction between the elephant trunk spout and the handle is cast with a beast face pattern, featuring wide-open eyes and exposed fangs. The entire piece is crafted using a sophisticated casting method, resulting in clear and crisp decorations, with seamless joints that reflect an exceptional level of bronze casting technique. In the previous life, Gushibei had encountered countless artifacts unearthed from the depths of the earth. While there were many bronze vessels, items resembling this particular kettle were indeed rare. This kettle exhibits a distinctly exotic style, reminiscent of the Gandharan-style kettles with spouts and handles. Although uncertain of its exact period, its historical value is undoubtedly significant. Presently, its market value as an antique is poised to surge dramatically. With a slight patina developed on the kettle's surface, it could fetch a minimum of 500 upon release. However, Gushibei felt that selling this exquisite kettle would be a regrettable decision. In his previous life, he had been one to sell rather than keep, ultimately leaving him with nothing. Given the quality of this piece, it would be wiser to retain it for his own collection. Gushibei resolved not to sell the elephant trunk spout kettle, yet he decided to part with a gilded silver ram he possessed. Naturally, this would be done in a manner that preserves the antique's value, essentially enhancing its beauty without erasing its historical traces. Consequently, some rust on the bronze would still be retained, as overpolishing would diminish its worth. After a brief period of appreciation, he planned to offer it for sale, as its value was not exceptionally high, making prolonged retention less meaningful. Additionally, Gushibei already owned two other bronze pieces, a bronze ding and a bronze jia, both acquired under dubious circumstances at a ghost market. He intended to sell all three pieces together. However, these bronze items could not simply be handed over to any antique shop. They were not suitable for public sale. Discretion was necessary, and he needed to find a familiar contact for a private transaction. He recalled his desire for a Wangye stool and thought it fitting to offer these items to the seller. Yet, considering Gushibei's understanding of Gujiazhuang, it seemed that he had little interest in bronze artifacts. Nevertheless, some matters hold greater urgency than others. The four paintings were in immediate need, as Zhang Mazi's antique shop, Gujiazhuang, was set to open in a few days. Gu Shibei needed these paintings to demonstrate to Zhang Mazi that the antique trade was not easily navigated, compelling him to acknowledge Gu Shibei's expertise, even relinquishing that stolen item. Chapter 69, Unwritten Rules. How can Gu Shibei compel Zhang Mazi to concede through art? It pertains to the unwritten conventions of the antique trade. When a new shop opens or a new appraiser is appointed, individuals within the industry will come to test their discernment. Particularly, fellow merchants will present both genuine and counterfeit antiques for sale. This serves two purposes. First, to gauge the new shop's expertise. Second, to opportunistically offload their own long-accumulated inferior goods. Some might argue that if I were to open a new shop, I would simply refrain from accepting goods. However, that is not an option. Firstly, refusing to accept goods conveys a clear message about one's limited discernment, effectively signaling surrender. Secondly, the foremost role of an antique shop, regardless of its size, is not merely to sell but to acquire items. The majority of transactions in the antique business occur with loyal customers. Those transient visitors, merely browsing, are not the shop's target clientele. Therefore, the existence of a shop does not significantly impact sales. Nonetheless, a shop must be established, and its facade holds great importance. For the purpose of procurement, in the antique business, the ratio of purchasing to selling is 7-3. Only by acquiring quality items can one turn a profit. A common adage in the trade is, there are no unsellable fine porcelain pieces. This suggests that as long as the antiques are of sufficient quality, marketability is never an issue. The real challenge lies in whether one can procure excellent antiques. Given that testing discernment is an unwritten rule in the industry, it has been a long-standing convention since the inception of the antique trade, indicating its inescapability. Since it cannot be avoided for a newly opened antique shop, this becomes a matter of survival. If successful in discerning quality, the shop gains a reputation and establishes itself within the industry. Conversely, failure in this endeavor means the shop should not have opened at all. It would swiftly face pressure from all corners of the industry. Of course, this pressure is not akin to a bank run, but rather a depletion of one's resources. Day after day, the shop would be inundated with countless counterfeit items, while simultaneously lacking actual customers. It would be a scenario of selling without buyers. For the proprietor, this translates to spending money to acquire goods without selling a single piece. Regardless of how substantial one's resources may be, they will quickly be exhausted. How could one continue to operate the shop? Thus, anyone with even a modest understanding of the antique trade knows that, compared to other industries, antique shops rarely undergo drastic changes. It is uncommon to witness new shops opening or long-standing ones closing. Most antique shops have been established for a considerable time, and the longer they endure, the more esteemed they become. Naturally, this is relative. The Gujiazhuang is set to open in a few days, and Gu Shibei cannot afford to miss the crucial testing period. He must deliver his goods on the first day. Therefore, urgency is paramount. However, he feels somewhat uneasy about bringing the three paintings directly to Gujiazhuang. While the imitations appear satisfactory, the aging process seems inadequately executed. Moreover, with a new antique shop opening, proprietors often enlist experts to assist during the testing phase for added security. Thus, these three paintings require separate processing by Gu Shibei. However, waiting for all three to be fully prepared may prove to be somewhat time-consuming. The fourth piece is a painting by an unknown artist, which he purchased for 2,000 yuan from a stall. He simply removed the artwork, discarding the canvas as it held no intrinsic value. Nevertheless, he chose to retain the painting's core while disposing of the framing. Ultimately, he reframed the salvaged portions of the two paintings together. It is worth noting that the framing is an antique, handcrafted style from Beijing in the 1960s. Although the artwork itself is new, it has undergone an aging process that, while not entirely authentic, does not fully meet the standard. When combined with the genuine antique frame, the contrast becomes even more pronounced. Consequently, prior to reframing, Gu Shibei undertook a meticulous aging process for the delicate paper of the painting's core. In essence, he employed ultraviolet light to accelerate the paper's aging. Simultaneously, by referencing the mold patterns present on the antique frame, he simulated the appearance of mildew on the painting's core. The creation of these mildew spots is not overly complex. It involves grinding charcoal into a fine powder and mixing it with water, then lightly applying it to the paper. When exposed to ultraviolet light, the mildew spots quickly become apparent. However, executing this process is not as simple as it may seem. The selection of charcoal powder, the fineness of the grind. The method of application, as well as the power of the ultraviolet light, exposure duration, and frequency are all critical factors. Once the core is properly aged, it is then combined with the antique frame for display. At this point, the painting is ready for presentation. Nonetheless, Gu Shibei intentionally concealed the surprise within the reframed piece, while the other two paintings currently lack suitable antique frames for replacement. Thus, they must undergo a more artificial aging process. In truth, the art of aging antiques relies on a delicate balance of skill and materials, with technique accounting for a mere 30% and the quality of materials a substantial 70%. Mastery in this craft requires years of experience, as a novice cannot attain mastery without the accumulation of aged materials. The process of aging an entire painting parallels that of aging the core, primarily involving the acceleration of aging and the simulation of time's effects to create an authentic appearance. Fortunately, these three paintings were intentionally selected by Gu Shibei, being contemporary works that are not too distant in time, making the aging process relatively swift. However, had it been a painting from the Ming Dynasty, achieving a high-quality aged appearance within a few days would be nearly impossible. It is noteworthy that this particular piece was originally used for military mapping. Gu Shibei dismantled the leather cylinder, discarding it in favor of alternative uses. The leather had long since hardened into a cylindrical shape, necessitating a soaking in hot water. He then retrieved a Wangye stool, removing the original fabric seat cover before affixing the aged Ming Dynasty leather onto it. This transformation resulted in a genuinely complete and authentic piece. Yet, the endeavor does not end there. Gu Shibei aimed to further enhance the piece. The original cylinder bore an inscription that read, Shenmu, made in the 13th year of the Yongle reign. Unclear characters prompted him to utilize his tools to restore and complete the inscription. Certainly, after the inscription is completed, it must undergo a process of aging to conceal any flaws. The freshly carved characters are treated with a blend of 5 parts dust, 2 parts soot, half a part of lard, half a part of salt, and 2 parts water. This mixture is stirred and then rubbed onto the entire leather surface. Following this, the item is exposed to ultraviolet light for half an hour, then washed and allowed to dry. The process of rubbing, UV exposure, and cleaning is repeated 4 or 5 times until satisfactory. Upon opening this newly restored stool, one finds at the edge of the seat 10 characters that, although slightly blurred, remain legible. Shinji Camp, made in the 13th year of Yongle. This stool was utilized by the generals of the Shinji Camp during military campaigns in the Yongle era of the Ming Dynasty. Moreover, based on the craftsmanship and materials of this stool, it is conceivable that it may have been used by Emperor Zhu Di himself during his military expeditions. Thus, the value of this stool has significantly increased. For this reason, Gu Shibei has thoughtfully named this piece Imperial Yellow Rosewood Stool with Dragon Motif from the 13th year of Yongle. He has even commissioned a large brocade box from an antique shop to house this exquisite stool. Chapter 70, A Masterful Means of Transcendence. A grand antique store has recently opened in Jinling Antique City. It boasts 3 storefronts and is aptly named Gujiazhuang. This establishment has certainly stirred excitement within the Jinling antique community. On the first day of its opening, the floral arrangements at the entrance were, needless to say, a given. Those in business know that many of these are often purchased by the store itself. However, the throngs of people gathered outside were certainly not hired. The opening of an antique store naturally draws a crowd without the need for artificial means of attracting attention. Gujiazhuang is owned by Zhang Jiling, with Hu Xin serving as the deputy general manager and appraiser. In addition, for the first few days of opening, the store has invited 2 retired researchers from the Jinling Museum to assist. Under the guise of an opening event, Gujiazhuang has enlisted experts to provide complimentary appraisals for local antique enthusiasts. In reality, this is merely to aid in navigating the initial challenges of the business. On the first day, patrons began arriving with various items, including paintings, ancient texts, porcelain, gold and silver artifacts, and scholarly supplies, presenting a diverse array of offerings. Gu Shibei had been preparing for this moment. He had purchased a wig, glasses, a baseball cap, and other simple props online, inspired by transformation videos. He had also taught himself basic techniques for altering his appearance. Gu Shibei's desire to disguise himself stemmed from prudent foresight. After all, he had previously encountered Zhang Matzi and exchanged harsh words. Thus, if he were to brazenly deliver goods for sale, Zhang Matzi would surely refuse. However, a slight alteration in appearance would likely go unnoticed. Given the overwhelming number of attendees, the store staff simply lacked the capacity to focus on individual identities. Therefore, Gu Shibei donned a wig and a pair of black-framed glasses, allowing his beard to grow for several days. Dressed in relatively mature attire, he appeared to be a man in his 30s. With a lengthy brocade box in hand, this middle-aged version of Gu Shibei entered Gujiazhuang, where the crowd was even larger than he had anticipated. 3 lines had formed within the store for appraisals, one for paintings, another for porcelain, and a third for miscellaneous items. The calligraphy and porcelain were appraised by experts from the Jinling Museum, while the remaining items were evaluated by Hu Xian, the deputy general manager and appraiser of Gujiazhuang. Should any items be sold, once the appraisal concludes without issues, the final pricing will be confirmed by the proprietor, Zhang Jiling. This arrangement is indeed meticulous. Calligraphy and porcelain represent the most significant and valuable categories among antiques. With the scrutiny of esteemed museum experts, the risk is minimized to the greatest extent. Moreover, this process is elegantly framed as the final review by the owner, thus silencing any potential gossip regarding the capability of the establishment to appraise significant collections, as it is known that external assistance is employed. In truth, as long as the experts approve, Zhang Jiling will not raise any objections. Gu Shibei was positioned at the forefront of the queue for calligraphy. During the wait, he observed the appraisals of the individuals ahead of him. Once an item was placed on the table, the appraiser would invariably ask, "Is this for sale, or merely for appraisal?" It is rare to hear of items being brought solely for appraisal. Thus, the intentions of the visitors are well understood among all present. As Gu Shibei surveyed the scene, he noted that out of 10 antiques, 7 or 8 were determined to be forgeries. Furthermore, the atmosphere deviated from the conventional appraisal environment. The conclusions at Gujiazhuang were articulated with remarkable directness. "This is fake. We cannot accept it. Apologies. Next, please." This approach was evidently orchestrated by Zhang, aimed at tempering the enthusiasm of those within the industry who sought to test their discernment. "Are you attempting to present a counterfeit to me? I shall expose it first, and then declare the verdict publicly, so that everyone is aware. Consequently, for the subsequent visitors, they must contemplate whether they still wish to bring items for evaluation." To this end, the appraisers at Gujiazhuang not only delivered their conclusions, but also elaborated meticulously on the flaws of the antiques, regardless of whether inquiries were made. Furthermore, this was done in front of cameras. Yes, cameras. Zhang truly is remarkable. He had several cameras set up specifically to capture the appraisers and the antiques during the live broadcast from the grand opening of Jinling Gujiazhuang. This is a testament to progress. Gu Shibei could not help but reflect on how his years alongside Zhang had not been in vain. Objectively speaking, the live broadcast from Gujiazhuang would likely dissuade many from attempting to test their discernment, especially those with items that were evidently subpar. Naturally, not all who sought appraisals brought counterfeits. Some presented genuine articles, primarily to gauge prices and assess whether the new antique shop's valuations were reasonable, whether they were high or low. If favorable, they would seize the opportunity to sell. If not, they would refrain from selling. Moreover, it is typical for new shops to set slightly elevated prices to attract business. Thus, there indeed existed authentic items on the premises, albeit in limited quantity. Exceptional pieces were even scarcer. When it was finally Gu Shibei's turn, the appraisal expert inquired whether he intended to sell or simply sought appraisal. "To sell," he replied. "Is this a painting or calligraphy? For which esteemed artist?" Gu Shibei, preferring brevity, directly retrieved the scroll from the brocade box. Then, he unfurled the painting and placed it directly before the expert. "You may observe for yourself," he said. As the expert examined the artwork, he inquired, "How did you come by this piece?" Gu Shibei chose to remain silent, aware that the expert's question was merely a rhetorical strategy. However, as soon as the painting was revealed, the expert was momentarily at a loss for words. Nearby, onlookers could not suppress their laughter. "Oh, it's Fu Baosher," one exclaimed. "Oh, the second Fu Baosher of the morning." Another chimed in, followed by a chorus of amused chuckles from those waiting for their own appraisals. What astonished them further was that the expert, who was scrutinizing the painting, had fallen silent. First, let's examine the artwork. This piece was an esteemed painting by Fu Baosher, titled Viewing the Waterfall. It was a hanging scroll, approximately 75 centimeters tall and 50 centimeters wide, encompassing roughly 33 square feet. Though modest in size, it exemplified the grand style of expressive brushwork. The scene depicted a traditional image of literati observing a waterfall. On the left side of the painting, an inscription read, "Comrade Zhong Shi, inquiring for your guidance." March 1963, recorded in Hangzhou by Baosher. The seal read, "Private Seal of Baosher." There was little need to elaborate on the painting itself. As it was unfurled, The expert remained reticent. In truth, Gushibei had harbored concerns that the aging effects he had applied might not be entirely convincing. Yet, now the appraisal was in the hands of an expert affiliated with an institutional collection. In the realm of antique appraisal, there exist two primary factions, the scholarly and the commercial. While both groups ostensibly aim to authenticate antiques, their underlying intentions diverge significantly. Scholarly appraisers seek to contribute to research. In the case of paintings, they explore the artist's style and the historical significance of the depicted content. Thus, scholarly authentication hinges primarily on the artwork itself, assessing the artist's techniques, habits, and whether the content aligns with the historical timeline. Conversely, the commercial faction comprises collectors, antique dealers, and investors, whose primary motivation is profit. Unlike their scholarly counterparts, commercial appraisers cannot afford to make mistakes. While a scholarly error may result in a revised paper, a commercial misstep could entail substantial financial loss. Therefore, commercial evaluations tend to be more comprehensive, taking into account not only the artwork but also the materials and framing, among other factors. However, many in the commercial sector lack the specialized knowledge found within the scholarly community, often resulting in a superficial understanding. Chapter 71. A Grand Discovery. Consequently, antique dealers or prominent collectors who acquire valuable antiques often invite experts from institutions for appraisals. This represents a symbiotic relationship between scholarly and commercial interests, complementing each other's strengths and weaknesses. The scene at the Gujiazhuang exemplified this synergy, with expert from the Jinling Museum examining Gushibei's painting. The expert studied the piece for a full 5 minutes without uttering a word, meticulously scanning from top to bottom and left to right, scrutinizing the brushwork and the elegance of the calligraphy. Finally, he glanced briefly at the mounting materials before setting down his magnifying glass, raising his gaze to meet Gushibei's. "Are you selling?" "Yes." "At what price?" "I am not well versed in this. Please propose a figure," Gushibei replied, eliciting a smile from the expert. "Regardless of whether your comprehension is genuine or feigned, as a seller, you are certainly the one to set the price. When you purchase items at a supermarket, do you dictate the price?" Gushibei smiled and stated, 3 million. The experts remained silent, for they possessed no authority to negotiate. The experts had been scrutinizing the painting for several minutes without offering a definitive appraisal. The onlookers were astonished. "Oh my, this is quite a treasure," they exclaimed. "Is this piece by Fu Baosher authentic?" The crowd began to murmur. The art experts nodded at Zhang Matzi, who promptly set down his teacup and approached. "Fu Baosher, 33 square feet," one expert muttered. As he spoke, he shifted the painting on the table aside to allow Zhang Matzi a clearer view. Zhang Matzi feigned interest, primarily examining the mounting and materials. After a mere half-minute, he turned to Gushibei. In truth, Gushibei was acutely aware that Zhang Matzi was merely putting on an act. He could discern nothing of substance. Having spent years with Ma Dongsheng, Zhang Matzi had developed a decent eye for antique appraisal. However, it should be noted that Ma Dongsheng primarily dealt with items unearthed from the earth. Consequently, Zhang Matzi had predominantly learned about the appraisal of antiquities such as stones and porcelain. His knowledge of calligraphy and paintings was his weakest area. Hence, this was precisely why Gushibei had ventured to the capital, aiming directly for Lulikang, targeting Zhang Matzi's vulnerabilities. Yet now, Zhang Matzi glanced up at the individual before him, who wore black-rimmed, tinted glasses. He could not discern whether they were prescription glasses or sunglasses, yet it mattered little. The majority of those present were undoubtedly there to scrutinize him. Thus, he focused solely on the objects, disregarding the individuals. No matter who you were, should you present a counterfeit, he would expose it immediately. However, if something genuine were to emerge, he would likewise offer a high price on the spot, promoting the reputation of Gujiazhuang. "What price?" Gushibei inquired. 3 million. 1 million per square foot for a piece by Fu Baosher. One might argue it is expensive, yet it is not extravagant for a gift intended for social engagements. As Zhang Matzi reached this point, Gushibei opened his mouth, intending to interject that this was indeed a gift, crafted with genuine intention rather than mere pleasantries. However, reconsidering, he opted to remain silent. The more he spoke, the more likely it was that Zhang Matzi might recall his true worth and decline the offer. Thus, Gushibei could not help but smile and shake his head, deliberately feigning disdain for Zhang Matzi's words. Noting the expression on the other's face, Zhang Matzi paid it no mind and continued, "There are many people today, so I shall not engage in lengthy discussions. If you wish to sell, I can offer you 1.5 million. Gushibei shook his head and held up 2 fingers, 2 million. I cannot offer that, Zhang Matsi replied. Without further ado, Gu Shibei reached for his painting, murmuring, I will take it to the Jinling calligraphy and painting store. Upon hearing this, Zhang Matsi immediately placed a hand on Gu Shibei's arm. It was the inaugural day of his new shop's opening, and he was broadcasting live. How could he let this genuine treasure slip away to a competitor at the first opportunity? Even if this painting does not yield a profit, it must be acquired. There is no need to rush, my dear proprietor. How about I raise the bid to 180? Today marks the grand opening of Gujiazhuang, and under different circumstances, such a price would be unimaginable. Moreover, one would never receive such a deal at a regular art shop. Were it any other occasion, Gu Shibei would undoubtedly raise the offer again. However, let it rest for today. We wouldn't want Zhang Matsi to recognize us. It's a deal. As these words echoed, the atmosphere was electrified. What a remarkable acquisition. Congratulations to boss Zhang. On the very first day of business, he has received a piece worth 1,180,000. How auspicious. Those nearby offered their congratulations, and Zhang Matsi was overjoyed. He lifted the scroll from the table and showcased it to the camera and the queue of patrons. Turning to the interior of the shop, he called out, Come. Gujiazhuang has acquired a painting by Fu Baosher titled Viewing the Waterfall. Let us hang it up. To everyone's surprise, a gong sounded within Gujiazhuang. Immediately, a staff member emerged to take the scroll and hung it up inside the store. Gu Shibei was left dumbfounded by this spectacle. He pondered to himself, is this truly an antique shop? Has Zhang Matsi perhaps hired a real estate agent? Nevertheless, Gu Shibei mused, Zhang Matsi, in your desperate attempts to navigate this trial, you resort to such dubious methods. Ultimately, it will lead to your downfall. After finalizing the purchase, Zhang Matsi promptly issued a check to Gu Shibei, who accepted it and swiftly departed. Once outside Gujiazhuang, he immediately opened his phone to search for the live broadcast of Gujiazhuang. To his surprise, there were quite a few viewers, approximately 2,000 online. However, Gu Shibei felt this was insufficient. Generously, he donated 20,000 yuan to boost Gujiazhuang's visibility. Having completed his act of philanthropy, he hurried to the bank to deposit the check. Upon returning home, he checked his phone again, only to find the viewership of Gujiazhuang's livestream had skyrocketed to 30,000. Splendid. The higher, the better. Only by standing tall can one experience a truly profound fall. Meanwhile, in the shop, boss Zhang Jiling sat behind 3 appraisers, sipping tea while smugly watching the live stream on his phone. He noted with excitement that the viewership had surged significantly following the acquisition of the Fu Baosher painting. In less than half an hour, it had climbed to over 30,000, heading towards 40,000. As he reveled in this success, he called over a staff member with specific instructions. The appraisal process for the recently acquired Fu Baosher painting should be edited separately and sent out, accompanied by close-ups and descriptions, for such a remarkable piece deserves thorough promotion. We must ensure that more people are aware of the treasures at Gujiazhuang. The staff member agreed and hurried off to find someone to edit the video. Meanwhile, Gu Shibei prepared to capitalize on this momentum, promptly retrieving the other 2 paintings that were still aging. If Zhang Matsi could acquire a Fu Baosher, then those by Zhang Daqian and Huang Junbai would surely follow suit. Chapter 72. 2 more paintings. The other 2 paintings. One is Zhang Daqian's Lotus, a horizontal scroll measuring approximately 50 centimeters in height and 90 centimeters in length, totaling an area of 42 square feet. This is a quintessential painting of lotus flowers by Zhang Daqian. In fact, there are numerous individuals attempting to master this art in the market. While many have indeed grasped its essence, a plethora of forgeries also exists. Numerous practitioners have successfully replicated Zhang Daqian's works. Yet it is a rarity to find someone who not only excels in imitation, but also exhibits proficiency in calligraphy and seal carving on the same piece. It is essential to note that calligraphy, painting, and seal carving are intrinsically interconnected, particularly among renowned modern masters such as Zhang Daqian and Qi Baishe. The evaluation of their works heavily relies on the seals rather than the paintings themselves. This is because, comparatively speaking, paintings can be more easily imitated, while seals are a different challenge altogether. Those who have studied seal carving understand that, theoretically, each seal is unique. The craft involves a rigorous process of carving, where each incision can yield unpredictable fissures. Consequently, every seal carved by the same artisan will yield slight variations when impressed on a paper, even if it is the same seal, due to factors such as angle and pressure. However, With the advancement of technology, forgery has also evolved to utilize 3D scanning and even artificial intelligence. What was once impossible to replicate with absolute precision can now be achieved. Nevertheless, for discerning experts, distinguishing between high-tech laser-printed seals and those hand-carved remains relatively straightforward. Thus, the most challenging aspect of art forgery lies in the creation of seals. This particular painting stands out for its exquisite seal, not only in its craftsmanship, but also in its execution. It is imperative to remember that the act of impressing a seal in calligraphy and painting is a refined practice, especially for those engaged in forgery, who must adeptly navigate their strengths and weaknesses during this process. The other painting is by Wangye, depicting a landscape scroll, measuring 90 centimeters in height and approximately 57 centimeters in width, totaling around 46 square feet. Dated to the spring of the year of Gujiazhuang, which corresponds to 1944, Wangye may not possess the same level of fame as Zhang Daqian or Fu Baoshi, yet he is still a respected figure in the art world. However, his works are generally valued at a significantly lower price point. Although the dimensions of these two paintings are comparable, Zhang Daqian's work is estimated to be worth around 2 million, while Wangye's ranges from 800,000 to 1 million. Gujiazhuang intends to seize the moment and deliver both paintings to Gujiazhuang. He understands Zhang Mazi's meticulous nature quite well. Just considering the unique arrangements made on the opening day reveals his cleverness. Thus, it is necessary to find someone else to sell the paintings. However, whom should he choose? Gujiazhuang considers collaborating with an antique dealer from the antique market to sell the paintings, but upon reflection, he finds it unsuitable. The antique business is rife with dealings in forgeries, yet everyone strives to avoid counterfeit items. The notion of actively selling forgeries is something that must remain concealed. Hence, one observes the bustling scene at Gujiazhuang today, with numerous individuals delivering items for sale, yet none of prominence are visible. Therefore, Gujiazhuang cannot afford to tarnish his own reputation. If he does not entrust the paintings to an antique dealer, should he enlist a stranger's assistance for the sale? While this approach would keep his dealings hidden, the risks involved are substantial. Should the other party sell out and then deny it, it would indeed be troublesome. Moreover, this matter cannot be reported to the authorities. Thus, after much contemplation, Gujiazhuang realized that he was utterly alone in Jinling, devoid of any allies, which was rather disheartening. Just months prior, when he was Ma Dongsheng, his mere call would draw a significant crowd around him. Any task, with just a few words from him, would be promptly handled by others. Take Zhang Mazi, for instance, one of his most capable subordinates whenever it came to selling goods. All he needed to do was express an idea, and Zhang Mazi would arrange everything in a heartbeat. Hence, he could not operate solo. It was essential to cultivate some reliable associates. However, the immediate need did not allow time for such development. Time was of the essence. He needed to capitalize on the excitement surrounding Zhang Mazi's acquisition of Fu Baoshi painting and strike decisively. Reflecting on his solitary status, Gujiazhuang thought of his roots. He called Gu Songyang in the countryside the only person he could truly trust in this world. After careful consideration, he devised a tailored persona in his mind. Furthermore, he intended to release both paintings at once. Upon receiving Gujiazhuang's call, Gu Songyang was filled with excitement. "Uncle, it's been ages since I heard from you. What brings you to Jinling?" Gujiazhuang replied, "Songyang, I need your assistance. Please take the fastest high-speed train to Jinling." "What is the matter?" "Nothing else wrong. Just hurry over. I'm in urgent need. I'll explain everything once you arrive." After hanging up, Gu Songyang swiftly made his way to Jinling. Fortunately, travel was quite convenient at that time, being the off-peak season, so he easily secured a ticket and arrived that very night. Gujiazhuang met him at the train station and escorted him to his rented courtyard. After being freshly painted and arranged, the little courtyard looked rather splendid, leaving Gu Songyang astonished. Having previously rented accommodations in the city and worked, he knew what kind of places typical workers would inhabit. "Uncle, is this your home?" "It's rented." "I know, but renting something like this isn't simple. It must be quite expensive, right?" "Uncle, Songyang, you haven't eaten on the way, have you?" "I ordered takeout. Let us have a simple meal at home while I explain everything." Gujiazhuang's words reminded Gu Songyang of his hunger. Although Gujiazhuang claimed it was a simple meal, he had actually ordered quite a variety. He set a table in the courtyard, laden with takeout, barbecued meat, oysters, and lobsters. The sight of the lobsters left Gu Songyang utterly speechless. "Uncle, these aren't tea props, are they?" Come. Just take a bite, and you'll know if they're real," Gujiazhuang said, handing him a large lobster. Gu Songyang took it, and upon inspection, it was indeed a vibrant, genuine lobster. Without hesitation, he took a bite. Real lobster. Goodness. Uncle, you can afford lobsters now. Despite the elevated living standards we witness today, for those hailing from the countryside, particularly from inland regions far from the sea, lobsters remain a luxury. To indulge in lobster is a privilege reserved for the affluent. Observing Gu Songyang devour the lobster with great enthusiasm, Gu Shibei promptly placed his own portion before him. Upon noticing this gesture, Gu Songyang quickly waved his hands, insisting, "One is sufficient for me. You should eat. I often consume this delicacy." Although Gu Shibei's remark was made in a casual manner, it left Gu Songyang utterly astounded. "Uncle, what are you doing these days? Are you earning a substantial income?" I am engaged in the business of calligraphy and painting." "Calligraphy and painting? You can paint? I thought you were working as a security guard in Jinling." "A security guard? Why would you think that? Did you not study martial arts?" Gu Shibei chuckled heartily. "Indeed, you are right. I would be quite suited for a security position. However, since it does not yield much profit, I have turned to the art trade." "You can paint?" "Not me. I trade in artworks created by others." "Ah, so you're a dealer. Are they oil paintings or traditional Chinese paintings?" "Hey, Songyang, you are knowledgeable about this." "Brother, do not underestimate me. I have received a higher education." "Ah, yes. You are indeed a university graduate. I apologize for underestimating you." Gu Shibei remarked as he passed a bottle of cola to Gu Songyang. Upon receiving the cola, Gu Songyang frowned. "Uncle, cola? Shouldn't we be having beer with barbecue?" "Oh, haha. The thing is, it is rather late today, so I shall refrain from drinking as I need your assistance tomorrow morning, and I cannot afford to have any alcohol on my breath. Once we are done, I will treat you to some Mao Tai." "Mao Tai? What do you need help with?" "I need you to help me sell 2 paintings." "And then what? To sell 2 paintings?" "Yes. Why can't you sell them yourself?" "I have already sold once. I cannot go again. If I am recognized, they may refuse the sale." "What?" Gu Songyang appeared puzzled, unsure of what Gu Shibei meant. "Here's the situation. A new antique shop has opened in Jinling today, and the appraiser's expertise is rather mediocre, so..." Gu Shibei proceeded to explain some unwritten rules of the antique business, including the concept of testing the eye. Given Gu Songyang's educational background, he grasped the implications immediately. "Testing the eye? Uncle, isn't this merely an opportunity to sell counterfeit goods?" "Songyang, the antique trade is unlike other industries. There is no notion of selling fakes. Unless the seller guarantees the authenticity of their items, it is up to the buyer and seller to make their own judgments and take responsibility. Payment is exchanged for delivery. Once a transaction is completed, it is final and non-refundable. Indeed, it seems that is how it is portrayed on television. But isn't that illegal? Would I involve you in illegal activities? In the antique trade, as long as there are no claims of selling fakes, there is no illegality. To be frank, the paintings I'm asking you to sell carry significant value, so I am hesitant to entrust them to anyone else. Thus, I have no choice but to ask for your assistance." "Significant value? Can they fetch several tens of thousands?" 200. "What? No way. 200 is hardly enough for my train ticket." "Uncle, are you still dazed?" Gu Songyang remarked, taking a sip of cola to steady his nerves. Gu Shibei chuckled. "I meant 200,000. Splutter. Gu Songyang nearly sprayed cola all over Gu Shibei's face. 200 or 200,000. Indeed, what paintings are so valuable? Gu Shibei produced the 2 paintings, unveiling them for Gu Songyang to see with his own eyes. "This is by Huang Junbai." "Who is Huang Junbai? Is he really valuable?" "And this one is by Zhang Daqian." "Wow, no wonder it's 2 million. A painting by Zhang Daqian must be pricey. However, uncle, could these paintings be fake?" "No one said they were fake. To be honest, I can't tell if they're genuine or not. I've never studied painting, so how would I know how to authenticate one?" "True, you might be better at fighting. I merely profit from the price difference. If there's a profit to be made, I sell. If not, then I let it be." "So, how much did you acquire these paintings for?" "Around 1 million. "Wow, where did you get so much money? You've only been in Jinling for a short time." "Huh, sometimes luck comes knocking, and you can't stop it. I'll tell you more about it later." Gu Songyang nodded, noting that Gu Shibei had become quite inscrutable since he awoke from his previous stupor. He seemed like an entirely different person, one who defied his age and experiences. Meanwhile, Gu Shibei withheld certain truths from Gu Songyang, believing there was no need for him to know everything. Gu Shibei then explained the situation regarding Zhigu Zhai and their live streaming process, detailing the steps involved in authentication. After their barbecue, Gu Shibei instructed Gu Songyang not to shower, but to maintain his current disheveled appearance, still imbued with the scent of grilled food. "Tomorrow morning, Take the paintings to Gujiazhuang. If the appraiser asks, tell them you specially took the train yesterday afternoon. Huh? Should I really say that? Yes. Try to speak the truth. It adds authenticity. Of course, tweak the key parts a little. For instance, mention that you watched yesterday's live stream and realize that similar paintings can fetch a high price, prompting you to bring your grandfather's 2 paintings for sale. As for their authenticity, you don't know. I genuinely don't know. Exactly. You truly don't know. Let the expert authenticate them. Oh, but what if they deceive me? What if they claim a genuine piece is fake? Rest assured, that 1T happened. Would they really want to accept a counterfeit? That is true. However, they will likely find various reasons to point out flaws in the painting to deliberately lower the price. How should I handle that? Ignore it. Just be yourself and show your authentic self. If you don't understand art, don't discuss it. Simply ask how much it costs. But what if they try to cheat me? Under normal circumstances, if you're clueless, they would certainly take advantage of you, and they would exploit you to the fullest. The antique business operates this way. However, since this is a new store opening with live streaming, they want to be too ruthless. There are so many witnesses. If they find no issues with these 2 paintings, I estimate they might offer you over 100,000. To speak up a bit, Gujiazhuang engaged in a discussion with Gu Songyang about the preparations for their visit to Gujiazhuang the following day, to make Gu Songyang appear more natural and authentic. Gujiazhuang deliberately positioned himself across the table and adopted the demeanor of an appraisal expert, even emulating Zhang Matzi. He then prompted Gu Songyang to hold a brocade box and partake in a situational simulation, which they practiced 3 or 4 times until Gu Songyang exhibited a natural fluency. However, Gujiazhuang did not allow Gu Songyang to rest, as dawn was approaching. Moreover, he had designed the scenario to involve an overnight train journey to Jinling. Upon arriving in Jinling, they first indulged in some barbecue, foregoing a hotel stay, and promptly proceeded to Gujiazhuang to sell paintings at the break of dawn, ensuring that they retained the appearance of having traveled without sleep. Chapter 74. He is not acting. Gujiazhuang's character design for Gu Songyang was quite commendable. If one were to doubt it, he could produce the train ticket as evidence. Indeed, he had made Gu Songyang prepare a train ticket, which was tucked away in his pocket. He had also specifically instructed him not to reveal it proactively, as excessive eagerness could lead to inconsistencies. The train ticket was merely a precaution to be displayed only if someone expressed suspicion, an opportunity to assert one's superiority, if you will. Rest assured, Uncle, I understand this game. Antique shops in Jinling typically open around 10 in the morning. However, this is not standardized, and there are no explicit regulations dictating the opening hours. Most antique shops are run by their owners, who can choose their own hours. Consequently, the opening times are relatively flexible. If the owner awakens early, they may open sooner, while a late start is also permissible without consequence. However, Gujiazhuang opened its doors unusually early at around 8 o'clock, as the previous day's grand opening had attracted an overwhelming number of visitors, prompting an early start for business today. Not only did they open their doors, but they also commenced a live broadcast simultaneously. Gujiazhuang had arrived early to escort Gu Songyang to the entrance of the Jinling antique market, then found a private room in a nearby tea house to sip tea while watching the live stream from Gujiazhuang. From a footage of the live broadcast, it was evident that a queue had already formed outside the shop as soon as it opened. Gujiazhuang had anticipated that the previous day's live stream, which had exposed counterfeit items, would deter at least half of those wishing to test their luck today. Zhang Matzi shared this sentiment. However, the actual turnout, while somewhat diminished, still fell short of expectations. This was largely due to the impact of Gujiazhuang's painting by Fu Baosher, which had sold for nearly 2 million the day before. Those who had been hesitant suddenly became invigorated, eager to sell their own counterfeit items in hopes of a fortunate outcome. They were not merely impressed by the quality of the painting or the expert's discerning eye, but rather thought, if they can succeed, so can I. The allure of chance often entices individuals to gamble on their own possessions, believing that perhaps the expert might overlook their item, or that the expert's expertise might not extend to their particular piece. Such is the nature of human psychology, rife with a sense of lucky possibility. The antique dealers are particularly prone to taking risks. Thus, as soon as the Gujiazhuang opened its doors, 3 lines formed immediately. However, the live streaming room of Gujiazhuang was rather lacking in popularity, with only a few dozen viewers. Gujiazhuang was quite generous, opting not to order his own tea and instead directing traffic to the live stream. Meanwhile, Gu Songyang entered Gujiazhuang, clutching 2 brocade boxes, and joined the line for paintings and calligraphy. To be honest, he felt quite anxious, despite having rehearsed numerous times in Gujiazhuang's courtyard. The stakes were high. over 1 million in transactions. His anxiety stemmed not from the prospect of selling counterfeit paintings, but from the fear of failing and causing Gu Shibei a substantial loss. As Gu Songyang stood in line, he practiced deep breathing, a relaxation technique taught by Gu Shibei, while meticulously observing how others assess their items. This, too, was a method emphasized by Gu Shibei for alleviating tension. The identification speed at Ji Gu Zhai had noticeably accelerated today. An antique could be evaluated in under a minute at best, and, at most, 2 to 3 minutes before the results were announced. In truth, much of the time was consumed by the experts' explanations and dialogues with the sellers. After approximately half an hour, it was finally Gu Songyang's turn. Was he selling, or merely seeking an appraisal? Selling, of course. I traveled from afar specifically for this. With that, Gu Songyang placed the 2 elongated brocade boxes on the table. The expert glanced up at the young man, noting his weary appearance and dark circles under his eyes, and casually inquired, "From out of town? Where?" "Luo Zhou," he replied. Upon hearing this, those waiting in line erupted into laughter. "People from other provinces have come all the way here." They chortled. The experts joined in the laughter, curiosity piqued. "How did you from Luo Zhou come to know about the newly opened Ji Gu Zhai?" "How would I know? Didn't you have a live stream yesterday?" "My grandfather saw it and insisted I take the overnight train to sell my paintings." I Haven T slept a wink. This statement elicited another round of laughter, a knowing amusement among the crowd. Gu Songyang, bewildered, looked around. What is going on? No one responded, leaving him appearing rather adorably naive. The expert chuckled and asked, "And you have 2 pieces?" "Yes, 2 pieces," Gu Songyang confirmed. "Whose paintings are they?" As the expert spoke, he opened the brocade box to reveal the artwork. Zhang Daqian. Laughter erupted once more in the room. Gu Songyang was already anxious, and now, with every utterance, he was met with laughter from those around him, intensifying his nervousness. It was important to note that while he had rehearsed extensively with Gu Shibei the previous night, it had primarily focused on the experts and the boss Zhang Mozi's reactions, with no consideration of the audience's responses. Thus, Gu Songyang found himself increasingly embarrassed. Furrowing his brow, he asked, "What is wrong with Zhang Daqian?" The expert, observing the young man's apparent discomfort, realized he seemed genuinely perplexed rather than merely acting, and thus felt compelled to offer him some reassurance. "Young man, it's all right. Zhang Daqian's renown is immense, yet the proliferation of forgeries has become a source of amusement for many. How did you acquire this painting?" The expert inquired, elucidating the artwork. "It belongs to my grandfather," came the response. "Of course, I am aware of Zhang Daqian. I have claimed this painting to be a forgery. Yet my grandfather scolds me each time." At this, the expert's interest was piqued, as it is rare for a seller to openly declare their possession as counterfeit. Gu Songyang took an unconventional approach, stating, "I feel that this painting is indeed a fake." This was a deliberate ploy orchestrated by Gu Shibei, a classic case of the catch the tiger. One must first let it go. "What is the origin of this painting from your grandfather?" The expert continued as he gradually unfurled the artwork. "You know it's a fake, yet you traveled from afar to sell it?" Someone jested. "My grandfather insisted I come. Could I refuse? Besides, this is a live broadcast, and I'm certain he is watching now. Whether it is genuine or not, I must clarify for my own sake," he replied, eliciting laughter from those nearby. However, this time, the laughter was subdued, as it seemed this young man was sincere and not a peer in the field. In truth, a novice attempting to masquerade as an expert in antiques will be quickly unmasked by a few careless words. Conversely, it is equally challenging for those within the antique community to convincingly portray themselves as uninitiated. The innate demeanor and speech patterns of insiders are often difficult to conceal. This was a significant reason why Gu Shibei sought Gu Songyang as presence. Chapter 75, External Mastery. The authenticity of one's persona is undoubtedly significant, yet it is not paramount. Ultimately, it hinges upon the quality of the seller's goods and the discerning eye of the buyer. Upon Gu Songyang's remarks, the crowd awaited the expert's response, yet he remained silent for an extended period. As the expert's silence stretched on, the audience's anticipation grew palpable. In the realm of antique appraisal, there exists a phenomenon where outsiders can deduce the authenticity of an item based on the duration of the evaluation. The shorter the appraisal time, the more likely the item is a forgery. Conversely, a prolonged examination suggests authenticity, particularly with paintings and calligraphy. The expert remained fixated on Zhang Daqian's lotus without uttering a word, plunging the atmosphere into a profound hush. Even the assessments of surrounding porcelain and other artifacts ceased, all eyes drawn to this pivotal moment. After all, this was a painting by Zhang Daqian, The longer the expert hesitated to form a conclusion, the more his reluctance became evident. He had not identified any issues, yet he refrained from making an assertion. Instead, he raised his gaze to Gujiazhuang. "Did your grandfather not mention how this painting came to be?" he queried. I just mentioned it. He exchanged it for something during a transaction," came the reply. "With whom did he exchange it?" "I have no idea." This exchange sparked murmurs among the onlookers. Could it be real? Are we about to witness a significant discovery? Zhang Daqian's works are far more valuable than that of yesterday's Fu Baoshi. Not necessarily. In fact, Fu Baoshi could be worth more. Indeed, Zhang Daqian has many pieces. The spectators debated, yet the expert remained tight-lipped, heightening the urgency felt not only by those present, but also by the fervor of the moment. Indeed, the audience watching the live broadcast is in a state of heightened anticipation. Numerous viewers are flooding the chat with comments. Some assert the authenticity, while others claim it to be a forgery. A greater number are clamoring for a definitive conclusion. Zhang Matsi, observing the rising popularity of the stream, is filled with exhilaration. However, the expert refrains from providing a conclusion and instead focuses on another exquisite box. "Young man, is the other piece also by Zhang Daqian?" "No." "Whose is it?" "It's by someone named Huang. My grandfather said he was also a great painter." As Gujiazhuang speaks, he takes out the painting and helps untie the string. The expert takes it, slowly unfolding it. A work by Huang Junbai. Indeed, a renowned artist. Although it's understandable if you're unfamiliar with him, the expert exclaims, then lowers his head to scrutinize it with a magnifying glass. Meanwhile, the onlookers begin to murmur. Who is this Huang Junbai? For those unaware of the painter, others step in to explain. He is another illustrious artist who went to Taiwan before the liberation. Despite Huang Junbai's painting not evoking much curiosity, the crowd remains eager for the verdict on Zhang Daqian's work. Comparatively, the expert's assessment of this piece is considerably quicker. Boss Zhang Zhiling sets down his phone and approaches directly. 2 pieces? The expert nods, shifting the paintings aside. Zhang Matsi leans in closely to examine the artwork, particularly that of Zhang Daqian. However, after merely a minute of scrutiny, he lifts his gaze to study Gujiazhuang intently, seemingly trying to discern something about him. This scrutiny makes Gujiazhuang feel uneasy, prompting him to murmur, "Why are you looking at me?" Zhang Matsi gently nudges his gold-rimmed glasses. "You're from Luozhou, aren't you?" You don't seem like a Luozhou native." "I know Luozhou quite well." Gujiazhuang, initially anxious under the prolonged gaze, fears answering incorrectly if questioned. Yet, the remark about not appearing to be from Luozhou makes him chuckle. "Is that so? Would you like me to show you my ID?" Zhang Matsi merely smiled without affirming or denying. Meanwhile, the spectators started to murmur again. What is going on? Has the boss recognized this fellow? Is he aiming to expose a counterfeit? I knew the outcome as soon as Zhang Daqian's name came up. I mean, no offense. I've just been to Luozhou, and your accent seems a bit different. Zhang Matsi is quite cunning. He intentionally probes, with his words, to gauge the other's reaction, hoping to ascertain the authenticity of the antique in question. This tactic, referred to in the antique trade as outer-door skills, is often looked down upon by professionals within the field. Yet, at times, such methods can prove more effective in dealings, especially for many antique dealers who heavily rely on them. However, Zhang Matsi posed the wrong question. Gujiazhuang is indeed a genuine Luozhou native, having traveled overnight to Jinling just last night. How much are you selling these 2 paintings for? Zhang Matsi finally inquired about the price. This question sparked curiosity among the onlookers. Were these paintings genuine or not? Gujiazhuang was momentarily taken aback. How to sell them? To sell them directly. The owner asks how much you want. Quote a price. The crowd surrounding him, more anxious than he was, urged him loudly. Suddenly enlightened, Gujiazhuang broke into a smile. He observed the astonished expressions of the expert and the owner. Are these 2 paintings actually real? Zhang Matsi chuckled. Just give a price. But, are they real or fake? Young man, are you foolish? If they were fake, the owner would have asked you to leave without a second thought. Why would he ask you to quote a price? Are they truly authentic? If so, they must be expensive. My grandfather said that 2 authentic paintings are worth tens of millions. At this remark, laughter erupted in the crowd, as if they had heard a grand joke. Of course, all of this was orchestrated by Gu Shibei. He intentionally prompted Gujiazhuang to quote a price in the millions to further solidify his persona as a novice. Young man, it seems your grandfather doesn't understand either. Just because it's not a Zhang Daqian painting doesn't mean it's worth a fortune. One must consider the content and dimensions. And as for Huang Junbai, there's even less to say. The expert could no longer contain himself and began to explain. Is that so? Gu Sonyang murmured. Then how much do you say it's worth? You're the seller. You should quote a price, Zhang Matsi interjected, pausing momentarily. What price would you offer? For Zhang Daqian, I would offer 1.08 million. For a Huang Junbai, 400,000. That totals 1.48 million. Is it really that little? Gu Sonyang exclaimed. Young man, that price is already quite generous. The market value of these two paintings is barely under 200,000. Offering 1.48 million is already high. But you just said they are worth 200,000, yet you're offering me 1.48 million. The crowd was momentarily stunned by Gu Sonyang's words, then erupted into laughter. Zhang Matsi shook his head in disbelief. Young man, why would I offer 1.48 million for paintings that are fake? Am I out of my mind? Huh. I was just saying, I won't sell at that price. So what will you offer? Gu Sonyang pondered for a moment before calling out, 2 million. You just said they are worth 200, so I'm offering 2 million. But you need to leave me some room. Zhang Matsi shook his head. 2 million is not acceptable. However, Gu Sonyang was genuinely intent on acquiring the paintings. Zhang Matsi hastily intervened. Young brother, let us each take a step back, shall we? How about 1.8 million? If they are worth 200, why would I sell for 1.8 million? Zhang Matsi frowned, displaying his exasperation. All right. I'm live streaming this. It's not appropriate not to sell during the grand opening of my new store. 2 million it is. I want to make a penny off you. The seemingly pained expression on Zhang Matsi's face belied the joy blooming within his heart. Initially perceiving the youth before him as a naive simpleton, he deliberately guided him with his words. The market value of these two paintings far exceeds 200,000. Just Zhang Daqian's piece, titled Lotus, is valued at over 2 million. Although the work by Huang Junbai is indeed less valuable, it still commands a price in the realm of 700,000 to 800,000. Thus, the combined estimate of these two artworks totaling around 3 million is not at all excessive. In fact, the 2 million was the price Zhang Matsi hinted at from the outset. Gu Sonyang unwittingly fell into the trap of his rhetoric. Gu Shibei had initially suggested that the two paintings were worth around 2 million, but he instructed Gu Sonyang that regardless of the price, as long as the other party was willing to buy, they must sell. He assured Gu Sonyang that the price would not dip below 1 million and left the specifics for Gu Sonyang to determine. To his surprise, Gu Sonyang managed to sell them for 2 million, leaving him utterly exhilarated, genuinely thrilled. He believed he had struck gold. In reality, it was Zhang Matsi who had truly reaped the rewards. The two paintings, while not exactly a steal, certainly represented a substantial profit, not just in monetary terms but also in reputation and visibility. Nevertheless, Zhang Matsi still seemed somewhat uneasy and looked at Gu Sonyang with a smile. Inquiring, young brother, are you truly from Luozhou? Is it possible for a Luozhou native to raise the price? Ah, I can tell by your accent. Zhang Matsi smacked his lips, still probing. Gu Sonyang wasted no time and pulled a train ticket from his pocket, presenting it directly to Zhang Matsi. He was quite astute, holding the ticket behind the camera to avoid exposure. However, Zhang Matsi saw it clearly. How about reimbursing me for this? Zhang Matsi was initially taken aback, but soon erupted into laughter, feeling a weight lift from his chest. He was eager to take possession of Gu Sonyang's ticket. Hey, this is live streaming. Please don't reveal my personal information. Rest assured, the cameras at Gujiazhuang only focus on antiques and our own people, never on the sellers. Then, as a Luozhou native, could you possibly raise the price a bit? Huh, young brother, I'm taking a loss at 2 million. With the confirmation of the 2 million transaction, the crowd erupted in astonishment. Is this the real deal? Gujiazhuang is truly a treasure trove. In truth, while the mantis stalks the cicada, the oriole lies in wait. Come, Gujiazhuang acquires a Zhang Daqian floral piece and a Huang Junbai landscape. Hang them up. Two gongs resonated within the venue, igniting a spirited atmosphere. Upon completing the transaction, Zhang Matsi promptly issued a check to Gu Sonyang, who wasted no time and dashed out without hesitation. The onlookers at Gujiazhuang were thoroughly entertained. This is what they call, heed not the words of the elders, and suffer the consequences. This young man almost faced a significant loss. Meanwhile, across the tea house, Gu Shibei was equally exhilarated. It was as thrilling as watching a short drama, with his heart racing in excitement. Witnessing the deal materialize, Gu Shibei swiftly departed the tea house to rendezvous with Gu Sonyang at their predetermined location. Upon seeing Gu Shibei, Gu Sonyang was on the verge of shouting in excitement, only to be discreetly silenced from afar by Gu Shibei. Keep it low-key. Oh, right. The two promptly hailed a taxi to leave the vicinity of the Jinling antique market and headed straight to the bank to deposit their funds. While depositing, Gu Songyang couldn't help but remind Gu Shibei, "Uncle, don't deposit it directly into your own account. The check can trace the money's origins. It's best to withdraw cash first and then deposit it." Gu Shibei realized that the young man had a keen sense of caution. "Don't worry, I know how to manage this. Wait for me outside." However, Gu Shibei deliberately transferred the funds from the check directly into his own account. He wanted Zhang Matzi to be aware of where the money had gone. After completing the transaction, they exited the bank, bursting into laughter. "Uncle, how was that?" "Impressive. Songyang, I underestimated you. I didn't expect you to perform so admirably on site." "Oh, were you watching the live stream? You have no idea. I was on the edge of my seat, especially when Zhang Matzi was fixated on you." "Oh, you're right. I felt so scrutinized by that guy. My heart was racing." "Then let us take a shower. The clothes can wait." No. The clothes must be changed. This entire outfit is a write-off. Trust me." Gu Shibei took Gu Songyang to the mall and purchased more than just one outfit, in addition to several new outfits for Gu Songyang himself. He also bought 2 sets for his parents. Gu Songyang protested, but he couldn't resist Gu Shibei's enthusiasm. After shopping, Gu Shibei treated Gu Songyang to a sumptuous meal. After showering and changing into fresh clothes, Gu Shibei beckoned Gu Songyang to sit on the sofa. "Not yet. I'm still not the village chief. There's no rush." "Huh? Didn't you say that there are no fakes in the antique business?" "Indeed, from a legal standpoint. That is correct. It's not illegal. However, in private dealings, if someone suffers a loss, they will undoubtedly come looking for you." Gu Songyang listened, bewildered, as though he had swallowed a fly. "Huh." Gu Shibei chuckled and handed him a bank card. Chapter 77. You should go back first. Gu Songyang stared at the bank card Gu Shibei offered, momentarily stunned. "Uncle, what is this? You didn't mention it earlier," fearing I might get anxious and cause a scene on site. "Now, I must be honest with you. While it's true that there are no fakes in the antique business and transactions rely on one's discernment, a 200,000 deal carries risks. Risks are inevitable, but at any given time, risk and reward are directly proportional. This, my dear nephew, is your reward." Gu Shibei pressed the bank card into Gu Songyang's hand. "What?" Gu Songyang exclaimed, his eyes wide with astonishment. 500,000? Is that too little?" No, it's too much. For helping you with this sale, I get 500,000? 500,000 is indeed a substantial amount. In the antique trade, it is common to recruit individuals to act in schemes, such as hiring shills at auctions or fake experts at appraisal events. Generally, a sum of around 10 or 8,000 would be quite substantial. The reason Gu Shibei granted Gu Songyang 500,000 was to simultaneously repay the kindness shown by Gu Songyang's family. "Uncle, how can you be asked to contribute for the village road construction? It's not me. This money belongs to you. It was you who initially covered it. Of course, you'll be reimbursed once the village generates income. Do you understand? This money must be covered by you personally." "Covered personally? I haven't even become the village chief yet. And you want me to front this? This is an investment. It's also a commitment. I understand investment, but commitment. Ah, I see." Before Gu Shibei could finish his thought, Gu Songyang exclaimed, 40,000, including principal and interest. If it accumulates, it could reach 60 to 70, or even 70 to 80,000 in a few years. Where will the village find such funds? Even the township reportedly has unpaid bonuses from last year. "But uncle, they know I'm from Luozhou, right? First, would those selling fakes admit the truth? If you claim to be from Luozhou, logically, you should not be from there. You make a valid point. Secondly, Luozhou is vast and populous. Even if they know, what difference does it make?" "True. But uncle." Gu Songyang looked at Gu Shibei, hesitating to speak, his brow furrowed. "Songyang, what's wrong?" "Songyang." Gu Shibei immediately interrupted him. He had intended to lecture, but on reflection, he questioned his own qualifications to advise a university student. "Songyang, consider carefully whether you wish to become village chief. Such opportunities are rare and once lost. They're not easily regained. Furthermore, events like today's art sale are likely to occur only once. There won't be a second chance. Think about it. How many new antique shops open? Then I could pursue other ventures with you." "What other ventures?" "I merely engage in buying and selling. I lack a proper job. Today might yield a profit, but for the next half year, or even a year, I might go hungry. Do you wish to join me?" Gu Songyang was rendered speechless by the question. Noticing his silence, Gu Shibei gently patted his shoulder. Truth be told, Gu Shibei, feeling alone, genuinely wished for Gu Songyang's assistance. During the painting sale, he He realized Gu Songyang was quite astute. However, he did not want Gu Songyang to truly accompany him, as lacking insight would hinder success in this field. Thus, Gu Shibei continued to subtly steer Gu Songyang away from joining him. On the way home, Gu Shibei returned to the Jigu Studios live stream. The broadcast continued, and surprisingly, the account had uploaded the video of the painting by Fu Baosher that he acquired yesterday. The video concluded with an advertisement inviting interested collectors to visit Jigu's studio to view the artwork, implying that those who wish to purchase could come. After watching the video, Gu Shibei couldn't help but chuckle. I was contemplating whether to make a video exposing this myself. Now, since you posted it, I won tea. Gu Shibei murmured to himself, casually scrolling through the comments below the video. He was preparing to leave a striking comment, but decided to wait until the videos of the 2 paintings sold earlier that morning were also released, so he could comment on them all at once. Let these 3 paintings thoroughly shatter in their own hands. However, in the afternoon, I did not receive the videos of the latter 2 paintings. Yet, Gu Shibei received a call from Lu Jiqian. Young Master Gu, are you free tonight? That depends on what you require. To appraise a few paintings. I must certainly be there. If you, Lord Lu, have summoned me, I shall certainly attend. It's not me. It's a significant figure within the circle. He has urgently requested my expertise for an appraisal. But to be frank, the items he is examining are not within my forte. Of course, what I excel in pales in comparison before you. Young Master Gu. Ah, Lord Lu, there is no need for such false modesty in my presence. It is merely that I do not dare to accept, so I recommended you. You see, well, since you have recommended me, I must certainly go. However, I must clarify, while you may invite me without charge for others, that is a given. Rest assured, it is a prominent figure. Whatever I receive, I shall ensure he compensates you equally. How does that sound? That would be far too generous. I could never accept such an amount, and yet you claim I am humble. Very well, I shall inform the esteemed figure, and if there are no objections, I will call you back. Lu Jiqian hung up, and within 5 minutes, he called again. It is settled. 8 o'clock tonight, at the Spring Breeze Tea House by the southern banks of the Yangtze River. Chapter 78. One cannot judge by appearances. Logically, since Lu Jiqian recommended Gu Shibei for the evening's appraisal, he himself would not attend. After all, he is a prominent collector, a significant figure. However, upon Gu Shibei's arrival at the Spring Breeze Tea House, he found Lu Jiqian already waiting there. Lu Jiqian is a professional antique collector, ranking among the top tier within the realm of domestic antique collecting. Yet, in the broader context of the antique collection world, he is not particularly noteworthy. True wealth in antique collection does not rest with professional collectors, but rather with those affluent individuals who treat collecting as a hobby or a supplementary investment, such as the real estate moguls from a decade ago, or the financial magnates from the past 7 or 8 years, or the tech industry tycoons who have recently garnered attention. The booming industries give rise to a cadre of entrepreneurs who suddenly amass fortunes overnight. Once individuals become exceedingly wealthy, with fortunes in the tens or even hundreds of billions, they are acutely aware that their wealth can come quickly, but can also dissipate just as swiftly. Hence, they seek ways to conceal a portion of their assets while they still can. Of course, the formal term for this is investment. Investing in antiques often requires millions, tens of millions, or even hundreds of millions for a single piece. Conducted under the guise of corporate investment, it is quite straightforward and manageable. However, when it comes to antiques, no one can guarantee their authenticity at the time of purchase. When a company thrives, the antiques are undoubtedly real. But if the company falters, faces bankruptcy, or liquidation, those pieces inevitably become counterfeit. The intricacies of this matter are understood by those in the know. Thus, it is clear why successful enterprises and their owners gravitate towards antique collecting. Of course, many of these affluent individuals, as they delve into collecting, develop a genuine passion for antiques, even embarking on serious studies of them. In fact, many professional collectors have transformed from being business magnates into devoted antiquarians. Business has become quite challenging. If it fails, so be it, for the antiques belong to me, and the wealth is mine as well. Should the enterprise collapse, I shall transition into a professional collector. Lu Jiqian spotted Gu Shibei disembarking from a distance and called out, "Young Master Gu, over here." Gu Shibei hurriedly approached. "Liu Ye, you are here too?" I happen to have some free time this evening, so I came to broaden my horizons. By the way, I also want to introduce you to General Tong. Oh, by the way, the General Tong you mentioned must be Tong Ji, the wealthiest man in Jinling, right? Indeed, that's him. Gu Shibei was taken aback. Tong Ji's Tong Group specializes in manufacturing components for electric vehicle batteries. In recent years, the sales of electric vehicles have surged, leading to the public listing of the companies under his group. This listing catapulted Tongji onto the wealth rankings, with a net worth exceeding 100 billion. Rumor has it that he is the richest man in Jinling. However, to be frank, possessing 100 billion in Jinling would not suffice to secure the title of the wealthiest. A place in the top 10 is assured, regardless of his rank. 100 billion is a sum that could last several lifetimes. Whether or not he is the richest, he is undoubtedly a significant figure, and he maintained a low profile. Thus, one would not expect to see Tongji at the entrance. Lu Jiqian led Gu Shibei into a tea house, although named Spring Breeze Green on the southern bank. This establishment is not meant for just anyone. A cup of tea costs 1,800. In his previous life, as Ma Dongsheng, Gu Shibei rarely dared to frequent such a place. It wasn't a matter of affordability, but rather a perception of pure intellectual tax. Of course, the truly wealthy often relish paying such taxes. Lu Jiqian guided Gu Shibei into a private room called Wangchao, where Tongji was already sipping tea. Lu Jiqian knocked on the door and cheerfully announced, General Tong. Tongji, who was previously unacquainted with Gu Shibei during Ma Dongxing's time, looked up upon seeing Lu Jiqian and quickly set down his teacup to wave. Ah, Lu Yi, you have come too? Ha! I happen to have some free time and wish to witness the painting that you, General Tong, are so keen on. Please have a seat. Tongji said, gesturing to a beautiful woman in a qipao preparing tea across from him. I can manage this myself. You may leave now. The qipao-clad beauty nodded at the two newcomers as she exited, closing the door behind her. Lu Yi, the appraiser you recommended has yet to arrive. You're already here. As Tongji poured tea, Lu Jiqian chuckled. He should be arriving shortly. Tongji paused, then lifted his gaze to appraise the young and handsome man beside Lu Jiqian. This is General Tong. Allow me to introduce. This is the appraiser I recommended to you, a master with exceptional discernment in Jinling, young Master Gu. Young Master. Tongji began, but did not finish. Young Master Gu, this is General Tong. He is the wealthiest man in Jinling. Lu Jiqian's sentence was cut short by Tongji, who interjected, Oh, Lu Yi, why say such things? It was evident that Tongji was hesitant to disclose his true identity to Gu Shibei, suggesting his dissatisfaction with the appraiser Lu Jiqian had introduced. For where can one find an appraiser devoid of discernment? This is akin to visiting a traditional Chinese medicine practitioner only to be attended by a young lad. Lu Jiqian naturally perceived Tongji's dissatisfaction and could not help but chuckle. Mr. Tong, do you believe that young Gu is lacking in insight simply because of his youth? Tongji smiled faintly, neither confirming nor denying, which was in essence an affirmation. Mr. Tong, I too have erred in this regard. Yet, one must not judge by appearances. Young Master Gu hails from a lineage of antique connoisseurs, a third-generation aficionado. He has been immersed in the world of antiques since childhood, possessing far greater discernment than I. Is that so? Tongji paused momentarily, taken aback by the statement. He then chuckled and beckoned the two gentlemen to take a seat and enjoy some tea. As he spoke, he poured a cup of tea for Gu Shibei, placing it before him. Just call me Young Gu, Mr. Tong. Gu Shibei interjected playfully. Young Master Gu is merely a moniker used in jest within the antique community. Please do not take it seriously. Lu Jiqian seized the opportunity to elaborate. Mr. Tong, consider this. In the world of antiques, one's discernment is paramount. To be referred to as young master at such a tender age speaks volumes about one's level of expertise. Do not doubt it. Liu República del Yemen y Arbo no disvalías. Tongji retorted with a grin. If I were to doubt him, how could I possibly doubt you? Frankly, had you not graced us with your presence tonight, I would have felt quite bereft. But now that you are here, Tongji's gaze shifted to Gu Shibei. Well, Mr. Gu, I do not imply that your skills are inadequate. I merely speak the truth. Assessing antiques is akin to evaluating traditional medicine. Youth naturally implies. Mr. Tong, I understand. It is indeed a source of my lament. I wish I could instantaneously age by 20 years. Lu and Tong could not help but laugh, observing Tongji's mirth. Gu Shibei extended his hand. Mr. Tong, allow me to introduce myself. I am Gu Shibei, affectionately known as Young Master Gu in our circle. You may simply call me Gu. Tongji reciprocated the gesture. I am Tongji. In the realm of antiques, I am but a novice. Currently learning from Lu Yi. Chapter 79, A Clever Return Home. Gu Shibei's mind was as clear as crystal, despite Tongji's cheerful demeanor during their handshake. It did not signify his acceptance. Tongji's loyalty lay with Lu Jiqian. Fortunately, Lu Yi was present. Otherwise, I doubt I would have enjoyed this cup of tea. Gu Shibei jested, lifting his cup to sip the tea. Young Master Gu, do not take offense at Mr. Tong. After all, with your youthful charm, one would hardly expect you to be a master in antique appraisal. Lu Jiqian defended Tong Ji. However, as Tong Ji refilled their cups, he remarked, so, is it Lu Yi or? Of course, it is young Master Gu. I am merely here to partake in the festivities. Moreover, to speak candidly, I can appreciate ancient paintings. However, modern works, I must confess, I find them inscrutable. Lu Jiqian shook his head. This is entirely commonplace. Most within the antique community can discern ancient paintings but struggle with modern ones. This may seem counterintuitive, as one might expect ancient works to be more difficult to authenticate. Yet, this perspective must be examined through the lens of appraisal methodology. As previously mentioned, authentication can be categorized into academic and commercial schools. Most insiders in the art world are merchants. Their appraisal skills honed through the examination of the material's age and condition to ascertain the authenticity of a painting. While centuries-old artworks can be easily compared for their material authenticity, assessing the age of paintings from just a few decades ago poses a considerable challenge. As they often appear new, a slight aging technique can easily deceive the untrained eye. Furthermore, the sheer number of individuals attempting to replicate the works of prominent modern artists complicates matters. Consequently, many experts tend to shy away from authenticating works by contemporary artists, particularly those still living. Even the artists themselves may struggle to verify their creations. Lu Jiqian refrained from offering his opinion, prompting Tong Ji to turn to Gu Shibei. Mr. Gu, I would appreciate your assistance momentarily. Not at all, Mr. Tong. Could you provide an overview of the situation? Several pieces from contemporary masters. My collection exclusively includes works from renowned artists. I do not accept lesser-known pieces. Gu Shibei nodded in agreement. As for pricing, we have already discussed it. These are valuable works, and I fear they might be snatched away. Now, we must determine their authenticity. I see. Which esteemed artist's works are we examining? Just as Tong Ji began to speak, a knock echoed at the door. Come in. The beautiful attendant who had exited earlier stepped in. Mr. Tong, your guests have arrived. They are in the adjacent room. Excellent. Tong Ji responded, rising immediately. Shall we, gentlemen? The paintings have arrived. Let's take a look. Gu Shibei and Lu Jiqian followed Tong Ji into the adjoining room. As they walked, Tong Ji explained, the adjacent room features a large writing desk, ideal for viewing artworks. Upon entering the room, laughter and greetings filled the air. Greetings, Mr. Tong. Gu Shibei suddenly recognized the familiar voice. As he stepped inside, he was struck with a sense of serendipity. What a coincidence. Familiar faces. The owner, Zhang Jiling, and his deputy, Hu Xan, stood at the desk, rising to greet Tong Ji with warm smiles. Upon acknowledging Tong Ji, they turned to Lu Jiqian, and Zhang Jiling's expression shifted in surprise. Mr. Lu is here too? Indeed, Mr. Lu and I are good friends, and I happen to be here enjoying some tea. Lu Jiqian nodded without speaking. He was well acquainted with Zhang Jiling, having once been one of the three formidable figures under the notorious Ma Wangye, responsible for antique transactions. How could he not recognize him? However, with Ma Wangye's passing, the past seemed to have been erased. Zhang Jiling noticed a handsome young man following closely behind Tong Ji. Initially, he assumed he was merely Tong Ji's assistant and paid him little mind. However, Hu Xen, standing beside him, acknowledged Gu Shibei with a nod and a smile. Having recognized him, yet Hu Xen only knew that Gu Shibei had visited the Zhigu Zhai and had seemingly discussed business with Zhang Jiling. Beyond that, he was unaware of any details. Zhang Jiling had not informed him of the nature of their conversation. With a smile from Hu Xen, Gu Shibei also offered a faint smile in return. Their interaction prompted Zhang Jiling to scrutinize Gu Shibei anew. Upon closer inspection, he was taken aback, furrowing his brow as he pondered how he could encounter this individual here. Tong Ji took the lead in sitting down, omitting any introduction of Lu or the other two. Instead, he directly stated, "Let us view the paintings." Zhang Jiling nodded, while Hu Xen retrieved a long, ornate box from the adjacent chair. The box was sealed, untouched since its delivery, an untouched treasure. At that moment, Gu Shibei nearly burst into laughter, reflecting that sometimes fortune smiles unexpectedly, and what one seeks effortlessly arrives. He had been anticipating the video clips of the two paintings acquired that morning from Zhigu Zhai, yet here he was presented with tangible treasures. This indeed illustrated the efficacy of live-streaming sales. It seemed the antiquities business was evolving with the times. Mr. Tong, 3 paintings, Zhang Daqian's Lotus, Fu Baosher's Waterfall, and Huang Junbai's Wandering Poet. What do you think? I've already stated, I am not interested in Huang Junbai's work. I wish only to examine Zhang Daqian's and Fu Baoshi's. Very well, let us begin with Zhang Daqian, Hu Xian replied, promptly opening the ornate box and carefully unfurling the painting. Tong Ji scrutinized it from beginning to end, but whether he truly understood art remained uncertain. Yet, judging by his expression, he appeared to hold Zhang Daqian's work in high esteem. After a few minutes, he raised his gaze toward Lu Jiqian, who offered a slight smile, addressing him as Little Gu. Only then did Tong Ji turn his attention to Gu Shibei, requesting, Mr. Gu, could you assist in examining this? Nodding, Gu Shibei gently adjusted the painting closer. He scanned the artwork briefly before picking up a magnifying glass prepared by the tea house, deliberately examining the piece for 2 to 3 minutes. Rising, he glanced at the other 2 ornate boxes on the desk, then turned back to Tong Ji, suggesting, Mr. Tong, why not unveil the other 2 paintings as well? We can discuss them collectively after viewing. Tong Ji was momentarily taken aback. Then let us also take a look at Fu Baoshi's work. As for Huang's, let it be. Not a problem. Let us unveil Huang Junbai's painting too, placing all 3 together for appreciation. Who knows, perhaps in the end, we might purchase 2 and receive 1 as a gift. Gu Shibei smiled at Hu Xian, who was retrieving the paintings, adding, isn't that so? Oh, ha ha ha. Mr. Gu, you truly have a sense of humor. These are all communal treasures. How can they be gifted? Yet Gu Shibei's suggestion sparked a new idea in Tong Ji, who quickly nodded and chuckled. Indeed, let us view them all together. Ha ha ha. In Chapter 80, Caution, Hu Xian remained unaware of the background of the handsome young man seated opposite him. He even misconstrued Gu Shibei's earlier comment as a deliberate attempt to promote Huang Junbai's painting. This fellow had previously visited Gujiazhuang, expressing a desire to discuss business with the owner, Zhang Jiling. Perhaps he is merely a pawn of the esteemed Zhang Jiling. The business at hand reflects the very predicament we face today. Thus, Hu Xian appears quite elated, deftly unveiling both paintings. Meanwhile, Zhang Jiling cannot help but feel a twinge of anxiety. Of course, he harbors no concerns regarding the paintings he brought, as they have been authenticated by experts. His worry lies instead with the young man seated opposite him. This individual had previously demanded the contents of the vault belonging to Ma Wangye, only to be summarily dismissed. Now, in this meeting, it is highly likely that he may seek to undermine Zhang Jiling. In truth, Zhang Jiling is not genuinely troubled. As long as the paintings are authentic, it matters little whether they are sold to Tong Ji or not. Several prominent figures within the circles have already reached out to him regarding the Ji Gu studio, all eager for the artworks. The other 2 paintings are unfurled upon the grand desk, and Tong Ji immediately lunges toward Fu Baoshi's piece, seemingly well-versed in the artist's work. After examining Fu Baoshi's painting for 3 to 4 minutes, he cannot resist glancing at Huang Junbai's work. He then graciously steps aside to allow Gu Shibei a look. Gu Shibei, maintaining his fa-ade, studies the pieces for a few moments, meticulously scrutinizing them with a magnifying glass, akin to a bomb disposal expert. He then beams at Tong Ji. How is it? Tong Ji eagerly inquires, both he and Zhang Jiling regarding him with anticipation. Mr. Tong, regarding these 3 paintings. Gu Shibei begins, only to be promptly interrupted by Zhang Jiling. I must ask, Mr. Tong, who is this? Zhang Jiling glances between Gu Shibei and Tong Ji, seemingly sensing that Gu Shibei's findings would not be favorable. Oh, this is Mr. Gu, the appraiser I engaged. An appraiser? So young, yet knowledgeable about paintings and calligraphy? What of youth? Mr. Zhang, one must not judge by appearances. Indeed, Mr. Tong is correct. However, these are antiques worth millions. It would be prudent to exercise caution. This statement was unmistakably a veiled critique of Gu Shibei. Gu Shibei, contemplating the situation, decided to drop the pretense. The gentleman makes a valid point. Who would have thought there still exists such conscientious proprietors in the world of antiques? This proclamation left everyone momentarily stunned. What do you mean? Tong Ji inquired, perplexed. Oh, Mr. Tong, as this gentleman has aptly cautioned, one must indeed be cautious. These 3 paintings are, in fact, forgeries. What? Gasps of astonishment echoed in the room, while Zhang Jiling nearly erupted in anger. Young man, my caution to Mr. Tong was regarding the need for prudence in considering your conclusions. Given your youth, it is entirely reasonable that you might overlook certain nuances in these 3 paintings. However, there is no need for theatrics. This could lead to Mr. Tong incurring a loss of several million. Zhang Jiling's words left Lu Jiqian, Tong Ji, and even Hu Xian, who stood nearby, utterly astonished. In the realm of antiques, It is quite common to disagree with another's appraisal, yet discussions are typically conducted with subtlety. Denial is often expressed through phrases such as not being able to discern clearly or holding a reserved opinion, ensuring that all parties maintain their dignity. In such a small circle, one inevitably encounters familiar faces. However, the current atmosphere, rife with tension and outright dismissal of one another's discernment, is indeed a rarity in the antique trade. Even though Tongji has only recently ventured into this realm, he is taken aback by the unfolding drama. In truth, Gushibei does not wish to escalate the conflict at this moment. Yet, he finds himself compelled to respond, as Zhang Jiling has initiated the confrontation. Zhang, too, is left with no alternative. While he remains indifferent to whether Tongji will purchase the 3 paintings, he has just come to a sudden realization. Should these paintings be rejected today, it could significantly impact future dealings. Thus, he decides to take the initiative, framing the scenario as that of a wealthy patron accompanied by an inexperienced youth viewing art. Ultimately, however, it amounts to nothing, resulting in the missed opportunity to acquire exceptional works. Yet, Zhang Jiling's intentions are transparent to Gu Shibei, who perceives through his schemes effortlessly. Everything appears to be a part of Gu Shibei's own design. With a shake of his head, Gu Shibei muses, "The authenticity of these paintings has no bearing on my age. Does being young make the art genuine, while being older renders it false?" This question momentarily stuns Zhang Jiling. As he prepares to counter, Gu Shibei continues unabated, "A forgery is a forgery. If you doubt it, I shall prove it." This declaration piques the interest of Tongji and Lu Jiqian. Prove it? How so? They ponder, both esteemed figures in their field, questioning the credibility of a young man's claims. Lu Jiqian, unable to contain himself, interjects, "Though young, Master Gu possesses remarkable discernment." With Lu's endorsement, Zhang Jiling is reluctant to refute him outright. "All right then, let us see this proof." Gu Shibei nods, acknowledging the challenge, yet adds, "I may need to slightly unveil the paintings." The suggestion of unveiling raises eyebrows, prompting Tongji to express concern over its reliability. "How about this, Mr. Tong? I shall reveal these 3 paintings. If I cannot demonstrate their inauthenticity, I shall purchase them at the agreed price." "Mr. Tong, what was that price again?" "The 2 I discussed total for 58 million. Quite a lucrative deal indeed." "Very well. I shall unveil these 2. Should I fail to prove them false, I will pay you for 58 million, and the paintings will remain yours. I shall not claim them, but will hand you the sum." "How splendid." Zhang Jiling scoffs. "But on what grounds will you pay? Do you possess the funds?" Without hesitation, Gu Shibei pulls out his phone. Coincidentally, his account reflects a balance of just over 58 million, most of which comprises funds from Zhang Jiling's Zhigu Zhai. He hands his phone to Lu Jiqian. "Master Lu, I have no check with me. Could you kindly verify the amount in my account and vouch for me? If I unveil the painting and fail to prove it false, all the money shall belong to the other party." Lu Jiqian gazed at the sum displayed on his phone, nodding in approval. "Excellent. The amount is sufficient." Gu Shibei then turned his attention towards Zhang Jiling. "But what if this painting is a forgery?" Zhang Jiling was taken aback for a moment, then chuckled. "If it's a fake, then simply don't purchase it. Don't buy it? Is that all there is to it?" Chapter 81. No Way Out. "What do you intend to do? If I cannot prove that the painting is counterfeit, it remains yours to sell as you please. Am I to part with 4 million without compensation? Conversely, if I can demonstrate that the painting is indeed a forgery, I shall not demand the 4 million from you. However, you will not be permitted to take the painting with you. Naturally, I have no desire for your artwork. We shall incinerate it right here." "Incinerate it?" The crowd gasped in astonishment. Gu Shibei's strategy was ruthless. Zhang Jiling suddenly sensed the gravity of the situation. He had come to sell the painting. Why engage in a battle of wits? Yet by the time he realized this, it was too late. He found himself ensnared in Gu Shibei's trap. Now, confronted with Gu Shibei's wager, he wished to withdraw. However, retreat was not an option. Not only could he not back down, but he also could not appear weak. Otherwise, he risked being accused of selling counterfeit art. "Do you agree, or do you not?" Zhang Jiling shook his head. "A transaction worth several million is no trivial matter. If you wish to acquire this painting, do so. If not, then so be it." Zhang Jiling still attempted to withdraw. He cast a glance at Hu Xian, signaling him to gather their belongings. But how could Gu Shibei allow him to escape? "Of course, we shall take the painting. With a client as significant as President Zone, who is exceedingly busy, why would he summon you here if he didn't intend to acquire your artwork? But as you mentioned, a transaction worth millions is no jest. We must proceed with caution." Following this declaration, Zhongji also nodded in agreement. Indeed, we have already settled on a price. I shall not haggle. Yet the painting must be thoroughly examined. With these words, Zhang Jiling had no choice but to concede. However, must you expose my painting? If you reveal it and decide not to. Your words are somewhat disingenuous. I have already stated that as long as your painting is authentic, should President Zhong choose not to keep it, the compensation I offer will sufficiently cover your losses. Is this condition not agreeable? If you refuse, Gushi Bei could not help but chuckle derisively. Surely, you harbor some guilt. This remark caused Zhang Jiling to leap from his chair in indignation. Very well. You have made this claim, but I do not recognize you. I only acknowledge President Zhong and Master Liu. Master Liu, would you be willing to vouch for this? If the painting is authentic and he fails to pay the 4,580,000, I shall seek recompense from you. Initially, Liu Zhiqian had readily agreed. However, upon Zhang Jiling's pointed inquiry, he hesitated. Gushi Bei, observing this, remarked with a smile, Master Liu, surely the cost for my appraisal aligns with the market rate? At worst, I shall provide you with free appraisals in the future. Why fear? No. Your discerning eye, young Master Gu, makes profit in the antiquities trade far too effortless. What do I have to fear? Very well, I shall guarantee it. If he falters, I shall cover it. However, if the painting is indeed a forgery, you must not take it with you. Agreed. However, the matter of incurring losses presents a different perspective. Should the artwork be damaged during the unveiling, compensation would be necessary. I shall make it clear. If you agree, proceed with the unveiling. Yet before Gushi Bei could respond, Liu Zhiqian readily consented. I find this acceptable. I shall also bear the responsibility. He was remarkably forthright, having witnessed Gushi Bei's adeptness in unveiling artworks firsthand. His skill was indeed exceedingly proficient. With the matter now stated, Zhang Jiling found himself with no avenue for retreat. If he were to seek further excuses to decline, it would equate to acknowledging flaws in his own painting. And how could there possibly be flaws in his own work? Thus, I shall not be courteous. Gentlemen, please take a step back and refrain from touching the writing desk. Simply observe from the side. The four individuals shifted their chairs back by a meter. This was a tea room, equipped with all necessary implements for boiling water, requiring no call for server. As Gushi Bei heated the water, he turned the 3 paintings face down. Once the water boiled, he retrieved a dozen teacups, arranging them in 3 rows upon the large writing desk. He filled each cup with steaming water to 7/10 full, then placed the 3 paintings face down atop the cups, allowing the steam to gently permeate them. After approximately 5 minutes of steaming, he turned the paintings over, procuring a toothpick to gently pry open the layers. Once a corner was lifted, the steamed paintings could be easily unveiled. Furthermore, as these paintings were newly mounted and artificially aged, the paste would yield readily when heated and moistened. The unveiling of the 3 paintings was not extensive, pausing once less than a third had been revealed. Come, let's examine them one by one. Gushi Bei beckoned, prompting everyone to rise and lean in closer. First was Zhang Daqian, given his preeminent reputation. Gushi Bei pointed to a minuscule black dot on the back of the revealed painting. He then handed his magnifying glass to Tong Jai. What is this? Tong Jai muttered, taking the magnifying glass and directing it toward the spot. Under the 60x magnification, Tong Jai gasped in astonishment. After exclaiming, he read aloud, Jiachen Autumn Day. Copied in the capital with ink and colors. Copied? Is it genuine or counterfeit? Liu Zhiqian echoed in disbelief. After inspecting, Tong Jai was eager to seize the magnifying glass from him. However, Tong Jai refused to relinquish it, instead turning to Gushi Bei. What about the other 2? This fellow's curiosity was insatiable. Here, Mr. Tong, and over here. Gushi Bei indicated diligently. Tong Jai examined these as well with a magnifying glass. Liu Zhiqian was able to exercise patience, waiting for his turn with a magnifying glass. However, Zhang Jiling and Hu Xinke could not afford to wait even a second longer. Their jaws nearly dropped in astonishment. They had never anticipated that forgeries would indeed be uncovered, and on the reverse of the paper, no less. How could this be possible? Consequently, they eagerly lunged towards Zhang Daqian's painting. The text, though small, was nearly illegible without the aid of the magnifying glass. Yet, several dots had already chilled their hearts considerably. On the other side, Tong Jia was peering through a magnifying glass while reciting aloud. This is also Jia Chen. Also, Shui Mo Danqing. And this is all of it. After finishing, his eyes widened in astonishment as he finally handed the magnifying glass to Liu Zhiqian, who received it as if it were a treasured artifact. Tong Jia began to murmur. Isn't the Jia Chen year just last year? No sooner had he spoken than Hu Xi interjected. A cycle of 60 years means that Jiachen could also refer to 1964 or 1904. The small print at the bottom cannot denote anything significant. Indeed, Zhang Jiling immediately chimed in upon hearing Hu Xian's remark. Many artists, upon completing their works, prefer to label the time and place on the back. What you mean is the signature. Each painting does indeed have a specific inscription on the front. Gu Shibei remarked, pointing to Zhang Daqian's painting and reading aloud the accompanying text. The boat enters the lotus. The boat parts the lotus. After the master returns, who will sit in this boat? In the autumn of the year of Jimmy, the 81-year-old composed this. The characters beneath the lotus leaves are a note. Mocking my clumsy feet. Upon finishing, he gestured at the painting. Jimmy, which year was that? Jimmy was 1979. Lu Jiqian provided the answer. Having examined 3 paintings, he then passed the magnifying glass to Zhang Jiling, who received it with a hint of uncertainty, unsure whether to scrutinize it closely or to dismiss it outright. He ultimately succumbed to curiosity and peered through the glass, desperate to discern the truth. Yet, the more he examined, the more disheartened he became. When Hu Xian took the magnifying glass next, he glanced at it and involuntarily exclaimed, Shui Mo Danqing. What? Zhang Jiling inquired. However, Hu Xian merely blinked at him in silence. Gu Shibei then spoke up, It seems that President Hu is familiar with this Shui Mo Danqing. If you cannot express it, allow me to do so. Shui Mo Danqing is a renowned establishment in the capital, specializing in high-quality replicas of paintings, particularly those of modern and contemporary masters. Behind Shui Mo Danqing is a cadre of exceptionally skilled imitation painters. Surely, there must be more than one establishment named Shui Mo Danqing in the capital. It may not necessarily refer to the one you have in mind, Zhang Jiling interjected, cutting off Gu Shibei. Gu Shibei shook his head, smiling. It matters not which Shui Mo Danqing it is. This painting is a replica, clearly stated without dispute. Silence enveloped the room momentarily. After a couple of seconds of waiting for a response, Gu Shibei gently tapped the table, creating a rhythmic sound. Willing to gamble. Willing to lose. May I ask how you knew there were words on the back of this painting? How could that possibly be seen? Zhang Jiling suddenly furrowed his brow, glaring at Gu Shibei. In truth, Gu Shibei longed to declare on the spot, I painted this. I intentionally targeted you, Zhang Matzi. What will you do about it? However, he understood that should he boastfully admit to such a thing, Zhang Matzi would undoubtedly confront him immediately. As the matter unfolded, Gu Shibei was certainly unperturbed by Zhang Matzi. However, in consideration of long-term development, he deemed it prudent to maintain his esteemed reputation in the eyes of Lu Jiqian, Tong Ji, and others. Thus, he opted to feign compliance for the time being. Gu Shibei casually picked up a magnifying glass and, while speaking, turned over Zhang Daqian's painting to restore it to its original state. He then employed the magnifying glass to examine the area on the back where inscriptions were present. Mr. Tong, take a look, he urged. Tong Ji indeed leaned in to observe. Now, under the scrutiny of the magnifying glass, as Tong Ji gazed at the front of the painting, he was able to discern what appeared to be writing on the reverse. Oh dear, how did I not notice that earlier? He exclaimed. Mr. Tong, it's not that you missed it. Rather, you observed it, but did not regard it as a potential issue or flaw. Gu Shibei's words seemed to carry weight, yet they were essentially vacuous. If the inscriptions on the back were not penned by Gu Shibei himself, he would have remained oblivious. The characters were inscribed on the stem of the lotus flower with the intention of being inconspicuous. Upon closer inspection of the painting, the dark stem of the lotus concealed several diminutive characters. How could one possibly discover writing on the reverse from the front? Yet now that the painting had been revealed, light illuminated the back. With the aid of the magnifying glass, the inscriptions became increasingly discernible. Furthermore, since everyone had already glimpsed the writing, the psychological effect kicked in, allowing them to perceive the flaw under magnification. This revelation left Tong Ji thoroughly convinced. That's true discernment. Gu Shibei mused to himself, acknowledging the fellow's astute conclusion. He abruptly tossed the magnifying glass onto the desk. What constitutes discernment? Gu Shibei posed a question. He surveyed Tong Ji, then Lu Jiqian, and finally glanced at the somewhat dazed Zhang Jiling and Hu Xian. He then proceeded to answer his own question. Discernment is not merely a function of vision. To inquire how I can perceive? What is discernment? It encompasses knowledge, experience, and physical acuity. What knowledge? All knowledge pertinent to antiques. This includes historical insights, religious understanding, geographical awareness, chemical knowledge, industrial manufacturing expertise, and so forth. In a word, it is eclectic. What experience? Knowing that a lesser quality item is lighter than a superior one is one thing. But how does one quantify that lightness? When presented with two identical items for comparison, one can discern which is lighter. Yet, when confronted with a singular item devoid of comparison, how can one ascertain its weight? Experience entails not merely having seen or heard, but having physically handled, weighed, and even broken or torn apart countless specimens. When you hold an item in your hand, you should be able to intuit its weight without the need for comparison. That, my friends, is experience. And then there is the physical aspect. Many presume that older individuals possess better discernment than their younger counterparts. This is a fallacy. Given equal knowledge and experience, the younger individual will demonstrate superior discernment. Knowledge and experience reside in the mind, which requires visual, olfactory, auditory, and tactile senses to process this information, much like a computer accessing data. A youthful body signifies a better memory and swifter reaction time. This discourse was, in essence, directed toward Tongji. In summation, this embodies the essence of discernment. Gu Shibei inexplicably began to impart lessons to several individuals on site. One cannot thrive in the antique business without a keen eye. Wealth may allow one to hire someone with discernment, yet it will never suffice to become an authentic antique dealer or to operate an antique shop. As for you, esteemed proprietor, I am unaware of your establishment. Oh, Gujiazhuang, a newly opened antique shop in Jinling. Tongji unceremoniously revealed the name of the shop. Gujiazhuang, is that the shop that has been live streaming recently? Yes, indeed, that very one. I stumbled upon it during a live stream. Gu Shibei scoffed, flamboyant nonsense. An antique shop engaging in live streaming. How swiftly it shall meet its demise. His remarks rendered Zhang Matsi crimson with embarrassment. He was both humiliated and vexed. This newly opened shop of his, showcasing recently acquired treasures to sell to the top magnates of Jinling, had now not only failed to sell anything, but had also been publicly humiliated in front of these dignitaries. If only there were a hole in the ground for him to vanish into. Zhang Matsi was so furious he was nearly trembling. Yet, Gu Shibei felt no sympathy for him. He had been given an opportunity, and he failed to seize it. One must accept the consequences of their wagers. So, Mr. Zhang, for these 3 paintings, I shall incinerate them. You. Zhang Matsi was rendered speechless with fury. Beside him, Hu Xian began to plead. Gentlemen, if there are issues with the paintings, you need not purchase them. It is my Ji Guzhai that has been short-sighted. We accept our defeat. However, these paintings were purchased for several million. They cannot simply be destroyed at whim. Tong Ji and Lu Jiqian merely smiled faintly, remaining silent. Hu Xian had no choice but to turn to Gu Shibei. Chapter 83. Tea and Casual Conversation. Gu Shibei paid no heed to Hu Xian. He was not worthy of pleading for mercy. His gaze shifted to Zhang Matsi, who merely nodded in acknowledgement. Gu, I shall remember you. After uttering those words, Zhang Matsi turned abruptly. Hu, let's depart. But boss, these paintings. Losing means one must accept it. Zhang Matsi strode out, with Hu Xian reluctantly following. Zhang Matsi was certainly not one to easily concede. Moreover, this was in the presence of 2 eminent figures. All of this unfolded precisely as Gu Shibei had anticipated. No plea for mercy? Then, I shall continue until you do. Gu Shibei mused inwardly before retrieving his phone. Tong, as for these 3 paintings. Oh, since these paintings are won by you, young Master Gu, you may handle them as you wish. Tong Ji even courteously addressed him as young Master Gu. Such is the pragmatic nature of the antique industry. Very well, if we agreed to burn them, then they must indeed be burned. However, I must take a photograph for future reference to avoid any similar counterfeit re-emerging. I cannot afford to be unclear about this. Yes, indeed, photographs must be taken for evidence. Not only will I document it, but I shall also disseminate it. Gu Shibei muttered as he snapped pictures. Disseminate it? That seems unnecessary, does it not? Hee, I will only share this painting. I want to mention your esteemed self, Tong. Oh, that is good. Gu Shibei promptly captured 3 images of the paintings unveiled, accompanied by a close-up of a line of text under a magnifying glass. He then called for a service attendant to bring him an iron bucket. Gu Shibei took the 3 paintings to the back of the tea house and set them ablaze. Naturally, this entire process was documented on his mobile device. Lu Jiqian was the first to speak up. Mr. Tong, what do you think? Oh dear, please don't embarrass me, Master Lu. I owe young Master Gu an apology. I was merely peeking through the door. Ha, this is rather serious. Mr. Tong interjected. What apology is needed? If anyone should be blamed, it is my youthful ignorance. Ah, indeed. Look at young Master Gu. Not only does he possess remarkable insight, but he also handles affairs with impeccable finesse. Mr. Tong nodded in agreement, hastily pouring tea for the two gentlemen. Though I did not acquire any paintings tonight, I have gleaned much wisdom, especially from young Master Gu's discourse on discernment. Truly, it has broadened my horizons. Absolutely, I have learned as well. Lu Jiqian chimed in. Gu Shibei quickly waved his hands. Gentlemen, please do not take my words too seriously. I was merely rambling. How can that be mere rambling? I believe what you said was profoundly insightful, young Master Gu. I almost feel compelled to abandon my passion for antiques. Mr. Tong's comment prompted Gu Shibei to exclaim, Oh, that was not my intention. If you were to forsake antiques, I fear the antique community would come after me. They all burst into laughter. Mr. Tong, young Master Gu suggests that without the requisite discernment, one cannot thrive as an antique dealer or run an antique shop. However, as a collector, you are more than capable. Though your discernment may be somewhat lacking, your financial means compensate for it. You can always enlist young Master Gu's exceptional eye. Indeed, that is precisely my sentiment. Had it not been for young Master Gu, I would have surely abandoned antiques by now. Ah, the interplay between individuals is often a tapestry of truth and deception. Frequently, one cannot discern which statement rings true and which is false. More often than not, truth and falsehood are in a constant state of flux. The three men continued their leisurely tea conversation. Lu Jiqian recounted the details of the recent trade fair in the capital he attended with Gu Shibei, embellishing the narrative for Mr. Tong's amusement. While Mr. Tong had participated in various auctions and trade fairs, they were all formal events hosted by reputable auction houses. He had never attended any clandestine gatherings like the one in Beijing, making Lu Jiqian's stories all the more intriguing to him. He shook his head, expressing, Thanks to Master Lu for sharing this tale. Without a master like young Gu in the future, I shall refrain from attending any private trade fairs. Gulme. Young Master Gu, I nearly forgot to exchange contact information. Mr. Tong proactively added Gu Shibei on WeChat and shared his phone number. Young Master Gu, for any antique appraisals in the future, I shall seek your expertise. Of course, although I do not operate an antique shop, I do scour various places for antiques. If I come across any remarkable pieces, I shall recommend them to you, Mr. Tong. Wonderful. Your antiques are surely of exceptional quality. Do not forget about me. Young Master Gu, with your keen eye, why not open an antique shop yourself? Tong Ji couldn't help but entertain this whimsical thought. In truth, where could Gu Shibei possibly procure such funds? However, that was not what he expressed aloud. If I opened a shop, I would lose my freedom. If you two were to summon me for assistance or to attend an event, how could I possibly escape? Indeed, Lu Jiqian concurred. Running an antique shop would consume an exorbitant amount of time. Young Master Gu is still too youthful for such a venture. I dare say he wouldn't be able to manage the shop effectively. Perhaps, when he reaches our age, he would be suited for such responsibilities. Alternatively, he could hire a professional manager. Gu Shibei shook his head. In the world of antiques, even a single item could lead to financial ruin. Thus, entrusting an entire shop to another was nearly impossible unless it was someone close. However, while it was easy to find someone familiar, finding someone with a discerning eye was another matter altogether. Therefore, it would be prudent to postpone opening the shop for now. Quite so. The three of them chatted leisurely over tea. As they sipped, nearing 9 o'clock, Tong Ji suddenly broached the subject of payment for the evening. This query signified their impending departure, as the appraisal fee had already been agreed upon between him and Lu Jiqian prior to the meeting. Nevertheless, by asking, he indicated that it was time to settle the bill. Having met such a prominent figure as Tong Zong and not assisting him in acquiring anything, Gu Shibei felt that it was acceptable to let the evening conclude here. It is truly an honor to meet someone of your stature, Mr. Tong. Gu Shibei's words were eloquent. Lu Jiqian, overhearing, felt a sense of pride as he had made the introduction. However, Tong Ji, being one of the wealthiest individuals in Jinling, was not in need of money. That simply will not do. A promise must be honored. Young Master Gu, please provide me with your account details, and I shall transfer the funds to you. No need for such trouble, Mr. Tong. It is as we agreed. Lu Jiqian jested. Young Master Gu, do not skimp on Mr. Tong. He is genuinely generous. Do not hesitate to accept. Chapter 84, Commentary. Lu Jiqian ushered Gu Shibei into his Maybach, which was driven by a dedicated chauffeur. Master Lu, where to? The driver inquired lightly. To the Old East Gate. Those residing at the Old East Gate are undoubtedly wealthy locals. Gu Shibei chuckled awkwardly to himself, thinking, I am a country bumpkin, not a local elite. Young Master Gu, I've noticed you frequently take taxis. Why not hire a driver? Lu Jiqian's remark nearly caused Gu Shibei to choke. This fellow truly embodied the phrase. Why not eat cake? Hiring a driver? One would need at least a luxury car worth millions to do so. Moreover, hiring a driver would require a monthly salary of at least 10,000. Where could he possibly find such money? Yet, he could not confess his financial struggles to Lu Jiqian. In the realm of antique collecting, it is not merely a test of discernment, but also one of financial prowess. To navigate this domain, one must possess wealth. Even those lacking it must feign affluence. The moment one's financial status is revealed, social invitations swiftly vanish, for without funds. How can one engage with antiques? A lack of financial resources equates to diminished credibility, casting doubt upon one's collection. Thus, when Gu Shibei remarked to Lu Jiqian about the inconvenience of hiring a driver, expressing his disdain for being followed, Lu responded in agreement, noting the independent spirit of youth. Gu then admitted his lack of a driver's license, much to Lu's astonishment. The backstory was lengthy, rooted in a strict upbringing that had deprived him of opportunities to drive and a childhood accident that left him with lingering fears. Lu Jiqian appeared to understand, realizing that Gu had relied on taxis out of reluctance to drive. Gu acknowledged his need to obtain a license, and Lu assured him he would facilitate the process, promising swift results. Gu, however, was confident in his driving abilities, having operated various vehicles in the past, albeit without formal certification. Lu, embodying the demeanor of a wealthy magnate, promptly transferred 500,000 yuan to Gu. Gu was acutely aware that his discerning eye did not merit such a hefty appraisal fee, which comprised two elements, expertise and influence. Lacking the latter, Gu could not endorse antiques or aid in their appreciation. Thus, the sum was unexpectedly generous, resembling more a patron's gratuity than a fee for services rendered. Upon receipt, Gu swiftly accessed the short video posted by Zhigu Zhai earlier that day, initially anticipating the deletion of the footage following Zhang Mozi's departure from the tea house. To his surprise, the video remained, along with another edited clip featuring Zhang Daqian and Huang Junbai's paintings from that morning. Gu mused on Zhang Mozi's audacity, relishing the opportunity the video presented. He promptly commented beneath the three videos, stating that Zhigu Zhai had sold 3 artworks to a prominent figure in Jinling, only to have them exposed as forgeries. Gu even included images of the inscriptions on the back of the paintings, accompanied by a brief video of the artworks being incinerated. Moreover, he diligently searched the platform for all shared videos from Zhigu Zhai, as well as clips featuring screenshots from their live streams, ensuring he viewed each one. Additionally, he left comments on several local antique circles in Jinling on a popular social media platform, declaring that the newly opened Zhigu Zhai had displayed a woeful lack of discernment, having acquired 3 major pieces that were subsequently revealed as fakes, resulting in a significant loss of face. Those who possess water seize the opportunity to deliver it swiftly. In a few days, it is likely this establishment will shutter its doors. These last 2 statements carry significant weight. Moreover, Gu Shibei has received a notification from the platform, indicating that someone has lodged a complaint against him. However, it matters little. Once this information is disseminated, as long as it catches someone's eye, it will spread. The antique circle has always been quite small. Before dawn, the news that Zhigu Zhai is a counterfeit will undoubtedly reverberate throughout the entire antique community of Jinling. Gu Shibei has preliminarily deduced that tomorrow, Zhigu Zhai will be bustling with people. Its threshold will be worn down by the sheer number of visitors. Nevertheless, Gu Shibei did not await the anticipated spectacle of the following day. That night, while he was deep in slumber, he was roused by the insistent ringing of his phone. Grumbling, he grabbed his phone to discover it was a call from Gu Songyang. However, at this hour, past midnight, what could possibly warrant such a call? Songyang, what is the purpose of your call at this hour? Uncle, just a moment. Gu Shibei listened to the phone, sensing something was amiss. Where are you? Still on the train? Uncle, I'm still on the train. But weren't you supposed to leave in the afternoon? You should have been home by now. My apologies, Uncle. I changed my ticket to a later time. Why? Gu Shibei felt a surge of irritation. Is this my first time in Jinling? I happened upon the renowned Xuanwu Lake right next to the train station, so I thought I would take a look and stroll around the lake. However, I did not anticipate that Xuanwu Lake was so vast. One detour led to another, and I lost track of time. Thus, I had no choice but to alter my departure to the evening. Gu Shibei was left speechless. Yet, upon reflection, he realized he had invited Gu Songyang to assist him in selling paintings, but had not taken the time to properly show him around Jinling. In truth, the oversight was his own, but it was an unavoidable circumstance. It was my lack of planning. Next time you come to Jinling, I will ensure you have a splendid time. That is not what I meant. Then what? Uncle, someone has been watching me closely, intently. Chapter 85. Who is following you? Gushibei sprang from his bed. Watching? What do you mean? As soon as I boarded the train, I noticed two individuals who also got on. Initially, I did not sense anything amiss. However, when I went to the restroom, they followed me in. I switched to another carriage, and they followed me there as well. And now these two are fixated on me. It's as if they fear I might escape. What the hell? Gushibei felt an unsettling sense of foreboding. What time did you board the train? Around 9 o'clock. In the evening? Gushibei muttered, quickly grasping the implications. 9 o'clock. The timing is perfect. Zhang Matzi left the tea house around 8:30. At 9 o'clock, there is ample time for someone to arrange to intercept you at the train station. Gushibei hurriedly dressed while continuing the conversation. Where are you headed? Where am I headed? Sioux City. Get off. Huh? If I get off, they will follow me. They cannot do anything while I am on the train. Following you would be a problem. They will shadow you all the way to Luzhou. You cannot shake them off. Once they ascertain your location, you will be in serious trouble. Then what should I do? Gu Songyang stammered nervously. Songyang, do not be anxious. Listen to me. I am listening, second uncle. Quickly get off at Shuqing, but do not exit the station. Once you disembark, find a crowded spot, preferably near the police kiosk. And then, wait for me. Huh? Wait for you? There's no need for that. I can just grab a taxi myself. Songyang, under no circumstances should you exit the station. They are not pursuing you now only because you're on the train. The moment you leave the station, especially if you board a vehicle, you will be in grave danger. It's not that exaggerated, is it? The legal system is in place. No matter how legal it is of no consequence. There are always those willing to take risks. Trust me. Do you understand? All right, I got it. And keep your phone on at all times. I understand. Gushibei hung up the phone, donned his attire, and rushed out to hail a cab to the train station. Gushibei purchased a ticket for the next high-speed train to Shuqing and boarded immediately upon entering the station. Meanwhile, Gu Songyang followed Gushibei's instructions and disembarked at Shuqing. The two men trailing him also got off the train, and it was evident they were not up to any good, their faces marked by brutishness. Terrified, Gu Songyang sprinted away, with the two men hot on his heels, seemingly reporting their situation over the phone as they pursued him. Gu Songyang, however, stopped at a kiosk near the exit of the train station, clever enough to pull out his phone and start recording the two men. These followers showed little concern for his filming, yet they were hesitant to confront him near the kiosk. There was no necessity for confrontation. If he refused to leave, they would wait and see how long he could endure. Simultaneously, the two men also took out their phones, filming Gu Songyang in return. Fortunately, the train that Gushibei was on did not take a detour. The journey from Jinling to Shuqing took approximately 2 hours. Throughout the ride, he continuously reassured Gu Songyang over the phone, urging him to remain calm as he was on his way. Gu Songyang trusted Gushibei's words, for when it came to fighting, his second uncle was worth 5 men. However, the two men did not anticipate that this young man would linger at the kiosk for over 2 hours without exiting. As time wore on, dawn began to break. Thankfully, a new train arrived, bringing with it a throng of passengers. Among the crowd emerged a tall, handsome young man, who approached one of the men and exchanged a few words. The two men quickly gathered their belongings and hurried towards the exit. All the while, the pursuers remained in close pursuit, coordinating with their contacts outside via phone. What did Gushibei tell Gu Songyang? Just 2 words. Hurry up. Where to? We'll figure it out once we're outside. I've already arranged for a ride, and it's waiting for us. Gushibei had summoned a rideshare well before the train arrived at the station. As soon as they exited, the two men spotted the eagerly awaiting vehicle. Once inside, Gu Songyang exclaimed, "Driver, step on it." However, he was intercepted by Gushibei. "Master, hold on. Just a moment." Upon seeing the two individuals following them, he exclaimed, All right, let us go. Don't start off too quickly." Huh? Gu Songyang was utterly bewildered. "Wait, uncle, are we not fleeing? You seem to be deliberately waiting for them." "Ha!" Gushibei chuckled. Running away is not a solution. When faced with problems, one must confront them directly and seek resolution. Resolution? How do we resolve it? Fight when necessary, and if needed, eliminate. Eliminate? Gu Songyang's jaw dropped in astonishment. "Ha! Just joking. You'll understand soon enough. Trust me." All right. Gu Songyang nodded, clearly still uneasy. "So, uncle, where are we headed?" "Where to?" Gushibei had already devised a plan on the train. He was exceedingly familiar with Sioux City, a place historically coveted by warriors. With its rich history, particularly the brilliance of the Han Dynasty culture, this locale was a treasure trove for antiquities, especially for those devoted to excavation. Beneath nearly every patch of earth lies a gem. Thus, Gu Shibei was well-versed in Sioux City, particularly the outskirts, knowing precisely what lay beyond each ridge and where every path led. Consequently, the destination for their ride had been meticulously arranged, a dilapidated steel factory in the suburbs. Gu Shibei frequently glanced back to monitor the situation, and upon confirming that they were being pursued, he instructed the driver to accelerate. Following them was a white SUV, presumably containing 4 individuals. In the early hours, the roads were deserted, and the vehicle moved swiftly. In about half an hour, they arrived at their destination. After they disembarked, the driver said nothing and sped away, leaving Gu Shibei and Gu Songyang shrouded in darkness. What now? Gu Songyang appeared perplexed. Don't just stand there, hurry. The car behind us is coming. Gu Shibei urged as he pulled Gu Songyang into the shadows. But I can't see. With a click, a beam of light shot from Gu Shibei's hand. Now you can see, right? Wow. Uncle, where did you get that flashlight? It's the only tool I brought. I couldn't take anything else in the car. Now, let us move further in, Gu Shibei said, raising the flashlight and deliberately flashing it back toward their path. What are you doing? Don't let them lose track of us. Chapter 86, Resolving Issues. Gu Shibei quickly led Gu Songyang to a secluded corner and crouched down. Songyang, it's chaotic here. Stay put and don't move. All right. Gu Shibei turned to leave. Hey, uncle, where are you going? To resolve the issue. Wait, you're going alone? Let me help. While I may not be as skilled in a fight, I won't shy away. Brother, just stay put. If you go out, I'll have to look after you. If I don't call out, don't move. With that, Gu Shibei brandished the flashlight and stepped outside. The off-road vehicle that had followed closely had long since come to a halt. Outside, voices were raised in a cacophony. Hey, did you see the light? Over there. Don't let him escape. Upon hearing this, Gu Shibei promptly switched off his flashlight. He swiftly moved forward, covering 20 to 30 meters before finding a suitable spot to conceal himself. Clutching the outdoor flashlight tightly, he noted its slender form, approximately 20 centimeters in length. Crafted from titanium alloy, exuding remarkable hardness. For individuals, seemingly taken aback by their unexpected venture into this dimly lit suburban area, approached without flashlights, relying instead on the illumination from their mobile phones. They jogged towards the very spot where Gu Shibei had just extinguished his light. However, having already advanced, Gu Shibei was now behind them. As they passed, he took the opportunity to swing his titanium alloy flashlight forcefully, striking the last man in the calf. The sound of a pained yelp echoed as he collapsed to the ground. The remaining 3, alerted by the commotion, reacted immediately. Yet as they turned, the second-to-last man suffered a similar fate, brought down by another swift strike from Gu Shibei's flashlight. The last 2, realizing the gravity of their situation, drew their weapons, brandishing knives. Onward, they shouted, charging at Gu Shibei. Despite the formidable nature of their weapons, Gu Shibei did not falter. Instead, he suddenly activated the powerful flashlight, which emitted an intensely blinding light. Instantly, their vision was obscured, leaving them momentarily incapacitated. Instinctively, they shielded their eyes with one hand while flailing the knives wildly with the other, resembling 2 clumsy crabs. Gu Shibei observed their futile struggle, waiting patiently until they ceased their erratic movements. The moment they paused, he seized the opportunity, delivering a seemingly casual slap to their shoulders. However, this was no ordinary strike. It was a genuine technique, a powerful palm strike that caused both shoulders to buckle under the impact. Their anguished cries rang out as their knives clattered to the ground, leaving all 4 unable to continue the fight. Wait, something's off. This isn't that kid. One of the fallen exclaimed as he recognized Gu Shibei's face. In turn, Gu Shibei was taken aback to find that he recognized 2 of them. Dog ears? Coward? He exclaimed. The 2 men stared at him in bewilderment. Questions etched on their faces. Who are you? How dare you oppose us? Who sent you? I wonder if you are aware of who our leader is? Where is Zhou Deng? Let him come out. Zhou Deong, one of the formidable trio under the notorious Ma Dongsheng. Upon hearing this, the 4 individuals on the ground were taken aback, realizing he knew Zhou Deong. Kid, knowing our leader's identity, you should be on your knees begging for mercy. I might spare your life. Not bad, dog ears. You have quite the spirit. As Gu Shibei spoke, he stepped forward and delivered a resounding slap. Instantly, Dog Ear's mouth burst open, blood gushing forth. After witnessing the blow, the other 3 hesitated momentarily, contemplating rising to confront Gu Shibei. However, Gu Shibei had been watching them closely. The moment they moved, he swiftly kicked them back to the ground. Stay put. If anyone dares to move, I shall open a window in their skull. Still moving, you say? Gu Shibei meant every word as he hurled an electric baton, resulting in a piercing scream. The unfortunate fellow's head was left in disarray. Good lad, you are quite ruthless. Do you know whom you have offended? Who? Ah, right, you come from Jinling. Tell me, who instructed you to board the train and follow us? What is your relationship with them? You better. Gu Shibei interjected with another slap, causing the fellow's mouth to bleed profusely. Now, take out your phone. Gu Shibei commanded, but the other party hesitated. With a mere gesture, the individual was frightened into submission, promptly handing over the device. Unlock it. He pressed his fingerprint, and the home screen appeared. Gu Shibei took the phone, tapped a few times, and indeed found Zhang Mozi's number in the call log. Moreover, Zhang Mozi was the most frequently contacted. Gu Shibei dialed without hesitation. Once connected, a voice boomed from the other end. Have you captured them? Gu Shibei switched to speaker mode. Yes. 4 of them. 4? Yes. Before Gu Shibei could finish, the man on the ground shouted, Zhang, we have been captured by him. Gu Shibei merely chuckled at this fellow. Hey, shout louder. Zhang Mozi can't hear. Zhang. The other party was taken aback, not expecting him to know Zhang Mozi. Meanwhile, Zhang Mozi on the other end was already shouting. Who the hell are you? Who? Ha, it's me, your esteemed Gu. Who the hell are you? TSK. We just met last night. How could I forget? At the Spring Breeze Tea House in Jiangnan. I dismantled 3 of your paintings right in front of you. In fact, I burned them. Oh, I truly did. Little Gu, wait. Aren't you in Jinling? How did you end up in Shuqing? You. What the hell? Wasn't he a due to your doing? You sent someone to follow me. So I had no choice but to come to Shuqing and deal with your minions. Gu, I bear no grudge against you. So why must you persist in this conflict with me? Stop the nonsense. You have taken what rightfully belongs to me, yet you refuse to return it, claiming there is no enmity between us. I swear, I will bring you to ruin. Chapter 87. Who the hell are you? Who are you indeed? I do not even recognize you. You wretched Zhang Mozi. Heed my warning once more. Return what you have stolen from the safe. You with the surname Gu. What connection do I have with the belongings of Ma Dongsheng? Who are you? Who? I am your lord of horses. What you possess is mine. Gu Shibei was incensed and erupted in anger. Damn, you dare call yourself the lord of horses? The lord of horses is dead, burned to ashes. Do not dare to invoke his name while you prattle on to me. You with the surname Gu are but a mere child. Do not think that because I fell in your trap once, I will cower in fear. I have been in the antiques business for decades. Before Zhang Mozi could finish, Gu Shibei burst into laughter. What on earth are you? On the other end of the line, Zhang Mozi felt a chill run down his spine, astonished. This incident was a source of lifelong shame for him. Even those few who knew would never dare speak of it. The only one audacious enough to do so was the late Ma Dongsheng. Yet, here was Gu, boldly revealing this secret. I have told you, I am a lord of horses. The lord of horses. Ha ha ha. Zhang Mozi could not help but laugh. The lord of horses. Let me inform you. That same lord of horses met his end at my hands. Should you claim to be him, I would do the same to you. These words struck fear into Gu Shibei's heart. Zhang Mozi was responsible for the demise of his own master. Gu Shibei took a deep breath, striving to regain his composure. He thought to himself that Zhang Mozi was merely venting his frustrations, speaking in anger. Zhang Mozi, you are just boasting. You are merely a dog under the command of my lord of horses. You are not even worthy to lick my boots. Zhang Mozi could not suppress a cold smirk. After a brief pause, he replied coolly, the lord of horses was formidable, yet he met his demise at my hands. Not only did he die, I sold him for 10 million. Otherwise, how could my Jigu Zhai have come into existence? Gu Shibei wished to retort, but found himself silenced. What do you have to say? Humph. Zhang Mozi was filled with triumph. Aren't you the lord of horses? Why not come and confront me? Ha, ha ha. Zhang Mozi, your storytelling lacks credibility. 10 million. You truly dare to dream. Gu Shibei scoffed. The lord of horses was but a frail old man. He is not worth 1,000. Whether the lord of horses is valuable is irrelevant. Someone offered 10 million, and I sold him. So, who is truly the dog here? To whom did you sell him? Curious to know? Do not play games with me. You, Zhang Mozi, reside at the Jinan Peak Villa Complex, Unit 1903. Back then, you insisted on choosing the middle unit to save money, and I paid for the lower unit with the Grand Garden. Who exactly are you? Zhang Mozi, I remind you, I know everything about you and your family, not just your address, but also where your 2 children work. How dare you? Let us engage in a genuine confrontation, adhering to the principle that no harm shall befall one's family. Do you not comprehend this? Spare me your lectures on propriety. Are you truly worthy of such conversations? Do you wish to know? Dare to provoke me further, and I shall annihilate your entire lineage. Very well, I await your response. With that, Zhang Mozi abruptly ended the call. Gu Shibei hurled his phone to the ground, observing several individuals igniting further discord around him. Did you hear that? Zhang Matzi has entirely disregarded your presence. Consider whom you are following. After voicing this, Gu Shibei turned and seized the ear of the man he had previously struck, forcing him to sit up. Dog ears, he called out, and the individual immediately clasped his hands in a gesture of submission. Brother, I was merely following orders. Spare me your ramblings. Now produce your phone and call your leader, Zhou Deong. Huh, call him. Oh. The man, dog ears, hastily retrieved his phone and dialed, then handed it to Gu Shibei, who switched it to speaker mode. What is the situation here? What is happening? They're all about to perish. There was a brief silence on the line before a cold voice inquired. Who are you? Zhou Deong. Did you have Ma Wangye killed? You're talking nonsense. Who the hell are you? Not you? Just moments ago, Zhang Matzi called and mentioned that someone offered $1 million to eliminate Ma Wangye. Go to hell. You doubt it? Come, speak with your leader. Gu Shibei thrust the phone toward Dog Ear's mouth, delivering a swift kick to him. Brother Yong, just now, Zhang Yi indeed stated over the phone that he, for $1 million, had Ma Wangye sold out, and eliminated. What do you think? Did you hear that? Brother Yong, we've been deceived. Suddenly, another voice interjected. Another person? Who? The one on the phone. Damn it. Weren't there 4 of you? Can't you even handle 2? No, Brother Yong. He led us to a secluded place, and we fell into his trap. Dog Ears raised his gaze to Gu Shibei, an expression of trepidation upon his face. Moreover, this individual is tall and formidable. Formidable? I've yet to encounter anyone truly formidable. You are simply foolish. Hey, Zhou Deong. Is this how you conduct yourself as a leader? Brother, regardless of who you are, since my men have been captured by you, I implore you to show some mercy and release them. They were merely following my instructions. If you possess true courage, direct it towards me. You inquire. Spare me the pleasantries. Should you harm my men, I will ensure your demise. Why do you wish to eliminate Ma Wangye? Chapter 88. Responding to inquiries. You wretched fool. Ma Wangye was killed by grave robbers. I never partook in the excavation, and his death bears no relation to me. Zhou Deong exclaimed on the other end. Based on Gu Shibei's understanding of Zhou Deong, he was not lying. Yet, are you aware of Zhang Matzi's involvement in Ma Wangye's demise? Why are you now collaborating with Zhang Matzi? Whom I choose to ally with is of no concern to you. Who are you truly? With Ma Wangye deceased, Zhang Matzi is poised to take his place. I serve him, and he compensates me. Does that not seem entirely reasonable? I am supported by numerous brothers. Do they not expect compensation? This answer is rather pragmatic. Where there is milk, there is a mother. With the demise of the Wang family patriarch, should we turn to Zhang Matzi? It is quite normal for one to pay for services rendered. Furthermore, Zhang Zhilin and Jin Gang are responsible for channels and sales, organizing various trade fairs and auctions, while Zhou Deong and Yong Gang ensure the safety of these transactions. Their daily interactions are frequent, and their collaboration is entirely reasonable, each fulfilling their own needs. Gu Shibei nodded. Very well. I hope what you say is the truth. Should I discover that the death of the Wang patriarch is linked to you, I will bury you alive. Who are you? The Wang patriarch. Upon uttering this, Gu Shibei hung up the phone, tossing it to the one with dog-like ears. Where are the car keys? Bring them forth. Huh? The car keys. As Gu Shibei spoke, he raised a titanium alloy flashlight in his hand. Coward, give him keys. He intends to drive away with our vehicle. Fool. Do you think he will spare you if you refuse? The coward, indeed a coward, timidly produced the keys and handed them to Gu Shibei, who seized them. He then instructed the 4 individuals to loosen their belts. The 4 were utterly bewildered. No, brother, we are decent people, you. Silence. Press your backs tightly together. Gu Shibei did not remove their belts, but rather interlaced them and fastened them together, intentionally securing the belt buckles at their backs. Thus, the 4 belts formed interconnected loops, reminiscent of the Audi logo, with a person in each circle. Once they were secured, Gu Shibei went inside and retrieved Gu Sonyang. Let us go, hurry. Is the problem resolved? It is resolved. As Gu Sonyang passed the 4 bewildered individuals, he gazed in astonishment. Second uncle, did you manage all 4 alone? Do not speak. The 2 boarded the SUV, where Gu Shibei first checked the vehicle, discovering a dashcam. He promptly ripped it off and threw it out of the car. As the vehicle sped away, Gu Sonyang finally murmured, "Can we talk now?" Speak. Gu Shibei steered the car towards Jinling, but stopped shortly thereafter. They walked several hundred meters to find a taxi, heading straight for the train station. Are we taking the train? Indeed. The train is the safest option. Now, there is no one following you. That is true. However, this time, he purchased a ticket for Gu Sonyang to Chang'an, instructing him to disembark midway at Luozhou. By the time they returned to Jinling, it was midday. Gu Shibei randomly selected a place to eat, perusing his phone while dining. To his surprise, he came across the news that Gujiazhuang was closing for the day. Closing. This was much sooner than Gu Shibei had anticipated. He thought it would last a few more days, until the antiques accumulated to an overwhelming extent. But upon reflection, Zhang Matzi had no choice but to close. As he had employed 2 retired experts from the Jinling Museum who had already been duped, he no longer dared to have them in the shop. Without these 2 experts, how could he, relying solely on himself, and Hu Xian, dare to open the shop? Furthermore, after the conversation with Gu Shibei early yesterday morning, Zhang Matzi had no choice but to close the store. However, whether this closure is temporary or permanent remains uncertain even to Gu Shibei. Nevertheless, during his conversation with Zhou Daong yesterday, he learned some news. Zhang Matzi not only intends to open an antique shop, but also aims to take over the legacy of the Ma Wangye. He wishes to sell authentic items. The pressing question is, does he possess the necessary skills for this endeavor? Zhang Matzi has laid his cards on the table, and his opponent will undoubtedly find a way to locate his residence. Moreover, with Zhou Daong's assistance, discovering his whereabouts is merely a matter of time. Thus, he must prepare himself. This place certainly cannot compare to the Zijing courtyard from his previous life. Safety must be ensured through his own efforts. Gu Shibei meticulously scrutinized the surroundings of his small courtyard. The entrance alley was narrow and lengthy, leading to a dead end just a few dozen meters in. Therefore, if one were to be trapped inside, it would be disastrous. However, there is a silver lining. It is an old city area surrounded by longtime residents. Any unusual activity would quickly become known to the community. Thus, the location bears both risks and securities. Yet, Gu Shibei would not entrust his safety to unfamiliar neighbors. He sought out individuals at the electronics market to install a total of 7 surveillance cameras around his courtyard, all of which were network-enabled and accessible via his mobile phone at any time. However, mere cameras would not suffice for security. Gu Shibei also procured various self-defense tools, such as batons, baseball bats, bear spray, and even stun guns. He cleverly concealed these items in various corners of the courtyard, adapting to the size of the tools. Even in the long alley outside the courtyard, he discreetly hid spray canisters and batons. His strategy was to ensure that, should danger arise, he could swiftly arm himself for a counterattack. Not only did he hide these items, but he also meticulously practiced simulations during his idle moments. He contemplated whether to use a baton or a stun gun, and even how to alert the authorities afterward, how to communicate with the police, and how to portray himself as an innocent victim. He considered whether the footage from his surveillance matched his narrative. After several adjustments, Gu Shibei devised a comprehensive self-protection and defensive countermeasure plan. Although this safety plan was established, other risks loomed. He still possessed several pieces of bronze artifacts, which posed a significant dilemma that needed urgent resolution. Chapter 89. Truly interested in purchasing. Gu Shibei sent a photo to Gu Maoyuan, featuring the Wangye stool. Within mere minutes of sending the image, the phone rang. Young Master Gu, this stool is truly exquisite. You must reserve it for me. Absolutely. I only sent this photo to you. I haven't shared it with anyone else. Thank you, thank you. So how about? No need for hesitation. Of course. I will deliver it to you. Oh dear. Is that convenient? Very convenient. Wait a moment. By the way, Gu Yi, I also have several pieces of bronze artifacts on hand. Quite remarkable. You? What kind? Shall we have a video call, the 2 of us? Please hold on. I shall call you shortly. Gu Shibei ended the call and initiated a video call with Gu Maoyuan. During the call, he showcased 3 bronze artifacts he held in his hands, a bronze tripod and a bronze vessel adorned with a kuei and phoenix pattern. After viewing them, Gu Maoyuan exhibited little reaction, merely stating that one could only discern their true worth upon handling them. In truth, Gu Maoyuan harbored intentions to purchase. The antiquities trade differs significantly from other industries. Those who scrutinize without offering compliments are often genuinely interested in buying, while those who merely express admiration without intent are seldom serious about a purchase. Gu Maoyuan yearned to find faults, yet he refrained, mindful of Gu Shibei's previous assistance and his desire to seek further guidance in the future. Thus, he withheld overt criticism, though he also did not lavish excessive praise. His interest was palpable. Had he not been keen, he would have extolled the virtues of the antiques presented by Gu Shibei, proclaiming, "Young Master Gu, your offerings are truly rare treasures. To be candid, I have yet to obtain my driver's license. Once I acquire it, I shall drive it over to you. That will take ages. It takes at least 3 months to get a license." Nonsense. Master Lu assured me that he would expedite the process. It should be quite swift. Wait, how is it that you, young Master Gu, do not have a driver's license? Ah, that is a lengthy tale, akin to a child without a mother. I shall regale you with it the next time we meet. Just wait for me. Forget it. I'll drive to Jinling tomorrow. I happen to have matters to attend to there. Ah, that would be splendid. Master Gu, allow me to treat you to a meal. Why, you insist on treating. Last time in the capital, you were the host, so this time I shall take the lead. And remember to invite Master Lu. Inviting Master Lu means I am treating. As it is in Jinling, it would be inappropriate for a magnate from Zhonghai to host. Huh, then I shall not contest you. After concluding the call, Gu Shibei meticulously examined the 3 bronze artifacts once more. In reality, he possessed a total of 4 bronze pieces, intending to sell them to Gu Maoyuan. However, upon preparing for the video call and reviewing all 4 items, he found himself reluctant to part with one particular bronze kettle. This kettle, characterized by its elephant trunk spout and handle, appeared rather ordinary in terms of design and craftsmanship, with a modest mark evaluation during its time in the capital. Yet, he had come to realize the kettle's exquisite beauty. He surmised that if he allowed it to age for another 6 months, allowing its patina to develop, it would undoubtedly become a national treasure of significant worth. Its market valuation, should it be auctioned, could easily reach 8 figures. Thus, selling it now seemed unwise. Consequently, he had refrained from showcasing this kettle to Gu Maoyuan. Not wishing to relinquish the kettle, Gu Shibei decided to rent a safety deposit box at the bank to safely store it. He visited the bank periodically to retrieve the kettle, carefully inspecting it each time. Certainly, the bank's terms clearly state that no illegal or prohibited items may be stored. Moreover, the bank reserves the right to inspect at any time. However, in practice, banks do not open clients' safes for inspection. In reality, the most commonly stored items in bank safes are antiques. The next day, Gu Maoyuan earnestly traveled from Zhonghai to Jinling. Gu Shibei intended to appear sophisticated by inviting Gu Maoyuan for tea at the Spring Breeze Tea House along the southern bank of the Yangtze River. However, when he called to reserve a private room, he was informed that non-members could not make a reservation. This left him quite frustrated. He had visited the Spring Breeze Tea House several times before, of course during Ma Dongxing's period, but he had been invited by others. Thus, he was unaware that reserving a private room was not accessible to everyone. Since membership was required, he thought it wise to obtain one, anticipating frequent visits in the future. Yet, upon inquiry, he was told that membership could not be obtained unless recommended and guaranteed by an existing member. Gu Shibei nearly leapt in disbelief. Is it truly necessary to have a guarantee just to enjoy tea in a tea house? I apologize, sir, but we are an upscale tea house, not merely a place for tea. It serves as the most secure venue for communication. Without a guarantee, membership cannot be granted. The other party concluded and promptly hung up the phone, leaving Gu Shibei incensed. However, with no other option, he settled for an ordinary tea house. There is no need to elaborate on having tea with Gu Maoyuan while examining goods. Gu Maoyuan was sure to appreciate the items, particularly the Wangye stool. Upon retrieving it from the ornate box and pairing it with the name of the imperial Wangye dragon pattern stool from the Yongle period, the antique's prestige instantly elevated. Certainly, the value of an antique is not solely determined by its aesthetic appeal. It lies in the stories it embodies. And storytelling was something Gu Shibei excelled at. In his previous dealings with Ma Dongxing, he had often crafted narratives for each antique as a transition from unfamiliar to familiar in his hands. This stool required little embellishment. The name alone conjures story. Yongle? Imperial? Once sat upon by Zhu Di. Gu Maoyuan gazed at the stool in incredulity. Gu Shibei smiled, prompting Gu Maoyuan to chuckle in understanding. He then pointed at Gu Shibei, exclaiming, "Young Master Gu, not only do you possess keen insight, but your understanding of the secrets of the antique world is impressive. It is said I hail from an antique family. I am well versed in this trade." Chapter 90, The Deal. Naturally, the items were of commendable quality, and Gu Maoyuan was keen on acquiring them. However, the challenge lay in determining a price. The ball was undoubtedly in Gu Maoyuan's court. As the seller, Gu Shibei needed to propose a price. Gu Maoyuan was a shrewd individual. For a typical antique dealer, setting a price would be straightforward. Yet, in the face of Gu Maoyuan, Gu Shibei felt somewhat apprehensive. If he quoted too high, he risked leaving a poor impression, which could prove detrimental as he relied on Gu Maoyuan to expand his network. Conversely, quoting too low would result in a loss for himself, an even worse predicament. Gu Shibei smiled. "Old master, I propose a starting price. Please feel free to negotiate. Let us adhere to tradition." "Very well. This exquisite Wangye stool from the 13th year of the Yongle reign, adorned with a dragon motif. No need to recite the full name. I am well aware. I am merely pointing this out to you. It is not an ordinary stool. It is imperial. All right, let's hear your offer. The two conversed jovially, their laughter laced with a hint of cunning. I propose 2,780,000. That should not be an exaggeration, right? I must thank you, young Master Gu, for your generosity. Indeed, Master Gu has shown mercy. If this were taken to the antique market, it would undoubtedly fetch 3 to 4 million at the very least. That is certain. The esteem of old Master Gu is worth 100 times that price. If you have no objections, then we shall. But you must allow me to counter. How ruthless you are. Then counter away. Let us settle on 250,000. 250? That's unappealing. Then let it be 248,000. Hey, your bargaining skills, old master. What do you think? I am practically wielding a scalpel here. Since you've referred to it as a scalpel, I suppose I must indulge your request. Very well then, 248,000 it is. This stool has sold for 248,000. Little did they know, after his restoration and the replacement of the seat, its value surged to 5-fold. In truth, even 5-fold is not excessive. If this stool were to be auctioned, especially at a prestigious auction house, the remarkable increase in value is primarily attributed to the new cowhide seat, particularly the 10 words inscribed upon it. A stool that has borne the emperor's weight naturally commands a handsome price. In addition to the Wangye stool, Gujiazhuang also acquired 3 other bronze artifacts. The bundled price for the 3 bronze pieces along with the stool amounted to 328,000. Thus, the total for the 3 bronze artifacts was merely 80,000. Although these 3 bronze pieces are indeed exquisite, they struggle to fetch a decent price in private transactions due to inherent risks, which significantly depress their market value. This is not a result of Gujiazhuang's bargaining, but rather a reflection of the prevailing market conditions. Yet, the antique market is peculiar. Once bronze artifacts are put up for auction, their prices triple. This means a bronze piece that could only sell for 100,000 privately could command 3 times that at a formal auction, even without competitive bidding. Buyers prefer to pay a premium for auctioned items, as they are considered clean antiques, freely tradable assets. In contrast, privately acquired items are often limited to clandestine transactions, with a looming threat of governmental scrutiny. If discovered, the consequences could be dire, potentially leading to imprisonment. However, such occurrences are rare. Typically, those who dare to collect bronze artifacts are either reckless enthusiasts or individuals with substantial backing. Gujiazhuang, undoubtedly, possesses considerable influence. The sum of 328,000 was promptly issued to Gu Shibei via check. The transaction was settled on the spot, both parties securing their respective documents. The remainder consisted of leisurely tea and conversation. Meanwhile, Gu Shibei placed a call to Lu Jiqian, informing him that Mr. Gu had arrived and suggested a gathering at the Jinling Grand Hotel that evening, with him treating. Lu Jiqian insisted that this time, he must be the one to host, claiming that all expenses in the capital were typically borne by Gu Shibei. Gu Shibei clarified that Mr. Gu was coming to purchase items from him, and their transaction had gone splendidly. Upon hearing this, Lu Jiqian chuckled and conceded that he would not contest the invitation. A successful deal indeed warranted Gu Shibei as the host. However, he offered to bring along 2 bottles of fine wine, to which Gu Shibei readily agreed. In Jinling, if one were to host a banquet, it must take place at the Jinling Grand Hotel. Although it was widely acknowledged that the best culinary experiences in Jinling were not found at the Grand Hotel, the pace of the restaurant industry was rapidly evolving, with a plethora of dining establishments emerging, offering both Chinese and Western cuisines. Many were far superior in taste to the Grand Hotel. Nevertheless, for formal banquets and grand occasions such as weddings and celebrations among the affluent, the Jinling Grand Hotel remained the venue of choice. Why? Tradition and face. The quality of the food was secondary to the importance of maintaining one's dignity. In truth, who genuinely savors the banquet? That evening at the Jinling Grand Hotel, Gu Shibei had reserved a private room the previous night, having learned from past experiences in tea houses to avoid the risk of not securing a reservation. Fortunately, the Grand Hotel did not require a membership. The gathering consisted of just 3 individuals, Gu, and Lu. The wine, a 20-year-old Maotai, was brought by Lu Jiqian. As the trio indulged in their libations, their conversation naturally gravitated towards the topic of antiques. Lu Jiqian was the first to inquire about the treasures Mr. Gu had acquired that day. Gu Shibei mentioned a few bronze artifacts. Lu Jiqian was taken aback upon hearing about the 2 pieces from the capital, exclaiming, "Such exquisite items. Why didn't you call me?" Gu Shibei replied playfully, "Lu, aren't you usually shy? You seem quite at ease now." He refrained from further explanation, as the topic was particularly sensitive, especially with the buyer, Gu Maoyuan, present. "Next time, I'll be sure to invite you," Gu Shibei assured. "After all, I'm not far from Jinling." Gu Maoyuan, anxious about Lu Jiqian potentially intercepting his deal, quickly interjected. "Just those two pieces? Is that all?" Lu Jiqian nodded. "Was Mr. Gu's trip to Jinling solely for this?" "Huh. There's also a stool," Gu Shibei replied. "A stool?" Gu Shibei produced a photograph for Lu Jiqian to see. Lu Jiqian, upon first glance at the image, seemed momentarily stunned. Upon hearing this, Gu Maoyuan could not help but grab his phone, magnifying the image with 2 fingers. "Look at these 10 characters, used by the Divine Mechanism Camp, made in the 13th year of Yongle. This is an imperial stool, one that Emperor Yongle sat upon." "Really? The Judi sat on this?" Gu Maoyuan urged. Come, examine the craftsmanship, the decorations, the material, Wangye wood, and it's from the original trunk and branch. Moreover, the dragon motif, coupled with these 10 characters, just think about it. Who had the privilege to sit on this stool in the Divine Mechanism Camp? It's not as if the Emperor sat on a stool while marching in a battle, right? There seems to be some sense in that. Chapter 91. Not your ordinary tea house. Lu Jiqian was immensely envious of Gu Maoyuan for acquiring this stool from Gu Shibei. "Young Master Gu, since we both hail from Jinling, why didn't you ask me about such a splendid item first?" Gu Maoyuan immediately burst into laughter. "Master Lu, do you collect furniture? I should have asked you first. Indeed, for something as exquisite as this, which has been graced by the Yongle Emperor, I would undoubtedly collect it. Alas, it's too late. Let me tell you, this stool was reserved with young Master Gu long before you made his acquaintance. Is that so?" Gu Maoyuan then recounted how he met Gu Shibei at the antique market on Huaihai Road. Lu Jiqian could only exclaim, "Well, I can't feel wrong for not acquiring this stool. However, young Master Gu, next time, be sure to let me know if you come across something good." Upon hearing this, both Lu and Gu couldn't help but laugh heartily. "By the way, young Master Gu, may I inquire, do you not collect?" Gu Maoyuan asked, intrigued. Gu Shibei slightly shook his head. "I lack the habit of collecting. It truly is a pity that someone with your discerning eye, young Master Gu, does not collect." Gu Maoyuan lamented, but Lu Jiqian chuckled. "Isn't that a boon for us? If young Master Gu also collected, what will be left for us?" Nonetheless, I must say, in recent years, the economic climate has not been favorable, resulting in a significant decline in the antique market. However, I remain optimistic about the future economic landscape. Thus, seizing the opportunity to acquire antiques now is indeed quite advantageous. I wholeheartedly agree with that sentiment," Lu Jiqian added. Gu Shibei nodded, contemplating. "It's not that I don't wish to collect, it's that I lack the funds. As a simple country lad, I was once impoverished to the point that even basic meals and lodging were a struggle. Now, having finally achieved a state of financial stability through my discerning eye, am I to venture into collecting? Is that a pursuit for the average person? Indeed, while I have managed to save around 4 to 5 million, the small antiques, costing hundreds of thousands, are hardly worth my time to collect. Moreover, if I were to amass too many, I would have no place to store them. I believe that true antique collecting lies not in quantity, but in quality. At the very least, only items worth millions should be deemed worthy of my collection. Yet, the question remains, do I possess that kind of financial clout? Thus, without a fortune of several tens of millions or even a billion, the thought of collection is a mere fantasy. However, to speak candidly, Gu and Lu's words hold merit. The antique market has indeed seen a steep decline in recent years, and if one is optimistic about the future, it is indeed a good opportunity to acquire items." Gu Shibei nodded, acknowledging the wisdom of the two gentlemen. "However, I lack the financial prowess that you both possess. In the world of antiques, it is all about discernment. With an eye for quality comes the means to acquire it. Young Master Gu, do not rush. As long as you collect, you will eventually become a premier collector in this field. Is that so? Well then, I appreciate your kind words, old Gu and Master Lu. Come, let us toast." After finishing his drink, Gu Shibei proactively poured wine for Gu and Lu. As he filled Lu Jiqian's glass, he suddenly recalled something. "Oh, Master Lu, may I ask, are you a member of Spring Breeze Green on the Jiangnan shore?" "No." Gu Shibei was taken aback. "You, Master Lu, are not a member either? In the earlier years of my business endeavors, I might have ventured to that place. However, as of now, my pursuits are confined to antiquities, rendering such a visit unnecessary. What is the matter? I had initially intended to invite the old master for tea and to admire antiques today, but before he could finish his sentence, Lu Zhiqian interjected with a hearty laugh. Rejected, I presume? Indeed, but it's merely a tea house. Why the need for a membership? If a membership is required, then I shall obtain one, but it also demands a recommendation. Not everyone can become a member. What on earth is this tea house, to be so prestigious? Lu Zhiqian chuckled and shook his head. Little Gu, you are unaware. The Spring Breeze Green on the southern bank is no ordinary tea house. To be precise, it is an upscale private club, but one dedicated solely to tea and discussions. It is a place of officials and businessmen, a hub for transactions. Lu Zhiqian paused, lowering his voice for emphasis. Officials and businessmen? Gu Shibei was taken aback, quickly realizing the nature of the establishment. It is a venue where discussions with various leaders take place, maintaining excellent privacy. Hence, without an introduction, it is nearly impossible for an ordinary person to gain entry. No wonder. Originally, this place catered to officials and businessmen, but it gradually evolved into a venue for official-to-official and businessman-to-businessman discussions, where all significant matters are deliberated. That day, Tongji was there for just such a reason. Gu Shibei couldn't help but chuckle awkwardly. I had hoped to be like Tongji. This Spring Breeze Green on the southern bank, I have heard, is backed by influential figures. Otherwise, no one would dare establish a tea house of this nature. Furthermore, it is said that high-ranking officials are proactively provided with a purple card for entry. On the other hand, for businessmen to obtain membership, a recommendation from a purple card holder is necessary. Meanwhile, all business members can only secure a gold card. Hearing this piqued Gu Shibei's curiosity. Officials possess the purple card. The politicians, businessmen hold the gold card. The patrons, who conceived such a scheme? Quite scholarly. Gu Maoyuan also expressed his admiration. You people in Jinling are quite extravagant. Actually, old master, establishments of this nature exist in various locales, not solely in Jinling. You are simply unfamiliar with this circle, hence your lack of knowledge. Gu Maoyuan nodded in agreement. Unlike Lu Zhiqian, Gu Maoyuan did not hail from a business background. He came from a distinguished lineage, yet during a tumultuous era, his family dispersed. His ancestors left him with little, save for a dozen old houses in the heart of Zhonghai City. In his youth, he worked in an antiquity shop but did not remain long. Subsequently, due to urban development, many of his old houses were gradually demolished. At that time, they not only provided monetary compensation, but also alternative housing. Thus, he suddenly found himself wealthy. Once one acquires wealth, the monotony of a regular job becomes unbearable, prompting him to resign and dedicate himself to the pursuit of antiques. Consequently, Lu Zhiqian's mention of such tea houses was not within his realm of knowledge. However, Lu Zhiqian inadvertently remarked that, in fact, prominent antique dealers typically possess a gold card for the Spring Breeze Green on the southern bank. This left Gu Shibei in astonishment. Why is that? The wealthy businessmen, in addition to investing in antiques, primarily seek such venues to curry favor with leaders. Therefore, Gu Shibei suddenly realized there exists a term in the marketplace known as elegant bribery, which refers to the act of offering bribes in the form of seemingly refined items such as antiques and artworks. The value of these pieces far surpasses mere currency. A single painting or a vase can be worth tens of millions. Casually placed in a corner, they appear unremarkable, and those lacking expertise would never discern their worth. This method is undoubtedly more secure than stashing a pile of cash under the bed. To take it a step further, in the unfortunate event of exposure, one could easily claim ignorance regarding the true value of an innocuous vase. Elegant bribery possesses a remarkable degree of concealment and complexity, which presents significant technical challenges in judicial and monetary assessments in reality. Thus, the demand for quality antiques, especially large pieces, has always remained high. In Chapter 92, regarding the matters discussed by Lu Zhiqian within the realm of official and business circles, Gu Shibei was naturally aware. However, in his previous life, Ma Dongsheng engaged in businesses of little repute. Though he occasionally interacted with relevant authorities, his approach was rather direct and simplistic, lacking the sophistication of those who manage substantial enterprises. Consequently, while he had heard of such matters, he had never truly experienced them. Moreover, his current persona did not permit him to appear all-knowing. Therefore, he merely listened, smiled, and feigned surprise. As the topic of elegant bribery arose, Lu Zhiqian recounted a tale. Last year, a story circulated within the antique community of Jinling, and he wondered if young Master Gu had heard it. It concerned a bureau-level official who was under investigation. Yet no substantial funds were found in his home or accounts. Initially, the official felt assured, but then 2 pieces of porcelain and 3 paintings were discovered in his hometown. The disciplinary inspection team, lacking expertise, conducted a brief online search. The paintings were works from the Ming and Qing dynasties, while the porcelain included a Ming blue and white piece and a Song Ru kiln vase, both exuding an ancient charm. Upon comparison with online records, their worth was appraised at over 100 million. The inspectors were exhilarated by this valuation and promptly presented the findings to the official. Upon seeing the figures, the official nearly despaired and, without further ado, confessed. However, a dramatic twist ensued. The online valuations were deemed inadmissible. Expert authentication was required for legitimacy. Yet, upon expert evaluation, guess what happened? Could they all be forgeries? Both Gu Shibei and Gu Maoyuan were taken aback. Indeed, none of the items were authentic. Consequently, this official's confession, while seemingly forthright, was rendered moot. Yet, that was not the most unfortunate aspect. It was rumored that this individual had long been scheming, investing over 100 million in antiques to safeguard against scrutiny. He even later insisted on accepting only antiques, refusing cash or jewelry. What was discovered was merely a fraction. It was said that half of his antiques were hidden away by his son, but who could ascertain their authenticity? Gu Maoyuan, intrigued, posed a question. Who knows? My goodness, this official had suffered greatly, losing both his fortune and his reputation. Thus, a deeply convoluted scenario unfolded in the Jinling political arena. Everyone desired antiques, yet they all feared acquiring them. How to articulate this? Antiques are indeed desirable. This is universally acknowledged. However, this case serves as a reminder that the world of antiques is fraught with peril. One might end up with nothing but a futile endeavor. Consequently, apprehension has settled in among everyone. The role of an official has become increasingly arduous. It is not that being an official is inherently difficult, but rather that being a corrupt official is truly challenging. If one refrains from corruption, then there would be no anguish. Gu Shibei could not help but chuckle. Ha. The 3 of them could not help but burst into laughter. Just as they concluded this topic, a knock resonated at the door of the private room. Come in, Gu Shibei called gently, as he was the host. The door swung open, revealing a man in his 50s, holding a wine glass in one hand and a bottle of Maotai in the other. With a warm smile, he exclaimed, Mr. Gu, Mr. Liu, I heard you 2 were here, so I hurried over to offer you both a toast. The trio turned their gazes toward the entrance. Oh, Mr. Ming. Gu Maoyuan was the first to exclaim. Lu Jiqian, however, could not help but frown slightly, seemingly displeased. Yet, he soon relaxed his brow and revealed a faint smile. Gu Shibei remained unfazed, his expression calm. He recognized the man, but the latter did not know him. Who was he? The owner of the largest antique shop in Jinling, Ming Qinggu. Gu Maoyuan had left the auction empty-handed, while Lu Jiqian emerged as the top bidder that evening. However, the artwork Lu Jiqian won, a piece by the esteemed Bada Shanrun, turned out to be a forgery, valued at 18 million. Thus, upon seeing Ming Qinggu, Lu Jiqian instinctively furrowed his brow. Ming Qinggu had come to the adjacent private room to host a gathering, whether he saw or heard from someone that the esteemed collectors Gu and Lu were dining here. He decided to bring over some wine. Since he had arrived, they naturally had to partake in the drinks. Gu Maoyuan and Lu Jiqian each raised a glass with Ming Qinggu. The latter then poured a drink for Gu Shibei. I'm unsure how to address you, but I would like to toast you as well. Gu Maoyuan quickly interjected. Mr. Ming, you must have heard of the esteemed young Master Gu of Jinling? Young Master Gu? Is that so? Ming Qinggu's tone was evidently laced with disdain. It was hardly surprising, as Gu Shibei did not appear to fit the image of a prominent figure. In truth, Ming Qinggu's toast to Gu Shibei was merely an act of basic courtesy. However, the condescension in his tone only served to irritate Lu Jiqian further. Mr. Ming, you must have heard of young Master Gu, the most esteemed antique dealer in Jinling. Ah, indeed, young Master Gu. Oh dear, I must toast you even more fervently. Although Ming Qinggu feigned enthusiasm, he was simply offering a token gesture to Lu and Gu. Gu Shibei was indifferent when others raised a glass in his honor. He merely joined in the toast. After finishing his drink, Ming Qinggu no longer acknowledged Gu Shibei, turning his attention back to Lu and Gu. It is fortuitous that both esteemed collectors are present. I am pleased to extend an invitation. Next month, Minggu Tang will collaborate with several antique dealers to host a private porcelain exhibition. The guest list is limited, and I hope you both can attend. I will ensure that invitations are sent to you in advance. Splendid. Gu Maoyuan responded casually. However, Lu Jiqian could not contain himself. So soon, yet another event? Ming Chingu was momentarily taken aback, but soon broke into laughter. Ha! This is all thanks to your support, gentlemen. Moreover, with the market being rather sluggish in recent years, the influx of antique sellers has allowed us to acquire numerous exquisite items, enabling us to organize various specialized auctions more swiftly. Am I right? If I attend too many of your auctions, I fear I might go bankrupt. Lu Jiqian remarked nonchalantly. This statement left Ming Chingu bewildered, as its meaning was ambiguous. It could be interpreted as an indication that the items were plentiful and of high quality, suggesting that attending would compel one to purchase, regardless of the financial strain. Alternatively, it might imply that the waters were too deep and frequent visits could indeed lead to financial ruin. Lu Jiqian's true implication was, of course, the latter. However, being astute, he refrained from stating everything outright. Yet, he also recognized that leaving things unspoken could be detrimental to his reputation. Therefore, he opted for subtlety, allowing the interpretation to rest with the other party. Regrettably, Ming Chingu, despite his brief pause, soon erupted into laughter. Ah, bankruptcy? This is merely an opportunity to seize a bargain. In a few years, which item won't appreciate significantly? He exclaimed. When that time comes, I shall sell it back to you, Boss Ming. Will you accept? Of course. Lu Jiqian interrupted. By the way, Boss Ming, how much did I bid for that chrysanthemum in a bottle by Bada Shan run at the last auction? 18 million. Ming Chingu replied. What of it? Oh, if I were to offer it to you at Chingu Hall now, how would you respond? Chapter 93. The General. Gu Shibei was taken aback. So was Gu Maoyuan. Lu Jiqian had unexpectedly outmaneuvered Ming Chingu. In truth, many occurrences in this world arise spontaneously through a mere exchange of words. When Lu Jiqian uttered this remark, he himself was astonished. And Ming Chingu? Naturally, he was momentarily dumbfounded. Yet, being a seasoned veteran, he quickly regained his composure and burst into laughter. Ming Chingu was attempting to shift the topic, preparing to make his escape. However, Lu Jiqian had no intention of letting him slip away. Hey, what do you mean? Boss Ming? Are you accepting it or not? Ming Chingu thought Lu Jiqian was jesting, but to his surprise, he continued to press the issue. Of course, Lu Yi. At Chingu Hall, we accept all fine goods without exception. But, Lu Yi, are you truly serious about selling? No audiobooks? Absolutely serious. Ming Chingu's smile began to fade noticeably. He looked at Lu Jiqian with a puzzled expression. Lu Yi, why would you want to part with a painting you just acquired? To be honest, Boss Ming, the market hasn't been favorable lately. However, I see this as a prime opportunity to collect quality pieces. Just moments ago, the three of us were discussing this very topic. Weren't we? Lu Jiqian said, glancing at Gu Maoyuan and Gu Shibei, both of whom nodded in agreement. Indeed, coincidentally, I have my eye on several significant items and was contemplating trading some pieces from my collection to optimize value. A few days ago, several notable events transpired and fortuitously. This painting by Bada aligns perfectly with my price expectations. Selling it would essentially seal the deal. Gu Shibei mused to himself about Lu Jiqian's remarkable ability to deceive. Ming Chingu nodded slightly, yet the embarrassment etched on his face could not be concealed. Nevertheless, the words had already escaped his lips, although this was not a public forum. The presence of esteemed collectors like Gu Maoyuan lingered nearby. Mr. Lu, to speak candidly, paintings by Bada are quite rare. I would advise against selling. Your collection certainly boasts thousands of antiques. Perhaps consider parting with a few other items instead. The Bada painting would be better preserved. Typically, those who speak the truth rarely do so without ulterior motives. Lu Jiqian was no exception, and neither was Ming Chingu. The latter could only nod in agreement. Yet, this fellow had no intention of conceding. Mr. Lu, if you truly wish to sell, how about I assist you in finding a buyer? Our Chingu Hall would gladly facilitate the transaction free of charge, ensuring neither party incurs a loss and perhaps even yielding a profit. I appreciate your kindness, Mr. Ming, but the matter is urgent. I invited both of you here today specifically to negotiate a sale. If you can indeed find a buyer today, I would be more than willing. And I assure you, there will be no charge for Chingu Hall. Let us make it clear. If you can help me sell this painting today, I will accept 800. Anything beyond, that will be yours to keep. How's that sound? Lu Jiqian's proposition left Ming Chingu inwardly cursing. However, outwardly, he could only shake his head in resignation. Mr. Lu, you put me in a difficult position. Do you realize the time? Where am I supposed to find a buyer at this hour? Then I suppose I shall simply sell it to you at Chingu Hall. Mr. Lu, you understand the rules of the trade. Before Ming Chingu could finish his sentence, Lu Jiqian made his position clear. No worries, Mr. Ming. Feel free to quote your price. After all, I am in a hurry. But your Chenggu Hall is the finest antique shop in Jinling. I trust you won't take advantage of my urgency. Ha! Lu Jiqian's laughter made Ming Chenggu feel an overwhelming urge to slap him. Yet, he found himself caught in Lu Jiqian's relentless pressure. Well, Mr. Lu, let's do this. This setting is hardly appropriate. Let's meet at Chengdu Hall tomorrow. Oh, Mr. Ming, let's not wait until tomorrow. I can have the painting brought here quickly. After making the call, Lu Jiqian turned to Ming Chenggu, noticing that the latter was visibly unsettled. Please, Mr. Ming, don't just stand there. Why not sit down with me? Please, no. I have other guests to attend to. I'll step away for a moment, and we can discuss the painting afterward, shall we? Of course. But wait, allow me to toast you, Mr. Ming. Please be gentle with your pricing. Ha! Ming Chenggu, feeling profoundly awkward, finished his drink with Lu Jiqian and promptly exited. Once he stepped outside and closed the door, the three men within the private room could not help but burst into laughter. Gu Maoyuan shook his head in disbelief at Lu Jiqian. Mr. Lu, you are truly remarkable. I, too, was left with no choice. Gu Shibei observed the recently unfolded scene with a sense of melancholy. The antiquities trade, he mused, is indeed rife with unscrupulous activities. In his previous life, during his years in the antique business alongside Ma Dongsheng, he dealt with rather straightforward dealings, rarely encountering such sordid affairs. However, having witnessed the recent occurrence, he realized the depths of human avarice. With an advantage of 18 million, it was not surprising that even murder would seem a trivial matter. After approximately an hour, the painting was delivered by Lu Jiqian's driver. Upon receiving the artwork, Lu Jiqian inquired of the driver about the delay. An accident on the road caused a blockage for about 10 minutes, the driver replied. Lu Jiqian nodded, refraining from further comment. But he couldn't help but glance at the painting, feeling a twinge of unease. He did not unfurl it entirely. Instead, he merely examined the scroll as casing. Sensing a need for a second opinion, he handed it to Gu Shibei for inspection. Gu Shibei thought to himself, what a farcical situation. Why should I even bother? Nevertheless, since Lu Jiqian had requested his assistance, he took a cursory look. Yet, upon closer inspection, he exclaimed, Lord Lu, this is not the same painting. What do you mean? Lu Jiqian asked, bewildered. Gu Shibei clarified, this painting is not the one I previously reviewed from the 8 Great Masters. Did I grab a wrong one? Lu Jiqian said, as he snatched the ornate box to scrutinize the label, which clearly read, Ming Dynasty, 8 Great Masters, Chrysanthemums in a Bottle. This is correct, he muttered, as he hastily extracted the painting from its box. He examined the scroll's general appearance and dimensions. Is there a problem? He queried, seeking affirmation from Gu Shibei. However, Gu Shibei opted for brevity, believing that a straightforward unveiling would clarify everything. Unfurl it, he urged. Lu Jiqian promptly untied the bindings, while Gu Maoyuan hastened to assist him. Together, they revealed the painting. No sooner had they unfurled it than Lu Jiqian's complexion drained of color. The artwork was indeed the 8 Great Masters' chrysanthemums in a bottle, yet it was evident that the quality of the imitation fell woefully short. A small corner of the original seal was conspicuously absent. This is not my piece, Lu Jiqian exclaimed in disbelief. Gu Shibei reached out to touch the painting. It was warm. What does that mean? Lu Jiqian questioned. Upon inspecting his fingers, they bore faint traces of ink. Both Lu Jiqian and Gu Maoyuan were rendered speechless. Is it freshly painted? Without uttering a word, Gu Shibei took the painting from their hands, scrutinizing the mounting. It was indeed hand-mounted and had aged for several decades. However, it appeared that the original painting had been recently removed and replaced with a new one. After articulating this observation, he turned the painting back over and captured a macro photograph of the edge of the artwork with his phone, magnifying it 20-fold for closer examination. As the image came into focus, both Lu Jiqian and Gu Maoyuan exclaimed in unison, "It's a forgery." Gu Shibei nodded slightly, explaining that the adhesive had been freshly applied and subsequently heated with a drying machine. Consequently, there were remnants of glue along the edges, which were uneven due to the rapid heating, causing the paper to warp. At this juncture, Lu Jiqian abruptly seized his phone and made a call. "Where did you acquire the painting?" His voice was raised, startling the person on the other end. "What happened?" The voice emanating from the phone suggested it belonged to Lu Jiqian's wife. "Where did you get the painting?" "It was on a large desk in the storage room." "Were you not the one who unrolled it?" "I rolled it up and placed it in the box beside it. And then I gave it to Xiao Lu." "What's the matter?" Lu Jiqian hung up the phone and dialed again. "Xiao Lu, come in for a moment." He had called his driver. Gu Shibei and Gu Maoyuan exchanged glances. Gu Shibei pointed at the screen. "Hiss." Gu Maoyuan frowned, realizing that if this was the work of Ming Chenggu, it was indeed quite terrifying. Lu Jiqian's brow was also furrowed like that of a Shar-Pei. However, he had no time to ponder Ming Chengu. His focus was on his driver. If something were to go awry with those close to him, it could prove far more fatal than any other situation. Knock knock. The door to the private room was rapped upon, and in walked Lu Jiqian's driver, Xiao Lu. "Sir," the driver exclaimed. Lu Jiqian glanced at him, and the tension in his brow eased, replaced by a calm demeanor. "Xiao Lu, I have a question for you." Lu Jiqian's tone was gentle, a stark contrast to his earlier urgency when speaking to his wife. "Where did you obtain that painting just now?" "Sister Song gave it to me." "And how did you place this painting?" "I simply set it on the passenger seat." "During this time, did the painting ever leave your sight?" Although Lu Jiqian's voice was composed, his gaze was lethal, fixed intently on the driver. Nearby, Gu Shibei and Gu Maoyuan also scrutinized the driver's expression. The driver appeared visibly anxious. "No, sir, what is wrong?" "Xiao Lu, didn't you mention encountering an accident on the road?" "Ah, yes, 2 cars rear-ended each other. They were blocking the road. Did you exit the vehicle during this time?" "No." "Did you open the windows or anything of that sort?" "No, sir." The driver paused, sensing the gravity of the situation. "Sir, I received the painting directly from Sister Song and placed it in the car for delivery. It never passed through anyone else's hands." The driver, Xiao Lu, hurriedly explained, realizing the seriousness of the matter. "Is there any possibility that someone else had contact with it?" "No, absolutely not. The car door locked automatically when I got in, and upon arriving here, I took the painting out before unlocking the door." "Sir, the painting was exactly as I received it from Sister Song." Hearing this, Gu Shibei furrowed his brow. However, Lu Jiqian seemed not to grasp the implication. "Sir, what is the matter?" the driver inquired. Lu Jiqian merely waved his hand dismissively. "Xiao Lu, you may leave now." The driver responded with an acknowledgement and turned to exit. Once the door closed, Lu Jiqian couldn't help but smile awkwardly at Gu Shibei. "Young Master Gu, I owe you a great deal. If you hadn't identified the problem, and I had handed this directly to Ming Chengu, I would have been utterly humiliated." Gu Shibei merely nodded, then looked at Lu Jiqian earnestly and inquired, "Lu Yi, what is your connection with this driver?" "Xiao Lu is a relative on my wife's side, the son of her cousin. He has been driving for me for 7 or 8 years. He shouldn't." Before Lu Jiqian could finish his sentence, Gu Shibei smiled slightly. Lu Jiqian was taken aback and quickly added, "Young Master Gu, if you have discerned something, please speak candidly. Nowadays, there are numerous instances of knowing a person's face, but not their heart." Gu Shibei paused deliberately, as if preparing to make a significant point. "Lu Yi, think about what he said just now. What was his last remark?" "Huh? He asked me what was wrong?" And the sentence before that. Lu Jiqian struggled to articulate it. But Gu Maoyuan interjected. He seemed to say that the painting was exactly as it was when he received it from Sister Song. Was that it? "What is wrong, young Master Gu?" Gu Yi had recounted the statement, albeit with a few words missing and a slightly altered tone. "Let me reiterate. Lu Yi, the painting I received from Sister Song was exactly as I presented it to you." Gu Shibei mimicked the driver's tone to convey the message. Yet, Lu Jiqian remained oblivious. However, Gu Maoyuan grasped the gravity of the situation. He patted Lu Jiqian on the shoulder. "Liu Ye, did you ever mention to the driver that the painting had changed?" Lu Jiqian suddenly smacked his forehead, clarity dawning upon him. "Oh no, that rascal has swapped my painting." He nearly leapt up, turning to rush out the door, but was halted by Gu Shibei's firm grip. Gu Shibei, in matters of this nature, he was quite seasoned. In his previous life, he managed various local ruffians, often facing betrayal and treachery. However, as the old adage goes, one cannot walk by the riverbank without getting their shoes wet. Despite Ma Dongxing's extensive experience, he ultimately fell victim to the betrayal of his subordinates. "Lu Yi, calm down. What is there to be calm about?" Lu Jiqian nearly shouted in frustration. In truth, during his earlier conversation with the driver, he had maintained a calm demeanor and a steady tone. Yet at this moment, upon realizing that this very individual had betrayed him, his anger surged, making it impossible to remain composed. "Lu Yi, he is merely a driver. How could he possibly obtain an identical painting in such a short span of time to execute a swap? There must be something more at play. I understand. It was undoubtedly that Ming fellow who bribed him. A traitor from within. He is my relative, for heaven's sake." Lu Jiqian's ire intensified as he spoke, particularly when referring to their familial ties, causing his face to flush with indignation. Gu Shibei held Lu Jiqian's hand tightly. "Liu Ye, what can you possibly do to the driver if you go out now?" Lu Jiqian momentarily froze, naturally demanding that he hand over the original artwork. "Master Lu, the original has undoubtedly fallen into Ming Chengu's possession. Nevertheless, this was of little concern. As long as this scoundrel admitted to collaborating with the one bearing the surname Ming, that would suffice. I would promptly report the matter to the authorities. Before he could finish speaking, Gu Maoyuan could not help but shake his head. Master Lu, if this rascal dares to act, how could he possibly admit to it? No admission? Then I shall notify the police. I fear not his denial. Gu Shibei also shook his head in response. Master Lu remained composed. Consider this. The item exchanged was an antique. What constitutes an antique? Lu Jiqian was left bewildered by Gu Shibei's inquiry, unsure of its implication. The authenticity of antiques is a subjective matter. If the driver staunchly refuses to acknowledge the truth, how can you prove that this painting is not the original? The police will investigate. Master Lu, the police will only take action if you can substantiate your loss. Only then will they consider filing a case. Reflect on what the driver has said. Isn't he merely recounting what your spouse provided him, which he brought to you, even if it is not that painting? It remains a matter between you and your spouse. This statement rendered Lu Jiqian momentarily speechless. Gu Shibei continued his analysis. Your driver is also your relative. If he dares to act in such a manner, he must have made a resolute decision. It is highly probable that Ming Qinggu offered him a significant temptation, one worthy of betraying you, his own relative and employer. Thus, in the absence of any evidence proving the painting was swapped, do not confront the driver. Such actions would only alert the surname Ming to your hand. Hand? Lu Jiqian let out a resigned laugh. What hand do I have left? The painting has been swapped. I have no cards to play. Gu Shibei chuckled softly. He released his grip on Lu Jiqian and gently patted his shoulder. Master Lu, there are still cards to play. It merely depends on whether you wish to engage. Very well. Master Lu, please sit. Do not remain standing. The three men settled into their seats. Lu Jiqian regained his composure, but looked at Gu Shibei with a mix of confusion and anticipation. Young Master Gu, how can we still play this hand? Observing Gu Shibei pouring more wine, Lu Jiqian furrowed his brow, feeling reluctant to express his frustration. Gu Maoyuan also regarded Gu Shibei with a curious glance, unsure of the young man's intentions. Come, let's toast first. Afterward, we shall play cards. No. Before Lu Jiqian could finish his sentence, Gu Shibei led the way, downing his drink in one swift motion. Lu Jiqian, seeing this, had no choice but to lift his own cup and down it in one gulp. He did not savor the wine. It went straight down his throat. The fiery taste barely registered. After placing his cup down, he looked once more at Gu Shibei, who was already poised with a wine pitcher, awaiting him. As soon as Lu Jiqian set down his cup, Gu Shibei filled it anew. Are we still drinking? Young Master Gu, just tell me what to do. I can drink afterward, all right? Huh. Only after you finish can you muster the resolve to determine your next steps. Lu Jiqian was momentarily taken aback by this remark, then seized the wine pitcher from Gu Shibei's hands. A painting costs merely 18 million. While I, Lu Jiqian, may not be as affluent as Tong Jia, the wealthiest in Nanjing, I can certainly afford such a sum. Yet, this indignation I cannot swallow. Thus, Lu Jiqian declared, raising his neck and downing nearly 2 small liang of Maodai from the shared wine vessel in one go. Gu Shibei could not help but silently commend him, thinking that Lu Jiqian, unexpectedly, possessed quite a spirited nature. In truth, when most individuals are pushed to their limits, they tend to act fiercely. After finishing his drink, Lu Jiqian placed the wine vessel down decisively. Young Master Gu, what do you say? Gu Shibei nodded. The painting, as previously agreed, shall be delivered to Ming Qinggu for his acceptance. What? Lu Jiqian exclaimed, astonished. Gu Maoyuan wore a similarly bewildered expression. Young Master Gu, regardless of how the painting is rendered, its mounting alone is unacceptable. Sending it over would be nothing short of humiliating. Precisely why I urged you to drink. Gu Shibei chuckled. Is that the sole purpose of the drinking? Lu Jiqian's expression was one of disappointment. You fear humiliation, but what does Ming Qinggu fear? Huh? He would undoubtedly refuse it. Moreover, it is blatantly obvious. You do not have a choice. He must acknowledge it, whether he wants to or not. But why should it be so? Because you are aware of the underlying truths from that auction. Lu Jiqian sprang to his feet. He glanced at the composed yet earnest Gu Shibei and then at the equally astonished Gu Maoyuan. Young Master Gu, this would mean utterly tearing apart our facade. Lu, sometimes one must utilize their face for such tearing. If you do not rip others' faces or strike them, they shall do the same to you. Besides, hasn't the surname Ming already made the first move? Lu Jiqian inhaled sharply once more. No wonder you had me drink. Chapter 96, The Ace. In the private room of the Jinling Grand Hotel, silence enveloped the space. Gu Shibei could articulate his thoughts and offer suggestions. Yet the ultimate decision was not his to make for Lu Zhiqian. Initially, Lu Zhiqian had exuded confidence while drinking, but once Gu Shibei laid out the cards, he began to waver. The antiquities world is a minuscule circle. Yet, despite its size, the stakes are monumental, leading to a daily spectacle of deceit and entrapment. However, a peculiar aspect of this realm is that, regardless of the severity of the misconduct, individuals prefer to resolve matters discreetly behind closed doors. In principle, they refrain from publicly severing ties or confronting issues head-on, for it is a double-edged sword. Should one tear the face of another, if the matter becomes public, it would also reflect poorly on oneself. For instance, Lu Zhiqian hesitated at the thought of forcing such a counterfeit painting upon Ming Qinggu, compelling him to concede. Regardless of the other's acknowledgement, once this matter becomes public, Lu Zhiqian would be admitting to a lapse in judgment. His discerning eye would be diminished, and the value of everything in his collection would, in effect, depreciate. This, in fact, elucidates why Ming Qinggu felt emboldened to engage in such unscrupulous tactics. He concluded that a distinguished collector like Lu Zhiqian would not dare to confront him directly, valuing his own discernment too highly. Consequently, Lu Zhiqian hesitated. Is there no better hand to play, young Master Gu? I fear the one surnamed Ming. Master Lu, Chengtang Hall is the largest antique shop in Jinling. The hand you possess is essentially a royal flush against the Ming surname. As long as you play your cards right, remember to do so with enough ferocity and decisiveness. He will have no choice but to accept it silently. Silently? Is it even possible? My words bear no proof. Moreover, even if he concedes for now, he could spread rumors behind the scenes, claiming I purchased a counterfeit painting and subsequently destroyed it myself. I would be unable to clear my name, even if I jumped into the Yellow River. Gu Shibei couldn't help but chuckle. Master Lu, do you still not comprehend the sheer power of the trump card I have presented to you? How powerful! Gu Shibei turned to Gu Maoyuan. Master Gu, do you still have the brochure from the auction you took me to last time? I discarded the brochure, but I have photos on my phone. Gu Maoyuan replied as he retrieved his phone and sent the brochure's images to Gu Shibei. As Gu Shibei examined the photos, a broad smile spread across his face. He zoomed in, pointing at the numbered lots. Lot 1, a Qianlong period glazed porcelain vase with gold decoration and polychrome landscape. Lot 2, a Ming Dynasty Wanli period small vat with tricolor dragons. Gu Shibei identified 72 pieces from the brochure's 100 lots in one breath. All fakes. What? Lu Zhiqian's jaw nearly dropped in disbelief. Although he had long suspected that the auction was a sham, he had not anticipated the extent of the deception. So many counterfeits? Gu Shibei nodded. Meanwhile, Gu Maoyuan appeared equally astonished, not merely by the scale of the deceit, but by Gu Shibei's remarkable memory. Months had passed since the auction, yet he remembered every detail vividly. Firstly, Gu Shibei indeed had an excellent memory, being young and unburdened by worries. Secondly, had he been asked to recall the details without any cues, he would surely have struggled. I recall the transaction rate was approximately 60% that day. Around 30 of those 72 fakes were sold. Master Lu, Master Gu, do you remember who bought them? I vaguely recall the larger lots. Lu Zhiqian identified about 12 or 13 items. Gu Maoyuan supplemented him with another 7 or 8, collectively confirming 20 lots with specific buyers. In truth, Gu Shibei remembered many attendees from that night's auction, but he refrained from revealing this to Lu Zhiqian. After all, his persona dictated that he should not recognize others. Nevertheless, 20 identified pieces were sufficient. The items recalled were relatively significant, corresponding to 11 buyers, all reputable collectors and antique dealers of notable stature. After the items and buyers were identified, Gu Shibei turned to Lu Zhiqian. Master Lu, this is a trump card. What do you say? Hand it over to Ming Qinggu. Remember, report each item along with its respective buyer to him, so he understands that you are fully aware these are all fabrications. You can reach out to these buyers at any time. Before Gu Shibei could finish his sentence, both Lu Zhiqian and Gu Maoyuan were left astonished, their mouths agape. Young Master Gu, this card you hold is indeed a trump. A smile broke across Lu Zhiqian's face, and Gu Maoyuan nodded in agreement. I believe young Master Gu's strength lies in the numerous buyers backing him. Upon hearing this, Gu Shibei smiled and nodded at Gu Maoyuan. Lu Zhiqian also agreed, acknowledging the brilliance of rallying the crowd to play the game. Moreover, Master Lu, do not fear being scrutinized. With these esteemed buyers by your side, should they be questioned, it will not fall solely upon you. What does it matter? Furthermore, the Ming family, faced with your powerful hand, will find their best option is to silently concede and return the full amount of 18 million to you. Excellent. The money is of little consequence. I have vented my frustrations, and that is what truly delights me. Lu Jiqian's spirits lifted once more. Gulme. I must toast to young Master Gu, expressing my gratitude for providing me with this formidable trump card. Lu Jiqian eagerly sought out wine, only to be halted by Gu Shibei. Master Lu, let's save the drinking for after our success. Right now, you must carefully consider how to engage with Ming Chengu. I must remind you to think through every word you say in his presence. He needs to understand his unscrupulousness, that you are genuinely angry, and that you intend to confront him directly. Lu Jiqian nodded in acknowledgement, then looked at the youthful and handsome Gu Shibei, incredulous as he murmured, Young Master Gu, how can one so young possess such wisdom and experience? It is almost unbelievable. It is the perspective of the onlooker that reveals the truth. You are fueled by anger and excitement. If you were to calm down, perhaps you could devise an even better strategy. Gu Maoyuan chuckled upon hearing this. Young Master Gu, do not be so modest. As an observer myself, why have I not conceived such a brilliant trump? It is indeed a matter of perception. Young Master Gu possesses extraordinary insight, which enables him to grasp the intricacies of that auction, allowing him to conceive such an excellent trump. Lu Jiqian nodded in agreement, affirming, Indeed, in the antique trade, it ultimately hinges on perception. Chapter 97, Merely Interests. Gu Shibei interrupted Lu Jiqian's ongoing desire for more wine. He reminded Lu Jiqian to formulate a plan and promptly seek out Ming Chengu. This fellow has been cornered by your pressure and resorted to swapping the items. So there are bound to be many flaws in his scheme. He certainly did not expect you would dare to confront him with an even more counterfeit painting. Lu Jiqian nodded, declaring, I will catch him off guard. As for you two, enjoy your wine at your leisure. I will arrange a separate tea room and summon Mr. Ming for a one-on-one game. Upon hearing this, both Gu and Lu nodded in approval, recognizing the thoughtfulness of Lu Jiqian's plan. Additionally, arrangements were made for the tea room to prevent these two individuals from becoming embroiled in this contentious affair. Furthermore, should a rift occur, it is imperative to confine the matter to private discussions, avoiding public exposure and preventing wider awareness. This displays Lu Jiqian's cautious nature. He refrains from pushing the other party too far. In the presence of others, the individual, surnamed Ming, might indeed become obstinate, leading to a mutually destructive confrontation. Lu Jiqian carefully rolled up the painting and placed it back into the ornate box before leaving the private room in search of Ming Chengu. With Lu Jiqian's departure, Gu Shibei and Gu Maoyuan continued their drinking. Gu Maoyuan could not help but exclaim, Young Master Gu, I was just pondering your age. Me? 26. If you don't believe me, I can show you my ID. Gu Shibei replied, reaching for his identification, only to be halted by Gu Maoyuan. No. I have no doubt. It's just that your depth of character puts me, nearly 60, to shame. Old Gu, this is not a matter of age. My family has been involved in antiques for 3 generations. I've encountered all sorts of underhanded dealings and tricks in this trade. That is all there is to it. It hardly qualifies as depth of character. If I truly possessed such depth, I would not have turned a blind eye to today's events, would I? Gu Maoyuan nodded vigorously, laughing. No. You indeed possess depth. You genuinely regard both Lu and me as friends. Really? Gu Shibei himself found it hard to believe. After all, it was merely a matter of interests. It was simply a question of focusing on the immediate or considering the long-term consequences. In truth, Gu Shibei initially contemplated remaining uninvolved. However, he was acutely aware that Lu Jiqian was a prominent collector in Jinling, wielding considerable influence and connections. Just a few days prior, Lu had introduced him to the wealthy entrepreneur Tong Jie. Thus, it was essential to maintain a rapport with Lu Jiqian. Moreover, today presented an excellent opportunity to secure a favor from Lu Jiqian, a significant one at that. If the opposing party had been another antique dealer, Gu Shibei might not have offered such a powerful card. But today it was Ming Chengu. This fellow had a long-standing rivalry with the previous life, Ma Dongsheng. The name of Ming Chengu's antique shop, Chengu Tang, directly bore the owner's name, which appeared appealing but was, in fact, a minor taboo in the antique industry. From the name alone, it was evident that this shop lacked historical significance. Indeed, Chengu Tang was formerly known as Jinling Gaiji, acquired by Ming Chengu 3 years ago and subsequently renamed. After taking over Chengu Tang, Ming Chengu had privately approached Ma Dongsheng, seeking exclusive rights to purchase his goods, only to be rebuffed. Such a rejection was a normal facet of business dealings. However, the surname Ming harbored resentment towards Ma Dongsheng and occasionally resorted to petty tactics against him. Nevertheless, Ma Dongsheng did not indulge him, sending a clear message that any further complaints would result in Chenggu Tang receiving nothing of value. For an antique dealer, severing the supply of genuine goods equated to having their means of income. Thus, under the formidable influence and strength of Master Ma, Ming Chenggu had no choice but to lower his flag and cease his activities, refraining even from uttering a sound. Consequently, the Chenggu Hall adopted a much more discreet demeanor within the antiquities circle of Jinling. However, with the demise of Master Ma, this fellow immediately became audacious. He dared to engage in deals rife with deceit. It was for this reason that Gu Shibei resolved to assist Lu Jiqian in devising a strategy to deal with the individual named Ming. In the private room, Gu and Gu engaged in casual conversation over drinks. I'm immensely grateful. Lord Gu, provide me with the time and place, and I shall certainly attend. Just as the two completed their discussion, the door to the private room was abruptly pushed open. They turned to see none other than Lu Jiqian entering. The expression on his face immediately signaled to them that the plan had succeeded. Gu Maoyuan glanced at his watch, noting that only 20 minutes had elapsed. Lord Lu, that was remarkably swift. Lu Jiqian casually closed the door behind him, bursting into laughter while raising 2 bottles of Matai high in his hands. I even went out to fetch 2 more bottles from my car. Such speed? Indeed, young Master Gu's strategy is truly a trump card. Lu Jiqian set down the bottles and animatedly recounted, "It was a pity that you both were not present at the time. I revealed the painting, and this fellow merely glanced at it before asserting that something was amiss. I replied, it may be wrong, yet it may be right. Ponder whether it originated from your auction." As I spoke, I deliberately smudged the ink on the painting and showed him my finger. At that moment, Ming Chenggu was utterly bewildered. Unable to comprehend my intention, I denied him any chance to respond, asserting that the driver had already informed me. Then, I unveiled young Master Gu's trump card. I presented the antique to the buyer as though recounting a cherished tale, leaving the individual named Ming completely flabbergasted. Lu Jiqian, brimming with pride, continued, and Gu Shibei gave a thumbs up. Lord Lu, your storytelling is truly exceptional, simple and direct, without any superfluous embellishments. I owe my gratitude to you, young Master Gu. It was your reminder that encouraged me to act decisively. I feared that excessive words might reveal flaws, so I struck straight to the heart of the matter. What was Ming Chenggu's response in the end? Gu Maoyuan eagerly inquired about the other's reaction. Lu Jiqian laughed as he uncorked a bottle of Matai, reveling in his triumph. To my astonishment, he didn't utter a single word. He simply pulled a check from his pocket, filled in the amount of 18 million, and handed it to me, and then I pocketed the check and turned to leave for my Matai. Remarkable. Gu Maoyuan nodded vigorously. So, the individual named Ming said not a word afterward? Well, not entirely. As I reached the door, he did inquire of me. What did he ask? He asked, who discerned the issues with this painting? Chapter 98, Young Master. Me? I merely scoffed, choosing to disregard him entirely. However, in truth, Gu Shibei felt a twinge of disappointment. He yearned to remain in the shadows, while simultaneously wishing for the other party to recognize that the keen insight behind it all belonged to him. Gu Shibei. Such is the nature of this individual. He often finds himself torn between these conflicting desires. One seeks to avoid risks while desiring to bask in the limelight. Everyone wishes to claim the good fortunes of the world, yet such serendipity is seldom found. To garner attention inevitably invites risk. When the Maotai liquor was uncorked, Lu Jiqian toasted Gu Shibei with 3 cups in succession. The trio subsequently consumed an entire bottle of liquor, which equated to each person downing a full bottle of Maotai. To speak candidly, all 3 possessed commendable drinking capacities. Lu Jiqian was in high spirits that evening, yearning for a 4th bottle, but was restrained by Gu Maoyuan. Seizing the moment, Gu Shibei remarked that enjoying oneself was paramount, and there was no need to overindulge. Thus, the 3 of them parted ways. Gu Maoyuan made his way directly to the Jinling Grand Hotel, ascending to his room without delay. Lu Jiqian nodded in agreement, then proceeded to his vehicle, tapping on the driver's window to exchange a few words. The driver emerged, retrieving 2 crates of Maotai from the trunk. The liquor was placed by Gu Shibei's feet before the driver departed. Gu Shibei could only shake his head with a chuckle, exclaiming, Lu, is this truly necessary? 2 crates of liquor are worth but a trifle. In comparison to that painting, it is but a drop in the ocean. The most significant aspect is the spirit behind this gesture. It brings me immense joy. Huh. Gushibei, unfazed, accepted the 2 crates without pretense. Ultimately, it was Gushibei's youthful vigor that compelled Lu Ziqian into a taxi, ensuring he departed first. Once Lu Ziqian had left, Gushibei signaled for another taxi, only to be intercepted by a voice from behind. No need to hail a taxi. Come with me. Turning in surprise, Gushibei was greeted by none other than Huiyusen. This alluring and enchanting woman was someone he had not seen in quite some time, and they had both mutually blocked each other on WeChat. What an unexpected encounter at the entrance of the Jinling Grand Hotel. Huiyusen approached, adorned in her signature, form-fitting knitted dress. Gushibei smiled. Sister, it's been ages. Indeed. How dare you block me on WeChat? You truly astonish me. Gushibei could not resist admiring her alluring silhouette as she walked by, an embodiment of irresistible curves. Oh, are you here to offer me a ride? Who do you think you are, Gushibei? If my memory serves me right, wasn't he that your boss who just got in the car? Today has opened my eyes. Is there truly such a benevolent boss in this world? Huiyusen remarked, glancing at the 2 crates of liquor on the ground. Such expensive liquor. And he left you 2 crates? And you were allowed to board first? By the way, he even called you little young master? You are indeed secretly a wealthy heir. Are you? Who exactly is the boss between you two? Gushibei nearly burst into laughter. This beauty had misheard little Gu Yi as little young master. How amusing. However, Gushibei had no inclination to correct her. Just as he finished speaking, a white Land Rover approached, from which a valet emerged. Excuse me, handsome. Could you please help load these 2 crates into the car? Huiyusen directed the valet to place the liquor in the trunk. Gushibei gazed at the familiar white Land Rover before him, unable to suppress his curiosity. Have you changed cars? What happened to your red Ferrari? It's too small and inconvenient. The enchanting woman replied, flashing a slight smile at Gushibei. A larger vehicle offers more space and convenience. Gushibei mused, recognizing her blatant flirtation. Let's go get in, Huiyusen exclaimed as she effortlessly hopped into the car. Gushibei, feeling no need for formality, followed suit, understanding that fate had brought them together. As the vehicle departed from the Jinling Grand Hotel, he couldn't help but chuckle. Hey, sister, I think you took a wrong turn. With youthful exuberance and a bit too much alcohol in his system, Gushibei found himself captivated by the alluring mature woman beside him, his thoughts spiraling in various directions. Since she had made her intentions clear, he had no reason to refuse her advances. In that moment, Gushibei epitomized the quintessential playboy, neither proactive nor dismissive, and certainly devoid of any sense of responsibility. The car glided into the underground garage of Zijin Courtyard, in the spacious confines of the Land Rover. The two ignited a passionate encounter before even stepping into the elevator to ascend. After their fervent exchange, Huiyusen leaned against Gushibei, panting softly. She playfully pinched the muscles of his abdomen, teasing, those with muscles are just like wolf dogs. But you, young master, are a true wolf dog. Wait, doesn't that sound like an insult? Gushibei retorted, though the tone of his voice suggested amusement. What are you talking about? Can't you tell that as a compliment? She teased, affectionately calling him darling. Capable? Umph. Gushibei scoffed, a hint of jealousy bubbling within him. Huiyusen's laughter rang out, clearly delighted by his reaction. Yet she soon admonished, if we discuss this topic, it becomes rather dull, doesn't it? Why complicate matters? We're both free, after all. I'm not asking for any commitment from you. Besides, with my figure and looks, aren't you the one benefiting here? Her words struck a chord with Gushibei, who momentarily felt as if he had indeed hit the jackpot. You're right. Neither of us is at a disadvantage, and there's no responsibility involved. Just friends with benefits. Chapter 99, Friends with Benefits. This was Gushibei's fresh definition of the relationship he shared with Huiyusen, which she surprisingly accepted with enthusiasm. Huiyusen invited him upstairs, offering to prepare a late-night snack, but Gushibei politely declined. Not wishing to prolong their time together, Huiyusen made no effort to keep him from leaving. Dressed and ready, they returned to the outside world. Huiyusen drove Gushibei to the end of the alley, noticing the dilapidated condition of his residence. She could not help but inquire, Young master, who exactly are you? Why do you live in such a rundown place? Rundown? This is the old East Gate. Every inch here is worth its weight in gold. You wouldn't understand, Gushibei replied as he carried 2 boxes of liquor into the depths of the alley. As Huiyusen watched his figure gradually fade into the dim light of the street lamps, a fleeting memory crossed her mind, one of a familiar gate, though this time it appeared much friendlier. Strange man, she muttered, pressing the accelerator and driving away. The following afternoon, Gu Shibei awoke, the sun already high in the sky. His first priority was to rush to the bank to deposit the check that Gu Maoyuan had issued to him the day before. After saving up some money, Gu Shibei glanced at the bank account, which displayed a little over 8 million. Compared to the wealth of Ma Dongsheng in his previous life, this figure was, of course, insignificant. However, for Gu Shibei, who had risen from humble beginnings in just a few short months, it was indeed quite an impressive sum. As he exited the bank and reached the alley, he unexpectedly spotted the white Land Rover from the previous day. The window rolled down, and the charming young woman behind the wheel waved at him from a distance. "Hey, young master, I didn't expect to see you out here." Gu Shibei was momentarily taken aback. Young master? He couldn't help but chuckle inwardly, thinking that this beauty couldn't he genuinely believe he was a secretive super-rich heir. No wonder they had mutually blocked each other, yet she had still taken the initiative to invite him in her car last night, rekindling their connection. Was she perhaps attempting to pursue him? He strolled over nonchalantly. "Hey, sister, what is the meaning of blocking my alley?" "What do you mean? I'm waiting for you. Don't play dumb. What is wrong? Are you unhappy? It would be quite awkward if I were with another beauty. What is awkward about it? Let us just have fun together." Gu Shibei found himself nearly dropping his jaw in disbelief. Seeing his exaggerated expression, Hui Yusin couldn't help but burst into laughter. "I didn't expect you to be so conservative. Just kidding. While I like a wolf dog, I certainly don't enjoy sharing it." With that, Hui Yusin hopped out of the car. "Don't just stand there. Invite me to your home for a visit. Let's not go to my place. In the future, we should just keep it to the car or a hotel. It's more convenient." Hui Yusin frowned momentarily, but then shrugged, adopting a nonchalant demeanor. "All right, that works too. Now let us get in the car, young master." "Get in? Wait, we just..." Hui Yusin, overhearing his hesitation, mischievously began to appraise Gu Shibei with a playful smile. "Young master, are you unable to keep up?" "What do you mean? I just think you might be a bit too much. Women in their 30s are like wolves, and in their 40s like tigers. I'm at an age where I'm as fierce as a wolf or tiger. What is wrong with that? I thought you might be addicted." "Indeed, I'm addicted. Addicted to you, my little wolf dog." As she spoke, Hui Yusin suddenly pulled Gu Shibei close and kissed him right on the street. Gu Shibei was taken aback by the boldness of the act. After the kiss, she opened the car door and pushed him inside. "Hey, you're not planning to do that here, are you? It's broad daylight." And we're neighbors. Hui Yusin laughed heartily as she drove. "Oh, come on. I thought you were going to take me right here. Wait, I haven't eaten all day. Can we please go have a meal first?" "Young master, are you really that poor? Can't even afford a meal? You weren't kicked out by your family, were you? Huh, if that's the case, I'm even hungrier. I'll eat first, and then I'll treat you to a feast." "All right then." Hui Yusin took Gu Shibei to the nearest 5-star hotel. In a hotel room, a fierce battle between two individuals unfolded. A clash of masters that was extraordinarily intense. As the curtains were drawn open, darkness enveloped the sky. Gazing at the dazzling lights of the city, Gu Shibei mused that a cigarette would be quite fitting at this moment. However, he no longer harbored the habit of smoking. Lost in thought by the window, he heard behind him Hui Yusin, who was dressing while laughing. "Young master, why have you stopped wearing perfume?" "Oh, I've run out, and I've grown too lazy to purchase more." Hui Yusin casually reached for her bag and miraculously produced a bottle of Sinful Love perfume. Just so happens I have a bottle at home." Gu Shibei took it and, upon inspection, realized it was indeed the very bottle Hui Yusin had gifted him last year. Each time he needed to handle matters, he was required to wear this perfume, or Hui Yusin would disallow it, leaving him both amused and exasperated. He smiled as he accepted the fragrance. "Sister, may I ask you a question?" "Go ahead. Do you feel no longing for your husband, who just passed away?" "Ask something else." Gu Shibei shook his head. He initially wished to refrain from further discussion, but could not resist. "Sister, I understand you are wealthy, young, and beautiful now. Yet time passes swiftly. Youth will not last forever. Money, no matter how abundant, if not wisely managed, will eventually dwindle." Hey. Hui Yusin frowned, her expression souring. "Huh." Gu Shibei chuckled. Hui Yusin pulled out her phone and tapped a few times. "You can enjoy your lavish meal alone. I won't be joining you. It's quite unappetizing." With that, the beauty seized her bag, donned her high heels, and exited the room, leaving Gu Shibei in a state of utter bewilderment. However, as he opened his phone, he discovered Hui Yusin had sent him 10,000. Quite generous. The money, not earned through his own toil, did not sting his conscience in the slightest. Chapter 100. The Antique Dealers. Gu Shibei felt a twinge of regret, pondering that he should not have lectured Hui Yusin, since they had both embarked on new lives. Why cling to the past? Yet, as long as one retains memories of the past, truly letting go is a formidable challenge. Hui Yusin likely refrained from contacting him to teach him a lesson, as days passed without her seeking him. Gu Shibei, in turn, adhered to his principle of being a nonchalant, unresponsive, and irresponsible man regarding Hui Yusin. In truth, aside from their captivating romantic entanglements, life was often mundane and fraught with helplessness. Gu Shibei continued to meander through various antique markets each day in search of treasures. However, fortune in finding gems was not a daily occurrence. 9 times out of 10, it was fruitless, a common reality. What was different now was that Gu Shibei had become somewhat of a local celebrity in the Jinling antique market. Many vendors would often pull him aside, offering him a cigarette, seeking his opinion on their newly acquired goods. Although Gu Shibei did not smoke, he occasionally assisted them, softly advising, "I can't see it too clearly." The vendors would immediately grasp his hint and hand him an entire pack of cigarettes. Young Master Gu. Now everyone refers to him this way. And that is all you need to know. Hee. As for the cigarettes, I don't smoke. If you don't smoke, you can exchange them for something else at the store. They are already opened. Oh. The vendor directly handed a sealed pack of Hua Zi back to Gu Shibei. Take it, please don't decline. I know you, with your discerning eye, might not value such a trivial gift, but it is my sincere intention, to which Gu Shibei could only graciously accept. In truth, Gu Shibei would not particularly cherish a pack of cigarettes worth 50 or 60 yuan. However, one cannot deny the pleasure derived from this sense of being honored by others. Gu Shibei, too, relished this feeling. As he strolled through the antique streets of Jinling, he would receive the admiration of the vendors. Yet, this respect was confined strictly to the street vendors. Those who owned grand antique shops generally looked down upon seeking Gu Shibei's insights in such a manner. It is understandable, as shopkeepers must uphold their dignity. Their expertise represents the face of the antique shop. Thus, they would not approach Gu Shibei in such a manner. Of course, it is not to say they cannot seek Gu Shibei's assistance. They can, but it must be done in a more respectable manner. Furthermore, the compensation would not be a mere pack of cigarettes, but rather a fee ranging from several thousand to tens of thousands, or even hundreds of thousands for an appraisal. Thus, Gu Shibei could not casually assist antique shops with appraisals. Naturally, the reason he often helped the vendors was not solely for the pleasure of being revered. He had another motive. Although the antique vendors on the street may possess little of value, their numbers were considerable. Gu Shibei's view of these vendors mirrored his previous life's perspective on local craftsmen. Despite each being a mere small-time player, they held the potential to form a significant force if united. Thus, Gu Shibei deliberately maintained relationships with these antique vendors. For instance, he frequently whispered to them, "Boss Zhang, although your goods may not be very clear, you could take the opportunity to sell. That newly opened Ji Gu Zhai is a foolish endeavor. You must act quickly. If you delay, they will close." Ji Gu Zhai. Gu Shibei was consistently attentive to their affairs. However, Ji Gu Zhai proved to be far more resilient than Gu Shibei had anticipated. After all, it was a newly established shop backed by genuine capital. It would not simply close its doors due to a few misjudged paintings resulting in millions lost. Yet, faced with the continuous influx of sellers, Zhang Matzi decided to take drastic measures. The 2 experts initially hired by the shop were dismissed outright. There was no other option, as they had all made mistakes. And with this dismissal, the number of sellers increased even further. However, Zhang Matzi was not to be underestimated. He continued to open the shop for appraisals, but nearly all offers were rejected or met with ridiculously low prices. Take it or leave it. Naturally, a few items were accepted by Ji Gu Zhai, and the prices were quite decent. Yet, the antique street vendors informed Gu Shibei that those accepted items were most likely staged by Ji Gu Zhai themselves. Why do they say this? The majority of those engaged in selling goods are acquaintances, each well aware of the dynamics at play. Conversely, the sellers receiving goods are often strangers to one another. Thus, the situation is as clear as day. Gu Shibei, with a touch of mischief, mused that if Zhang Matzi feared receiving counterfeit goods and adopted a blanket refusal policy, then he would play his hand with authenticity. Henceforth, he strolled through the antique market daily, assisting others in appraising items. Whenever he encountered open shops, he would encourage vendors to take their wares to Ji Gu Zhai. He would not accept anything, absolutely nothing. No matter if he refused, the vendors could easily redirect their offerings to nearby antique stores, which would undoubtedly accept such open market goods. And remember to circulate the news within the circle to irk Ji Gu Zhai. After a few rounds of annoyance, they would inevitably relent. Young Master Gu, your strategy is quite astute. Surprisingly, some antique vendors indeed followed Gu Shibei's advice, bringing genuine items to Ji Gu Zhai for sale. When the latter refused, the vendors successfully sold their goods to other antique shops. Consequently, they began to extensively tarnish the reputation of Gujiazhuang within their circles. Moreover, the disparaging remarks made by these vendors about Gujiazhuang far exceeded Gu Shibei's expectations. For instance, one individual shared several photographs of porcelain vases within the circle, stating, "Such open market porcelain, and Gujiazhuang actually declined to accept it. I took it to Gujiazhuang, where they offered an opening price of 18,000. This Gujiazhuang, with such a prominent facade, refuses to take in goods. I suspect they are merely a front for money laundering." Such words were rather excessive. Gu Shibei, observing the vendor's phone with amusement, felt a sense of delight. Yet, even more outrageous was the multitude of vendors speculating on the true purpose of Gujiazhuang. Their theories were diverse, with each subgroup possessing its own niche. If the antique trade is a small circle, then these vendors form an even tighter one. However, one must not underestimate this smaller circle. Though the antique vendors may merely set up stalls on the streets, possessing limited insight and financial means, they frequently traverse various neighborhoods and towns. They serve as a mobile information hub, adept at gathering and disseminating knowledge, linking all individuals involved in antiques. Thus, news of a newly opened antique shop, Gujiazhuang, being a significant failure spread rapidly throughout Jinling, akin to ripples expanding in water. The development of events exceeded Gu Shibei's expectations, astonishingly. Gujiazhuang closed its doors in just over a week. Chapter 101. Gujiazhuang is closed. The closure of Gujiazhuang came much sooner than Gu Shibei had anticipated. This event sent ripples through the antique circles of Jinling. Those within the community lamented the inherent fragility of the antique trade, particularly for those lacking discernment, as the larger the establishment, the swifter its demise. Gujiazhuang serves as a prime example. However, some expressed curiosity, pondering why Sun Jijing, despite his mediocre insight, had yet to see his Gujiazhuang close its doors. The consensus in the community concluded someone was undermining Gujiazhuang, but who could it be? Naturally, no one could ascertain the answer. However, this matter is, in fact, far simpler and more straightforward than one might imagine. Although Gujiazhuang has closed its doors, Gu Shibei's intentions extend beyond mere closure. What he seeks are the items lost within the safe. Gu Shibei proactively reached out to Zhang Matzi. Upon receiving Gu Shibei's call, Zhang Matzi was taken aback. "You audacious young man, how dare you call me?" Gu Shibei responded candidly, "I am not one to speak in riddles. This entire affair at Gujiazhuang was orchestrated by me, not just the few paintings in the front, but also the ones at the back. I know. You don't need to tell me. I have already discovered your identity." "Discovered me, you say? Really? That check I issued. You had the audacity to deposit it directly into your account, without even attempting to disguise it." Gu Shibei couldn't help but laugh. "Zhang Matzi, I thought you would uncover my identity sooner. I didn't expect to wait this long. You've been following the notorious Wangye for so many years." On the other end of the line, Zhang Matzi was momentarily stunned. He had not anticipated that everything was indeed orchestrated by this Gu fellow. "I'd already figured you out, but I believed in keeping our dealings separate. I intended to cultivate goodwill. Goodwill my foot. Zhang Matzi, have you forgotten what I taught you? Do not be wishy-washy. You have quite the foul mouth. Didn't your mother teach you better?" "You are absolutely correct. My mother didn't teach me. She passed away when I was young." All right. You certainly have thick skin. I must commend that. What is it that you truly desire? Hand over the items." "What items? Spare me the nonsense. Hand them over, and Gujiazhuang might have a chance of reopening under a new name. Otherwise, get out of the antique business for good." Upon hearing these words, Zhang Matzi's face turned pale, as Gu Shibei had just revealed his backup plan. Yet, all of this was seemingly crushed by Gu Shibei's single statement. "Gu, it appears you're courting death. Zhang Matzi, I can tell what you're up to the moment you make a move. Inform Zhou Deong to behave. I am fully aware of all the good deeds he has done over the past decade. I could easily bring forth one instance that would land him in prison for years." Zhang Matzi was utterly flabbergasted. "Who in the world are you?" "I am Wangye." So you are Wangye, are you? I wouldn't mind ensuring you meet your end once more." With that, Zhang Matzi abruptly hung up the phone. Gu Shibei, holding his phone, remained in a daze for quite some time before setting it down. He pondered a question. Did Ma Dongxing's death have any connection to Zhang Matzi? This was the second time Zhang Matzi had claimed that Ma Wangye was responsible for his demise. If it were true that during the previous call from Su Cheng, Zhang Matzi was merely speaking in anger, then this time, Gu Shibei couldn't shake the feeling that it was anything but. Was Ma Dongxing indeed a victim of Zhang Matzi's machinations? Gu Shibei was uncertain. But he thought to himself that it would be best to refrain from calling next time and instead meet face to face. However, before confronting Zhang Matzi, he first needed to have a discussion with Hui Yusen. This beautiful woman had been waiting for Gu Shibei to reach out for several days, and upon realizing that he had not taken the initiative, she directly intercepted him at the alley's entrance. "Young master," with a beaming smile, Hui Yusen exclaimed, prompting Gu Shibei to chuckle with a hint of pride. "After all, you couldn't hold back." "Not at all. How is it that your handsome visage is accompanied by such sharp words? Must you truly speak your mind?" "Ah, haha." Observing Hui Yusen's slightly bashful demeanor only fueled Gu Shibei's amusement further. "Sister, I told you to contact me via WeChat, yet here you are, arriving directly. I passed by here, thought of you, and came right away. Shall I get out and coax you in?" "No, no, no. I'll handle that." With a burst of laughter, Hui Yusen found herself thoroughly entertained by Gu Shibei's banter. "Who would have thought that despite your youthful appearance, you possess the wisdom of an experienced driver? Sister, you only just mentioned this today. I presumed you had already sensed my seasoned nature. Indeed, young master, you are quite remarkable. In comparison, you surpass all others," Hui Yusen declared, pressing down on the accelerator and setting the car in motion. "Nevertheless, I must express my thoughts, regardless of whether you wish to hear them. I must speak. What do you wish to say? Think it through before you speak. Do not disrupt the ambience. I am apprehensive. With you constantly testing the waters with young wolves, is it truly safe? Don't give me." With a giggle, Hui Yusen interrupted. "I thought you were about to make another distasteful remark. Rest assured, do you truly believe I am a wealthy woman who flirts indiscriminately? Isn't that the case? Puffed. My standards are exceedingly high. If a man isn't of exceptional quality, he doesn't even register on my radar. Young master, to me, you are merely the threshold. So I am the gatekeeper? I wonder if your young wolves could muster a team for a game of football? How many players are needed for a match? 11. Surely. It's more than that. TSK. How conservative you are. Hey, why does that sound so bitter? Could it be anything but..." In Gu Shibei's mind resided the memory of her late husband, Ma Dongsheng. Seeing Gu Shibei's expression turn somewhat serious, Hui Yusen couldn't help but laugh. "Honestly, there must be several football teams vying for my affection. Yet, you're the only one who can be so close to me." Upon hearing Hui Yusen's candid words, Gu Shibei couldn't suppress his laughter. "Do you think I look foolish? Who would believe such nonsense? Cut out. You really lack excitement. Admittedly, one is short, but there's still 2 or 3. Let's not dwell on it." I want to ask. However, as Gu Shibei was about to say something, he inadvertently caught sight of a black car emerging from the alley in the rearview mirror. The driver was instantly recognizable to him, one of Zhang Matzi's subordinates. Of course, he used to be under Ma Dongxing's command. "But why are you silent?" Hui Yusen glanced at Gu Shibei. "Where are we headed?" "Wherever you desire. Let's do something new. Let us go play by the riverside in the suburbs." "Suburbs? By the riverside?" Hui Yusen's face lit up with excitement.